Chapter 1, Awakening. Fire Country, Valley of the Dawn. People say that things always come in threes, bad things and good things, no matter what, they are always supposed to come in threes. The monstrous Mangekyo Sharingan, for example, had 3 sets of layers no matter which design you saw. Hell, the legendary Sannin was another example of this. They were all a team back when they were genin under the Sandaime Hokage, and they became some of the strongest fighters in the world. Sadly, no one wanted to inform Uzumaki Naruto of this little detail. His current teacher was one of the legendary Sannin, a man named Jiraiya, and the two had come across each other during the 1-month break in the Chunin exams. Since Jiraiya had knocked out the boy's original teacher for the exam, he had to take the kid as his student and taught him the Kuchio's no Jutsu. Sadly, the boy's chakra network was so large it was nearly impossible to control. This was just made worse by the fact that Jiraiya discovered a suppression seal on him courtesy of his fellow Sannin Orochimaru. It was removed, however, and Naruto's chakra control shot up to its normal level, allowing him to master the water walking exercise. After many trials and errors at the Kuchio's no Jutsu, Jiraiya had enough and decided to have the boy try and draw out the monstrous chakra that was sealed in him by his own father. "Forgive me, Minato," Jiraiya thought before he dropped her new student on the ground. Where am I?" Naruto blinked and turned to him. "Get up," Jiraiya ordered, and Naruto shakily stood. What is it?" Naruto asked, unsure. "Your training ends here. If you value your life, you've got to figure things out for yourself," Jiraiya said simply. "Huh?" Naruto asked, confused before Jiraiya pushed him. The blonde genin reeled back and fell straight into the large valley below. "Oh crap. Now, we'll find out whether the Kyuubi is pleasing or a curse," Jiraiya mused as he saw his student fall. Naruto tried to use chakra, but every time he touched the wall he couldn't get any grip and kept on falling. "If I can't grab onto something, then I'll die. I'm really going to die." Naruto's mindscape, Jinchuriki seal. Drip. 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 "Oh my aching head," Naruto groaned as he looked up. "Where am I?" he thought as he looked around the sewer-like environment he found himself in. A loud roar was heard as it echoed through the corridor. "This feeling, it's that chakra." Naruto narrowed his eyes as he made his way through the corridor and entered a large room. "What the heck is this?" he asked in thought when he came across the large gate-like prison. "Boy, come closer," a sinister voice said from the darkness beyond the gate. "What the?" Naruto jumped back as 4 large claws attempted to catch him through the bars. "I want to devour you, but this seal prevents me from doing so. It won't open. How irritating," the voice growled out in frustration. "Why, you are Kyuubi no Yoko," Naruto breathed out. "Child of my enemy, why have you come? Even those eyes of yours will not save you from me, so tell me what you want or leave, boy," the giant fox roared in fury. Naruto gulped before he smirked up at the fox. "Hey furball. I've been letting you live in my body all this time and you owe me rent. As payment I'll take you chakra." Kyuubi's sinister laughter echoed through the chamber before he responded, "You've got some nerve, brat. You are either very brave or very stupid, just like he was. Very well, boy, I will reward you for having such nerve, but know that I am only doing this to help ensure my own survival." Red liquid leaked through the bars and engulfed the blonde where he stood. Fire Country, Valley of the Dawn. Kuchio's no Jutsu. Naruto called out as smoke exploded all around him. Jiraiya smirked from his position above the valley. "Nicely done, kid." Just then Naruto shouted in pain, "What's going on?" The large toad, Gamabunta, jumped out of the valley with Naruto, who was covering his eyes and yelling in pain. "Jiraiya, what's going on here?" Gamabunta demanded as the Gamma Sennin jumped up onto his head and approached his student. "This is Uzumaki Naruto, my new student and your new summoner. What's wrong, kid?" Jiraiya asked, concerned. Naruto looked up at him and Jiraiya had to stop himself from falling. "Oh no. His eyes. My eyes hurt, Arrow Sennin, what's going on?" Naruto asked frantically as tears were falling down his face. "Your eyes, you have the Rinnegan," Jiraiya gulped. "He has the what?" Gamabunta demanded. "No one has ridden on my head since the Yondaime Hokage. Fine, I will allow him to be a summoner, but you had better make him into someone dependable." Jiraiya. The giant toad disappeared in a poof of smoke, allowing Jiraiya to catch Naruto as the two fell to the ground. "Naruto, you're channeling chakra to your eyes, so stop channeling chakra and the pain should stop too," Jiraiya told him. Naruto did as he was told. He sighed in relief as the pain disappeared. What was that, Arrow Sennin? "Look at me," Jiraiya ordered, and Naruto did so. "It seems that your Rinnegan is different from Nagato's. You can deactivate yours at will." "Rinnegan?" Naruto asked, confused. A dujutsu said to be the most noble of the 3, supposedly it originated with the Rakuto Sennin, said to be the first shinobi. He created the original forms of jutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, fuinjutsu and kinjutsu. It's a very dangerous dojutsu, Jiraiya explained. Who is Nagato? Naruto asked him. Nagato was an old student of mine. I heard he died a while back, but he also had the Rinnegan. It's rumored that the Rinnegan always appears when the world becomes corrupt. It's capable of being both a godlike force and an all-obliterating instrument of destruction. I never thought I would see one again. I never wanted to see one again, Jiraiya continued. What should I do? Naruto asked hesitantly. For now keep the fact that you have those eyes a secret. We don't want any of the other countries finding out yet, and we definitely don't need Orochimaru taking an interest in you, Jiraiya told the blonde. Naruto gulped but nodded. Sure thing, Arrow Sennin. Jiraiya paused for a moment before letting out a sigh. Alright, let's see if we can get you some semblance of control over the Rinnegan, and maybe Kyuubi's chakra. Fire Country, Konoha Chunin Exam Arena. The day of the exam finals, the entire village was abuzz with activity, but none more than the arena itself. People from all over the elemental countries had come to watch the tournament, where the strongest genin from the various villages came to see if they could be promoted. Among them were the members of the infamous Konoha 12, as they were being called now. The Hokage, Kasuke, and surprising the Raikage, had shown up to watch the tournament even though he didn't have anyone participating in the exam. When asked why he was there, he just said that he came to watch the tournament. The participant soon arrived and stood in the middle of the field, but Uchiha Sasuke, the heir to the Uchiha clan, had yet to arrive. Silently Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed Kakashi constant lateness. Why did he have to be late now of all times? Sasuke-kun still not here, Ino said as she looked down from the audience. Sakura remained silent beside her as she thought about her missing teammate. Ino nudged her. Hey. I know you're worried about Sasuke-kun, but Naruto's match is first, so why don't you stop fretting and cheer him on? Sakura turned to look at her old friend and smiled. Yeah. The first match of the Chunin exams will now begin. Will Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto step forward while the other competitors go the fighter's box to wait until it is your turn, said the examiner, Genma. As the other participants left, the two Ino couldn't help but say, he's up against Neji, can he actually win against him? I don't know, Sakura said honestly as she remembered their mission to Wave Country and their time in the Forest of Death. She smiled slightly, but he won't go down easy. The kid doesn't stand a chance, he's fighting a Hyuga, someone in the audience spoke up and several others agreed with him. Kiba just grinned slightly at that. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Look at what happened though, I got my ass kicked. Up in the cage box, the three assembled cages looked down at the two fighters. So that's the Hyuga progeny? Asked the Raikage. Hiruzen nodded slightly. Yes, he is. His father was the one that died during the incident with your predecessor Raikage Dono. The Raikage nodded in understand. I'm sure the boy must hold much animosity towards our village. The boy will have an easy win, spoke the Kasuke. Hiruzen let a small smirk grace his lips. We shall see. The Raikage looked over at his bodyguard, a 13-year-old Kumo Chunin by the name of Ni Yugito. What is it, Yugito-chan? Grandfather, that blonde boy, I sense a great power within him, the blonde girl whispered to him. The Raikage nodded and whispered back, yes, I feel it too. Yugito nodded. What should we do? The Raikage just smiled at his granddaughter. Just watch this tournament closely. I vow to win, Naruto spoke as he thrust out his hand towards Neji. He remembered his meeting with Hinata back in the training field before he came to stadium and silently swore that he would do everything within his power to defeat Neji. You appear to believe you can win, Neji chuckled in amusement. You cannot change destiny though, fate has already decided the outcome of this match. I cannot wait to see your eyes when you realize the truth, he continued as he settled into his Juken stance. Naruto just grinned in response. Whatever. Let's go wild. Let the first match of the Chunin exam finals begin, now. Genma called out as he jumped out of the way of the two. Almost immediately Naruto made a hand seal, Tajukage Bunshin on Jutsu. 20 shadow clones popped into existence in front of Naruto and he called out, charge. The kid knows the Tajukage Bunshin on Jutsu, that's a Jonin level Kinjutsu, where did he learn that, and more importantly how can he use it so effortlessly? Izumo asked as he observed the fight. I don't understand, he can't even pull off a simple Bunshin no Jutsu, how can he use a more powerful version of the technique? Asked Kotetsu in confusion. The fool, Neji thought as the clones charged. He activated his Byakugan and smirked at the oncoming one-man army. His clones have an equal amount of chakra in them, so I am unable to ascertain which one is the real one, but you cannot fool my eyes. He dodged the attacks the clones sent at him and charged right at Naruto, the one who hangs back while his clones fight is the real one. He lands a Juken strike at Naruto's heart and sends him crashing into the nearby tree. It's over. The Naruto, he hit however suddenly disappeared in a poof of smoke a moment later. What? The ground below at his feet suddenly parted as Naruto emerged and landed a solid blow to the Hyuga's chin, sending him flying back. Now good enough. Neji recovered however and shot the blonde a glare. I came into this match knowing I'd probably lose, but I hate it when bastards like you say there is no hope at all, so I won't take it lying down. Naruto shouted at him. How did you do it? I always kept my eyes on your original body, Neji asked with a glare. Do you really think I was using those clones to fight you? I was just using them to find out what you were made of. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to fight a Hyuga in close combat without an ace up my sleeve? Naruto shot back with a grin. This ignorant little, Neji trailed off as his eyes narrowed. The clones also served another purpose, Naruto stated. And what might that be? Asked the Hyuga progeny. To find out if there was gap in your line of sight, the blonde answered truthfully. What? Neji turned swiftly in surprise but was unprepared for one of Naruto's clones to land a rather powerful punch to his face. The blow sent him flying back with the clones in pursuit. He located the gap in my eyesight with his clones. Finish him now, Naruto shouted to his clones as they took out their weapons to finish the job. I have no choice, I must use that jutsu, Neji thought as he touched back down on solid ground and expelled chakra from all over his body. Kaden, he called out as he spun and encased himself in a large ball of spinning chakra. The clones were destroyed in moments. He's really pushing Neji into a corner, Ino said in disbelief. Go Naruto. Sakura cheered at seeing her teammate beating the Hyuga. I don't believe it, Izumo said, not believing what he was seeing. This kid, Katetsu muttered under his breath as he watched Neji execute a Kaden. That plan was worthy of a practical joke, Izumo said as he let a small grin form on his lips. Impressive, the Raikage commented as the Hokage smiled slightly. The boy thought up a plan almost instantly to throw off his opponent, he continued. Hiruzen nodded slightly at that. The boy continues to surprise me as well. The Kazekage remained silent as he kept his calculating eyes on the arena below. This guy, Yugito thought from the side as she watched the match. Do you see how you cannot change destiny? My fate is to win this match. You cannot stand against fate, Neji told him. Naruto remained silent, so he continued, I have had enough of your games, I shall end this now. He charged forward faster than Naruto could react, Hake Rokuji and Sho. The blonde genin couldn't help but stand there as he was battered by Neji's barrage of strikes. Every strike felt like he had been hit by hundreds of needles at once, and he soon found himself being sent flying back by Neji's final open palm strike to his chest. He coughed up some blood as his body hit the ground and Neji smirked at his handiwork. It's over, the Hyuga progeny said in finality. He's done for, Izumo sighed at seeing the brutal attack. I guess I should have expected this outcome, Ino shook her head as she leaned back. Naruto, Sakura thought as she remembered what he had done in the preliminaries. He is a very entertaining boy, but he is still no match for a genius, the Kazekage spoke in slight amusement at seeing the blonde genin go down. Hiruzen remained silent as he sent a sideways glance at his fellow Kage. It's almost like he's referring to someone else. The Raikage didn't speak, instead opting to just watch. Somehow I doubt it's over, that was too easy. Proctor, call the match. He's not getting up, Neji stated confidently. Sadly, reality didn't agree with him. Naruto rose a moment later. He glowed red as an enormous amount of crimson chakra erupted from his body. Wanna bet? How? Neji asked as he took a step back at seeing the red chakra. He focused in on its source and his eyes widened further. Was that a fox? Eros Sennin told me not to use the Rinnegan unless I had to. I guess I'll just have to stick with the furball's chakra, Naruto thought as the chakra encased his body in what looked like flames. He clenched his as he settled his gaze on his opponent. Now do you understand, bastard? I had you beat from the start. I just wanted you to show me your trump cards first so I knew what to expect. Neji's eyes widened at that. He had this planned from the start. He's a Jinchuriki, the Raikage spoke as he watched the match. Yes, I believe it's the Kyuubi, Yugito said barely above a whisper. This will be interesting, the Raikage smirked as he continued to watch. This chakra, when did he learn to control it in a stable form? Did Kakashi teach him this? Were the thoughts running through Hiruzen's head? The Kazekage continued to watch in silent anger. Naruto cocked his fist back and then threw it out at Neji. A moment later the air around his fist rippled and was propelled towards where Neji stood. The Hyuga progeny could barely dodge as the shockwave blew away the ground he had been standing on just moments ago. Just then Naruto shot forward faster than he had been before and Neji turned swiftly to intercept him. A moment later Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed, surprising Neji, and he couldn't turn in time to block the punch that connected with his face. He's faster than before. What's going on here? Neji thought as he recovered from the blow, but couldn't stop the follow-up attacks that Naruto delivered one after another. I have to keep in close and not let him escape, Naruto thought as he delivered yet another punch to the young Hyuga's face. It's no good, Neji thought as he began to spin with chakra erupting from him. Kaden. Naruto jumped away to avoid the boy's ultimate defense. You cannot defeat me. Fate will not allow it, he told the blonde. It may be the Hyuga way to cave into destiny, but it's not mine. If you believe that you can't change it, then don't try, just stand there and take it. Naruto shouted as he threw out a punch Neji, which sent a shockwave at him. Kaden. The Hyuga progeny spun as he released a large amount of chakra. The shockwave slammed into his chakra barrier and was harmlessly deflected. What a fool, direct assaults don't work on me. Now, Naruto shot forward faster than the average eye could see, and just as Neji powered down his jutsu, Naruto struck. You shouldn't let your guard down. The blonde shouted as he cocked his fist back. There's not enough time to use the Kaden again. He had this planned. Neji's eyes widened as Naruto came within range. There was an echoing slam as Naruto's fist connected with Neji's unprotected face. The Hyuga progeny couldn't even register that he had been sent flying through the air before crashing hard into the stadium wall. He dropped out of the hole in the wall and collapsed on the ground a moment later. I am defeated, Neji thought as he tried to remain conscious. He looked up to see Naruto towering over his beaten form. I was careless. For the record, I failed the academy exam 3 times. Because unluckily for me there was always one jutsu on the exam, the Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto told him, making his eyes go wide. My clones were pathetic, they still are, he continued. Neji looked up at him surprised, but you. The reason I can't create regular clones is because I have too much chakra to make them. That's why I can create Jonin-level shadow clones so easily. That's what you saw today, not my weaknesses but my strengths. Hinata is the same way, you always see her weaknesses but never her strengths. For someone who is supposed to be able to see everything, you sure are blind, Naruto told him. Don't come to me with this destiny stuff, because unlike me you're not a failure, he finished with a grin and turned away. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto, the examiner declared as he gestured towards the orange-clad blonde genin. Chapter 2, The Fox and the Raccoon. Fire Country, Konoha Chunin Exam Arena. He won, Sakura shouted and the crowd burst into cheers. How did he, did you see that? Ino asked as she saw Naruto walk off towards the exit with his arm held up high, acknowledgement as he moved. Of course I did, Sakura told her as she saw Genma say a few words to Neji before the medics took him away. I can't believe the kid actually won, Izumo said as he watched. Kotetsu nodded at that. I can't believe he was able to use its chakra in a stable form. Who would teach him something like that though? Not everyone is able to actually teach someone how to control a power like that, Izumo asked. I don't know, but whoever it is did a hell of a job, Kotetsu stated as Naruto got back to the examinee's box. Yugito smirked like a cat as it stalks a mouse. He's not bad. The Raikage let a wry smile creep its way onto his face. He's interesting. A bit reckless, but if he's given enough training he could be a very formidable adversary. He kind of reminds me of them now that I think about it. Who, grandfather? Yugito asked him curiously. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, the Raikage whispered to her. Yugito looked at him wide-eyed. Wait, his surname is Uzumaki, you don't think that he... The Raikage chuckled slightly. I have never heard of a blonde-haired Uzumaki before, it makes you wonder. The others in the box however weren't paying any attention to them since they were already deep in their own thoughts. Very good Naruto-kun, you will definitely make Chunin if I have anything to say about it, the Hokage thought as he looked down on the competitor's box. That brat, I must make sure he dies today. He could become a problem for me in the future if I leave him alone, the Cage thought as he stared down on at the arena waiting for the next match to begin. In the stands a disguised Kabuto stood confused since his master had not given the signal to start the invasion by now. He had thought it was because Sasuke was not there so he could keep an eye on the boy, but now, it was almost like his master was waiting for something. The genin cast his gaze towards where Naruto was talking to his Nara friend in the competitor's box and narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru-sama must want you dead Naruto-kun if he's postponed the invasion, Kabuto thought. The next match was supposed to be between Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaku no Gaara. It turned out however that Sasuke hadn't shown up, so his match was pushed back to last, much to frustration of the other competitors, though each of them for different reasons. The next match was between Nara Shikamaru and Sabaku no Tamari. Let's just say it was mostly one-sided. Shikamaru had thought up multiple strategies on top of strategies and finally managed to catch Temari in his shadow jutsu, which rendered her practically defeated. He of course forfeited a moment later, saying it was too troublesome to continue. The match after that was supposed to be between Aburame Shino and Sabaku no Kankuro. That didn't happen, however. Kankuro had forfeited before the match even began, and almost instantly Shino and Shikamaru knew something was up. Shino discreetly drained Temari and Kankuro of chakra, though his bugs refused to go near Gaara for some reason. Apparently his chakra was foul by bug standards. The final match of the quarter-finals finally began, however, between Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaku no Gaara. Sasuke had arrived just in time, though at the very last second, after being given another 5 minutes to arrive with Kakashi. By now Naruto, Shikamaru and Shino had come up to the stands and had met up with their friends. It turns out that Hinata had been healed by some Anbu that was in the stadium during Naruto's match with Neji. "Hey Naruto," Kakashi said as he approached his blonde student. Naruto looked over his shoulder and greeted him. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, how are you?" The copy nin nodded as they turned their attention towards the match. "I'm alright. I'm sorry I couldn't train you for the finals Naruto, but I had other matters to attend to." Naruto nodded as he clenched his fists. "Yeah, like teaching Sasuke cool jutsus, I bet." Kakashi looked saddened for a moment before saying, "Hey now Naruto, I didn't." "Chidori," Sasuke called out from the arena as his fist was engulfed in lightning. "You were saying," Naruto growled under his breath. He needed it in order to effectively fight Gaara, Kakashi said, trying to defend himself as he saw his prized student move to attack a ball of sand that Gaara was now encased in. "Hey," Naruto chuckled slightly. "What's so funny?" Kakashi asked with a raised eyebrow. "It's funny because even with that new jutsu of his, he won't win," Naruto said with an almost darkened chuckle. "Why is it that you believe that?" the copy nin asked as his eyes narrowed. Naruto shot him a small smirk. "Because he's fighting a demon container, we're not easily beaten by a thing like that." Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as he saw Sasuke was forced to back off after he landed his Chidori attack. Sand erupted from the sphere that protected Gaara and began to batter the weakened Sasuke, much to the shock of the crowd. Just as Gaara was about to deal the finishing blow, Kakashi jumped down and retrieved his student as Genma called the match. After Kakashi laid Sasuke down in the stands next to a now tearful Sakura, Gaara called out to the stands, "Come out Uzumaki Naruto. Mother wants your blood." The stadium fell silent at the proclamation before the sound of footsteps could be heard. Naruto had turned and begun moving towards the stairs. "Naruto, you can't seriously be thinking of fighting that monster, are you? Look at what he did to Sasuke-kun," Sakura shouted in disbelief. Naruto just chuckled with his back towards her and the rest of the Rookie 9, as they were called. "A monster, huh? You have no idea." He just kept walking, and made to pass his sensei. "Naruto, you should forfeit. Gaara is not an ordinary shinobi, even I would be hard-pressed to defeat him," Kakashi told him truthfully. Naruto just shook his head and passed by his sensei in a heartbeat. "I can't do that, sensei. I can feel it. He's someone like me. I have to find out which one of us chose the right path." "Alright then, good luck," the copy nin whispered as he watched his blonde student head down the stairs. "Was that really such a good idea, Kakashi?" Asuma asked him with a raised eyebrow. "Watch this match carefully and you'll find out the answer," was all Kakashi said as he turned his attention back down to the arena floor. Naruto reached the walkout on the arena floor while keeping his eyes on his opponent. The red-haired boy had a crazed look on his face which described his anger at not being allowed to kill the Uchiha in his last match. Naruto wouldn't admit it, but he was actually afraid of Gaara for the sheer power he possessed and the fact that he would kill anyone who caught his interest. Gaara was holding his head slightly with one hand and the other was clutching the closing wound that Sasuke had done to him during the last match. Sasuke really did a number on this guy, Naruto mused as he saw the wound. "Begin," Genma called out as he jumped away from the two fighters. Almost immediately Gaara sent a large cluster of sand at Naruto at high speeds, which Naruto tried to dodge as it came at him. He rolled under another line of sand and jumped onto the side of the arena wall while using chakra to stick to it. Enough dodging, Naruto thought as he jumped off of the wall to avoid another cluster of sand from pummeling him. He made a hand seal and immediately 7 clones popped into existence beside him. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. "Hold still Uzumaki Naruto," Gaara said, crazed as he unleashed a wave of sand upon the clones. "Ryusa Bakuryu," he called out as he attacked. The clones were wiped out in matter of seconds, but so was Naruto, as well, leaving the arena barren beside himself. "Come out Uzumaki Naruto." 3 clones appeared around him and attacked one at a time. The first was stabbed with a lance of sand, the second was cut in half and the last was slammed down onto the ground. It all happened in a matter of seconds, but it was just a distraction, and a test of sorts. A moment later Gaara turned only for Naruto to appear and deliver a solid punch to the Sunanin's face. Gaara grunted as he flew back several feet before skidding slightly and regaining his balance. He was testing how long it takes my sand to move. A crack had formed on his cheek which signified that the layer of sand that protected his body had been hit. This guy, how do I beat him? While I got friends who helped with my loneliness, he remained alone all this time, Naruto thought as he stared at his opponent. Only then can you be truly strong. The distant memory echoed through his mind and his eyes hardened. What did he say? I can't remember, he growled in thought and watched as Gaara began to laugh. Now what? Gaara's laughter grew as sand began to creep up his body and engulfed him. It consumed him as his chaotic laughter echoed through the stadium until the sand took the shape of a raccoon with diamond-like eyes. You're interesting, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara roared as he jumped towards the blonde. What is this feeling? Naruto thought as he felt anxiety, dread and also excitement was it. He didn't know. What he did know however was that every part of him was screaming to fight and win. He jumped back as Gaara crashed down on where he was standing a moment ago. For some reason I don't want to lose to this guy. What's he doing? He's a sitting duck, Kiba growled as he watched the match. I am unsure, Shino commented puzzled also. Quote. He's trying to find a reason to fight, Kakashi explained to the assembled group. A reason? What good will that do? Kiba asked surprised. The copy nin sighed and shook his head. If you were in his position, what would you fight for? Well the Inuzuka genin thought about it for a moment before answer. Well I guess, my family and friends. I mean I wouldn't want to let them down or nothing. Exactly, Naruto is the same way but in this case he doesn't really have a reason to fight and so can't win against Gaara as he is now, Kakashi finished. What about Neji then? He beat Neji in the first round so he must have a reason, Ino spoke up. Kakashi sighed with a nod, his reason for that was most likely for Hinata-san back in the preliminaries. Hey take a look, he's fighting back again, Sakura said catching their attention. Watch this match carefully, you're about to see exactly what Naruto is capable of, Kakashi said with a grin under his mask surprising the assembled genin and jonin. What does he mean by that? The genin asked in thought. Do you have someone precious to you? I understand now, Naruto whispered as he stood up. When a person has something they want to protect, that's when they become truly strong. I've been seeing his face since this fight started but I couldn't seem to remember what he said or who he was. Now I know though, I will not lose to you. Naruto shouted as he started making hand seals as fast as he could. Come on, I just need to summon one of the lower toads, he thought as he slammed his open palm down on the ground. Kuchio's no jutsu, called out as a small red toad appeared in front of him. Hey bro, you must be Naruto. I've been told about you, the toad spoke. Gaara laughed at the sight and crossed his arms, this is what you bring forth to aid you. Pathetic. Soon a shuriken. He let loose a volley of sand at him in the shape of a cluster of shuriken. Hold on, Naruto shouted as he grabbed a hold of the toad and jumped to avoid the volley. He grunted in pain as 3 of the sand shurikens grazed his shoulder and leg. Damn. You okay bro? The toad asked slightly worried. Naruto just chuckled in response since his wounds had already healed. I'm just fine, stay out of trouble until I need you. Run and hide, I gotcha. The name's Gamakichi just so you know, Gamakichi did a mock salute and jumped away towards the nearby tree. Alright you, playtime's over, Naruto said as crimson chakra erupted from his body and engulfed him in what appeared to be flames. Let's go wild. Well at least we know who trained him, Kakashi said as he grinned under his mask. Of course only Jiraiya-sama could have to summon toads and control that chakra, he finished. Guy nodded at his side having assumed his thinking pose, even so, to actually be able to use it in a stable form. Asuma nodded, everyone from Konoha is in shock at seeing him wield it like this. That's 2 trump cards he's used in this match, that chakra and his summoning, I wonder if he's got anything else, Kakashi mused as he watched the 2 fighters charge at one another. Not likely, Katetsu said from the side. Kakashi just grinned under his mask, oh I wouldn't be so sure of that. Still I wonder why Jiraiya-sama would teach a genin let alone him of all people, Asuma wondered aloud. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the man for a second, Naruto is no ordinary child. We are aware of that Kakashi-san, Kurenai stated. Kakashi just shook his head, no you aren't. There are things about Naruto that no one in Konoha can understand, things that are far bigger than the burden he carries and would shake this village to its very foundations. He fell silent allowing the other jonin to think about what he had said. The small shockwave blew Gaara back but he landed in a crouch and recovered in moments. A second later Naruto appeared in front of him and landed a kick to his sand-covered head. He slammed hard into the arena wall, leaving a small crater in his wake. Almost instantly Naruto was in front of him again and punched him into the wall with his red chakra-covered fist. Dust shot out from where they stood when he landed the blow, but it cleared just as fast. Naruto grabbed Gaara's sand tail and swung him round before slamming him into the wall again with even greater force. After a few more seconds passed, Naruto was blown back by Gaara's large sand claw and landed sprawled at the base of the nearby tree. "Bro," Gamakichi asked as he saw his summoner stand up. "I'm fine, he's tough," Naruto told him as he saw Gaara stand up also. "Ha ha ha ha." Gaara laugh echoed throughout the stadium as sand began to gather around him. "You amuse me, Uzumaki Naruto," he continued to laugh as the sand engulfed him in a column of sorts. "Now what is he doing?" Naruto asked in thought before the column of sand suddenly exploded upwards and outwards. "Damn," he thought as he scrambled for cover. After the dust settled, he stepped out from behind the tree he had used with Gamakichi now resting on his head. Well shit. Where Gaara once stood now stood a 40-foot-tall tanuki made of sand. This just got a lot harder. Bro, how do you plan on beating this guy?" Gamakichi asked him nervously. "I'm working on it." Chapter 3, The Eyes. Fire Country, Konoha Chunin Exam Arena. "What the hell is that?" Ino asked in a shout as she saw most of the higher-ranking ninja around them looking like they were having a panic attack. "That is a demon," Kakashi said simply. "What?" Ino asked in fear. "It's the Ikibi no Tanuki, also known as Suna no Shukaku," Guy explained further. "It's one of the Biju, albeit the weakest of the 9, with Kyuubi being the strongest," Asuma told the genin. "This battle has just risen to a whole other level," Kakashi stated as he looked down towards his blonde student. "Dobi," Sasuke thought, having regained consciousness. "Naruto," Sakura thought worriedly. "Shouldn't we stop this?" Kurenai asked the other jonin. Kakashi however shook his head. "No, let's see how this plays out." "So they are both Jinchuriki, interesting, I wonder what level they are both currently at," the Raikage mused upon seeing the giant sand tanuki. "I think they're on my level, grandfather, judging by how they're fighting right now," Yugito commented. The Raikage nodded in agreement. They are both on the Chunin level normally, but when they access their inner powers like this, they look to be on the Jonin level. "What should we do, grandfather?" the Kumo Chunin asked him. "Nothing yet," he answered as he returned his attention to the match. Beside him the Hokage watched in interest, having not expected this outcome. Suna sent a Jinchuriki into the exam, I wonder why. Especially one with such a poor containment seal, it's almost like they were planning to use him for something, but what? No, this isn't going like I had planned at all, the Cage thought angrily as he watched the match progress. "Have you got a plan, bro?" Gamakichi asked hopefully. Naruto nodded as he bit his thumb and started making hand seals, just one. "It will take all of Kyuubi's chakra I currently have to use though," he added mentally as he finished. He slammed his open palm down on the ground and called out, "Kuchio's no jutsu." There was a sudden explosion of smoke from where he was standing, and the next thing he knew he was standing on a 40-foot toad he knew all too well. Gamabunta, the boss of the toads. He had of course drained every last bit of Kyuubi's chakra he possessed to do it without harming himself, which left him a bit drained physically, but he still had his normal chakra reserves left, so he wasn't complaining. "What the hell is that?" Kiba asked upon seeing the giant toad in samurai robes with a large dagger at his side. "That is the boss toad Gamabunta, I never thought I'd see him again," Kakashi said surprised. "That last time he has been seen by anyone from Konoha was 12 years ago on the night the Yondaime Hokage defeated the Kyuubi no Kitsune," Asuma explained to the genin. "Really?" Sakura asked, having never read about that detail. "Grandfather, isn't that," Yugito began. "Yes," the Raikage interrupted. "No genin should have the chakra too," she tried to finish. "I know," he interrupted again, already knowing what she was going to say. "Jiraiya Dono definitely has been teaching this boy. Naruto Kunyu," Hiruzen trailed off in thought upon seeing the giant toad. This damned brat, the Cage, was seething at the sight unnoticed to the other occupants of the booth. The two large creatures had all but taken up all of the room in the stadium, with only a small, by their standards, gap between them. The toad poofed his smoking pipe and looked up to the figure that stood on his head. The one that reminded him of his previous summoner. "Not you again, boy, what do you want?" Gamabunta asked, annoyed. Naruto looked down into his eyes with a look of disbelief. "Do you not see the giant tanuki in front of you?" Gamabunta turned his gaze towards the monstrous sand creature and narrowed his eyes. "That's Shukaku." I need your help, Naruto said simply as he looked over at where Shukaku stood with Gaara now visibly standing on top of it. And what makes you think I'll help you fight him of all things? The last time I fought a Biju I received this scar on my eye, Gamabunta told him. Oh come on Pops, don't be like that. Help the kid out would ya? Gamakichi asked from on Naruto's head. Pops, wait, you two are father and son. Why have I heard none of this? The blonde genin asked surprised. And what are you doing here Gamakichi? Gamabunta inquired when he saw the toad that was his son. Well I came out to play a while back but, that guy over there started bullying me, Gamakichi answered as he pointed towards the giant sand demon. What? Gamabunta droned as he drew his dagger. Alright boy, I'll help you out this once but you owe me a drink, the toad boss said and Naruto nodded in understanding. As for you, Gamabunta took 2 steps forward surprisingly quickly considering his size and sliced Shukaku's right arm clean off. No one attacks my son and gets away with it, he shouted as he backed off to avoid the counterattack and the sand arm dissolved. Ha 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 ha. Gaara laughed insanely as he made a hand seal. You amuse me Uzumaki Naruto but your entertainment has come to an end. Tanuki Niri no Jutsu. His body fell unconscious in a matter of seconds as Shukaku's eyes sparked with life. Ha 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 ha. Shukaku's laughter echoed throughout the stadium scaring the crowd and everyone else. That's the demon, Naruto asked in disbelief at seeing the clearly mad Tanuki. Gamabunta simply stared impassively. Yes. That's Shukaku, he was always the craziest of the Biju. Believe it, Naruto said weakly as Shukaku's gaze settled on them. Oh goody, my first victims, Shukaku chuckled and inhaled a large amount of air. Kid, we're going to jump, Gamabunta told him. What? Naruto asked surprised only to find that the toad boss had jumped high into the air. Futon. Rinnegan. Shukaku bellowed as he exhaled a large ball of concentrated wind at where the toad boss had stood just moments ago. The blast exploded with tremendous force through the wall which immediately leveled it. You won't escape. He shouted crazed as tracked them and launched another attack. Futon. Rinnegan. Boss. Naruto shouted upon seeing the 3 monstrous attacks coming at them. I see them. Suiten. Teppadama no Jutsu. Gamabunta called out as he released 2 condensed blasts of water downwards. Is this a fight or a storm? Ino shouted as the 2 attacks collided and sent water spraying everywhere like it was raining. Go Naruto. Sakura cheered seeing her teammate winning. Damn it looks like they missed one, Kiba growled as they all saw one of the wind balls continue on towards the toad boss high in the sky. Well this is turning into quite the battle, the Raikage commented upon seeing the attacks the 2 were throwing at each other. Who do you think will win grandfather? Yugito asked him. The Raikage remained silent but the smirk remained on his face as he returned his attention to the fight. You missed one boss, Naruto shouted as he saw the wind blast coming towards them at high velocity. Damn, Gamabunta grunted knowing there was nothing he could do. This isn't going to be pretty, Gamakichi said as he covered his eyes. Time suddenly seemed to freeze for a moment as Naruto closed his eyes and breathed slowly. He slowly opened his eyes having sent chakra to them and they now looked like they had rings around the pupils and turned the color gray. Time returned to normal as he pointed his hand down towards the wind attack and whispered 2 simple words. Shinra Tensai. Almost immediately the wind bullet dissipated into nothingness and Gamabunta fell back towards the ground. He landed in a crouch at the other end of the stadium and grinned as he looked up at his summoner. Naruto stood firm on the toad boss's head with his eyes glowing slightly gray and his jacket was now open and swishing slightly in the wind, just like his previous summoner. Those eyes, Shukaku shook slightly upon seeing them. The Rinnegan, he growled out no longer amused. What happened? Ino asked confused. What's up with Naruto's eyes? Kiba asked as he tried to get a better look at them. He's using chakra in his eyes, Hinata stuttered out. Why? Sakura asked confused. That's the Kakashi eyes widened as he heard what the sand demon had said. The Rinnegan, the first Dujutsu and has only ever belonged to the first shinobi. The Rakudo Sennin and the man who founded the shinobi world, Asuma explained just as surprised as everyone else. Wait you're saying the Dobi has a bloodline? Kiba asked looked between the Jonin. Apparently so, Kakashi answered trying to calm himself. Why wasn't I told? Dobi, Sasuke's eyes narrowed in anger at this little piece of information. What is that grandfather? Yugito asked as she looked where Naruto stood on Gamabunta's head. That is the Rinnegan, an extremely powerful Dujutsu and I think it is the reason my brother asked me to attend this little event. He did say he felt something unusual coming from Konoha, now I know what he meant, the Raikage explained. There's no doubt about it, that's the Rinnegan but how is that possible? Neither Minato-kun nor Kushina-chan had it so wide as Naruto-kun have it. 100 thoughts and questions ran through the Hokage's head as he tried to understand what was happening. How can that failure have that dujutsu? I cannot let him live, he could very well become an even bigger annoyance than Pain, the Kage thought angrily as he weighed his options. Believe it, Naruto grinned as did Gamabunta and Gamakichi. Yeah, the young toad cheered and jumped off the boy's head as his father dashed forward and crossed the stadium in a matter of seconds. They took up most of it. Shukaku raised his one arm and made to backhand the oncoming toad when he suddenly found his left sand arm blown off of his body. Shinra Tensai. Naruto called out, having used his gravity manipulation to destroy the arm. He panted slightly, having used up most of his chakra reserves doing so many high-ranking jutsu plus accessing Kyuubi's chakra. Grab him now. Right. Gamabunta shouted in acknowledgement and proceeded to grab onto Shukaku's shoulders. Go. Naruto jumped towards where Gaara stood unconscious on the sand creature's head. Wakey wakey. Naruto called out as he landed a solid punch to the unprotected redhead's face. Rise and shine. He slid down the Tanuki's nose as Gaara seemed to shake for a moment. Wake up, you bastard. Gaara's eyes snapped open and he immediately glared at the blonde for waking him. You had enough yet? Naruto asked as he suddenly started to move again. Not so fast. Gaara bellowed as sand shot up, trying to encase Naruto. Shit, Naruto thought as he raised both of his hands in opposite directions. Shinra Tensai. Her called out as the sand was blasted away with pure gravity. He continued running up towards where Gaara stood while dodging the spears of sand that were sent at him. I have to get in closer, I'm dead. Hold still, roared the Ikibi Jinchuriki as the entire Shukaku body tried to break free of Gamabunta's hold. Hurry up, kid, I can't hold him for long, Gamabunta grunted as he tried to hold on. My existence will not end here, Gaara shouted as Naruto jumped up towards where he was located. Shinra Tensai. He called out as he blasted the sand away that tried to intercept him and landed yet another solid punch to the Sunanin's unprotected face. Got you, he grinned as the sand tanuki started to crack around them before finally it all fell down and dissolved. We'll be going now, kid, come on Gamakichi, Gamabunta said before he and his son disappeared in a large poof of smoke. The two shinobi touched down on the now sand-covered ground and sluggishly they both climbed to their feet. Gaara raised his hand towards Naruto and had the sand at the blonde's feet surround him. Sabaku Q. He clamped his fist together and called out, Sabaku Soso. Shinra Tensai. Naruto shouted as he blasted the sand away from him along the rest of the sand within a 20-feet radius. Those eyes won't help you here. Gaara shouted in anger as he charged forward, having expended the last of his chakra. Naruto swung his arm out towards him and shouted, Shinra Tensai. Gaara immediately found himself being pulled backwards by an invisible force, crashed through the nearby tree which surprisingly had remained standing throughout the clash between the two giants from before. Gaara tried to stand but couldn't find the strength to do so and collapsed onto the ground, unable to move. Are you done yet? Naruto asked, exhaustion clear in his voice. My existence won't be extinguished. I won't allow it. The Ikibi Jinchuriki cried out, almost terrified as Naruto slowly and sluggishly made his way towards him. The pain of being alone. It's not trivial, I understand, but I won't allow you to hurt those that are important to me, Naruto told him as looked down at the fallen Sunanin. Why do you go so far for others? Gaara asked, not understanding. Because they saved me from my own darkness, someone once told me, when a person has something they want to protect. That's when they become truly strong, Naruto answered truthfully. Gaara simply stared at him for a moment before he said, I see, I cannot win. Genma approached the two and upon hearing Gaara's declaration held up his hand to where Naruto stood. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. He won. Choji cried out happily and the crowd burst into cheers around him. He actually went and did it, Ino commented in disbelief at her side. Nice one, Naruto. Kiba cheered at seeing his friend's victory. Naruto-kun, Hinata smiled down at where the blonde stood. He won. Yugito asked, not believing her eyes. He actually won. She let a smile grace her features as she stared down the boy. Why, Yugito-chan, if I didn't know any better I would say you had a crush on the young lad, the Raikage commented innocently. Don't be ridicule's grandfather, Yugito stuttered in protest as her cheeks turned slightly red. You're blushing, the Raikage teased. I am not, she said forcefully. Well, I hope you get used to the idea of working with him, because if my plan works out you will be seeing a lot more of him, the Raikage smirked, making her look at him in confusion. Well done, Naruto-kun, though I have to wonder why the Rinnegan would be awakened in you, thought the man who was nicknamed the God of Shinobi. I must begin the attack now, the Kage thought frantically. Naruto swayed slightly but was caught by a red blur which he quickly recognized as Jiraiya of the Sannin. Great work kid, keep this up and you'll reach your dream in no time at all. Spoke the Gama Senin confidently. Arrow Senin, Naruto asked weakly as his eyes closed. Jiraiya nodded as he laid his godson down on the ground to avoid injury. Sleep now kid. You earned it. Moments later though, a large purple barrier went up around the roof of the cage's booth and a genjutsu fell upon the stadium. This marked the beginning of what later became the Suna Oto invasion. As a combined attack force of Oto and Suna nins launched a strike on the village hidden in the leaves. Chapter 4, Enter the Cat. Fire Country, Konoha Hospital. Naruto groaned as the morning sun shone through the open window. He sat up with another groan and rubbed his tired eyes before checking his surroundings. The room was white and he knew from experience that it was the hospital. Even if the villagers didn't physically hurt him, he was still an orphan and used to get injured at times. You're awake brat, that's good, a voice said from the window and he turned his head swiftly towards it. Arrow Senin, Naruto said cheerfully. What are you doing here? To see you of course, what? Didn't think I'd stop by and see how my student was doing. Jiraiya asked with mock hurt. Naruto grumbled at that. I bet you'd rather be off peeking though. Jiraiya grinned but his expression suddenly saddened. True. But I can't right now. Tell me, what is the last thing you remember Naruto? Naruto rested a hand on his head before answering. I remember, that I beat Gaara but then, it's a blank. That's when you passed out from exhaustion, Jiraiya told him. Nice work with the Kuchio's no jutsu by the way though I wish you didn't use it in the middle of the stadium. Be glad no one was hurt because you'd be in a cell right now instead of a hospital bed, Jiraiya told him. Sorry, Naruto said weakly. Don't worry about it, you got off lucky, said the Gama Senin. He shook his head before he continued, that jutsu of yours. What did you call it? Shinra Tensai. Naruto nodded at that. That's easily an S-rank jutsu and an extremely powerful one at that. I have an S-rank jutsu. Heh believe it, Naruto said with a grin. Jiraiya however had other ideas on the matter. You weren't able to control it properly though. I was watching you at the end, your gravity manipulation still needs some work. Naruto nodded saddened, I know. The Gama Senin sighed at that. We'll work on that later, maybe we can work on attracting objects instead of blowing everything away like you've been doing. Who won by the way? Naruto asked knowing that he couldn't have continued fighting in the condition he was in. No one, Konoha was almost destroyed right after your match, the Gama Senin told him. Naruto eyes widened at that. What do you mean almost destroyed? What happened? Suna and Oto launched a combined attack on Konoha right after your match finished. We won and beat them back before they did too much damage but, there were casualties, Jiraiya said grimly. Who died? Naruto rarely stuttered but he couldn't help it. My former sensei, the Sandaime Hokage, answered the Gama Senin. The old man is, damn it, Naruto clenched his fists as images of the man he had thought of as a grandfather flashed through his mind. How did he was interrupted swiftly. It was my traitorous teammate, Orochimaru. He killed Sarutobi-sensei with the aid of his Oto nins, Jiraiya answered already knowing what he was going to ask. He'll pay for that, Naruto told him. Jiraiya nodded in understanding, his time will come but not right now. So what do we do now? Naruto asked wondering where they would go from here. Well I'm heading out to find an old friend of mine. Her name's Tsunade, the council wants her to become the Godime Hokage, Jiraiya said with a sigh. A new Hokage, Naruto trailed off not knowing his thoughts on the matter. I'm also taking you along Chunin Uzumaki, Jiraiya added with a grin. Naruto's eyes widened at what he had said, I made Chunin. Jiraiya nodded in confirmation, you defeated the Suna Jinchuriki before a planned invasion. Of course you made Chunin kid. Thank you, Naruto said with a smile. You don't have to thank me kid, the Gama Senin told him and turned his head towards the door. Knock knock. The door opened slightly and Ino poked her head into the room, can we come in? Yes, we're done here. I was just leaving anyhow, Jiraiya told her and she opened the door revealing the entirety of the Konoha 12 feet as they were dubbed in their sensei. Jiraiya turned his attention back to his student and said over his shoulder. I'll talk to you later Naruto. Meet me at the southern gates after the funeral tomorrow. Naruto nodded as he left, I'll see you then. Hey Naruto, who is the old guy? Kiba asked him as he looked at where the old guy had gone. My new sensei, he's really strong too. He took out a Jonin in one attack and didn't even look like he was trying, Naruto answered remembering his first encounter with the man. That was Jiraiya-sama, Asuma stated. You did great man, you totally kicked Gaara's ass, Kiba said with barely controlled glee. Yeah well I don't think I could have done it without help, Naruto said truthfully. Yeah what's up with your eyes anyways? I never knew you had a bloodline, Kiba asked the question on everyone's minds. Well, I don't know really, I mean I'm an orphan and I've never known who my parents are, so I don't know how I got it, Naruto answered honestly. Now that I think about it, you don't really talk about yourself much, Naruto, Shikamaru commented, raising some eyebrows from the assembled group. I mean, you always brag about how you're going to be Hokage, but I've never once heard you brag about something you've actually done. You didn't even brag about what you did to the Hokage monument a while back, he explained. I don't know what you mean, Naruto said, simply wanting to get off this subject. You're not even bragging about how you beat Gaara and made Chunin, Shikamaru deadpanned, stopping whatever anyone was going to say. Why you made Chunin? Ino asked, astonished. Not even Sasuke-kun had made Chunin yet. Yeah, Naruto replied nervously. Congrats man, Kiba said as he patted the bedridden boy. How did you know, Shikamaru? I mean only Jonin and above know who was promoted, Kurenai asked the young Nara with a knowing smile. Shikamaru sighed, defeated. I heard about it when I found out I was promoted to Chunin also. Really? Ino asked, surprised, though considering the amount of forethought he done in his match against Temari it shouldn't be a surprise. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Let's go celebrate, Kiba said as he stood up straight. Off in the corner, Naruto's teammates Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke each had their own thoughts on the matter. How could the Dobi have gotten so much power? How could he have a Dujutsu that was able to defeat Gaara where even my Sharingan wasn't enough? What have I been doing all this time? Were Sasuke's thoughts as he looked on Naruto's smiling face. Sasuke-kun, Sakura thought worriedly as she looked over her crush. The next day the funeral was held for all of the ninja who fell during the Suna-Oto invasion, including the kind and strong Sandaime Hokage. It was a tearful ceremony for all who attended it, and even the sky wept for the loss of a great man. Finally it ended, however, and the sky cleared as everyone slowly left. Naruto reached the southern gates of the village and came across a rather unusual sight. Jiraiya was standing next to a girl, a 13-year-old girl to be precise. Hey Ero Sennin, I didn't take you for a pedophile. I thought that was the hubby Tem's area, Naruto said with a grin. Jiraiya looked indignant at that. I am not a pedophile brat. This little missy right here is from Kumo, she's going to be coming with us. Naruto stared at her for a few seconds before asking, why? Apparently she's the new ambassador to Konoha, the Gama Sennin explained. Again why? Naruto asked, not understanding. The girl looked annoyed at this, though when Jiraiya saw the look on her face he almost mistook her for a miniature Tsunade. Her long blonde hair hung around her head and was tucked out of the way of her face. She wore a dark purple outfit which surprisingly fit her perfectly, and if he were to be honest with himself, if she put on Tsunade's cloth she would look just like the woman, only younger. Do you have a problem with this? It's not like I want to be here, idiot, the girl grumbled. What did you call me? Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes. I called you an idiot, why? What are you going to do about it? The Kumo Chunin asked with a grin. Before Naruto could retort, however, Jiraiya spoke up. She's also the Raikage's granddaughter. Her name is Yatsuki ni Yugito. Yugito looked smug for a second as she thought, now that he's heard who I'm related to he'll act just like the rest. Naruto paused for a second before he scowled. I don't care if she's his grandmother. She shouldn't be here. I thought it was just going to be the two of us, Jiraiya-sensei. Yugito's eyes widened in surprise at what he had said. What did he just? Jiraiya shook his head and turned to leave. Sorry brat, but she's coming with us. Damn it, like things can't get worse, Naruto grumbled as he followed. Hey, wait up, Yugito called after them. After a good half a day walking, the three stopped to set up camp for the night, or should I say Jiraiya and Naruto were setting up camp. Yugito had disappeared an hour earlier. I thought you were going to teach me a new jutsu, not walk all day, Naruto grumbled under his breath as he tried to get a campfire started. Naruto, come here, Jiraiya spoke up from the trees. Naruto moved, followed his sensei into the trees and eventually came across what looked like rocks. Giant boulders littered the clearing, all of which looked like they had all been cut pretty deeply. What is this? Naruto asked. This is all the work of our new friend Yugito-san, Jiraiya told him seriously and nodded his head towards where said Kunoichi lay unconscious. She'd passed out from exhaustion a few minutes ago, he explained. She's strong, Naruto muttered as he surveyed the damage. Yes she is, she's the Nibi Jinchuriki, Jiraiya stated. You've mentioned that word before, what does Jinchuriki mean? Naruto asked, having never heard the word before. It literally means, power of the human sacrifice, but it really is a classification. It usually applies to those that have demons sealed inside of them, like you, answered the Gama Sennin. Right, Naruto whispered weakly. So she's just like me? He asked. Jiraiya nodded before saying, yes she is. I'm going to teach you 2 jutsus, both of them are A-rank jutsus. You're going to teach me now? Asked the Konoha Chunin. Jiraiya nodded again. I also want you to work on trying to reverse your control on gravity. Try to attract objects instead of blasting them away. The first jutsu I'm going to teach you is a jutsu created by my former student. He wanted you to have it and I hear Kakashi was planning on teaching it to you when you made Chunin anyway, so this works out perfectly. Who wanted me to have it? Naruto asked confused. My former student, the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, replied the Gama Sennin. Naruto's eyes widened at that. He wanted me to. Watch carefully, Jiraiya told him as he held out his hand and started to spin a large amount of chakra in its palm. It became visible within moments and condensed into a perfect ball of power. A moment later he slammed it into a tree, causing it to explode outwards, destroying the tree and sending shockwaves behind it. This jutsu is called the rasengan. Cool, was all Naruto could say. It is extremely difficult to learn, however. It took the Yondaime 3 years to create and I myself took a year to learn it. Do not be surprised if you are unable to master it straight away, Jiraiya told. Naruto just grinned. I'll have it done in a month. That's a promise. Are you serious? Jiraiya asked with a raised eyebrow. He grinned when he saw his apprentice nod. Good luck then. What's the other jutsu you're going to teach me? Naruto asked him, hoping for another powerful one like the last. Ah, Jiraiya trailed off as his eyes hardened. I wasn't really planning on teaching you this one, but with another Jinchuriki on this mission I can't help but want to be prepared for anything, so he made several hand seals and held out his left hand. Gogyo Fuin, he spoke as his 5 fingertips were engulfed in purple flames with kanji visible on them. This jutsu was specifically designed to disable Jinchuriki. If it is applied to a Jinchuriki's seal, then their biju's power will be closed off to them, the Gama Sennin explained. So you're teaching me this one because? Naruto trailed off as he looked over at Yugito's unconscious form. It's just a precaution, just in case she decides to try something, Jiraiya told him. He then walked over to the girl and picked her up. Come on. We should get back to camp. Right, Naruto nodded in understanding and followed his sensei, but he couldn't stop taking his eyes off of the girl's sleeping face. She's cute, what the hell am I saying? I like Sakura-chan, don't I? Chapter 5, The Red Dawn. Fire Country, Shukuba Town. It had been 2 weeks since they had left Konoha and they had made a stop at a town 10 kilometers from Konoha. Currently Jiraiya was off somewhere in the town contacting his spy network, though Naruto and Yugito just thought he was off peeping again. Speaking of our 2 favorite blondes, they both were currently in the hotel room they had booked and discussing the Oto-Suna assault on Konoha 2 weeks ago among other things. Wait, you saw me beat Gaara? Naruto asked the Kumo-nin from his position on the bed. Yugito nodded. Yeah, I saw it. You were reckless and downright stupid for summoning Gamabunta of all things to fight in a Chunin exam stadium. You're just lucky no one was hurt by your attacks, or his. Don't I know it, Naruto muttered darkly. Yugito just stared at him for a few seconds before turning away, though, you did look kinda cool out there. Really? Naruto looked up surprised. Yugito just snorted at his tone. Don't let it go to your head, idiot. What about you? Naruto asked and laughed nervously. I mean, Ero Sennin said you were like me and Gaara, he continued. There's not much to say really, I'm an only child. My parents are long dead and my grandfather and granduncle have raised me since I was 6, Yugito answered. No, I meant about the whole Jin, I can't remember what it is again, Naruto groaned in annoyance, unable to find the right word. Jinchuriki, Yugito corrected him. Yeah, that, I mean from what I saw of Gaara. He was brought up to be a weapon for his village. I was used to stop a demon from destroying my home. What about you? Naruto asked, curious. Yugito laughed bitterly for a moment. Me. My parents had a lot of enemies, so my father decided to give me a weapon of sorts to defend myself. He knew I wouldn't survive long since I was their daughter, so he sacrificed himself to give me the power needed to fight on. Naruto smiled sadly at that. He must have cared for you a lot then. But I never even got the chance to meet him, Yugito muttered. Hey, he said, getting her attention. At least you know why you were chosen and you know your parents loved you. That's what matters, Naruto told her. Yugito was about to respond when. Knock knock. ... There was a knock on the door. Ero Sennin can't have been rejected already, Naruto grumbled, standing up. He stopped suddenly however and stared at the door. Rinnegan. Is something wrong, idiot? Yugito asked in annoyance. Naruto took a step back. Either my Rinnegan is acting funny or something's wrong here. What do you mean? Yugito asked, seeing that he had his eyes activated. According to my eyes, Sasuke is on the other side of the door, Naruto told her as he saw the two chakra networks. Your teammate. Here. Why? Yugito asked confused. That's the problem, from what I'm seeing this guy is a lot bigger than the Sasuke I know. Whoever's on the other side of that door is not Sasuke, Naruto responded. Knock knock. Well, whoever it is, I don't think they're leaving anytime soon, Yugito said as she slowly approached the door and drew a kunai. She opened the door slowly and took a step back at who she found standing there. Oh no. So these are the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune and the Nibi no Nekomata. I expected more from them, said a tall blue-skinned man who looked similar to a shark and had a massive zanpato. He looks just like Sasuke. Naruto trailed off as he looked to two over. Yugito tensed and said, I recognize them from the bingo book. They're S-rank criminals. The blue one is Hoshigaki Kisame. He's a member of the 7 Shinobi swordsmen of the Hidden Mist and said to be the second strongest of them all. The other though, he's a Nukenin from Konoha. He's the man who slaughtered the Uchiha clan in a single night, Uchiha Itachi. Naruto's eyes widened at that. Uchiha. You will both have to come with us, Naruto-kun, Yugito-chan, Itachi said in monotone. That's not happening, Yugito growled at him. I'll just cut off their legs so they can't escape, Kisame said, stepping forward and bring his sword down on where Yugito was standing. Come here, girly, he grinned like a shark. Keizuki, Yugito whispered, and her right arm appeared to ignite in pure red flames. Her arm connected with the large zanpato and the two set themselves into a deadlock. Yugito winced slightly as she could feel her hand being melted by her own jutsu. She knew she couldn't hold it for long, but she had to try. That's when she noticed her chakra was being drained by Kisami's sword. My chakra. She trailed off as she struggled to hold the swordsman back. Kisame grinned it down her. Heh, now you get it. Samahata here absorbs chakra. It's the best weapon for fighting you demons. Naruto made the hand seal he was most familiar with, and 3 shadow clones popped into existence beside him. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately the two of them rushed to attack Kisame from either side of him, and the third grabbed Yugito by the waist. Without Yugito holding it back, Kisame brought down his sword on where she was standing a moment ago and then in one swift move shredded the 2 clones that were attacking him. Fast little bugger, Kisame said with a grin as Naruto and Yugito now stood at the far side of the room near the window. Are you alright? Naruto asked, not taking his eyes off of Itachi, who still hadn't moved since they had first met. It's nothing, Yugito said, referring to her now burnt right arm. She was currently healing the damage with medical ninjutsu to help things along, just give me a minute. Done, Naruto said and thrust out his hand towards the 2 Nukenins. Shinra Tensai. He called out, and with a massive blast of gravity both of the Nukenins, the door and a section of the wall were blown free of where they stood. Did I get them? Naruto asked as the dust began to clear. Not a chance, Yugito grumbled as she saw the dust clear and the other side of the building could be seen. Notice that I said other side of the building, meaning Naruto's last attack blasted open a good section of the building itself, leaving nothing but rubble on the second story of the complex. After a moment of silence, 2 sections of the rubble shifted upwards as Itachi and Kisame emerged relatively unharmed. No, not unharmed. They didn't even look they were phased by that last attack. On the contrary, Kisame was openly grinning. Not bad brats, so you got the Rinnegan. Now that is a surprise, said the swordsman as he shouldered his weapon. Itachi's Sharingan was now spinning wildly as he spoke. I had heard the tales about you having it and I saw your eyes when I first saw you, but I didn't think anything of it. Well damn, Naruto muttered bitterly as the sun shone through the open area. We could be in trouble here, Yugito commented, for the first time thinking they had bit off more than they could chew. Just then, however, the strangest thing happened. A new presence arrived behind the 2 Nukenins, a presence that made Itachi take his eyes off of Naruto. Sasuke, Itachi greeted his brother without looking. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke spat as Itachi turned to regard him slightly. Who's this twerp? Kisame asked with a grunt. My little brother, the only one I spared during the Uchiha massacre, Itachi answered, appeared bored. Go away, Sasuke, you're of no concern to me right now. I have hated and despised you just like you said. Now I will show you my power. Sasuke charged forward as he made several hand seals. Chidori, lightning sparked and encased his hand as he neared Itachi. It all happened in an instant. One moment Sasuke made to stab Itachi and the next Itachi grabbed his wrist and slammed him into the ground, creating a small crater. After the Chidori dissipated, Itachi lifted him up again and threw him into the nearby wall. Why are you still so weak? Is it because you don't have enough hatred? Itachi asked, barely above a whisper, though everyone heard it. Why is the gap in our strength still so large? What have been doing all this time? Sasuke asked in thought as he fought down the pain he felt. Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi whispered as his eyes morphed slightly and he picked Sasuke's beaten body up again. The moment they made eye contact, Itachi whispered one terrifying word, Tsukuyomi. Sasuke's body suddenly convulsed for a few moments before he became motionless and Itachi dropped him to the floor. Kisame chuckled at the sight. Damn Itachi, you're too cruel sometimes. To use that genjutsu on your own brother, damn that's nasty. Itachi didn't respond but instead turned his attention back to the two Chunin. Now where were we? Naruto, we should run, Yugito whispered to him. Naruto shook his head, not without Sasuke. Kisame, get them, Itachi ordered and the swordsman nodded with a grin. Just as he was about to move, however, a voice called out, Kuchiyos, Gamaguchi Shibari. Suddenly they were all enveloped in some kind of corridor made of red flesh. Kisame looked around and asked, what is this? My jutsu, a voice stated. Turning, everyone saw Jiraiya in a crouched position next to the unconscious Sasuke. Naruto, Yugito, don't move. I'll handle this, he told his two companions. Arrow Sennin, Naruto sighed in relief. Jiraiya of the Sannin, Itachi said in monotone as he gazed at the man. No wonder Kakashi knew who we were and why we went to Konoha. He must have gotten that information from you, he mused. Jiraiya was uncharacteristically serious as he stood up straight and stared at the two Newkenins. So you really are after Naruto and Yugito? Itachi simply stared at him, to capture all of the 9. That is the order given to us by our organization, Akatsuki. The two Chunin tensed knowing that the term, 9, most likely meant the 9-tailed beasts. We have been sent to capture them. Too bad for you, you're not getting your hands on them, Jiraiya said with an edge to his voice. Itachi didn't respond but instead turned to his partner, come Kisame. We are leaving. His partner nodded and the two took off down the corridor. Not so fast, Jiraiya said as he poured chakra into the ground, causing the walls, where the Akatsuki agents had fled, to collapse in hopes of crushing the two. After a few moments of silence there was a small whisper which echoed through the corridors, Amaterasu. What followed was the sound of a mighty explosion and then, silence. Jiraiya suddenly dashed forward and turned the corner only to see that part of large mountain toad he had summoned was blown out and black flames were covering parts of the hole's edge. Damn, they got away, the Gamma Sennin muttered as he released his jutsu and the corridor along with the entire building returned to normal. The black flames were still there and so he approached them while pulling out a sealing scroll. This should do it. He laid the scroll out and after writing something on the scroll said, Fukahoin. The flames were suddenly pulled into the scroll and disappeared. I don't know what that was but I will find out. Who were those guys, Arrow Sennin? Naruto asked as he laid Sasuke up against the wall. They said they were after the 9, they were referring to the Biju, right? Yugito asked him. Jiraiya nodded in response, that's right. I don't know what they want the Biju for but it can't be for anything good. So let's go deal with them, Naruto said with his Rinnegan activated. If they want us then I want to see them try, he said with an edge to his voice. Jiraiya shook his head, you wouldn't stand a chance against even one of them as you are now. Then what do we do then? Just sit around and wait for them to capture us? Naruto incredulously. The Gamma Sennin just snorted at that, what do you do? Hey, that's simple really, get stronger so you can fight then yourselves. Naruto took a step back for a moment and nodded, fine. Hey, Yugito said, getting their attention. She was currently sitting over where Sasuke lay with her hands glowing green. For some reason nothing I'm trying is working on this guy. Any idea what kind of jutsu that was Itachi used on him? Jiraiya shook his head in response, it's probably something to do with the Mangekyo Sharingan. The what? Naruto looked up, unfamiliar with the term. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the final stage of the Sharingan and is extremely powerful. I don't know what its full capabilities are but I do know that the last Mangekyo Sharingan user became the head of the Uchiha clan back during the reign of the Shodaime Hokage, Jiraiya explained. Yugito snorted at that, you forgot to mention the guy turned into a madman and tried to kill Shodaime Hokage at the Valley of the End. Jiraiya remained silent at that but nodded anyway. How many of those losers are there exactly? Naruto asked looking out at the hole Itachi had created. 9, Jiraiya answered finally. 9, Yugito's eyes widened. Jiraiya nodded, there would be 10 but Orochimaru is no longer a member of that organization. The hubby Tem was a member. Naruto's question was barely above a whisper yet filled with so much anger it was almost terrifying. He was until he defected from it in order to start his own little hidden village somewhere in Rice Country, the Gamma Sennin replied. Sasuke will be alright won't he? Naruto asked looking down at his comatose teammate. Jiraiya sighed, physically he'll be fine. It's his mentality I'm worried about, I'll inform Kakashi about it later, so don't worry. He tensed suddenly and spun round to where the hole in the wall was and saw a green blur appear before him. Guy. Jiraiya narrowly evaded the kick that was aimed for his head, and the green-clad Jonin stopped his assault when he saw who it was. What the hell are you doing? Oh sorry, I thought you were the enemy for a second there. Guy apologized and looked the area over. He took notice of the wall that was blown out and asked, was I too late? It's more like I was too late, Jiraiya said as he gestured towards the unmoving form of Sasuke. Guy looked the young Uchiha over and narrowed his eyes. I believe this is the same jutsu that was used on Kakashi earlier today. He's bedridden and we can't seem to wake him up. Kakashi was also attacked, huh? Jiraiya mused darkly. All the more reason to find Tsunade, he said, turning away. Guy, can you take the Uchiha back to Konoha? We still have a mission to do and we can't delay it, he asked. Guy nodded and picked up Sasuke. I'll head back now. Good luck. Jiraiya nodded. We're going to need it. Chapter 6, The Slug Princess. Fire Country, Tanzaku Town. Quote. This is new, Jiraiya said finally as he looked towards the destroyed palace. You don't say, Yugito's voice was dripping with sarcasm. Jiraiya ignored her however and saw that there were people were running away from the destroyed in every direct. Hey, he called out towards one of them that ran past. What happened here? He asked. The man looked to be panicking but managed to calm himself long enough to reply, you should all get out of here too. There are monsters up there. Monsters? Naruto asked. The man nodded. A giant snake just destroyed the palace in an instant. A giant snake? Naruto trailed off as his eyes flashed gray for a second. How big was this snake? Yugito asked, curious. Huge, the man answered before he started running again. The hubby Tem is here, Naruto growled out. Jiraiya nodded. It would appear so. I shouldn't be surprised, after all Sarutobi-sensei did a number on him, of course he would come to the only medic in the elemental countries who could actually heal him. I'm going to kill him, Naruto said simply. Not as you are now, he's up there with Itachi and I, even with the Rinnegan there's no way you can take him on, Jiraiya responded. Not normally, but you did say he's weakened right now, Naruto pointed out. Jiraiya nodded at that and turned away. That may be true, but if anyone will fight him here it's going to be me. Hey you two, Yugito said, getting their attention. Her hands were in a seal as she spoke. I can sense 2 chakra signatures above civilian level just north of here. I think the larger of the two is Tsunade-sama. You're a sensory type? Jiraiya asked, intrigued, and she nodded. A what? Naruto asked. A sensory type is someone who can locate and recognize other people's chakra signatures, Jiraiya explained and started walking. Come on, let's go meet Tsunade. It looks like we missed the party, Jiraiya commented as the three jumped down into the destroyed street near the demolished building. The wall nearby was cracked and looked like it would collapse at any moment. Did the hubby Tem do this? Naruto asked as he looked at the cracks along the wall. Jiraiya shook his head. I don't believe so. I think this is the work of Tsunade. She probably lost her temper again. Yugito looked around and shook her head. I can't track them. There's too much chakra in the area now, not sure what from though. Jiraiya remained silent as he surveyed the area. Well, let's go look for them. I mean, they have to be around here somewhere, right? Naruto suggested as he looked over his shoulder at them. They're still in town, but I can't pinpoint their exact location, Yugito told the two. Jiraiya nodded at that. Alright, let's ask around, maybe someone has seen her. Night settled across the land as the moon's gaze illuminated the sky. Its deceiving rays bore down on the town as silence began to reign with only the bars open at this time. In one of those establishments were 2 kunoichi, one looked to be in her mid-20s and was dressed in black. She appeared to be holding a pig. No one in the bar seemed to mind though. The blonde kunoichi beside her however was a little different. She appeared to be in her early 20s, but there was just something about her that didn't seem right. Her cheeks were red as she downed another bottle of sake in a matter of seconds. Tsunade-sama, the dark-haired woman to her side thought as she looked at her. You know, she might have skipped town after running into that snake freak, a girl's voice suggested as 3 figures walked into the bar. Somehow I doubt that. She's probably still here somewhere. Either way, let's get something to eat. You two must be starving, a gruff voice said. This is a bar, arrow senin, a boy's voice deadpanned. Just then the adult of the group looked over to where the two were sitting. Well, I'll be damned. Jiraiya, the blonde woman asked, seeing his aged face. Tsunade. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. What the hell are you doing here? She asked him, not sure what else to say. That's Tsunade. She's seriously 50. She doesn't look like it, the blonde boy to the Gamma Senin's side commented. It's probably some jutsu, Yugito suggested. Jiraiya however just sighed and shook his head. Of course you would be at a bar. I should have known. He smirked as the three sat down at the other side of the table. To answer your question, we were looking for you. Me. Hey, I've been seeing a lot of familiar faces today, she asked as she picked up another cup of sake. Well, we saw Orochimaru's handiwork outside. He always did go overboard with that kind of thing sometimes. Jiraiya sighed again. He raised an eyebrow as he asked, what did he want from you anyway? Nothing really, he just stopped by to say hello, replied the Katsuyu Sennin. Now Jiraiya didn't believe that, but he didn't want to push the issue, so he remained quiet. Why were you looking for me anyway? Okay, I'll get straight to the point. The elders of Konoha want you to become the Godime Hokage, Jiraiya explained. Tsunade's eyes widened at that. They want me to what? Become the Godime Hokage, effective immediately, he told her. If you met Orochimaru, then you know that Sarutobi-sensei was killed by him during the recent attack on Konoha by Oto and Suna, he stated, clearly leaving nothing out. She nodded. So what do you say? Tsunade remained silent for a full 30 seconds before speaking quite clearly. Sorry, but no thanks. I'm not like your last student, Jiraiya. Life is not like money, and to risk it is a fool's errand. Jiraiya's eyes seemed to harden at being reminded of the fate of his last student. You've changed, Tsunade. Time changes people. I mean, look at the old geezer. Look what protecting the village got him. A coffin 6 feet under, just like Namikaze Minato. She chuckled darkly at her own words. This is Tsunade of the Sannin. I wonder how long she's been like this for. Yugito mused in thought at hearing the old woman's words. We might as well get out of here, Jiraiya-sensei, before we both do something we might regret, Naruto said with barely controlled anger. Senju Tsunade is dead, all that's left is this, and she's not fit to become Hokage, he finished. Tsunade looked over at him with narrowed eyes. I am the granddaughter of the Shodime Hokage and the grandniece of the Nadime Hokage. I'm more than fit to run that little collection of wooden homes. No, you're not, Naruto shot back with a glare. I think someone who can't even save the ones they care about isn't worthy of becoming Hokage. What do you think, Tsunade? He asked with a grin. Her eyes widened at that as she turned her gaze on Jiraiya, who looked on impassively. Ero Sennin told me on the way here what happened to the man you loved, to your little brother, and I will tell you right now. They fought to protect others with their lives, they never gave up even when they died. That's what it means to be Hokage, that's the will of fire the old man always preached about, and that is something you just don't have. The fire's shadow illuminates the village. Jiraiya mused, remembering how his former student used to say that often. You can sit there all day and moan about what life has done to you, but if you think I'll sit by and let you insult the things that the old man and the Yondaime have done, then I will kick your ass, he snarled as his chakra flared and his eyes turned red. Tsunade just stared at him. Jiraiya, who is this child? The Gamma Sennin just grinned in return. This is Uzumaki Naruto. He's that child, huh? He acts just like her. Almost instantly Tsunade had one leg clamped down on the table as a grin worked its way across her face. How's about we take this outside, brat? It was a simple question. Fine by me, Naruto said back as he stood up from the table. Jiraiya just sighed at that. It's going to be one of those days. That idiot, what the hell is he doing? Is he trying to get himself killed? Yugito asked in thought as Shizune and Jiraiya followed the two. Once out in the street, the two stood about 24 feet apart. I must be going senile. I'm taking on a kid, how embarrassing. Let's go wild, Naruto said and made a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, 5 clones popped into existence beside him. He knows the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Not bad, but clones won't help him against me. She held up one finger as the clones charged. She touched the ground and suddenly the ground in front of her split in half. Too easy. She looked up at him as his clones fell into the small gorge she had created and asked, let me ask you something, kid. Why are you so fussed over the Hokages? Naruto just grinned in return, because it's my dream to become Hokage. Her eyes widened at that. I see. Rinnegan, time slowed for a second as Naruto's eyes changed from their blue-red haze to a darkened gray with several rings around the pupils. Tsunade's eyes widened further upon seeing what had happened to his eyes. Those eyes are, but that's impossible, I mean the Rinnegan has only ever appeared in. Her eyes narrowed and she shot forward with her hand now cocked into a fist. There's no way he can have those eyes. Shinra Tensai, those two simple words echoed throughout the street and Tsunade suddenly found herself being blown back by an unseen force. This jutsu is, she thought as she hit the ground. She stood back up a moment later, however, it didn't have the same amount of power or pressure as hers did, but I never thought I would see those eyes again. But I have to wonder, why does he have blonde hair if he's an Uzumaki? I thought it was just a name, but if he has the Rinnegan then I'm wrong. Come on, you old hag. If you can't even beat me, then how are you strong enough to be Hokage? Looks like I was right, you really aren't worthy of the title, Naruto said with a grin. He's intentionally trying to make me angry so that I make a mistake. He's definitely got her unpredictability down right, Tsunade thought, remembering a certain red-headed tomboy. I need to end this now, but to do that I've got to catch her off guard. How? It's not like I can just piss her off like I do everyone else. Maybe that jutsu will help me here, Naruto thought with narrowed eyes as he brought both of his hands together at his side. Here goes nothing. He started channeling chakra to his hands and spinning it around as fast as he could. Come on. Contain it, compress it. Don't lose control, he continued thinking as he dashed forward. That's the, Tsunade thought as her eyes widened in surprise. She got over it quickly however and grabbed his wrist right before he landed the attack. That was too close. She smirked at him before slamming his jutsu into the ground at her feet, the rasengan huh? She looked over at her former teammate and asked, was it you who taught him that jutsu? A bit cruel of you to teach him a jutsu he has no chance of mastering. Actually I only started him on it 3 weeks ago and he's already reached the 3rd step. It took me months to reach it, Jiraiya waved dismissively. I'd give him about a week, 2 tops before he's got it down completely. Tsunade snorted at that, and what about the Rinnegan huh? Jiraiya's eyebrow was raised at that. What? Did you really think I wouldn't recognize that dujutsu? The Gamma Sennin just looked on curiously. What do you mean? Tsunade snorted and turned away. I'll tell you later. She turned to Naruto and asked, hey kid. Do you want to make a bet? What kind of bet? The blonde boy asked her. She showed him the necklace that hung at her neck. If you master the Rasengan in a week like the pervert says you can, you'll get this and I will return to Konoha. If you don't, I'll take all of your money and none of you will bother me ever again. Deal. Naruto thought about it for a moment before nodding, alright. A wide grin settled on Tsunade's face. Then I'll see you in a week kid. That idiot, Yugito sighed at the thought. It's been one of those days, Jiraiya shook his head at the sight. Later that night Naruto had disappeared somewhere without as much as a word. Yugito had gone with him out of sheer boredom and Shizune had gotten them all rooms at the local inn. During the night however Jiraiya had asked Tsunade to come out and have a drink with him. She agreed knowing he wouldn't let it go so easily. So, what did you want to talk about? Tsunade asked as she took a drink. Jiraiya shook his head at the tone. You're still so uptight Tsunade. Hey, if you must know I wanted to talk about Naruto. Why did you bring him Jiraiya? More importantly why does he have blonde hair if he's an Uzumaki? She asked with narrowed eyes. The Gamma Sennin raised an eyebrow at the last question. I brought him to help convince you to return but as for being an Uzumaki. Well it's his mother's maiden name if I'm not mistaken. All Uzumakis have red hair Jiraiya, it's always been like that, Tsunade shot back. You don't know. That kid is Minato's brat. He gets his looks from his father, Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Tsunade shook her head at that. That explains the hair. I knew those two got together and that Kushina was pregnant but I didn't know they had a kid. I have to ask, how did you know he had the Rinnegan? Jiraiya asked curiously. Tsunade just stared at the cup in her hand. Have you heard the tale of the Rakuto Sennin? If you mean the fact that he was the first shinobi and was the man who discovered chakra then yes I've heard of him. Supposedly he's nothing but a myth but since the Rinnegan is real I guess he is too, Jiraiya replied. Tsunade snorted at him. Of course he was real. Even if he weren't he is known to just about everyone in the elemental countries. That said there is something which almost no one knows outside of a select few. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at her, and what might that be? He had 2 sons, that caught Jiraiya by surprise. You're serious? He asked incredulously. She nodded in reply. The elder brother was gifted with the sage's eyes and became known as Uchiha Tobi. He was the originator of the Uchiha bloodline and thought peace was best achieved with the use of force. The younger brother however was gifted with the sage's marvelous chakra and became known as Senju Naruto. He was my ancestor and the man who created the Senju clan. Naruto. As in the same name as the brat? Jiraiya asked surprised. Tsunade nodded at that. I suppose it's fitting that his name was Naruto considering his beliefs. Unlike his elder brother he thought peace could be achieved through never giving up and always looking towards the future. On his deathbed the Rakuto Sennin chose him as his successor over his brother just before he died. In doing so Uchiha Tobi attacked his little brother out of jealousy and anger. This sparked the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans all the way through to the founding of Konoha. That's all well and good Tsunade but what does that have to do with Naruto and the Rinnegan? Jiraiya asked losing patience. I'm getting to that, she shot back. During the clan wars before the shinobi villages were founded a section of the Senju clan broke off from the main group and wanted to leave in search of a place to call home. They settled on a remote island just off of water country surrounded by hundreds of whirlpools, she explained. Whirlpool country, Jiraiya deduced. Tsunade nodded at that. It was relatively peaceful and out of the way. Soon after though a man named Senju Arashi awakened the Rinnegan, which came as a very large surprise to the group. When more of them started activating their own Rinnegans, Arashi founded a clan independent of the Senju which he named after the country itself. Uzumaki? Jiraiya asked, catching on. Tsunade nodded again, yes. After the clan wars had ended, the Rinnegan kept appearing in the Uzumaki clan, but not always. Sometimes it skipped a generation and other times it just disappeared. There was one family though that it kept appearing in throughout each generation. That family became the royal family of the Whirlpool country. Don't tell me. Arashi's family, right? Jiraiya took the seemingly wild guess. Yes, Uzumaki Arashi was said to have been a great man who unified the entire Whirlpool country and the small neighboring islands. When it was all said and done, his descendants kept on activating their own Rinnegans, Tsunade continued. All the way to the former queen of the Whirlpool country, Uzumaki Kushina, she finished. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed at that. Then Naruto really is the heir to throne. Tsunade snorted at that. He would be if there was a Whirlpool country still around. Jiraiya closed his eyes at that. Yes, I heard about that. The Kyuubi no Kitsune destroyed that entire country right before it attacked Fire Country. I never did find out how it got past Water and Lightning countries without anyone noticing though, Tsunade said darkly. Do you know if anyone survived? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade shook her head at that. No. But then again, this the Kyuubi we're talking about, it said that a single swing of one of its 9 tails can cause a tsunami. I guess they were right. I didn't know Kushina had the Rinnegan, neither she nor Minato ever told me, Jiraiya said as his eyes closed slightly. Yeah, well, the only reason I knew was because I was Kushina's doctor before she passed on. Tsunade shook her head at the last part. Well, Naruto had to get from somewhere. Nagato probably got it from the same place, but he didn't even know what it was until I told him about it, like his parents didn't know, Jiraiya mused. Nagato? You mean one of those orphans you took care of back during the war? He nodded at her question. Some of the Uzumaki did settle down back on the mainland, Tsunade told him. You must be right about it slowly dying out in everyone but the royal family, Jiraiya said as he thought of his former red-haired student. I can only imagine what Orochimaru will do when he finds out you've met us, he mused. Tsunade eyed his for a moment before speaking again. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what he's offered you, Tsunade, to make you hesitate like this, but I don't care. I will tell you right now, if you betray Konoha and everything the Hokage stood for, I will kill you, Jiraiya told her, completely serious. Tsunade just glanced at him for a second but was unable to meet his gaze. I know. The rest of the time they spent drinking in silence, awaiting the battle they both knew was coming. Chapter 7, Spiraling Sphere. Fire Country, Forest. You're not going to do it. I told you I will master it. It's an A-rank jutsu designed by the Yondaime Hokage. You physically can't do it in a month. It just can't be done, idiot. Would you shut up and let me concentrate? Rasengan, there was a resounding boom as he drilled his attack into a tree. It destabilized however and just left a spiral in its side. It's still not good enough. I told you, Yugito sighed. He shot her an annoyed look. Well, what the hell am I supposed to do then, huh? Hey, don't bite my head off, she raised her hands defensively. I'm just saying this is an A-rank jutsu, you can't expect it to be easy, she continued. Your jutsu is an S-rank 1, that Keizuki of yours is insane, he shot back. You're just jealous, she said with a grin. Whatever, he scoffed and started channeling chakra to his hand again. Rasengan, he drove it into a nearby tree and yet again it lost containment. What is the problem exactly? She asked, getting rather annoyed now. His frustration was building as he answered, I already know how it works and the idea behind, but it takes an insane amount of concentration and control just to reach where I am now. I mean, to reach the next level would require more control than I have. It's like trying to look left and right at the same time. It just can't be done. That's it. That's what this is about. Yugito asked incredulously and he nodded. Instantly a lightning clone appeared beside her, Raibunshin no Jutsu. If you want to look left and right at the same time, then why don't you use clones? Naruto's eyes widened as a grin spread across his face. Yugito, you're a genius. A week later the two were just entering the room they were staying when they felt something wrong. Call it as gut feeling or whatever you want, but it was something in the air that day. Something's wrong, Yugito commented as she opened the door. Hello. We're back, she called out but no one answered. Rinnegan, Naruto's eyes shifted to his dujutsu and he scanned the room. He instantly identified the figure that lay on the floor. It's Shizune-chan. Yugito was instantly at the unconscious woman's side. Who the hell did this to her? Naruto's eyes were scanning the room but found nothing. Whoever it was is long gone now. From what I can tell, she was hit by a blast of pure chakra in a concentrated stream not unlike those used by Konoha's Hyuga clan, only instead of a precision strike like what they do. This appears to have been done with brute force. I doubt she'll be ready for a fight anytime soon. Can you do anything? He asked as he leaned up against the wall and was peeking out of the window. It's nothing I can't fix, she replied as her hands glowed green. We have company, Naruto stated as he helped Jiraiya into the room through the window. Oh my god, Yugito gasped when she saw the state the man was in. He wasn't injured exactly, but he didn't look to be in any shape to fight at the moment. What happened? Tsunade, he gasped out as the girl tried to heal him. She slipped something into my drink last night and left me at the bar. Leave it to her to use an odorless drug to distort my chakra control. There's nothing I can do about this without any knowledge of the drug. The good news is that it should wear off in about an hour or two, Yugito told him. That's good. Are you going to tell us exactly what is going on now, Shizune? Jiraiya asked as he saw that the woman had regained consciousness. Shizune gulped and nodded. All right, I'll tell you everything. Fire country, plains. You're afraid of blood, aren't you? How about I show you some? I'm going to splatter as much of your blood as I can while keeping you alive. The Oto Jonin shouted as he dashed forward with a pair of kunai in hand. Tsunade struggled to stand. I can't dodge in time. A sudden large poof of smoke shot from the ground in front of her, effectively blocking them both from view. What? The smoke soon cleared to reveal Jiraiya, Shizune, Naruto and Yugito standing in a firm line between her and the two Oto nins. What are you doing here? Well, it has been a while. Jiraiya, the one in back, said amused. You're looking as morbid as ever, Orochimaru, the Gamma Sennin smirked. Naruto, the Oto Jonin smirked upon seeing him. The Konoha Chunin instantly recognized him, Kabuto. Well, it seems that these two know each other, Jiraiya commented. Why are you fighting with Tsunade Obeken? Naruto asked, not understanding. Not too sharp, are you, Naruto? That's why you'll never be able to beat Sasuke, Kabuto said with a smirk. Naruto's Rinnegan intensified the glare he sent at him. You're a traitor. That's right. I'm a spy for Otokage, he declared. Then everything you did for us in the Chunin exam was nothing but a lie. Naruto gritted his teeth as his fists clenched at his side. I was collecting information on all of you. I discovered some things about you as well. You're different from Sasuke. You don't what it takes to be a shinobi, Kabuto stated. For example, here you're just an out-of-place genin who got lucky at being promoted to Chunin. Sure, I expect something from that demon inside of you, and those eyes of yours caught me off guard, but compared to the Sannin, you're a real disappointment. Right now you're nothing more than a. Are you really buying this shit, Naruto? Yugito interrupted, seemingly annoyed at the Oto nin's words. If he was such a bad shinobi, then how come he beat Gaara at the exam? How did he beat that Hyuga brat? How did he get promoted to Chunin? His record should speak for itself, he finished with a grin. Kabuto glared at her. Shut it, girl. You are the Raikage's granddaughter, aren't you? Yes, I am, though like Naruto's, my record speaks for itself too, she said with a cat-like grin crossing her face. You're a Jinchuriki, the Oto Jonin stated when he saw her eyes flash purple. Do you think you can take him? Jiraiya asked the two. We'll be fine, you just worry about the other traitor. Naruto practically spat the last word. Yugito, he said, and the two suddenly dashed forward. The message was clear, I'll line him up and you knock him down. She nodded as 4 clones instantly appeared at his side. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Pathetic, Kabuto smirked. He drew a pair of kunai and slashed the first 2 clones, reducing them into smoke. The other 2 clones came from his side, but he quickly destroyed them too with 2 well-placed chakra strikes to their chests, Chikura no Mesu. His eyes widened in surprise, however, when he felt a shift of heat in the air. The smoke from the clones is blocking my vision. I can't see where they're attacking from. Keizuki, he heard the whisper and immediately shot away from it. Yugito appeared out of the smoke and slashed at him with what appeared to be a flame-covered arm. He narrowly evaded the attack with the blade, cutting cleanly across the front of his vest. He jumped away and was already making hand seals while in midair. I cannot let her get close or I'll be killed. He then took a deep breath and exhaled a large cloud of smoke at them. Kaden, Kasumi Endu no Jutsu. The cloud suddenly covered over the 2 Chunin and Yugito's eyes widened as the flames on her suddenly exploded and tried to consume her. Shinra Tensai, the whisper was soon followed by a sudden blast of gravity. The flames were stuffed out instantly as Naruto caught her as she fell. Are you alright? I'll be fine, she winced as she began to heal her now burnt arm. Quote. You know, I've been trying to figure out how a loser like you, someone with absolutely no talent whatsoever, can have that dujutsu. Sadly, no matter what I tried, I couldn't seem to get any information on you from Konoha or anywhere else. It was like you didn't exist, like you weren't even born, and yet you were born. All I managed to find was a name. Uzumaki Kushina. Kabuto watched as both Tsunade and Jiraiya tensed at the name. So you know that name, Jiraiya, Tsunade. I wonder why you haven't told the brat that he's the heir to the Whirlpool country's throne. That got wide eyes from Naruto, Yugito and Shizune. What are you talking about, traitor? Naruto growled as his eyes flashed red for an instant. Uzumaki Kushina was the last queen of the Whirlpool country. When she was pregnant with you, she came to Konoha since it had the best doctors in all of the nations. When she was gone, however, her country came under attack from Kyuubi no Kitsune and the entire place was leveled. She apparently died in childbirth when Kyuubi attacked Konoha, and you were used as a living weapon to stop a demon, the Oto Jonin explained. Living weapon. Actually, the Yondaime chose him as his successor. Jiraiya smirked as he spoke, catching everyone off guard. Namikaze Minato was a man of honor. He wouldn't grab a random child to stop the Kyuubi. He chose Naruto to surpass him in every shape and form. Plain and simple. As for Kushina-chan, well, she also had the Rinnegan, so of course he got it from her. Everyone but Tsunade was alarmed at the last piece of information. You knew? Naruto asked him over his shoulder. That you were her kid? Yeah, it was pretty obvious since your personality is almost identical to hers, the Gamma Sennin stated. Though I didn't know you were royalty until Tsunade told me, he added. How would she know? Naruto asked, turning his gaze towards the blonde woman. Quote. I'll explain later, Tsunade told him as she struggled to stand. Right, Naruto nodded and turned back towards the two Oto nins. Enough of this farce, Kabuto. Orochimaru smirked as the sleeve on his arm was rolled up to reveal what looked like a summoning seal. Oh shit, Jiraiya growled out after he bit his thumb and started forming hand seals just as Kabuto did the same. Kuchio's no jutsu. The two called out, followed by two large columns of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Orochimaru had summoned two snakes while Jiraiya summoned only a small toad. Gamakichi. Yo, the small toad waved. Damn it, my chakra must be royally screwed up right now, Jiraiya thought with a grimace. Orochimaru chuckled at the sight. There's still no cure for stupidity, Jiraiya. Even for an idiot like you, that's pathetic. Tsunade must have done something to you, kuku, pathetic as always. Go fuck yourself, pedophile. I know you've got the whole evil bad guy theme going for you, but you are seriously starting to piss me off, Yugito shot back at him. Kuku, little girl, you have no idea who you are messing with, the hubby Sennin chuckled at her obvious attempt to rile him up. And neither do you, she growled back. Kuchio's no jutsu. Naruto called out, surprising everyone as the ground below him erupted in smoke. That took every scrap of Kyuubi's chakra I could muster. Thanks for buying me the time, Yugito, he thought as a large battle toad wielding a large shield and staff blade now stood between the two forces, with him, Yugito and Jiraiya standing on its head. Nice job, Naruto, Jiraiya sighed in relief and looked down towards the toad's eyes. Gameiken, it's good to see you again, the Gamma Sennin stated. I wish I could say the same, Jiraiya. What am I doing here exactly? Gameiken asked, slightly nervous. We need you to fight those snakes while we handle the shinobi, Jiraiya explained. Gameiken nodded in understanding. Alright, I'll do my best. Leave Orochimaru to me, Shizune, you stick with Tsunade and keep her safe. Naruto and Yugito will handle Four Eyes over there, Jiraiya gave out the orders. But Jiraiya-sama, with your chakra, Shizune began. Even in my weakened state I am the best choice to face him right now, besides his arms are useless, so I should be fine, Jiraiya interrupted. Here they come, Naruto said when he saw the two snakes barreling at them. Any time now, Naruto, Yugito said. Shinra Tensai, the two summoned snakes were instantly repelled away from them by an unseen blast of pure gravity. Jiraiya jumped off immediately towards Orochimaru, who had already lunged to intercept him. Kabuto came at the two Chunin as they touched down on solid ground once again. Gameiken went off to deal with the two snakes as Kabuto got within range of the two. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, 5 clones instantly lunged to strike at him. He effortlessly destroyed them, however. Clones are useless here, Naruto-kun. Do you want to run away? You should know when to call it quits and save yourself. You talk too much, Naruto shouted back as his clones were slaughtered. The girl. Kabuto turned swiftly, knowing that the Kumo Nin was the greater threat, and prepared to dodge the jutsu he had seen before and was expecting. Reikyu. He was shocked, literally, when a ball of pure lightning slammed into his chest and blew him back into a nearby tree. Shinra Tensei, there was an audible crack as the tree gave way under the violent force of nature and Kabuto's bloodied body fell to the ground. Did we get him? Yugito asked as Naruto fell back to her side. Just then Kabuto stood up seemingly unharmed. No, he appeared to be healing at an accelerated rate. Does that answer your question? Naruto shot back as he stared at the Oto Jonin. A well-thought-out plan and trick, but nothing more than that. You can't defeat me, Naruto-kun, just like you can't defeat Sasuke-kun. We will always be stronger than you, Kabuto said with a smirk. I'm going to kill you, traitor, nice and slow, Naruto said with a glare. Naruto. Yugito thought as she shot him what would count as a worried glance. He wasn't acting like his normal self since the battle had started, he was talking like he was actually fighting to kill his opponents, and truthfully she believed he would do it too. Let's see about that, Naruto-kun, Kabuto said as a challenge as he pulled out a pair of scrolls. FUNN. Kai, instantly the scrolls went up in smoke and 27 dead people were littered out on the ground. Say hello to the dead for me, Naruto-kun, Shikan no Jutsu, as one the group of dead bodies rose to their feet and turned towards the two Chunin. We could be in trouble here, Yugito growled as she took a step back. You monster. How dare you desecrate people's bodies like this? It is all in the pursuit of science, little girl, surely you must understand that, Kabuto waved off the comment and took a step back. Kill them, he ordered. The army of 27 people shot forward towards the group at speeds that were inhuman. Just as they were about to get within range, Naruto looked down at the ground with his eyes closed. Damn it, we can't escape, Yugito gritted her teeth as her arm was ignited in fire once again. Naruto suddenly brought his hands up in front of him as the group were mere feet away now. Two simple words whispered as the group were blown back at Kabuto's feet with enough force to send dust upwards. Shinra Tensei. A moment later Naruto collapsed forward and Yugito was forced to catch him. Hey idiot, are you alright? I'll be fine, he said with a grunt. I think I overdid it a little with the control there, but I had no choice, he explained. Hey, it's alright, it was reckless but it's alright, she reassured him and helped him stand again. Do you think you can get him to stand still for me? I want to try something, he asked her. She nodded unsure. Yeah, but it won't last very long. This guy seems to know a lot about the human body and could probably find a way around my attack in a matter of seconds. Do it, he told her. Alright, but whatever you're planning better be good or we're both dead, she said and made a hand seal. Rai Bunshin no Jutsu. Almost instantly 7 lightning clones appeared at her side and charged forward with her. Shadow clones aren't going to work her, Kabuto thought with a grin and made to destroy them like he did to Naruto's clones. Chakura no Mesu, he said as his hands were engulfed in blue chakra. He cut straight through the clones but was surprised when they produced electricity and delivered a massive shock to his nervous system. Damn it, I can't move. Alright Naruto, you're up, Yugito called out as she jumped out of the way. Hey Obeken, Naruto said over his shoulder, getting the woman's attention. Get ready to pay up on your bet. His hands settled into a familiar seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, a single clone popped into existence beside him as he held out his hand towards the unmoving Kabuto. Bansho Tenin, the Oto Nin, was surprised when he suddenly felt himself being pulled towards Naruto instead of away from him. I can't move, Kabuto thought in fright as he approached. There was a distinct whiz as air seemed to spin in Naruto's hand. It was chakra actually. Completely chakra and nothing else. When he was within range, Naruto thrust out with the small ball of spinning chakra and slammed it dead center in Kabuto's midsection. He howled in pain from the impact before being blown back, spinning violently. He slammed into the nearby boulder with a monstrous explosion of power before it shattered under the strain. Rasengan, Naruto whispered its name as he took a step back to take a look at his handiwork. Why, you did it, Tsunade stuttered in shock. You actually managed to master the Rasengan in only 1 week, she couldn't believe it. You used a shadow clone to fuse the chakra into it and spin it while you yourself contained it, Yugito said with a wide grin. Well, you did say if you want to look left and right at the same time, then clones are the best way, he shot back with a grin of his own. After making sure Kabuto was down, he promptly turned and walked over to Tsunade. I believe this belongs to me now. He took the necklace from her and put it on. This feels strange. Why, you actually, heh, I'm still lousy at betting, Tsunade chuckled as her body stopped shaking from the blood. Tsunade-sama, why your phobia, Shizune stuttered. I know Shizune, the Katsuyu Sennin replied, stood to her feet. So you've overcome it, have you? Kuku, I don't think I care much for facing 2 of the Sannin today, maybe next time, Tsunade, Jiraiya. Orochimaru dropped down beside his wounded subordinate and said, we're leaving. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto managed to say before the two vanished into the ground. They're gone, Jiraiya sighed in relief as the two snakes disappeared a moment later. And I lost another bet, Tsunade chuckled. Well, you were always a bad gambler, the Gamma Sennin responded as he approached them. Thanks for the help, Gameken, he said to the large toad. Any time, the battle toad said before disappearing in a column of smoke. We'll stop in town for tonight and set out for Konoha tomorrow, Jiraiya sighed from exhaustion. Chapter 8, Team Scarecrow. Fire Country, Tanzaku Town. Explanation, a good one, now, Naruto demanded with a glare. His Rinnegan boring 2 holes into the 2 sannin in front of him. You said you would explain about this, Uzumaki Kushina, so tell me now. Jiraiya looked over at Tsunade wondering how he was going to explain this. Well, you see. Deciding it would be better if she explained, Tsunade cut in, you already know that Kushina was your mother. She was a part of the Uzumaki clan who were the main clan of the Whirlpool country, and her family line in particular was the royal family of the entire country. What do you mean Uzumaki clan? There's no such thing, I think I would have heard of it if there were one, Naruto asked, not believing it. That's because the entire country was destroyed and the rest of the clan was wiped out by Kyuubi no Kitsune before it attacked Konoha. Jiraiya decided to answer that question. Kyuubi, are you telling me that demon killed my entire family? Naruto asked, not sure what else to say. Jiraiya nodded at that, only your mother remained and she died in childbirth the day Kyuubi attacked Konoha. Naruto sat down on the nearby bed when he heard that. What about my father? He died in the fight against the Kyuubi that day, Jiraiya answered, telling half the truth. Why do I have the Rinnegan? You said my mother had it, so what am I meant to think exactly? Naruto asked, trying to remain calm. I should probably start from the beginning, Tsunade began. Many years ago during an age of turmoil a single man discovered the energy we know as chakra. I don't know his name, however I do know what he was called. He was called the Rakudo Sennin and he also wielded the Rinnegan, in fact he was the first to have it. Eros Sennin already told me this when I first awakened it, so what? Naruto asked, getting annoyed at the little story. The Rakudo Sennin had 2 sons, Tsunade said after a moment, surprising Naruto, Yugito and Shizune. What? Yugito asked, surprised. She'd been told about the story many years ago and knew it in detail, it never mentioned children. He had 2 sons, he also chose one of them to be his successor before he died, Tsunade continued. The elder brother was gifted with the sage's eyes and became known as Uchiha Tobi. He was the originator of the Uchiha bloodline and thought peace was best achieved with the use of force, she explained. Naruto's eyes widened, Sasuke is related to the Rakudo Sennin. All Uchiha are, Tsunade said darkly. Same as the Senju, she added. Yugito asked, confused. The younger brother was gifted with the sage's marvelous chakra and became known as Senju Naruto. He was my ancestor and the man who created the Senju clan, the blonde Sannin explained. Naruto. As in my name? Naruto asked. Tsunade nodded at that and repeated what she told Jiraiya previously. Unlike his elder brother, he thought peace could be achieved through never giving up and always looking towards the future. On his deathbed the Rakudo Sennin chose him as his successor over his brother just before he died. In doing so Uchiha Tobi attacked his little brother out of jealousy and anger. This sparked the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans all the way through to the founding of Konoha. That still doesn't explain why I have the Rinnegan, Naruto commented. He's right, although I do find it freaky that he has the same name as a son of the Rakudo Sennin. He's an Uzumaki, not a Senju or an Uchiha, Yugito said, trying to clear things up. That's where it gets complicated. You see, during the clan wars before the Shinobi villages were founded, a section of the Senju clan broke off from the main group and wanted to leave in search of a place to call home. They settled on a remote island just off of water country they called Whirlpool Country, Tsunade continued. The leader of the group was a man named Senju Arashi or Uzumaki Arashi as he later started calling himself, and he founded the Uzumaki clan with the others of the group. The Rinnegan began appearing in their family and Arashi's family became the royal family of Whirlpool Country. Most of the clan only activated a Rinnegan once every 5 generations, but Arashi's family, a Rinnegan awoke in every generation, and it was always the first child who awoke it that became the heir to the throne. Naruto took a moment to let all of the information sink in. So then, since I'm an only child, you are the heir to the throne, Tsunade finished with a nod. So what now then? Yugito asked after a moment of silence. Jiraiya sighed and stood up. We should head back to Konoha now so Tsunade can assume the Hokage's position. When did I say I was going to do that? Tsunade asked with a small smirk. Everyone looked at her with confusion. What do you mean, Tsunade? You made a bet with the kid, remember? You lost, so you have to become Hokage, Jiraiya said sternly. Actually, I only agreed to return to Konoha. I never agreed to become Hokage, Tsunade told him, surprising the group. But if you don't, then who will? I sure as hell am not going to take the job, Jiraiya stated. I might have an idea, Tsunade shot him a grin. Fire Country, Konoha, Hokage Tower. Things had changed in the village since the Suna Oto attack a month ago. An Anbu captain named Tenzo practically took command of the entire shinobi force as a temporary leader, with Hitaki Kakashi in a hospital bed from his battle with Uchiha Itachi, who had managed to enter the village without anyone noticing. When Senju Tsunade had returned, much to the surprise of everyone in Konoha, and healed Kakashi, he was given command back. The elders were shocked to say the least when they discovered that both Jiraiya and Tsunade spoke to the daimyo himself, practically going behind their backs, and got the daimyo and the council to make Kakashi the Godime Hokage, saying he was the best man for the job right now. That leads us to the current situation. This is torture, Kakashi grumbled from behind the Hokage's desk as he scanned over the many sheets of paper on the table. Why did I accept this job again? He asked with a groan. Because Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama said you were the best choice, his new assistant, Shizune answered as she brought in another stack of papers. I'm not sure if I should be insulted by the fact that they both turned it down, or flattered that they have so much faith in me, the masked Hokage sighed and leaned back. How did you survive this torture, Minato-sensei? He asked in thought as his eyes settled on the vast amount of paperwork. Knock knock. Come in, he called and sat up. The door opened and his former students entered. You're late. We got lost on the road of life, Naruto shot back with a grin. The blonde Chunin had changed his attire some after he had returned to Konoha. He still wore a jumpsuit, but this one was covered in more black than orange and suited him a lot better than his previous cloths. Think his jumpsuit from part 2. His teammates had been surprised to see him wearing it, and when they asked, he said his last one was practically worn out from his last mission. Cute, really cute, Kakashi sighed and waved them over. He looked over at Shizune and asked, can you wait outside for a moment? This won't take long. She nodded and left a moment later. He turned back to the three and spoke, I assume you know why you're here. Sakura looked a little nervous as she spoke up, not really sensei. Kakashi sighed before continuing, as you know I am the Godime Hokage. As such I am no longer your sensei, so the team is being changed around a bit. Are we getting another Jonin sensei? Sakura asked, feeling her nervousness grow. Kakashi shook his head, not exactly. He continued after a short pause, between the attack last month and the need for Jonin to be stationed either here or at the border, I simply don't have anyone to spare right now. So what then? Naruto asked. Knock knock. Come in, Kakashi called and the door opened. Yugito entered a moment later, catching everyone's attention. Sakura looked at her nervously as she silently wondered what a Kumo-nin was doing in Konoha. Sasuke sent her a curious if a little annoyed look. Naruto on the other hand, well, his eyes were narrowed and she could have sworn she saw his Rinnegan activate for a second. Ni Yugito, she introduced herself. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? She asked respectfully. Yes I did, Kakashi said with one of his eye smiles. I have been told by Jiraiya-sama that you are the ambassador from Kumo, correct? He asked. Yugito nodded at that, paying no heed to the reactions of the two genin in the room. That is correct. Because you are a shinobi, a messenger from the Raikage requested that you be part of a joint village team, Kakashi continued. With Suna now an ally again, they have done the same with a young girl called Tamari. I've assigned her to one of the other genin teams, he concluded. Where am I being assigned to? The Kumo Chunin asked. Team Kakashi led by Uzumaki Naruto, the Hokage stated, surprising the group. Sasuke's fists instantly clenched as his face remained in its neutral state, even though he could feel a dull ache coming from the back of his neck. But Kakashi-sensei, Naruto Baka is, Sakura began. A Konoha Chunin and is your superior, Sakura, Kakashi cut her off. Like I said, I have no one else to spare, and besides Shikamaru is doing the same with Tamari since Asuma is on the front lines right now, he finished. Who has command? Both Naruto and I have the same rank, Yugito asked as she took note that Naruto had gone unusually quiet. Since it is a Konoha team, Naruto has tactical command, but you are second in command. Like I said, Shikamaru is doing the same with Tamari. They were both promoted to Chunin, but he has tactical command, Kakashi explained. After a moment of silence he sighed, if there are no questions I have a mission for you. What is it? Naruto asked, speaking for the first time since Yugito entered the room. It's an A-rank escort mission to Snow Country, Kakashi stated, surprising the four. We're spread pretty thin, so I'm assigning you to take care of this, he said as he handed them a sheet of paper along with what appeared to be a photo. Her name is Fujikaze Yukie, she's an actress and a good one. She plays the lead character in the Princess Gale movies, you might want to see it before taking the mission. We'll get right on that, Naruto said. Is there anything else? His voice didn't seem to hold any of the childishness from the last time Kakashi saw him. The Hokage just shook his head. That's everything, good luck, and dismissed. The four nins bowed and Kakashi watched as they exited the room. You've changed, Naruto. Once outside, Sasuke immediately turned to Naruto. Dobi. Just to get things straight, I don't care what Kakashi says, you are not the Tei. Naruto rounded on him, grabbed his collar and slammed him up against the wall. I don't care, Tem. You don't like me and I sure as hell don't like you, but while we're on this mission you will do everything I say. If you don't follow my orders I will consider you a traitor, and believe me when I say you don't want that. Naruto, you can't talk to Sasuke-kun like th, Sakura raged. Sakura, shut up. You're annoying, Naruto shot back, causing her eyes to widen from the memory of someone else saying those exact same words. Naruto turned his attention back to Sasuke and said simply, follow my orders and we won't have a problem. It's as simple as that. He let go, allowing Sasuke to regain his footing. Sasuke grunted but said nothing else. Naruto turned away and started walking. Let's go see this movie that sensei was talking about. At the very least we'll know what this actress looks like. What about her? Sakura asked, gesturing to the Kumo nin walking with them. I have a name, you know, it's Yugito, she said, annoyed. I worked with her on my last mission. I know what she can do, Naruto said, not even looking back as Yugito made to follow him. I don't like this, Sakura muttered as she followed soon after. That was the best film I've ever seen, Yugito said as the four made their way out of the movie theater. A brave and strong heroine faces impossible odds as evil tries to stop her from continuing her glorious quest. A cat-like grin made it onto her face. You were watching her. I preferred to keep my eyes on that handsome Michi who played Sukeakuro. I wish I could just watch him all day long, Sakura said before she realized what she was saying and turned to Sasuke. Of course he doesn't compare to you, Sasuke-kun, she said, trying to cover it up. You really need to sort out your priorities, Pinky, Yugito said, giving her an annoyed look. Sakura sent her a glare in return. Shut it, Cloud Girl. Make me, Yugito grinned back as her eyes flashed purple for a second. Alright, settle down you two, Naruto said, stopping them from continuing any further. Then the strangest thing happened, well, a few actually. The first was someone who looked a lot like the woman they were assigned to protect jumped past them riding a horse. About 20 samurai followed her, also on horses, and seemed to be chasing her through the streets. W, was that Princess Gale who just rose by? Sakura asked in a stutter. No, that was the actress that plays her, she's being chased, right? Yugito asked, pointing down the street the woman and the samurai had rode down. Yeah, she is, let's go, Naruto said, and the four took to the roofs to catch them. They quickly caught up with the horses that were galloping through the village. Disable them. Don't kill them unless you actually consider them a threat. Got it, Yugito and Sakura said at the same time, while Sasuke just gave a HN. Once the horses reached an open area, the team dropped in front of them, surprising the riders. The only unmasked rider called out in surprise, "Who are you?" "We're the good guys," Naruto waved back and suddenly shot forward with the rest of the team. It didn't take long to restrain the collection of samurai. "What are you doing?" the leader asked as he was tied up. "We're supposed to protect Fujika's Yukie, you know, the woman you were chasing just a second ago. Since you were chasing her, that makes you the bad guys," Naruto answered. "Yukie, but we're with the film crew. I'm her manager, she ran away from the shoot so we went after her. My name is Asama Sandayu," the leader stated. "Sasuke?" Naruto asked over his shoulder. "He's not lying," the Uchiha replied with his Sharingan activated. "Right," Naruto said and clicked his fingers, releasing the ropes that bound the samurai. "How about you explain to us exactly what is going on?" he asked. What about Yukie?" Sandayu asked. "She's probably long gone from here by now. We'll find her later," Naruto said, sending a knowing glance at Yugito, who nodded back. "Of course, right this way," Sandayu and gestured down the street. "The next Princess Gale movie is the first one we're shooting abroad. And I don't need to tell you all about our leading actress," the assistant director sighed. I am sorry," Sandayu apologized, knowing why she had run away. "I have to say, these ninja you hired, Sandayu, are really something else. They took down those studmen turned bodyguards we hired like they were nothing, and those are some pretty big guys," said director Makino. "Thanks. I think," Yugito said, unsure if she should take it as a compliment or an insult. "Anyway, we're planning on filming the movie's big climatic ending in Snow Country, so that's why we're going there." Sandayu here recommended it since according to him the rainbow glacier in Snow Country is said to turn into 7 different colors during the spring, the assistant director explained. That's nothing but a legend, Yugito shook her head at that. There is no spring in Snow Country, the entire place is locked in a permanent winter, she continued. Why does Yukie keep running away? Naruto asked thinking he was missing something valuable. We don't know, she just started when she found out we were going to Snow Country, Makino explained. Naruto remained silent for a moment before he turned to his team, let's go get her. The sooner we find her the sooner we can finish this mission. Yugito. She's in a bar on the other side of town, the Kumo nin answered. How do you know? Sakura asked shooting her a confused look. I'm a sensory type, I can sense specific chakra signatures over large distances, Yugito explained a little annoyed. Let's go then, Naruto said and they were off. Chapter 9, Battle in the Snow. Fire Country, Tanzaku Town. Are you sure this is the place? Naruto asked as the team arrived with Sandayu right behind them. Yugito nodded, she's definitely inside. Alright, I'll go in first, try and talk to her. If that doesn't work well, I'll just let you handle it, Yugito, he said to her and she nodded in understanding. Good luck, Yugito said as he entered the establishment. He found Yukie sitting at the darkened counter and approached her carefully. Excuse me, he said as he narrowly passed a man wearing a hat which covered his eyes, putting himself between the actress and the man. The man just kept walking as Naruto turned to the actress sitting at the bar, Fujika's Yukie I presume. Who wants to know? She asked sending him a sideways glance. Uzumaki Naruto, the Chunin answered simply. You're a little too young for me kid, she told him trying to get a rise out of him. It didn't work, old enough to kill, old enough to screw around. He turned his attention downwards to her neck and something caught his attention. Quit staring pervert, she shot at him. Naruto just ignored it however, that necklace you have. She froze at the mention of it, what is this feeling? It's like the feeling I got from the Shodime's necklace but, it's different. It's nothing, Yukie said turning away. Naruto shook it off, who are you really? She looked at him for a moment before she answered, I'm nothing but a lie. Nothing but words on paper that are expected to be alive, what about you? Who are you really? I don't know anymore, or perhaps I never did, he answered truthfully. Yukie chuckled darkly, then you should just go home. You're right, Naruto said and turned back towards the door. You're broken, nothing but a shell for a lie, he said as he passed her towards the exit. She shuddered slightly as he passed her, that boy, he's just like him, she thought remembering the man who had saved her 10 years ago. Well, how did it go? Sakura asked once he was outside. Not as well as I'd hoped. Yugito get to it, he said and the Kumo nin nodded. She entered the bar a moment later with the others close behind, we should make this fast. Reikyu, Yugito whispered and sent a small ball of lightning at the actress causing her to instantly freeze up and fall into unconsciousness. I only used enough chakra to disable her, there's no permanent damage of any kind. Good, Sasuke helped me with her, Naruto said as he threw her arm over his shoulder and the Uchiha reluctantly got the other arm. Naruto turned to the manager and asked, where to now? Snow Country, unknown location. She has the hex crystal, there is question that she is Kazuhana Koyuki, your niece, the leader of the Yuki nin stated as he bowed on one knee. The Snow Daimyo merely chuckled, interesting. She's not alone however, my spy says she is being guarded by Team Kakashi, the leader finished. Kakashi, as in the Hitaki Kakashi. The female of the group asked with a small smirk. It would appear he has personally trained her escort though he does not appear to be a member of the team, the leader replied with a nod. I heard he became the Hokage, the last man mused. Even without Kakashi the team is extremely dangerous on their own, the leader continued. The leader of the group is Uzumaki Naruto, the holder of Rinnegan. Uzumaki, that's a name I haven't heard in a while, the daimyo said. I thought they all perished at the fall of the Whirlpool country, he's probably that woman's brat, he mused. So the Prince of Whirlpool huh? Sounds like fun, the female said as a grin spread across her face. His teammates are nothing to joke about either, the heir to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke is on the team as well. Then there's the Raikage's granddaughter who appears to be acting as an ambassador to Konoha now, the leader stated clearly. The Snow Daimyo chuckled at that, in the end it will be a clash of fate. Snow Country, film ship, ocean. I know this is a mission and Hokage-sama picked us for the job but I really can't stand that woman, Yugito said annoyed. She may be a good actress but her people skills could use some work. It's not so bad Yugito, it could always be worse, Naruto shrugged and leaned back on the railing of the ship. Our mission is to protect her, we have to do it even if we don't like it. I don't think guarding a pampered actress will be that difficult, Sasuke said looking over the railing at the seaboard. Naruto just shook his head at that. We thought the same about that old drunk Tazuna on our mission to Wave Country. If you remember, we had to fight Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the mist, and his apprentice. That was different, Sasuke grunted. Maybe, but I don't think that Sandaiu guy is telling us everything, Naruto said as he looked over at the way everyone was about to start filming. Everyone be on your guard just in case. Something is definitely wrong here, he said as he remembered the feeling he got from the actress's necklace. Snow country, iceberg. What the hell is this? Yugito asked upon seeing the massive cluster of ice and snow which had created a floating island in the middle of the sea. That is an iceberg, Naruto said simply. Everyone, we're shooting the next scene here. Get ready, the assistant director shouted to the film crew. Okay, scene 36, cut 22, they started shooting a moment later. It was cut short however when the mountain behind where the villain character exploded, blowing ice down the side and leaving a large hole in the side of it. Is that a part of the movie? Sakura asked nervously. I don't think so, Naruto said as he jumped in front of the film crew, or more specifically Yukie. Rinnegan, his eyes shifted slightly as his dujutsu activated as Yugito and Sasuke came up at his side flanking Yukie while Sakura hung back. Hey, what are you all doing? The assistant director shouted at them. Everyone get back to the ship, Naruto shouted over his shoulder. On top of the cliff a single figure rose from the ground. It appears you're as good as they say, Uzumaki Naruto, he spoke. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked him with narrowed eyes. Roga Nader, it's a pleasure to meet you, Prince of Whirlpool, the Yuki nin said with a smirk. Prince? Sakura asked, not understanding. I'll explain later, Naruto said over his shoulder, though he didn't take his eyes off of the man. Naruto on the left, Yugito called out, and Naruto turned to spot another Yuki nin standing on the nearby pillar of ice, though it was a girl this time. Greetings, Princess Koyuki, I do hope you're still carrying around the hex crystal, the girl said with a smirk. The entire group were surprised by the declaration and cast a look at the unmoving form of Fujika's Yukie. What does that mean? Yugito asked, uncertain. It doesn't matter right now, remember the mission, Naruto said, getting everyone back to attention. One more on the right, Sasuke said upon seeing another Yuki nin emerge from the ground further down side of the mountain, though this one was male. Impressive Uchiha, but it's still not good enough, the newcomer said clearly. Yugito, you take the guy on the right, Sasuke take the girl, and Sakura you cover Yukie or whoever she is, Naruto ordered. Fubuki, Mizore, you take care of the princess while I deal with him, Nader said and jumped down with Fubuki following a moment later. Reikyu, Yugito called out as she jumped clear of the group and threw the lightning ball at the approach Mizore, who appeared to be riding a snowboard. Out of my way, little girl, the Yuki nin shouted as the ball of lightning seemed to hit an invisible wall just before impact and was nullified. That's, Yugito thought as she dodged to the side to avoid the incoming attack. Mizore slid right past her and turned to face her once more. That's definitely chakra armor, but I've never heard of it being this advanced before. Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu, Sasuke called out as he expelled 7 small blazing fireballs at the pink-haired Yuki nin. Fubuki dodged most of them, but the ones that hit just seemed to splash along some kind of invisible barrier. What is that? Is that the best you've got? Fubuki chuckled and back-flipped away from him while she quickly made several hand seals. Hayaro no Jutsu, she whispered as she touched back down. The ground in front of her expanded in the form of ice towards where Sasuke stood. I'm going to freeze your balls off, kid. Sasuke grimaced and jumped away only to be caught by the ice. His body suddenly changed into a fire lamp with an explosive tag connected to it. The tag exploded, sending ice shards scattering across the battlefield. Sasuke suddenly emerged from the ground below Fubuki and she turned to face him only for her eyes to widen upon seeing his attack. Chidori, the Uchiha called out as he struck with the technique only for that damn barrier she had to hold it back. She knocked him away and took to the skies on a pair of robotic wings. I fractured her armor, but nothing short of another Chidori is going to be enough to break through it. Shinra Tensai, the top of the mountain exploded as a result of the sudden of a massive blast of concentrated gravity. Nader landed on the edge of the main slope and smirked. Naruto stood atop one of the neighboring snow pillars. This guy is as strong as Kabuto, maybe stronger. If you keep that up, you're going to bring the whole mountain down on us, you know. The Yuki leader smiled knowingly. Guys, they're using chakra armor. Ninjutsu and genjutsu are useless against them as long as they're wearing those things. Yugito shouted out the rest of the team. We know, Naruto shouted back as Nader made a hand seal. Hyoten, Haru Moko, the Yuki leader said with a smirk, and suddenly the mountainside came alive as a half-dragon half-tiger formed from the gathered ice. Shinra Tensai, Naruto whispered, and the barreling ice beast shattered. He looked up at where the Yuki leader stood grinning. Damn this guy, there's no openings at all. Give up, kid, you can't beat me, Nadare spoke confidently. In response, Naruto raised his hand towards him and whispered two simple words. Bansho Tenon. Nadare was surprised when he felt his body being pulled towards Naruto, who had already cocked his other fist back. You're an ass. You know that, he yelled as he landed the monstrous punch to the Yuki leader's face. That hurt, Nadare growled out as he stood up from the snow again. You're going to pay for that, your majesty. The old Naruto would have most likely kept fighting until one of them fell, but things had changed. Despite feeling the same way as before, Naruto knew that his team were at a serious disadvantage here, and it was only a matter of time before they all fell. He made a quick decision without taking his eyes off of the Yuki leader. Sakura, use every explosive tag you have. Blanket the entire iceberg. Sink it, Naruto shouted over his shoulder, surprising everyone including the assembled Yuki nins. Sakura nodded nervously at that. Alright. Are you insane? You'll die too, Nadare sneered. Naruto just grinned. We'll see about that bastard. Mizore, stop the girl, Nadare shouted to his teammate. Mizore nodded at the order and slid past Yugito. Oh no you don't, the Kumo Chunin growled as she took off after him. Oh no, Sakura's eyes widened as he approached. Just before he reached her, however, Yugito jumped down between the two with her arm now covered in what looked like flames. Keizuki, she called out as she made to slash the Yuki nin and appeared to clash against some kind of barrier. Damn it, I can't hold him forever. Hurry it up, Pinky, Yugito called out over her shoulder. Sakura nodded and opened her cloak, revealing dozens of kunai with bags attached to them. She started throwing them up towards the mountain one after the other in quick succession until they were all gone. She then drew a kunai with an explosive tag and threw it at the wide array of bags. Sakura Fubuki no Jutsu, enjoy, the tag detonated in a magnificent light followed by the booming sound of an explosion. This was soon followed by the contents of the bags exploding as well, increasing the blast tenfold. The entire iceberg shook as the ice splintered and cracked under the pressure and heat from the blast. Every get back to the ship, Naruto shouted as he jumped away from Nadare. The rest of Team Kakashi disengaged from their own fights and hurried towards the ship they had come on, where the film crew had already fled. The Team Snow couldn't catch them in time since they had to worry about escaping the shattering iceberg themselves. Back on the ship, Team Kakashi and the film crew watched as the entire iceberg shattered and its remains floated on the ocean surface. The ship had already started moving away from the area as Team Snow watched them leave. I think this mission just got a lot harder. Naruto sighed. Chapter 10, Whispers. Snow Country, Film Ship, Ocean. The room was dark on board the film ship where Yukie Koyuki slept in bed. Naruto stood next to the window and kept on looking between both her and the necklace she wore, which was now on the table beside the bed. The feeling he got from it was cold yet refreshing instead of the Shodime's necklace, which felt warm. 2 of 6. Naruto looked around upon hearing the voice but found no one other than him and Koyuki. Tail, moon, split, sage, necklace. That's not Kyuubi, Naruto thought, since he didn't feel any demonic presence. Senju, Uchiha, legacy, child of prophecy. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand you, Naruto asked in thought but got no reply. Naruto turned and stared at the necklace for a good 10 more seconds before he made a hand seal and whispered a few choice words. A second later, a single shadow clone appeared in the room and transformed into a copy of the necklace. A second later, he switched the two and placed Koyuki's necklace in his pocket. Greetings, Princess Koyuki, I do hope you're still carrying around the hex crystal. What's so damn important about this crystal? Naruto asked in thought as he remembered the Yuki nin saying those words. There was a knock on the door before it slid open slightly, allowing Sandayu to look in. The ship pulled into dock a moment ago, everyone else is waiting in the conference room, he spoke simply. Naruto nodded. Yeah, you've got some explaining to do. Sandayu nodded and the two walked to the conference room, making sure to close the door behind them. Naruto, what did that snow guy mean when he called out, Prince? Why would he call you that? Sakura asked, though it sounded more like a demand. Yugito shot her an annoyed look. Why do you think, Pinky? It's because he's the heir to the Whirlpool country's throne and the only child of Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto sighed. It's true. Why didn't you tell us? Sakura asked in surprise and almost a little hurt. Would you have believed me? I was the dead last of our class, Sakura. Even if I'd known about it back then, no one would have believed me. Besides, I only found out recently, so it really doesn't matter at the moment, Naruto responded. Sasuke remained quiet as he watched him with narrowed eyes. What I want to know is what's up with Yukie, if that's really her name, Yugito said as she leaned against the wall near the window. Sandayu-san, explanation, a good one, now, Naruto said with a hardened tone which surprised Sakura and Sasuke. The manager calmed himself and sighed, alright. He took a deep breath and began, Fujika's Yukie is only an alias, you're actually guarding Princess Kazuhana Koyuki, the rightful heir to Snow Country's throne, he stated. I'm sorry, what? Naruto snapped. And when the hell were you going to tell us this? I didn't think they would come after her so soon, the manager stammered out. I'm a former resident of Snow Country, so I know her, Sandayu continued, unable to meet their gaze. Yugito cast a look over at Naruto, she's just like Naruto. I served the princess's father, the former daimyo of Snow Country, Sosetsu-sama. Then 10 years ago Sosetsu-sama's younger brother Dodo hired a group of Yuki nins and started a coup d'état. The Kazuhana palace was burned to the ground and Sosetsu-sama was killed. I thought the same fate befell the princess, but she was saved by Hitaki Kakashi, Sandayu explained. Kakashi-sensei saved her? Sakura asked. Sandayu nodded, the day I discovered she was alive I was practically beside myself with joy. She was alive after all those years, we all thought she had perished with her father. I should have died that day, a voice rang out from the door. There leaning against the archway was Yukie. Koyuki, I am alive, but whatever tears I had left all dried up that day. Sandayu wiped the tears from his eyes, and that's how I came to be the manager of Fujika's Yukie. I have bided my time, waiting for the opportunity to return the princess to Snow Country. So you've just been using us all this time? Asked the assistant to his side. I'm terribly sorry for deceiving you all, but it was for Snow Country's people, Sandayu said as he stood and moved in front of the Snow Princess. He dropped to his hands and knees, pleading with her, please princess. I beg of you, confront Dodo and assume your place as the leader of our home. Koyuki stared at him impassively, not a chance. I refuse to throw away my life in some fool's dream. But your highness, Sandayu began. You can forget it, I don't care. No matter what happens you can never get rid of Dodo, the princess said with a glare. Why don't you shut your mouth? Naruto growled angrily at her, surprising his team. This man is on his knees, begging whatever self-respect you have left in hopes of accomplishing his greatest dream. Insult him like that again and, mission or not, woman or not, I will beat you into the ground. The room fell deathly silent after that, tensions running high as the two bit back their own sneers. And just who are you to tell me what to do? Koyuki asked, never taking her eyes off the blonde boy. I can be your best friend or your worst enemy, Naruto answered as his Rinnegan activated, creating a pressure in the air. It's not like you have a choice, with this Dodo after you now, your only hope is to keep moving. He let that sink in for a few seconds before continuing, like it or not. We're your only hope, deal with it. Koyuki didn't know what to say to that. Yugito spoke up next, normally on a mission like this we'd return to the village, but with Dodo after us we'd be slaughtered before we escaped. Let's just deal with them here, it's nothing we can't handle, Sasuke grunted with his arms crossed. Sasuke-kun is right, we won the last fight, Sakura added in her 2 cents. Naruto nodded reluctantly, no we didn't. They ambushed us, we barely escaped without any serious wounds, they'll be prepared next time, but then again so will we. Uchiha Sasuke walked along the length of the ship, his mind not on the ocean or the ship itself. Instead it was on his team, his second family, he cared for them, for the bonds between them, but something was missing. Something that was important, his goal. Why are you still so weak? Is it because you don't have enough hatred? Uchiha Itachi. The man who murdered everyone he cared about, the man who slaughtered his entire clan, the man who was once his brother. He had been on Sasuke's mind since their encounter a month ago. He had thought that Itachi had returned to finish him like he did the rest of the Uchiha clan. Instead he not only all but ignored Sasuke's presence, his reason for returning was to capture his teammate Naruto. It was ludicrous, it went against everything he stood for. He hated it. The Dobi was Itachi's target, he didn't even bother taking Sasuke seriously. At first he didn't really pay much attention to the orange-clad idiot, but, the Chunin exams. Between now and their time in the academy, it was unnatural progress. At first he thought it was the Rinnegan that was giving him power, but, that didn't account for their mission to Wave Country. The Dobi had beaten the guy who had defeated him and was still conscious. He didn't have the Rinnegan back then, so how did he not only survive but win against his opponent? Why was Itachi interested in him to begin with? Just who was Uzumaki Naruto? Judging by the conversation earlier, Naruto was the prince of the Whirlpool country. He'd never heard of it before. It was strange, especially considering the blonde's bloodline. Naruto had the Rinnegan, so naturally his clan had it also, right? Surely if there were a clan of Rinnegan users, someone would have noticed, right? If there were such a clan, then why hadn't he heard anything about them? Questions plagued Sasuke's mind, but he couldn't seem to find any answers. There was also Yugito to consider. He'd never cared much for feelings, physical or otherwise, preferring to retain his seemingly cold appearance. The ambassador from Kumo seemed to embody what he'd always thought kunoichi were supposed to be like. She was strong, didn't need protecting, and was capable to defending herself. Given time, she would be a force to be reckoned with, especially considering she was the granddaughter of the current Raikage. Though for some reason, which he found frustrating, he couldn't seem to copy any of her jutsus with his Sharingan. Dobi, I will find out your secrets. Yours and that girl's too, Sasuke thought as he stared out at the sea, completely oblivious to the cold. It's interesting how things had changed since their academy days, Sakura thought as the ship pulled into dock and everyone began to disembark. Back in the academy everything was normal, and she knew where everything fit. Sasuke was the cool genius, who always won. Naruto was the dead last who always asked her out and she always hit. She was the most popular girl in school and wanted to get to know Sasuke better. Things changed when she joined Team 7. Kakashi taught her a very important lesson: look underneath the underneath. In other words, don't take anything at face value. Kakashi had lain out Sasuke like he was an old rug. Naruto had not only mastered the ability to create clones but also managed to make them solid. Where Sasuke was beaten badly by Kakashi, Naruto had come up with a plan in the middle of the test and, though it was useless, managed to surprise the scarecrow-like man. Then the mission to Wave Country. She would never forget it, how Sasuke easily dispatched two Chunin Nukenins like they were nothing. The look on Naruto's face, and his vow, it was unbelievable and yet terrifying at the same time. Then they were attacked by Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the mist. He was able to catch Kakashi off guard, though that was only because he had to protect his students while fighting. Zabuza had taunted them, scared them beyond all recognition, and just as they were about to run away in fear, Naruto did something that she'd never seen from him before. He didn't give up, he didn't run and didn't back down. He stood his ground and made up a plan which he along with Sasuke managed to implement. The plan surprised Zabuza and freed Kakashi from his prison, who then proceeded to defeat Zabuza. That was the first time she had really seen that Naruto wasn't what he appeared in the academy and Sasuke wasn't that strong when compared to others. It happened again when Zabuza came back with his apprentice and nearly killed them. She had thought Sasuke was killed, but he was just put in a near-death state. Naruto on the other hand had not only defeated the masked nin, but he didn't seem to have a wound on him. She'd thought Sasuke had won the fight since Naruto wasn't that hurt, but when Sasuke asked her if Naruto defeated the masked nin, she knew that wasn't the case. After they returned home, they were entered into the Chunin exams, and yet again Naruto defied every image she ever associated him with. He beat opponent after opponent. Where Sasuke ran out of chakra and energy, Naruto just seemed to go on forever. Then during the finals she found out that he had a bloodline, and not just any bloodline but the same bloodline only the Rakuto Sennin had. It had been months since the tournament, and if she were honest with herself she thought that she was the only no-name on the team. Then there was Yugito. Sakura didn't care much for her. In her opinion, the blonde-haired girl was a cross between Ino and Temari. She was annoying, stuck up, and she was sure the girl wanted her Sasuke-kun. I mean, why else would she have joined Team Kakashi? Surely it had nothing to do with Naruto. Okay, he had improved greatly, but he was still an idiot. Not that it mattered, Sasuke-kun would be all hers. One way or another. Snow country, mountain range. After everyone had disembarked from the ship, they had all used the small convoy of vehicles they brought with them to continue their journey on solid ground. It took several hours before the convoy reached the other side of the mountain. They had used a small tunnel going through it which had once been used by the railway, which was once used by the natives. When they stopped to rest, however, things became complicated again. The assistant jumped out of his truck and approached Makino frantically. "Mr. Makino," he shouted as he drew near. "What is it?" Makino asked. "Yukie has vanished again," the assistant replied frantically. "What?" Makino exclaimed. Naruto looked over at Yugito and said, "Find her." Yugito nodded and took off. "No way, I am not going back there," Koyuki thought as she dashed through the frozen forest. Suddenly she tripped and rolled across the ground until she finally came to a stop at the bottom of a hill. Why is this happening? Why do you run away?" Koyuki's eyes widened slightly at the voice, but she didn't move. Senju, child of prophecy. Are you done? Koyuki looked up and saw Yugito standing not too far away. Come on, everyone's waiting, the Kumo Chunin said as she pulled the princess to her feet. How did you, Koyuki began as Yugito suddenly holstered the woman up onto her back. I'm a sensory type, I had you picked out before you even ran away again, Yugito explained as she took off with the woman clutching her back. You can run as far as you like and I'd still be able to track you, the blonde stated. Koyuki remained quiet at that as they neared the entrance to the tunnel. Why do you run away from your fate? It can't be just self-preservation, it's got to be something more than that, Yugito said as she slowed to walking speed. When she didn't answer she decided to change the subject. You know, you and Naruto are similar in a lot of ways. Koyuki snorted, yeah right. I'm nothing like your boyfriend, I'm not insane. Yugito snorted, he's not my boyfriend and yes you are insane. You're insane for making everyone worry, you're insane because you're afraid. I am not afraid, Koyuki growled out. I heard about your father, he was a great man who followed his dreams. What does that say about you? Yugito said over her shoulder. I will not allow you to lecture me, Koyuki sneered. A grin slipped onto Yugito's face, then why don't you stop me? Note, I'm sure some of you have watched the new Star Trek film where one got this line from. It seemed to fit so I put it in. Koyuki didn't respond, instead she dropped off the smaller girl's back and sent her a glare. You can never understand, every ounce of happiness I've ever had was taken from me because of this country. I hate it, I didn't want to come back here. I do not fear it, I loathe its very existence. Dodo should have finished the job back then instead of making me suffer like this, the Snow Princess growled out. Yugito just stared at her, I may not be able to understand you but Naruto does. You're everything he's not and yet you're just the same as him. You're standing in someone else's shadow looking for a way to stand on your own. I've seen the way he looks at you, like he's looking into a mirror. He sees you as a reflection of himself, what he could be if he chooses to. I can't stand the sight of you. I don't care, Koyuki said simply. Yugito turned away at that, fine. Stay a heartless monster forever, see if I care. Without another word she picked the princess up and started carrying her again in silence. Chapter 11, Priorities. Snow Country, Mountain Tunnel. The sudden sound of a horn echoed through the tunnel as the frozen railroad tracks at their feet began to thaw until the tracks were usable again. Yugito stopped at the sight and looked back towards where the sound originated but only saw a light. It's a train, Koyuki said in confusion. She hadn't seen one since she was a little girl, the only ones used were in Snow Country and they had been frozen over after Dodo rose to power. Yugito shot her a surprised look, you've got to be kidding me. The horn echoed again as a large steam-powered train came into view, barreling down the tracks. We should get out of here, Koyuki yelled in surprise. Yugito turned and ran in the opposite direction, I hear you. She ran, Koyuki on her back, with the train following close behind. Her feet were pumped with chakra to increase her speed, her muscles shifting every time her feet touched the ground. Despite her efforts however the train slowly gained on them, it was then that they saw the end of the tunnel. Yugito didn't stop even as they jumped out of the tunnel and rolled across the snow-covered ground. The train screamed past but slowed to a stop along the cliff. Koyuki shook her head to get rid of the dizziness clouding her vision and saw that the convoy wasn't there. However, stand atop the platform on the train was her uncle. Dodo, the man who ordered her father's death. She didn't know what to say. It's been a long time. Koyuki, the snow daimyo said into the mic he held with a smirk on his face. Dodo. Fear consumed Koyuki for that single moment. It's been 10 years, come now. Don't be shy, let's get a look at that face, Dodo said with that same damn smirk. Yugito stood up in front of the princess causing Dodo to narrow his eyes, hey pedophile. It's against the law to hit on your niece, you bastard. Dodo sneered at her, mind your place little girl. Make me, she growled as her eyes flashed purple. Before Dodo could answer her challenge several logs barreled down the hill and slammed into the side of the train surprising them. They looked up and saw Sandayu standing with an army of samurai, ready to put an end to Dodo once and for all. There you have it men. Princess Koyuki is here to watch over us. With her at our side victory is ours. Sandayu called out and the samurai cheered. Sandayu, you idiot, what are you doing? Koyuki asked barely above a whisper. Hear me Dodo. We've waited a long time for this day of reckoning to come. Asama Sandayu and 50 loyal warriors stand before you to avenge our beloved ruler Sosetsu-sama. You will die here Dodo. Sandayu shouted raising his weapon into the air. I thought you'd destroyed the last of the insurgents, Dodo said annoyed. Nader bowed his head apologetically, I'm sorry. It appears we missed a few, we will deal with them now. Dodo just sneered as he gazed at the group, it doesn't matter. Men such as these can't understand anything but complete annihilation, wipe them out. Attack! Sandayu called out and the group dashed down the hill with their weapons raised. The side of the train opened however to reveal dozens of tubes along the carriage. A nameless Yuki nin stood at the controls. He turned the gears and suddenly dozens of kunai shot out from the tubes creating a wall of flying kunai. The samurai stopped dead in their tracks as their eyes widened at the approaching swarm of death. Shinra Tensai, the ground cracked as the kunai were suddenly hurled to the side like toys. Naruto stood next to Sandayu, his arm raised towards the train and his eyes glowed with a dull gray. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke exhaled a large fireball from the side which slammed into the side of the train, a section of it to explode in a column of fire. Dodo clutched the rail as the train shuddered from the impact. Get us out of here. He barked and the train started moving again. The moment it was on the bridge a bit further down the track, Sakura detonated 2 of her explosive notes. The back end of the train collapsed as the bridge under it was consumed in a pair of miniature suns. The front end of the train kept moving however as it released the damaged sections, allowing it to escape. Sasuke and the samurai were about to go after them when Naruto called out, "Hold it. They want us to go after them. If we're going to face them it will be on our terms, not theirs." Sasuke looked like he was going to argue for a moment but nodded, understanding the logic. He didn't like waiting around but he did understand that it was better to use any advantage you had. Koyuki walked up to Sandayu and asked in a voice befitting a mother, "You stubborn fool. What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself and everyone else killed with that little stunt of yours." "But princess," Sandayu began. Koyuki interrupted before he could finish, "But nothing. A leader is supposed to put aside their personal feelings and do what is right for the people. That stunt you just pulled was selfish beyond measure." "Calm down princess," Naruto said, causing her take a breath. "Thank you Naruto-kun," Sandayu nodded his head in gratitude. "Don't. I happen to agree with her." Sandayu took a step back at that. "What you did was reckless even by my standards. Don't let your personal feelings cloud your judgment like that again." Oh, the irony of that statement. "I'm sorry," Sandayu bowed his head in shame, knowing it was true. Those who stray from the path of justice have no courage, but under the wing of a strong leader cowardice cannot survive, Naruto told him and Koyuki. The princess looked at him for a moment and clutched the necklace she held. "Maybe that was," Sakura whispered. Sasuke nodded at her side, "The Shodai Hokage. Let's get out of here, we're no good in the open like this." Just as Naruto gave the order, a large blimp flew up over the mountain. Mizore stood at an opened hatch and fired his grappler. The mechanical hand grabbed Koyuki's torso and retracted. She let out a yelp in surprise as she was suddenly pulled up into Mizore's arms. He tossed her inside as Fubuki bombarded the terrain below with her ice grenades. Everyone had taken cover by then and soon enough the airship withdrew from the area. "Damn it," Naruto growled out as he saw it fly over the mountain. "They got us good there." Yugito winced as she healed the scratch left behind from one of the ice bombs. "What now?" she asked as she quickly healed Sakura's injuries too. "Rescue mission," Naruto said simply. "I think it's about time we give a little of what we've been taking." "And how do we do that?" asked the Kumo Chunin. Naruto just grinned. "The best defense is a good offense." Koyuki sat in a rather comfortable seat aboard the airship as it flew over the various mountains in the area. Its destination was the former ground of the Kazahana Palace, the site of her former home. She was nervous, she was scared, she was absolutely terrified, yet she was also calm. She had become a natural at hiding her emotions. She was an actress after all. "You've grown quite beautiful Koyuki," Dodo said with a smirk. "Tell me, do you still have the hex crystal?" "Yes," she responded with a grunt. Dodo chuckled at that. "Good. It is a prize unlike any other. With it I can finally unlock the treasure of the Kazahana clan." Koyuki looked up, intrigued. "Treasure? That necklace is a key to the treasure of the Kazahana clan. When I took control of the country I found that the clan's resources were almost gone. My brother had to have hidden it somewhere. I've already found the location of it. It is in the Rainbow Glacier, but to unlock it I need the hex crystal," Dodo explained. "With this we will finally be able to increase Snow Country's power and eventually overthrow the 5 great shinobi nations." "Even if you succeed it won't change anything," Koyuki said as she took off necklace she wore and handed it to Dodo. A second after Dodo examined it he snarled angrily, "What is this? Do you think I can't recognize a fake?" What? But that's," Koyuki's eyes snapped in recognition. "Uzumaki Naruto," she whispered in understanding. "What?" Dodo growled. "The brat's just like his mother, an unpredictable prankster. I wouldn't put it past him to pull a switch," Nader said as he stood with his team. "We'll go get it now, it shouldn't take long." That won't be necessary, Dodo sneered as he threw Koyuki back down on the couch. He turned to the Yuki nins and smirked, we have what he wants. He'll come to us just to save the little princess here like a good little hero. Snow Country, Snow Fortress. The place is crawling with guards, Yugito whispered as she sensed the various chakra signatures in the area. They're all Genin level except for 5, 3 are Jonin level and the last 2 are at the Chunin level, she stated clearly. I thought there were only 3 Yuki nins in that squad, Sakura commented from the side. Yugito nodded, one of the others is Dodo but I don't recognize the last one. What about Koyuki? Where is she? Naruto asked her. Yugito closed her eyes for a moment before replying, she's in one of the underground holding cells. Naruto nodded in understanding, alright, this is what we do. Sasuke, you and Sakura set up as many explosive tags in the fortress as you can while Yugito and I get Koyuki. While we do this, I'll have my shadow clones raising as much hell as possible on those genin, just wait for the signal before detonating the tags. And what's the signal? Sakura asked. Naruto just grinned, that would be the prison area going sky high. You know, I've never actually read one of those books about a damsel in distress, but I guess you would count as one, huh? Koyuki looked up upon hearing the voice. Naruto stood outside of her cell with a fox's grin on his face, hey princess. Did you miss me? Koyuki let a genuine smile cross her lips for the first time in 10 years, you're late Naruto. Yeah, well, heroes always show up at the last second, he shot back as he opened the cell door. Her smile faltered for a moment, you swapped the hex crystal didn't you? Naruto nodded and handed her back the purple crystal, yeah. I figured that's what they were really after, especially considering the feeling I was getting from it. Koyuki looked at him confused, feeling. Yeah, every time I look at it I feel cold, it's the same as the necklace I've got. Except that one feels warm, the blonde replied. She stared at him for a few more seconds, that can't be. I thought I was the only one who felt anything from this. Naruto, behind you, Yugito called out from down the path. Naruto turned quickly but he wasn't fast enough, a figure had appeared behind him and knocked him away with what appeared to be sword made of lightning. He bounced off the side of the wall, scattering pieces of the concrete before he finally rolled to a stop a few feet away. He stood to his feet a moment later, being aware of the edge of the pathway overlooking the abyss below. Who the hell are you? Naruto growled. The stranger had already grabbed Koyuki before Yugito could intercept, his blade rested at the princess's neck ready to slit her throat at a moment's notice. A sudden clapping echoed through the prison area and everyone looked up to see Dodo descending from the lift. Well done, Dodo said with a smirk as the stranger threw over the hex crystal along with the princess. Dispose of them while I take care of more important business. Koyuki struggled to break free but to no avail. He released his cloak, revealing his new chakra armor and took to the air with his mechanical wings. The stranger smirked as he turned to the Konoha Chunin, my name is Rokusho Aoi. He turned his head towards Yugito, it will be the last name you ever hear. He's a new Kenin from Konoha who stole the Rasengan, the sword that was wielded by the Nidaime Hokage. I thought he joined AIM, why is he here? Yugito asked as she stood beside Naruto. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki wiped the blood from his mouth and said, who cares? We have to get Koyuki and the crystal back. It's too cramped in here to fight properly, Yugito told him. Shinra Tensei, the world was engulfed, expanded around them. Aoi was forced to escape as the ceiling, the cells and even the building on top of them collapsed. Problem solved. The snow fortress was riddled with explosions as explosive tags detonated in a fiery blaze. Team Kakashi watched as the fortress soon tore itself apart, killing all inside. A split second later the entire building went up in one big fireball, consuming all it touched. Yugito, can you track them? Naruto asked as the four stopped. She nodded in reply, they're heading to Rainbow Glacier. There's a problem in getting there though. What's the problem? Sasuke grunted. She turned towards him, the snow team and that new Kenin are between us and them. There's one Jonin up the mountain, the 2 Chunin are in the forest and the other Jonin is just outside the glacier. Naruto thought for a moment before he spoke again, alright, this is what we're going to do. We're going to split up. Yugito, can you take that rain freak? Aoi, yes, Yugito nodded hesitantly. Naruto nodded and turned to the others, Sasuke, walk with me for a moment. The two walked a little ways from the girls and said simply, do you think you can take on 2 Chunin by yourself? Sasuke grunted at that, it's nothing I can't handle. Why? You and I both know Sakura is no match for a Chunin, if she came with Yugito or I then we would be slaughtered. The only choice I have is to have you protect her while fighting, can you do it? Can you protect her while fighting 2 Chunin? Naruto asked. Sasuke grunted again, mostly in annoyance, it shouldn't be a problem. Naruto smiled at that. Alright then. He spoke louder so everyone could hear. There's one last thing. When you win, don't come to aid the others, head straight for Dodo and Koyuki. Until Dodo's plan is stopped and Koyuki is saved, nothing else matters. Chapter 12, Snow and Spring. Snow Country, Glacier Borderline. So you decided to face me, huh? Let's get this over with, little girl. Aoi gave a mock bow. Quote. That's an interesting sword you have, Yugito said when she saw him activate it in a blaze of yellow light. It's amazing, isn't it? I tricked this stupid genin named Idate into stealing it for me, too bad he escaped before I could kill him. Oh well, not like it matters, the aim nin said with a smirk. He leveled the sword at her. Shall we? You know, with a sword that big you'd think you were compensating for something. A cat-like grin stretched across Yugito's lips. Aoi sneered at that. I was originally just going to kill you outright, but after that comment, I think I'll enjoy myself first. I wouldn't count on it, Yugito growled back. A split second later, 7 lightning clone appeared behind Aoi. It all happened in an instant. He twirled the Raijin around and with pure lightning manipulation alone, he absorbed the clones. He stopped a moment later and chuckled. Really now, using lightning against me? When I have the Raijin? Surely you had to have realized it is useless to resist. After all, no one can stand up to the power of the Raijin, to my power. I just wanted to check, bastard, I needed to make sure of something. That's all, Yugito shrugged with a small grin. And what might that be? He asked, intrigued for a moment. I wanted to test your reaction time, she said simply, and suddenly burst into static electricity. She was a clone. His eyes widened at that thought. Yugito emerged from the ground a moment later with her arm covered in what looked like pure fire. Keizuki, she called out as she slashed at him. Aoi brought his sword to bear and the two clashed between them. Sparks flew off to the side as they broke apart, Sue and Keizuki. Her other arm was suddenly engulfed in flames and she spun around to catch the aim nin's unprotected side. He parried the attack though and was surprised that she had not keeled over in shock from the electricity running through the sword. The blow came faster and faster. Eventually he was brought the sword down to cleave her in half, only this was a mistake that cost him. She brought both of her arms up and locked the weapon between her two fire blades. Then in one swift motion, her arms moved like scissors and cut the sword at the handle. Aoi dropped the weapon in shock. This had never happened before. He wasn't able to think properly after that as Yugito cut right through him from back shoulder to thigh. His body melted into nothingness, forever erasing his presence from the world. She sighed in relief and turned towards where the two sections of the Raijin lay on the ground. She only took a moment to catch her bearings and seal the two pieces for future use. Maybe she'd be able to repair it once they returned to Konoha, if they returned to Konoha. For now though, she still had a mission to complete. She just hoped everyone else was alright. Snow Country, Snow Mountain. This is such a fitting arena, wouldn't you agree, Uzumaki-san? Nader asked as the two stood across from each other. Naruto just stared with his Rinnegan activated. You're in my way. Nader smirked at that. Then how about we finish this little dance, huh? Fine by me, Naruto said and formed a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, a single shadow clone popped into existence beside him. Alright then, the Yuki leader responded and made several quick hand seals. Hyoten, Roga Nader no Jutsu. He called out as snow began to barrel down the mountain in the shape of a dozen wolves. Naruto dashed forward, chakra spinning in his hand as the clone moved with him. The clone jumped into the air, which was soon followed by Naruto a moment later. Naruto then proceeded to jump off the clone as if he were a platform and in doing so avoided the avalanche-like attack. He fell towards where a surprised Nader stood and swung his attack down upon him. Rasengan, the blonde called out as the jutsu connected. Nader backed off a moment later as the attack died down. The device on his shoulder sparked and shattered. He looked at it for a moment and chuckled slightly. Impressive kid, for a child no older than 13 to break chakra armor is unheard of. You should feel honored, Nader said in a mocking voice. And you shouldn't let your guard down, Naruto responded as a clone appeared behind the Yuki leader. What? Nader turned swiftly when he felt the presence, but it was already too late. The clone struck him dead center in the face, knocking him off the cliff and down towards the trees below. Naruto jumped after him a moment later, 3 clones popping into existence with him. The 4 clones grabbed Nader in midair and slammed him into the ground, blowing dust into the air with the impact. Naruto fell on him a second later, his knee firmly planted in the Yuki nin's midsection, causing him to grunt in pain. Shinra Tensai, the blonde called out as gravity increased on Nader's body. A crater formed around him from the jutsu and he felt every bone his body shatter. Naruto then proceeded to punch him repeatedly, again and again and again. Naruto didn't stop, however. he raised his hand into the air and immediately a clone started charging his next attack. Rasengan, he called out as he drove the spiraling sphere of destruction down upon his opponent. It was during this time that Nadare dissolved into snow, indicating it was a snow clone of the Yuki Bunshin no Jutsu. The shadow clones around the blonde disappeared in clouds of smoke a moment later as Naruto stood. Nadare appeared behind him with a kunai. And blood splattered on the unforgiving ground. Snow country, forest. Sasuke-kun, they're getting closer. Sakura exclaimed as she dodged yet another snow grenade. I know, he responded calmly. He stopped suddenly and threw a collection of wire strings onto the branch above him. He backflipped away as Mizor's mechanical arm extended and tried to catch him. Sasuke was already ahead of the two Yuki Chunin. However, a Fuma shuriken unraveled in his hand and he threw it up towards the flying Fubuki. You've got to do better than that to bring us down, Fubuki said as she easily dodged the large shuriken. What the hell? She exclaimed as a second Fuma shuriken appeared, bounced off of her chakra armor's shield. Cage shuriken no jutsu, Sasuke whispered as he saw the second shuriken connect. The force of the impact however knocked her off course, straight into the patch of wire. The moment she touched it, the wire had wrapped around her, trapping her. She broke free a moment later however, but it was already too late. Sasuke appeared behind her while in midair and attacked immediately. Shishi Renden, he called out as he landed multiple kicks to her stomach, shoulders and legs before finally finishing it with a downward kick to the midsection. She slammed into the cold snow with a thunderous impact, but Sasuke wasn't done. He plummeted towards her. His hand now engulfed in lightning and ready to deliver the finishing blow. Her armor had already been pushed to its limits after that last attack. Chakra armor wasn't really designed to resist against taijutsu techniques, so it was practically useless against them. Chidori. The echo of 1,000 chirping birds filled the forest as Sasuke struck down the Yuki Kunoichi. Fubuki. Mizor shouted as he saw her now lifeless form. He moved to help her but found that a number of wires had latched onto him. Let go of me. No. Sakura shouted back as she held the wires down, stopping him from moving. Sasuke appeared at her side and unleashed his final jutsu, Kaden, Ruka no Jutsu. The wire suddenly ignited and Mizor was engulfed in flames. The power core on his armor fractured and a moment later it exploded, blowing both Sasuke and Sakura away. They stood a moment later after the blast died down, coughing heavily from the amount of ash that was seemingly released during the explosion. What was that? Sakura asked after regaining her footing. Sasuke shook his head. I don't know, but that was definitely not my jutsu. Wait, you don't think that their armor is volatile? Snow country, Rainbow Glacier. Koyuki gazed out over the beautiful landscape. The shining scenery of the glacier was stunning even at this hour. Dawn was approaching fast, she knew, but accepted it all the same. Her eyes drifted to her uncle, a man driven mad by his lust for power and the man who had ordered her father's death. She hated him, yet he was family and she could never wish for his death. If you believe in the future, then spring is sure to come. Those who stray from the path of justice have no courage, but under the wing of a strong leader cowardice cannot survive. I'm at the end of my journey, father. I don't know if I can believe. Tears slid down Koyuki's face as she watched Dodo stand before the altar. He slipped the crystal into a small slot located in the very center of it and the entire altar exploded in light. The ice around them illuminated the glacier as she felt the temperature begin to rise. The smirk on Dodo's face had turned to outrage as the ice around them began to melt, leaving behind streams of water moving all around the glacier's edge. It's so warm, what is this? Koyuki asked, confused. A heat generator. This is the hidden treasure of the Kazuhana clan. Dodo shouted in outrage. Hey pedophile, I got a bone to pick with you. A voice called out from the other side of the glacier. Koyuki turned quickly and identified the young girl immediately, Yugito. Dodo growled upon recognizing her and made a hand seal. Hyoten, Kokuryu Bofusetsu. He thrust out his fist and a black dragon made of ice shot out towards the oncoming Kumo Chunin. Yugito saw it coming and used her fire manipulation to literally blast herself out of the way. The dragon impacted the ground behind her, knocking her off her feet, but she regained her balance a moment later. Dodo was already upon her however and swung his fist down to finish her. The ground crumbled under the impact, but she'd already flipped over him and landed between Dodo and Koyuki. Keizuki. She slashed with her signature jutsu, but it was blocked by the barrier in his armor. Such a foolish little girl, Dodo sneered and backhanded her across the glacier. Her body hit the altar and he started walking towards her, intent on finishing the job. Damn it, Keizuki is useless against someone like him, Yugito growled in thought as she tried to stand. Any last words? The snow daimyo sneered. Go to hell, Yugito shot back. You first." With that he swung his fist down on her. A sudden Fuma shuriken bounced off of his armor barrier from the side a moment later. Dodo turned swiftly as the sound of 1,000 chirping birds filled the air. Sasuke barreled across the melting ice with his hand covered in lightning. "Chidori," he called out as he slammed the Raiden jutsu into the man's armor barrier. There was an audible crack as part of the armor's reactor core fractured slightly. A moment later Dodo knocked Sasuke away and slammed him into the nearby frozen boulder. Sasuke slumped the ground but remained conscious. Sakura appeared by his side. "Sasuke-kun," the pink-haired Kunoichi shouted in alarm. Dodo laughed, and with each passing moment Yugito got angrier. This man didn't appear to care about his people at all. He only cared about himself and any power he could get his hands on. She hadn't seen Naruto since they had parted ways, and she didn't know what she would if he had died, all because of this infernal man. "I'll get you." Purple chakra flames erupted from her being and encased her completely in an inferno. It morphed itself into the shape of a human-sized cat with a single swishing tail behind it. An echoing roar escaped Yugito's lips as she disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared in front of a surprised Snow Daimyo. The slash that was delivered to his chest broke through his chakra barrier and the flames burned 4 large claw marks across his chest plate. He slammed into the side of one of the heat generators and howled in pain from the wounds that had been inflicted on him. "Demon," he yelled frantically as he tried to move away. Yugito was down on all fours and looked like a lion ready to strike. "Stay away from me." He made several hand seals and held out both of his hand. Hyoten, Soryu Bofusetsu. 2 black dragons of ice shot out and combined when they approached their target. They formed a pitch-black tornado of wind and ice which started pulling in everything in the glacier. Eventually Yugito was pulled into, and when the wind finally stopped, steam filled the air. "Nekomata Enden," the wind whispered as a superheated blast of crimson flames streaked at him from the steam-filled area. It impacted his barrier and scattered, melting parts of his armor and the ice he stood on. A moment later the ice collapsed and he dropped into the freezing water below. Dodo grabbed onto the edge of the ice and tried to pull himself up. Yugito stood at the place where the blast originated, and the ice below her feet too seemed to shatter, causing her to drop in as well. The fire around her died upon contact with the water and she was forced to grab onto the edge of the hole. Dodo was the first one on his feet and he dashed towards where Yugito stood. She knew she couldn't defend against him this time and her eyes closed when he drew near. "Die, demon," he yelled as he went in for the kill. Bansho Tenon, he was pulled back by an invisible force and he suddenly a searing pain in his back. Rasengan, he was suddenly shot forward and slammed into a formation of frozen boulders. "Don't you dare touch any of them with your filthy hands," Naruto growled as he glared at the Snow Daimyo. "Naruto," Koyuki whispered and gasped at the look on his face. His Rinnegan was blazing and there were faint traces of red mist drifting off from his body. His cloths were a mess and he looked like he'd been through a small war. Actually, all things considered, that was probably true. "Are you alright, Yugito? Koyuki?" he asked, his eyes not moving from Dodo's form. Yugito winced as she tried to heal her injuries. "I'll be fine." Koyuki nodded. "I'm okay." "Sasuke, Sakura, how about you two?" he asked over his shoulder. Sakura visibly sighed in relief. "I'm alright." "Naruto?" Sasuke thought angrily as he stared at his teammate's back. "Good." Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, a single clone appeared at his side awaiting instructions. You annoying little brat." Dodo shouted angrily as he stood once more. "I'll make you regret interfering in my plans, Uzumaki." Hyoten, Kokuryu Bofusetsu. A black ice dragon was launched at the blonde-haired boy. Naruto didn't even move from where he was standing. He brought one hand up and opened his palm. "It's over. This ridiculous little farce is over." Shinra Tensai, the ice dragon shattered and dissipated into nothingness before it even reached him. "Not yet, it's not. It won't be over until justice prevails and evil is wiped out. Every good story has got to have a happy ending." What? Dodo shouted in surprise as Naruto brought his hand up again. Koyuki knew she needed to say something so she shouted it out clear as day, "Finish as Naruto-kun." Bansho Tenon, Dodo suddenly found himself being pulled towards Naruto again as the blonde held out his free hand towards the clone. A spiraling sphere of chakra was formed a moment later and Naruto thrust forward. "Rasengan. What is that jutsu? Why can't I copy it? Where did he learn that?" Sasuke thought with overflowing jealousy. "Wow, rainbow chakra," Sakura said in wonder as she saw the jutsu change into 7 different colors thanks to the heat generators. "It's just like in the movie." Come on. Yugito cheered as she saw the attack connect with Dodo's barrier. There was an audible ka-boom as the jutsu detonated, sending Dodo spinning back and slamming into the very center of one of the generators. The glass cracked and shattered and suddenly the area around them had changed from ice and water to grass and streams. Dodo's lifeless body fell to the ground and remained motionless with a pained look forever imprinted on his face. Up on the cliff above, the director looked out over the new scenery and exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Could it be, we're making this movie 3D? Believe in the future, if you do, then the spring will surely come." The image of a younger Koyuki appeared in the middle of the glacier, though everyone could tell it was a recording. "What will you do when it comes, Koyuki?" a male voice asked. "I'm going to become a princess," the recorded Koyuki said with a childish smile. "Oh, and what sort of princess?" the male voice asked. "Well, let's see, one who's strong, and kind, and fights for justice," the young girl said cheerfully. "Ha ha ha ha, that's some dream," the male voice sounded happy. "Did I really say those things?" the real Koyuki asked as she stared at the recording. Everyone was watching it, wondering how it would end. Suddenly a man much taller than the young Koyuki appeared with a smile. He was dressed in green robes and was wearing glasses. "Well, so long as you believe in your dream and never give up, one day you'll be that fine princess," the recorded Sosetsu told her with a smile. He placed the hex crystal around the little girl's neck and looked onward. "Can you see her? There's a beautiful princess standing right in front of you now," he said with a smile. By now the real Koyuki had tears trailing down her face as she looked up at her father's face. I have a problem though, there's something else I want to be," the younger Koyuki said over her shoulder. Sosetsu looked curiously at her. "Really? What's that?" "An actress," she replied with her childish smile. Sosetsu chuckled at that, clearly believed she could do it. The real Koyuki started laughing lightly herself at the irony of what was said. Eventually the image dissipated however and the recording became nothing but memory. Yugito smiled at that. "Now that's what I'd call a happy ending." "Yeah, it is," Naruto said looking up at where the image had been a moment ago. Suddenly the altar erupted into a series of low chakra shockwaves causing everyone to snap their attention toward it. "What is that?" Sakura asked in surprise. "How the hell should I know?" Yugito shouted back as the altar exploded in light. Koyuki covered her eyes to avoid looking at the light. "What is going on exactly?" The hex crystal glowed and shot up into the air above the altar before it moved at an insane speed. Naruto caught it with both hands but the force behind it was enough to blow him back several feet. "Naruto!" Yugito shouted in worry upon seeing him being blown back. "I'm fine," he told her and looked down at the crystal. "I am the one who will establish peace and order." "Did this crystal just talk?" he asked in thought as he saw both the crystal in his hands and the one around his neck glow. 2 of 6. Senju. "The crystal, it's resonating with the necklace Tsunade-sama gave you," Yugito said, looking between the two glowing objects. "Well, it looks like it belongs to you now," Koyuki said as she saw the necklace stop glowing. Naruto looked over at the snow spring princess. "You mean I can keep it?" Koyuki nodded. "Yes. Take good care of it." "Thank you." He didn't know why he was thanking her, it just felt like the right thing to say at the time. Yugito clapped her hands together at that moment. "Now let's get out of here. I could really use a shower right now." Chapter 13. Rivalry. Fire Country, Konoha Hokage Tower. The trip home had been uneventful. They had stayed until Koyuki had been instated as the new spring daimyo and she agreed to ally with Konoha and the Fire Country as a thank you. On the trip back, Sakura was doing what she normally did and constantly pestered Sasuke. Yugito had been surprisingly quiet after she found out that Koyuki would still remain an actress and would be playing a part in the new Ika Ika movie. Then there's Sasuke. The glare he had been sending at Naruto the entire way home was beginning to get on his nerves. It didn't matter if they liked each other as long as they could work together. At least that's what Naruto had thought, but something changed during the Battle of the Frozen Glacier, as the locals of Spring Country now called it. Naruto didn't know what had changed exactly, but whatever it was made him very uneasy. This brings us to our current situation. Mission accomplished, Naruto stated clearly as his team stood before the Hokage. Kakashi nodded and looked over the report, impressive if a bit reckless. "We had to split up, taking them on as a group would have been suicide," Naruto explained his reasoning. Kakashi waved it off. "Believe me, Naruto. If I were in your shoes I would have made the same call. No matter how reckless it was still the right decision." "Thank you, sensei," the squad leader nodded. Kakashi sighed. "Go take a break, all of you. I'm sure there'll be another mission for you tomorrow, so go get some rest." Dismissed. The four nodded and exited the room. They were just about to reach the stairs when one single sentence changed their fates forever. "Hey Dobi," Sasuke spoke up, getting the others' attention. "What do you want, Tem?" Naruto asked over his shoulder. Fight me, now, Sasuke said with a glare surprising the two female members of the team. What? Sasuke, we just got back from a mission, what the hell are you talking about? Naruto asked confused. Shut up and fight me, he said, anger dripping in his words. Naruto just stared at him. Sasuke, I can't. I'm a chunin now, I can't just go around and pick fights with people anymore. And even if I could, I don't have the time to deal with your ego. He turned and started towards the stairs again. Sasuke saw this and grabbed his shoulder to pull him around. Naruto turned swiftly and slammed the dark-haired boy against the wall. What the hell is your problem? You and me, training ground 7, right now, Sasuke's glare intensified. Sasuke, you're not getting it, I have bigger problems than you now. Orochimaru, Akatsuki, your brother, at Naruto's words Sasuke's Sharingan activated. I said fight me, the Uchiha sneered. No, Naruto responded, no longer playing around. Are you scared? Sasuke asked with a smirk. I'm not the scaredy cat, the blonde Uzumaki responded. Sasuke grunted as Naruto turned to continue on. He spoke up again however and Naruto stopped dead in his tracks. Then if you won't fight me, perhaps Demon Girl here will. Yugito sent him a glare at the name he had called her, that bastard. What's his problem? Take that back, Naruto turned around and activated his Rinnegan. Make me, Sasuke said, hoping to provoke a reaction. He got one, fine, training ground 7. 20 minutes, be there. Fire Country, Konoha training field. 20 minutes later Naruto and Sasuke approached the center of the training field. Word had somehow gotten out that the two were going to fight and most of Konoha's population had arrived to witness the match. On one hand you have the last loyal Uchiha, Sasuke, and on the other hand you had the heir of the Rakuto Sennin, Uzumaki Naruto. Two children who were so similar and yet so different. Two children whom were practically royalty. Two children who possessed two different nearly extinct dujutsus. Two children whom represented fire and hatred. Two children whom represented the legacies of the Senju and the Uchiha. Even Kakashi, Tsunade and Jiraiya had gotten word of this and had come to see what was going on. Jiraiya was a little worried but knew what he had to do. Tsunade didn't really care about the match but she did care about Naruto so she would stay on hand in case anything happened. Kakashi however. He was the Hokage, plain and simple. So you heard too, huh? Jiraiya asked over his shoulder. Kakashi nodded as he walked up to him. Yeah, I need to stop this before it gets out of hand. It's already out of hand, the best thing you can do for those kids is to let them sort this out for themselves, Jiraiya said, his head shaking. Jiraiya-sama, the Hokage began. Jiraiya cut in however, Hokage-sama, you need to let them sort this out for themselves, there's no way around it, what's the story between these two anyway? Kakashi sighed, remember how you were with Orochimaru? Jiraiya nodded with a grimace, oh great. It seems we've got quite a crowd, Naruto commented as he cast a glance at the large group watching them. We've even caught Sensei's attention, he said as he spotted the Hokage in the group looking like his lazy self. Was Sasuke's only reply. Naruto turned his gaze towards the Uchiha and chuckled, what's so funny? Naruto shook his head, it's just. I guess I'm happy. After everything that's happened, I'm glad I finally get the chance to pound your ass into the ground. Who are you fooling, loser? Sasuke sneered. Naruto's eyes flashed gray as he replied, I haven't been a loser in a long time, Tem. Whatever loser, Sasuke grunted. I bet you only became Chunin because of that demon girl from Kumo. Naruto's shifted red for a second, say that again I dare you. Sasuke sneered at him, what are you going to do if I do? Naruto's grin was terrifying, the same thing Haku did to you when you fought him. Sasuke scowled at the memory of his first defeat, shut up. Naruto smirked at the response, apparently he was enjoying this little mind game. Now that I think about it, with the exception of that guy from the preliminaries you've never actually won a fight, why are you so weak? Is it because you don't have enough hatred? That did it. Sasuke's anger consumed him as he dashed forward intent on tearing the blonde apart. Naruto saw him coming and reacted by blocking the fist that was aimed at his face. He recognized the move as one of Rock Lee's taijutsu attacks. In fact, if it wasn't for his quick reflexes he would have been taken out with the first strike by that attack. Naruto slid away and formed a hand seal, so you're using fuzzy brows, taijutsu and speed, huh? Alright then, how about I even the odds a little? Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, instantly dozens of physical clones appeared around the Uchiha. Sasuke looked around only to see an ocean of orange and black. As the clones attacked he was forced onto the defensive. One clone, then 2, 3, 4, 5, they just kept coming. They were keeping him pinned and he knew it. It was then he switched tactics. He jumped high into the air above the training ground, his hands already in a seal. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke called out as he expelled a large ball of fire towards the large number of clones. They were consumed in the fiery blaze a moment later, pathetic. Shinra Tensei, the flames were snuffed out instantly. Naruto stood in the center unharmed with his Rinnegan activated. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? Sasuke grunted as he touched back down on solid ground. Fight seriously, loser. Even you can't be this pathetic. You want me to fight seriously? Fine. Naruto brought his open palm up towards the Uchiha. Bansho Tenin. Sasuke was surprised when he felt his body being pulled towards Naruto. What is this? Is this one of his Rinnegan's jutsus? Sasuke asked as he drew near. A kunai appeared in Naruto's hand a moment later and just as Sasuke was within range struck out. The blade cut the Uchiha's shoulder, nothing fatal, just enough to provide a demonstration that the match would have been over if Naruto had aimed for the head. Sasuke hit the ground with a loud slam where he rolled to a stop. H was on his feet a moment later however and looked over at where Naruto was. The blonde was walking away, as if there was no reason to stay. Hey Dobi, where are you going? Sasuke asked in anger. Naruto looked over his shoulder as he walked. You're done. If I had aimed for your head or anything else vital you would be a corpse right now. You. Sasuke glared at him full force. He would not be humiliated like this. His hands were already forming hand seals. Oh no, Kakashi's eyes widened in recognition. Isn't that? Tsunade watched with growing worry as blue lightning seemed to encase the Uchiha's right hand. I have to stop this now, the Hokage said and made to stop the match. Jiraiya stopped him however, there is no need. Kakashi turned to look at him, you're kidding right? Those are my students out there, that jutsu Sasuke's using is designed to kill whoever it's aimed at. I can't let this go on any further than it already has. Naruto can handle himself, Jiraiya said simply. Unlike you Hokage-sama, I actually trained the boy, he won't be taken down so easily. It was then that Kakashi remembered what Naruto had told him back during the Chunin exam. Flashback no jutsu begin. It's funny because even with that new jutsu of his, he won't win, Naruto said with an almost darkened chuckle. Why is it that you believe that? The copy nin asked as his eyes narrowed. Naruto shot him a small smirk, because he's fighting a demon container, we're not easily beaten by a thing like that. Flashback no jutsu end. Naruto, what you said back then, you weren't just referring to Gaara, you were referring to yourself as well. You knew you'd face Sasuke eventually, Kakashi realized in surprise. Be careful you idiot, Yugito thought as she watched the fight continue. Sasuke-kun. Naruto, Sakura knew she couldn't stop it, and that just made it worse. Chidori. Sasuke's voice echoed through the training ground as he shot forward. Naruto knew it was coming and he didn't have much time. Still he couldn't believe it had come to this, he knew what he had to do. He turned quickly and created a shadow clone at his side. Is this everything we've ever meant to you? Naruto's voice bellowed as Sasuke drew near. The clone finished charging the jutsu and he swung his hand out, rasengan. The world was consumed in light. Everyone watched in amazement as the two clashed with their most powerful techniques, sending wind and sparks in every direction before finally the area where they stood exploded. The two Konoha nins were blown away from each, Sasuke crashing into one of the many trees while Naruto slammed hard into one of the 3 wooden posts in the area. They're really trying to kill each other, Yugito said upon seeing how the fight was going. She didn't know what she feeling, was it anxiety, or was it fear? She didn't know. We have to stop this, Sakura said in horror at the way the two were fighting. Yugito shook her head, it's too late to be stopped now. This is bad, Tsunade commented. Kakashi didn't know what to do in this situation, on one hand they were shinobi of Konoha and so would fall under his jurisdiction. On the other hand however his students fully intending to smash each other into pieces, he couldn't stop them now. It's only going to get worse, Jiraiya stated. What the hell was that jutsu he just used? Sasuke thought angrily as he stood up again. Close combat would be bad if he can use that jutsu of his, I can only do Chidori one more time safely, better stick to long range, the Uchiha readied some wire for his next attack. You're really trying to kill me, aren't you Sasuke? Naruto asked as he too stood up. Sasuke didn't answer, instead preferring to dash to the side and into the trees where he could possibly stay out of sight. Naruto looked over the area where he disappeared with his Rinnegan but couldn't detect even a hint of chakra. Suddenly wire erupted from the ground around him and caught him while he was surprised. Damn it, he got me, Naruto's eyes widened as he looked to where the wire was connected to. Sasuke's hand were already in a seal, see you in hell loser. He breathed on the wire and it caught fire, Kaden, carry you Enden. Damn it. Naruto was engulfed in a blinding crimson light as the flames drew near. Ha 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 ha, brat, you should be thanking me for this, me and that blasted Yondaime Hokage who sealed me in here. Oh shit, Tsunade shouted as a column of red chakra spiked out from Naruto's position. Is that, Kakashi began. Yes it is, Jiraiya confirmed. Yugito's eyes widened at the sight, this is the first time I've seen him unleash it to this extent. This is nothing like the Chunin exams, did this happen on the mission to Spring Country? What is going on? Sakura asked as the light died down to reveal. Naruto lowered onto all fours, red chakra encasing his body and taking the shape of a fox with a single swishing tail. It's just like that demon girl, Sasuke thought when he saw it. He realized the danger, of course, this will not be so easy as I thought it would be. Well, what do you think, scaredy cat? Naruto asked in a sinister-sounding voice. You're a demon, Sasuke sneered. You really are a monster, just like her. A demon, you don't know the meaning of the word. Naruto shouted as he shot forward at amazing speed. Sasuke didn't see the fist coming until it collided with his face, blowing him back and crashing him through a tree. I didn't even see that. The Uchiha thought it shock. He looked up at Naruto and his eyes began to shift slightly, concentrate. Suddenly his Sharingan evolved into its next stage as Naruto shot forward again, I can see him now. Sasuke dodged the first strike unlike before, but this time the chakra exuding from Naruto moved on its own and slashed him along his face. He flew back, hitting the ground with a loud thud before rolling to a stop in the center of the clearing. What was that? It's like that chakra of his has a mind of its own, Sasuke thought as he recovered. I'd best stick to purely long-range attacks, close combat is useless right now. Had enough yet, Tem? Naruto growled out. Sasuke sneered as he formed a hand seal, hardly. He suddenly expelled a large ball of fire at the chakra fox, Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. Naruto didn't dodge it however, instead he took it straight on and didn't even flinch as it slammed into him. Sasuke was in shock as mist cleared and Naruto stood completely unharmed. That chakra must be protecting him, Sasuke realized. Naruto held out his hand and the chakra shot out towards the Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes widened but he was unable to do anything as the claw snagged him and with a slight tug brought him towards Naruto. The blonde's right hand was glowing red as he drew near and then suddenly the fist collided with the Uchiha's face. Sasuke was blown back with tremendous force, ricocheting off of 3 trees before finally coming to a stop at the posts. All was silent for a time until Kuku, Sasuke said as he stood up. The curse seal on his shoulder having completely covered his body and 2 demonic wings sprouted from his back. Let's finish this job, were his words as he flexed his wings. Naruto snarled at the sight of him, what happened to you? Was it Orochimaru? Did he corrupt you? Kuku, his Odo nins came to me and gave me what I needed to control my new power, Sasuke answered with a sneer. And you trust them? Naruto snarled. Sasuke chuckled darkly at that, of course not that it matters. His hands were suddenly forming hand seals and his hand was encased in lightning a moment later. Naruto was much the same way with a ball of spinning red chakra in his right hand. They jumped at each other and threw out their attacks, aiming to finish the battle once and for all. Rasengan. Chidori. Chapter 14, The Long Goodbye. Fire Country, Konoha Hospital. He hurt a lot, pain flooded his senses as his eyes began to flutter open. A groan escaping his lips as the sunlight hit him in the face from the open window, seriously why were the curtains not closed for sleeping patients? He shook himself awake and tried to look around to see where he was. At first glance he knew he was in the hospital and remembered what happened. You're finally awake, a voice he recognized said from the window. Jiraiya smirked knowingly, your mother was as stubborn as you are. What happened, Ero Sennin? The last thing I remember was. He thought back but couldn't seem to find the bottle's conclusion. You and the Uchiha brat were going at it pretty damn heavily, Jiraiya grunted. You won, in fact you broke the guy's left arm with a Kyuubi-enhanced Rasengan. Naruto looked at him surprised for a moment before he sighed, I'm sorry. What for? Jiraiya asked but already knew the answer. For getting into that fight, I shouldn't have done it, the blonde replied. Jiraiya snorted at that, trust me you're not the first one to put their teammate in the hospital despite the rank difference. Hell I put Orochimaru in the hospital when he was a Jonin and I was a Chunin because I couldn't stand the guy. Naruto chuckled hearing that, still. I'm sorry. Jiraiya just sighed, it doesn't matter kid. In fact what does matter is where you want to go from here. Naruto looked at him confused, what do you mean? The Gamma Sennin smirked at him. What I mean, kid, is, do you want to come with me for training as my apprentice? Naruto's eyes widened at the offer. Aye, how long would we be away? 3 years, Jiraiya answered truthfully. You know about Akatsuki, right? The blonde nodded in reply. Well, they're gonna start hunting Jinchuriki in 3 years, so you need to be able to defend yourself by then. Alright, I'll do it, thank you, Naruto said with a nod. Jiraiya just chuckled and turned to leave. Don't thank me yet. You still have a lot to learn, my student. You're leaving? Yugito asked the Rinnegan user. They were currently at his apartment, which was filled with bags he was using to pack for the trip he was going on later today. Yeah, Naruto answered as he stuffed away the crap littering the floor. Hey, he's a 12-year-old guy living alone, give the guy a break. How long will you be gone? She asked the question. Naruto smiled sadly at her. 3 years, give or take a few months. 3 years, she exclaimed in shock. Naruto nodded nervously. I need to get stronger if I want to face Akatsuki. What about you? Me? Yugito asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, I guess I'm stay around here. I am the Kumo ambassador after all. Naruto just smiled at her. Well, what? I'll miss you too, Yugito, he said before pulling his backpack onto his shoulder. He walked past her and tossed her the keys. The place is yours, for as long as you want it. Yugito didn't know what to say to any of that. She quickly came to a decision, however, and ran to catch up to him. Ready to go, brat? Jiraiya asked his new apprentice. He was standing beside Tsunade, Kakashi and the Konoha 12 feet as they had been dubbed minus Sasuke and Sakura. Yeah, I'm ready, Naruto said as he waved to the genin and Shikamaru. Troublesome blonde, I'll give you one, guess who? What was that, Shika? Ino asked in an all-too-friendly tone. I'll see you in 3 years, bye guys, and girls, Naruto said hastily after getting a glare from Ino. The Sennin and his apprentice were just about to leave when a voice stopped them. Hey idiot, wait. Naruto turned around as Yugito came to a halt in front of him. He stared at her confused. What is it, Yugito? She didn't reply, she simply grabbed both sides of his face and pulled his lips to hers. The others were surprised at the action and Kiba whistled at the sight. Neither of the two paid any attention, however, as they both settled into the kiss. Kakashi coughed to get their attention, obviously amused when Naruto shot him a glare. Yugito took a step back and coughed so she could talk again. Well, take care of yourself. Naruto just smiled as he stepped away and made to follow Jiraiya. He looked over his shoulder and swore, I'll be back, that's a promise of a lifetime. Yugito nodded as she watched them walk out of view. Everyone started to walk away from the scene now that the two were gone. Tsunade walked up to the girl once everyone else was gone and asked, are you going to be okay? Yugito nodded, I'll be fine, he promised to come back. Tsunade nodded with a smile, he always keeps his promises. Yugito smiled at that, I know. How would you like to become my apprentice? Asked the Katsuyu Sennin. Yugito looked up at her surprise, thank you. It's an honor, Tsunade-sama. Please, none of that, just call me Shisho. Fire Country, Konoha Hospital. You lost, badly at that, Sakin said in amusement from the window. They had taken out the guards in the hospital and had quickly reached the Uchiha's room. Orochimaru's power, Sasuke spat at the word. Wasn't enough, that demon was too powerful for it. Watch your tongue, Uchiha, the redhead, Tayuya warned him. We've come to collect you, Uchiha, Orochimaru wants you. He can give you the power to defeat your brother, Sakin goaded, and it worked. Sasuke smirked at them, fine then. As long as I get the power I want. I don't care what it takes to get it. Later that night Sasuke was walking the path out of the village. I thought I'd find you here, Sakura said as she stood to the side of the path. What are you doing here? Sasuke asked. Waiting for you. I love you, I don't want to be without you. I know I can't convince you to stay, but please take me with you, Sakura begged him, tears freely falling down her face. Sasuke simply stared at her before he continued on past her. Do what you want. Thank you, she said and made to follow him. And so the fate of the world changed that day. Fire Country, Konoha Hokage's office. What do you mean they're missing? Kakashi's voice echoed through the halls of the tower. Shizune stood in front of him giving the report. You asked me to check on Sakura and Sasuke, but I can't find them anywhere. The guards assigned to Sasuke's room are missing too, I can't find any of them. Kakashi rubbed his forehead at that. How bad is it? Shizune took a breath for continuing. I went and checked with the security department and well, according to them there was a disturbance in Konoha's detection barrier late last night. It was so small that everyone thought it was a wild animal. Are you saying my students abandoned the village? Kakashi asked. Shizune shook her head. No, I'm not. Since the guards are gone, we can only assume that they were taken against their will. Kakashi nodded at that. Get me Nara, Shikamaru and Niyugido right now. Shizune nodded at the order. Yes, Hokage-sama. You wanted to see us, Hokage-sama? Shikamaru asked lazily. Yes, I did, Kakashi nodded. Late last night Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura disappeared from the village. We believe they've been kidnapped. The Nara's expression turned serious. By who? We believe it was Oto. It's no secret that Orochimaru wants the Sharingan, the Hokage answered. Excuse me for speaking out of turn, Hokage-sama, but isn't this a job for Jonin or Anbu? Yugido asked confused. Kakashi nodded. Normally yes, but I have no one to spare for a mission like this right now. What are our orders? Shikamaru asked. Assemble as many experienced genin as you can and then head out after them. They're no doubt heading for Sound Country and they already have a 5-hour head start. It's best that you hurry, Kakashi replied. Understood, Hokage-sama. Yugido bowed respectively. Fire Country, forest near Katana Mountain. It took them 15 minutes to collect the members of Team Shikamaru. It consisted of Choji, Neji and Kiba. Shikamaru was of course team leader with Yugido as second in command because of her rank. Everyone seemed okay with it, though Neji told her he would only go along with it because Naruto trusted her. Betray that trust and he would kill her himself. They're up ahead, they appear to be resting, Neji spoke up. Shikamaru nodded at that, probably from the battle Kiba smelled earlier. What do we do? Yugido asked as the group came to a stop. We stick to the plan, Shikamaru answered. Down, Yugido and Neji shouted as they pulled the rest of the team to the side. Explosion riddled the area where they once stood as the Sound 4 appeared before them with what looked like a barrel. What plan is that? Sakin asked with a sneer. How did they know we were here? Choji asked. It doesn't matter right now, Yugido said as she narrowed her eyes at the Oto nins. You're damn right about that bitch, Tayuya smirked at them. Where are Sasuke and Sakura? Kiba growled at them. Wouldn't you like to know? Sakin mocked. I'll handle these fuckers, Tayuya said confidently. Sakin looked over at her and nodded. Don't take too long. Orochimaru-sama will not be pleased if you're late. Tayuya nodded with a smirk. This shouldn't take long at all. The Sound 4 minus Tayuya disappeared into the trees with the barrel a moment later. Everyone get ready, we don't know what she's capable of, Shikamaru told his team when he saw her making hand seals. Kuchio's no jutsu, Doki, Tayuya slammed her hand on the ground. Kanji spiraled out of it and in a poof of smoke 3 elephant-sized demons appeared. Let's play. Let's go wild. Yugido shook herself. Why did I just think of Naruto? Tayuya pulled out what appeared to be a flute and started to play. A moment later the 3 Doki shot forward and struck down on the team with their weapons. Team Shikamaru evaded the attack however and quickly withdrew into the trees above. We need a new plan, Neji grunted as he stared down at where Tayuya stood. I'm thinking, Shikamaru responded. Think faster, Yugido told him. Come on morons, I want to have some fun before I beat you, Tayuya smirked up at them as symbols started to move across her skin. What is that? Choji asked in worry. That's, Uchiha-san had that back during the preliminaries, Neji told them. If you remember he used it against the Oto team that was sent to the exam. It's a curse seal, I've read about them. Orochimaru uses them on his subordinates to enhance their strength and loyalty, Yugido explained. Guys, is that what I think it is? Choji asked with a start as he pointed towards the redhead below. Her eyes had changed, they were a different color but the pattern of them was the same, it was the Rinnegan. Holy shit, she has the Rinnegan, Kiba exclaimed. That's why she reminded me of Naruto. Yugido's eyes widened. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 15, Fire and Sound. Fire Country, forest near Katana Mountain. Trees, boulders, hell, even the earth itself was blown away by the blast of gravity that was sent out. Team Shikamaru recovered however and looked at the source of the attack, a red-headed girl about their age with eyes that were all too familiar to the group. She has the Rinnegan. What the hell? I thought Naruto was the only one. Kiba exclaimed in surprise. Clearly we were mistaken, Neji mused upon seeing the powerful Dujutsu. This just got a lot more troublesome, Shikamaru said with narrowed eyes. Bansho Tenin, the group turned and evaded several trees that came at them. You can run but you can't hide from my eyes, little rats, Tayuya stated. Yugido stuck to the trunk of a nearby tree and kept her eyes on the Oto nin. You all get out of here and go after the Uchiha and Pinky. I'll stay here and face her. You can't expect us to leave you to fight her alone, can you? Kiba growled out. I'm the only one here with any experience with the Rinnegan, I know its weakness. If you've got a better idea I'd love to hear it, Yugito shot back. Besides, the longer we stay here the closer our mission comes to failure, get going. I can handle this, she told them. Shikamaru nodded in understanding, alright, but don't get yourself killed. Naruto would never forgive me if anything happened to you. He and the others disappeared after the other Oto nins a moment later. Deciding to face me alone. You are either brave or stupid, Tayuya mocked. Actually I wanted to talk to you without anyone else listening in, Yugito smirked unimpressed. I want to know where you came from, Uzumaki. Tayuya's eyes widened at the name. Yes, I know your clan name, only an Uzumaki can wield the Rinnegan since they are descended from the Rakuto Senensu that makes you one. What I want to know is where did you come from when I know for a fact that the homeland of the Uzumaki was destroyed years ago. As if I'll tell you anything, bitch, Tayuya snarled. Yugito's eyes narrowed into a glare, then I'll make you talk. Shinra Tensei. Dust was blown up as gravity blew away another section of the earth. Damn it, she has more control than Naruto, Yugito thought as she recovered. Miteki, Jinbuso Kyoku, Tayuya whispered and played her flute. A doki came from the side and swung its large club at the blonde girl. Yugito dropped down below the branch to evade. Another doki was waiting for her, however, it held some kind of large double-edged sword and slashed at her as she fell. Yugito used her fire manipulation to literally blast herself out of the way and land on the ground below. Keizuki, Yugito called out as she turned swiftly and slashed at where the final doki was located. It evaded the attack, however, and instead she cut through a tree, causing it to melt. Not bad, bitch, but not good enough, Tayuya said with a smirk. Why don't you come down here and say that to my face? Yugito growled up at her. Suin Reikyu. Two spheres of lightning chakra were hurled at the redhead, whom just let the grin on her face widen. Shinra Tensei, she whispered as the two lightning balls were dispersed. She even has Naruto's defense capabilities as well, damn it. I'll just have to get in close and attack from there. This better work, Yugito thought and ignited her arm in a blaze. Keizuki, the blonde said as she slashed the ground in front of her, causing smoke to erupt upwards. Smokescreen, Tayuya caught on and raised her hand. Shinra Tensei, the cloud of smoke was blown away a moment later, leaving a grinning Yugito. What are you smiling at, bitch? The redhead mocked but became wary when the grin widened. Shit, Miteki, Jinbuso Kyoku, she said as she started playing her flute again. Yugito appeared behind her and slashed with her flame-covered arm, Keizuki. Before she could land the hit, however, a doki came from the side and caught her with its club. Yugito flew several feet before crashing through a tree and landing in a heap on the ground below. The blonde stood clumsily a few moments later as the three doki surrounded her and Tayuya stared down at her. No one has survived the sound of my flute, the redhead said simply. Mikio no ran, Tayuya whispered as she played a different tune. Now what is she doing? Yugito asked in thought and saw the three doki spew out some kind of fog monsters. What the hell are those things? Her eyes widened as the three monsters caught her. These spirits will drain your chakra until there is nothing left, you will die here. That's all there is to it, Tayuya said simply as the fog monsters wrapped themselves around the blonde. She's right there draining my chakra, damn it, I'll be dead in minutes if this keeps up, Yugito growled in thought as she attempted to break free but no avail. Suddenly her eyes flashed in recognition, if I can't break free, maybe I can give them a stomach ache. Yugito started channeling the Nibi's chakra, which was then drained from her system by the fog monsters. The spirits broke away, releasing a screech of pain before dissipating into nothingness, surprising Tayuya. What did you just do? The redhead exclaimed upon seeing the fog monsters disappear. As if I'll tell you anything, bitch, Yugito said, mocking her words from before. Tayuya's face became red in anger. You dare mock me? Fine, let's see you handle this. She dismissed her doki knowing they were useless at this point and brought her flute to her mouth once more. Miteki, Mugen Ansa, she whispered as she began to play. The world seemed to distort around them, the sky changed into what looked like a red ocean. Wires hung from the ceiling and pinned Yugito the ground, around her were hundreds of bones. Yugito struggled to break free but it proved in vain as she looked at her arms, they seemed to melt before her eyes as she let out a pain-filled scream. Game over, Tayuya whispered as she approached. Once she was literally right in front of the blonde, she raised her hand, Shinra Tensei. Yugito gasped as a loud crack echoed through the forest, a moment later she fell backwards and hit the ground with a thud. Tayuya stood over her with clenched hands, she stood there looking down at her fallen opponent for a few good seconds before turning away. I'm sorry I had to kill you, but I can't risk my secret getting out. Now I need to deal with your friends before they have the chance to say anything, the redhead said and started away. She didn't get far, however. A deafening roar echoed out from where Yugito lay as the blonde was engulfed in a torrent of purple light. Tayuya turned quickly in surprise as Yugito seemed to pull herself up. The purple chakra around her ignited into flames and condensed to form a cat-shaped cloak around her body with a single tail. "What the fuck is that?" Tayuya exclaimed as her eyes processed what she was seeing. "That chakra is alive." Her eyes widened in shock as Yugito suddenly disappeared from view. She turned swiftly but was unable to dodge the chakra flame-enhanced slash that swiped across her chest. "Motherfucker." The redhead crashed through the nearby tree as Yugito touched down in front of her. "Come on, Uzumaki. Don't tell me that's the best you've got." Tayuya stood up from where she crashed and glared at the chakra flame cat. Her curse seal had absorbed most of the attack, but she knew it couldn't take many more like it. Eventually it would have to retract her, it would corrupt her body from the inside out even with the drugs Orochimaru had supplied them with. Even though she had been given a curse seal, she knew that Orochimaru didn't really want her. The reason he'd never taken her body was because of his need for learning jutsu. The Sharingan was a natural choice for him compared to the Rinnegan. She was very thankful for that. "Bansho Tenin," Tayuya called out, knowing that genjutsu would be useless in this situation. Several trees impacted where Yugito stood but were seemingly destroyed the moment they came close. "Damn it, why won't you just stop?" "Because I need answers." Yugito snarled as a ball of fire started to expand in front of her. Nekomata Enden. The ball suddenly exploded forwards in a stream of fire, incinerating everything it touched. "Shinra Tensai," Tayuya called out as she covered her face with her arms. There was a resounding ka-boom as the ball finally exploded upwards in a hail of dirt. Once it was over, Tayuya could be seen looking out of breath, her cloths torn and her curse seal beginning to retract. "I see you're reaching your limit," Yugito stated with a growl. Tayuya just glared. "Fuck you." "You first," Yugito shot back as she started forming yet another compressed fireball. "This bitch is too strong. I need to use it or I'm dead. I can't survive another attack like that," the redhead thought as her hands settled into a seal she never used unless absolutely necessary. "Nekomata Enden," the fire cat exclaimed as she shot the fireball at her target. Tayuya saw it coming and released her own jutsu, Chibaku Tensai. And the world was consumed in light. Senju Tsunade never did like the way Konoha did things, not even when she was a child. Her grandfather knew what he was doing when he founded Konoha with the Uchiha Madara, but he was too naive when it came to plans for the future. An example of his naivety is when he handed the Biju out to other countries to maintain balance in the elemental countries. He was a good man, however, he did create a beacon of light amongst this chaotic world they lived in. When he died and her granduncle took the position as Hokage, he revised a few details in the way Konoha was run and in so doing preserved the peace for many years until the First Great Shinobi War, where he fell in battle. Then her sensei took the position and things really went downhill. Sarutobi Hiruzen was man of many talents, almost unrivaled when it came to politics and combat, however his age quickly caught up with him after the Third Great Shinobi War. He knew this also and appointed Namikaze Minato as his successor, since he was much better at keeping the council in line and was nay unstoppable on the battlefield, having practically single-handedly defeated Iwagakure no Sato. In all honesty, if it wasn't for the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha, then Minato would still be Hokage to this day and Kakashi wouldn't have had to take the position. The copy nin knew he wasn't cage level by a long shot, but it wasn't his strength that made him Hokage, it was his reputation. He was a man to be feared of, second only to Namikaze Minato himself. Ever since he became Hokage, he stopped slacking off and worked on regaining his lost strength from before Kyuubi attacked. He'd really let himself go over the years since Minato died, and he knew if Konoha was going to survive, then it needed a Hokage who could protect it with the will of fire, just like all the previous Hokages. Hokage. That title brought up some unpleasant memories for one. Senju Tsunade, her fiancé Dan and her younger brother Naoki were killed in service of Konoha during the Second and Third Wars. Because of this, Tsunade had ended up with thinking that Konoha was responsible for their deaths and disappeared for many years with the permission of the Sandaime Hokage. Truthfully, if it wasn't for the completely unpredictability of one Uzumaki Naruto, she wouldn't have even stepped foot back in Konoha ever again. Then there was her new apprentice, Niyugito. It was pretty obvious to her that she and Naruto were smitten with each other, but knew they needed to keep things professional while they were a part of the same team. It didn't really come as a surprise when she saw Yugito pull the two of them into a kiss as Naruto left with that pervert Jiraiya. When Tsunade took the young girl on as her apprentice, it was because she reminded her of how she was at that age. She stood up for what she believed in, always fought with all her heart, and was completely dedicated to helping people. When the young girl began working at the hospital, Shizune helped out too by giving her some textbooks on medicine and the like. Though none of the other villages admitted it, Konoha was and still is the best place to find medical help. Tsunade herself was a prime example of a medic nin. she could heal just about anything physically possible and her talents had made her well known. Tsunade set up a test of sorts for Yugito. She had to perform a basic surgery on an unconscious fish which had becoming poisoned. It took months to get it right for even the best medic nins, so it came as a big surprise when she found that the poison was gone from the fish at the end of the day and Yugito was looking quite smug standing off the two side. Yugito had passed her little test on her first try. That simple fact drove him one very significant detail about the girl. Yugito's potential in the medical field rivaled that of her own. So naturally she had a vested interest in the girl. Jiraiya had even made a comment over one of their drunken get-togethers that Yugito looked and acted just like she did as a teenager, when she was with Dan. For Tsunade that realization terrified her because it felt like she was looking in a mirror every time she saw the girl. Tsunade didn't want her to face the same hardships if she could help it, that's why she was out here now. When she heard that Yugito and half of the Konoha 12 feet had set off after a seemingly kidnapped Sakura and Sasuke, she knew something was wrong. She went with the medical team which had been dispatched following the team from Suna which had come as part of the now allied village to help. About 27 miles from Konoha she felt the background aura of a disturbing chakra she knew to be that of a Jinchuriki's Biju. Having faced several during the wars she knew that they were not to be taken lightly and that it could only be Yugito. She had told the other medic nins to continue on while she headed off to find her apprentice. The sight she came to was not what she expected however. There was a large crater about 80 feet across covered in debris, flames dotted the area and she caught sight of two figures lying unconscious in the center of it. One was definitely Yugito though she looked like she'd been through hell, she was bleeding extensively from her arms and her clothes were ripped as if something tried to tear them apart. The other girl wasn't much better off either, her clothes were stained in blood giving them a color that matched her hair. Upon closer inspection Tsunade saw that she was an Oto nin which caused her eyes to harden. They were both alive thankfully, though they weren't out of the woods yet literally. It took all of 5 seconds to come to a decision regarding the situation and quickly made a shadow clone. Tsunade and her clone picked the two up after she finished patching them up as much as she could and they set off towards Konoha. You had better buy me some sake for making me worry Yugito-chan. Chapter 16, The Musical Whirlpool. Fire Country, Konoha Hospital. The mission was a failure. It turns out that Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura had betrayed them all. They had abandoned Konoha and with the help of the Sound 5 managed to escape into Sound Country. With the aid of the team from Suna, the Sound 5 were all eliminated aside from the one that was captured. To Yuya. Tsunade had healed Lee's wounds and he had aided the squad leader Shikamaru during his battle with the leader of the Sound 5, Kagaya Kimimaro. While Lee faced the bone-wielding Oto nin, Shikamaru headed off after Sasuke and Sakura to the Valley of the End. When he got there however, things didn't exactly go as planned. Sasuke explained that he only wanted power and wounded Shikamaru with Chidori. Truthfully if it were not for the quick thinking of Inara, then the attack would have most likely killed him there and then. Naruto may have survived it and perhaps Gaara and Yugito might have also but a normal human wouldn't have been able to. It was a good job as was only a glancing hit. The two traitors escaped into Sound Country and Shikamaru knew he couldn't do anything about it. He passed out just as the medics arrived and attended to him before bringing him back to Konoha. He had surprisingly sustained the least damage during the mission of all the members on the team. He was released soon after and had gone to check on the others that were in the hospital also. Choji and Neji had the most injuries because of the physical wounds both external and internal. Yugito was close behind having practically had her skin burned away and her chakra network having been pushed to the extreme. Kiba was bedridden like the others but his wounds weren't life-threatening and they said he could leave in a few days. There was nothing you could have done, Kakashi said as he appeared beside the young Nara. If it were Naruto that was leading the team then we wouldn't have failed and none of us would be injured, Shikamaru countered knowing how far his friend would go to keep them all alive. Well you're not Naruto, you're you and this time you were thrust into a situation out of your control. As for the mission, they were my students, if anyone is to be blamed for their leaving it would be me. I am the one who trained them after all, Kakashi told him. Shikamaru shook his head at that, perhaps it's not anyone's fault this happened, they wanted to leave, and they did. Yes, and now I have to write up a Nukenin form for them both. The Hokage turned and headed towards the security section of the hospital, where the prisoner was located. Yugito groaned as her eyes fluttered open, the effort alone caused her to wince. The light shone through the window which made her ask why it was even there. I mean what's the point in it other than to make its patients miserable? She shifted slightly and sat up with great effort, sending painful jolts throughout her arms. I hate hospitals, oh the irony. Why did you choose to become a medic nin? Tsunade asked from the chair to the side. It was a good idea at the time, Yugito groaned and painfully turned over to face her. How long was I out? 3 days, the Katsuyu Sennin answered. You gave me quite the scare for a while there, it's a good job you have the Nibi inside you or you would be dead right now. Oh, well what happened exactly? I remember fighting that Uzumaki and then everything went blank. Where is she? Yugito asked as she painfully sat back up. So you already know, it was a statement not a question. We just ran a DNA check on her, she's definitely an Uzumaki but we weren't able to find a name. Any idea where she came from? She can't be from Whirlpool Country, Kyuubi would have attacked when she was a baby or something, the Kumo Chunin asked. Tsunade nodded at that. Jiraiya and I checked Whirlpool Country several times over. There was no one left when it was destroyed, and even if there was, you just can't leave Whirlpool Country, at least not by regular means. Hell, the only way in or out is to either reverse summoning or walking the whole way. Ships can't get anywhere near it because of the large number of whirlpools in the area, they're so strong they can destroy a freighter in a matter of minutes. So if she'd not from Whirlpool Country, then where is she from? Yugito asked with a frown. Tsunade took a few seconds before responding, you already know. She's Kushina-sama's daughter, isn't she? Yugito asked with a sigh. Tsunade nodded, yes she is. So that makes her Naruto's sister, as well as the Yondaime Hokage's daughter, Yugito mused, surprising the Sannin. Please don't insult my intelligence, Shisho, all Uzumakis have red hair. Naruto doesn't, Tsunade sighed, clearly feeling her age for once. That leaves a question though, how the hell was she born when I know for a fact that Minato and Kushina only had one child? Tsunade asked the one question she wasn't able to answer. Yugito looked over at her. I think a better question is how did she end up in Orochimaru's forces? We're just going to have to ask her. Let me fucking go now. Tayuya shouted as the Anbu forcefully restrained her. Kakashi stood in front of her bed with his arms crossed. I said let me go. You're in no position to demand anything, the Hokage shot back as the Anbu tied her to the bed so she couldn't escape. He motioned for the Anbu to leave. Hawk, Cat, you're both dismissed. What are you going to do to me? Couldn't you have just killed me outright? Why did you have to prolong my suffering? The redhead asked with a faltering glare. I didn't have you executed because I need information that only you have, Kakashi began. I want to know where you came from. Whirlpool Country was destroyed years ago and there hasn't been an active Rinnegan besides Jiraiya-sama's 2 students. The Rinnegan is considered a random mutation which only appears once every 5 generations for an Uzumaki outside of the royal family, and even then it always dies out eventually. Only the royal family has ever been able to sustain it, and I've had my people do a DNA match for you. Your DNA matches with Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. 2 very important figures to Konoha and to me, he continued. Knock knock. Enter, Kakashi said, not taking his eyes off of the redhead. An obviously injured Yugito entered a moment later with Tsunade, alright on time. What is she doing here? Tayuya spat as she saw the blonde girl she had been fighting. She's here because I want her here, Kakashi said plainly. He turned to the redhead and continued. Now why don't you tell me where you came from and we'll continue from there, okay? Why should I tell you anything? Tayuya shot back. Because it's either that or I turn you over to Ibiki and let him play with you. Enko might even join in. Now Tayuya may not have heard of Ibiki but she sure as hell knew about Enko. You didn't last long as an Odo nin without learning of the hubby Sennin's old apprentice. Alright, I'll talk, jackass, Tayuya muttered the last part bitterly. My name is Uzumaki Tayuya and yes I admit I have the Rinnegan. As for where I come from, I don't know, okay. The pedophile found me during a raid on Iwagakure no Sato 7 years ago, she explained. Unknown to her, Kakashi's Sharingan was focusing in through his Hidai and could tell she wasn't lying. I see. Iwa you say? He questioned. Tayuya responded mockingly, yes I say. The Hokage sighed at the answer, Iwa huh. I can't believe you lied to me, Minato-sensei. True, we had just finished fighting a war with them but still, you should have told me. He turned to her again and asked, how old are you? 14, why? What's that got to do with anything? Tayuya's voice almost sounded insulted. Then I think I know how you ended up in Iwa, Kakashi said with a sigh. Tsunade shot him a curious glance, you know something Kakashi? The Hokage nodded. After the 3rd Great Shinobi War Kushina-sama was pregnant. This was before they married and he was still my sensei. How come I didn't hear any of this? Tsunade demanded. Kakashi shook his head at her, I only found out by accident and Minato-sensei told me that it was a miscarriage so I didn't bring it up again. Well, I think this little brat is living proof that it wasn't a miscarriage, the Sannin said, gesturing to the bedridden girl. Kushina-sama was captured by Iwa after the war. She was missing for weeks before Minato-sensei found her and killed her captors. If she was going to give birth it would have been then, Kakashi said, shaking his head. So what? They kept my mother alive just so that she could what? Give birth to me, Tayuya demanded. Kakashi shook his head again. No. They most likely wanted to turn you into a living weapon to be used by Iwa. Imagine it, the Rinnegan alone makes you very valuable, but being Minato-sensei's daughter too. That's practically asking them to turn you into breeding stock. She felt like she was going to throw up at that. It would have been the ultimate form of vengeance upon Minato-sensei. Didn't go as planned, I bet, or she wouldn't have ended up with Orochimaru, Tsunade said as she leaned against the wall. So what went wrong? You mentioned Orochimaru raided them and got you. He had to have known you had the Rinnegan, so why didn't he use you as one of his bodies? Me? A body? You don't know him at all, do you? He may be sadistic and cruel, but he doesn't do anything without a reason too. He knew about the Rinnegan but he didn't want it. He wants to learn every jutsu in the world. To do that he needs the Sharingan. A Rinnegan is useless to him if he can't copy jutsu, Tayuya said bitterly. You don't like him, do you? You don't like him because he considers you to be second best, Yugito asked as she looked the redhead over. What was your first clue? The bastard does sick experiments on anything he can get his hands on. When he gave me the curse seal it was to ensure by loyalty to him, Tayuya grumbled the last part. Well, that's funny because your curse seal is gone, Tsunade spoke up upon hearing that last part. Tayuya looked up at that, then checked her shoulder. How? The only time he destroys them is when the user is dead. Tsunade smirked at that. That's the thing. You were clinically dead when we brought you in. Why, you mean I'm free? The young Uzumaki hoped this wasn't some sick joke. From his influence, yes, free from us though. Not a chance, Kakashi declared simply. From where I'm standing you have two options. You can either be locked up or you can become a Konoha nin on probation until I deem it time for you to become a full kunoichi of this village. Tayuya along with the other two were surprised at the second option. Well, I would rather not be thrown in a cell. Nice to hear it. Kakashi's face instantly brightened with a creepy sunshine genjutsu behind him. As soon as you've recovered, report to my office. He left a moment later with the two blondes in tow. What was that about? Tsunade demanded, looking back at the room. Konoha could always do with another Rinnegan. Something tells me she will be a very powerful ally one day. I also owe it to Minato-sensei and Kushina-sama, Kakashi answered simply as he walked. You're playing a very dangerous game, Hokage-sama, Tsunade warned him. A game I intend to win, Tsunade Dono, was his response. Wind Country, Setsuna City ruins. Is this it? The young blonde asked as he looked over the decaying ruins of the largest city in the elemental countries. The old senin beside him nodded at his side. Yes, it is. It'll do. When do we start? The blonde Chunin asked. The Gamma senin was already ahead of him. Let's find a place to stay first and set up camp. Once we do that we'll start on what I have planned. This isn't going to be a walk in the park for you. Namikaze Naruto. Chapter 17, Home at Last. Fire Country, Konoha, main gates. The village hidden in the leaves was a village of peace despite being a military fortress to the outside world. Being a ninja village meant it had a lot of blood on its hands and was considered by many to be the most powerful of them all. In the 3 years since the failed Tsuno-Oto joint attack, all the damage to the village had been repaired and it was prospering again. Things had been quiet lately. The rest of the Konoha tent, meaning all of the rookies besides Sasuke and Sakura, were now Chunin or higher. Hyuga Neji, for example, was a full Jonin and had been considered the best out of the small group. Man, he is in for a wake-up call. At the front gates a pair of very familiar figures were entering the village. One was a man in his mid-50s dressed in red with white-gray hair. The guards on duty immediately recognized this man as Jiraiya of the Sannin, a living legend if there ever was one. The second person, however, was a young 15-year-old blonde man wearing a red trench coat with black flames covering the bottom of it. Under it was a black-orange jumpsuit and he had 6 distinct whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Naturally the guards recognized him as Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, successor of the Rakuto Senin, living legacy of the Yondaime Hokage and student of the Gamma Senin Jiraiya. That's quite a resume for a kid who graduated last in his class. He paid them no heed as he passed, too consumed with excitement at finally being home again. However, the excitement he felt was more towards finally meeting the one person in all of the elemental countries that he wished to see again. Not wasting any time, he jumped high and landed on top of a large post overlooking the village. Jiraiya smirked as he watched his student, the image of the boy's father overlaying his form. Hello Konoha. The blonde maelstrom yelled happily with his arms out. Home is where the heart is, Haero Senin. Jiraiya snorted and leaned against the post. Sure it is. Why do you think I'm on the road all of the time? Naruto chuckled at that, because you're searching for inspiration for your books. How true, a voice said from the building behind him. Naruto turned to see Kakashi sitting on the balcony reading an Ika book. Long time no see, Naruto. You've grown up, I see. It's good to see you again. You too, Hokage-sensei, Naruto said a little too cheerfully as he jumped over. Please don't call me that, Kakashi groaned upon hearing the nickname. You haven't changed at all, Naruto said as he landed on the balcony. Oh, I almost forgot, I got something to give you. He pulled out an orange book which Kakashi instantly recognized. Naruto yu, how did yu, for someone to bring the Hokage down to a collection of barely coherent words in a matter of seconds is a feat in and of itself. It's the latest in the series and the first in 3 years. I thought you'd like it even though I think it's boring. I could have done better, the blonde told him. It's so beautiful, tears were running down Kakashi's face as he cradled the book in his hands. Naruto just chuckled, now, I could do with some ramen. He jumped down a moment later and started towards his favorite ramen stand. Kakashi dropped down beside Jiraiya and they made to follow. How good is he? The question was simple. Good enough to face you on even ground in an all-out fight, the Gama-senin answered. It was the best I could do in only 3 years, unlike with Minato who I trained for 6 years. Leadership skills, the Hokage asked as they walked. He knows when to joke around and when to be serious, Jiraiya told him. Holy! Naruto exclaimed as he turned a corner. There, standing in the middle of the street beside Senju Tsunade and a red-haired girl he didn't know was Niyugito. The Kumo nin turned and stuttered upon seeing him, and Naruto. Wow, was all he said as he gave her a once-over. She was taller and still wore cloths similar to the ones she wore 3 years ago, but they were more purple now than black. She'd definitely grown judging by her looks too. Naruto had to beat down his perverted side just to stop himself from having a nosebleed. Jiraiya was able to hold up a lot better since Tsunade went through the same thing. You've grown, Yugito said, breaking the silence. So have you, more beautiful I mean, Naruto corrected himself. Yes I know, Star Wars Anakin and Padme. And you're a charmer now too, idiot, Yugito said with a smirk. Naruto gave a mock cringe, did you miss me? With every jutsu so far, she shot back. You wound me so, Naruto gave a mock look of hurt as he placed his hand on his chest. So you're Uzumaki Naruto? The redhead asked, getting his attention. Somehow I was expecting something more than a shithead, she scoffed. Naruto frowned at her, actually it's Namikaze Naruto now and. Who the hell are you exactly? I'm, well, a friend of this bitch here, she said gesturing to Yugito. Don't mind her, she's just being herself, Yugito waved the comment off. If you say so, Naruto shrugged at that. Enough with the emotional reunion, Tsunade sighed from the side. Kakashi closed his book at that and caught their attention, alright Naruto. I'm putting you through the Jonin exam today, as in right now. From here on out, playtime's over. Naruto nodded before asking, where are Sasuke and Sakura? I would have thought I'd have run into them by now, Naruto asked. Yugito didn't know how to answer. Naruto. I think there's something you should know about that. Fire Country, Konoha training ground. The Kakashi and Naruto arrived at the training field later that day, the Hokage having a pair of bells attached to his waist as they entered. They made their way to the clearing in the center where 3 wooden posts stood in the center. The rules are the same as before, you can use whatever tactics you want in order to get the bells from me. You have until sunrise tomorrow, Kakashi said as his former student approached the posts. This place, it brings back memories. I can't believe that Sasuke and Sakura would turn traitor, Naruto said shaking his head. Kakashi sighed at the memory of his other former students. I didn't want to believe it either, but they did, just ask Shikamaru. Naruto turned to him, when I see them again I'll make them pay for betraying us. Kakashi snapped his book closed, there is no need in thinking about that right now. Let's begin, shall we? Naruto grinned and tightened his hitai on his head. You won't be able to read your book this time, Hokage-sensei. Kakashi smirked and lifted his hitai to reveal his Sharingan. I get the feeling that this is going to take more effort than last time. You're right, Naruto exploded from the ground with his signature attack in hand. Rasengan, he called out as he hit Kakashi right in the chest. Kakashi, however, exploded into smoke, signifying it was a shadow clone. Trying to end it early? The Hokage asked from behind him. Naruto looked over his shoulder and saw his former sensei ready to plunge a kunai into his stomach. I didn't say, start, yet. Naruto just grinned, you didn't say I couldn't start yet either. Another Naruto had somehow appeared behind Kakashi, your move Hokage-sensei. Kakashi took notice of the clone behind him. You've improved. He disappeared in a poof of smoke and Naruto dismissed his clone also. Come out wherever you are. The area was silent as the blonde looked around cautiously. You're not left. You're not right, you're not above, so that leaves below. He slammed his hand into the ground. Doden, Doryukatsu. The ground erupted upwards for a moment before slitting in two, revealing a surprised Kakashi in the center. You can't escape my eyes, sensei. Kakashi smiled under his mask. You've grown quite well, Naruto, now I don't have to hold back. He disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared above the blonde, Reikiri. Naruto's eyes widened and he disappeared in a flash of yellow, Shunpo no Jutsu. Naruto skidded a few feet away as Kakashi touched down on where he had been standing moments ago. That was a little too close. That wasn't Hiraishin no Jutsu you just used, Kakashi commented with his Sharingan spinning. It's something I've been working on since my fight with Gaara. Naruto shrugged as his eyes flashed gray for a moment. Yes, but I can already see its weakness. It all depends on how fast your opponent can react, Kakashi stated. Naruto didn't respond to that. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Hundreds of shadow clones appeared around them and charged. Kakashi saw them coming however and reacted the way he normally did when outnumbered. He outmaneuvered them and seemingly effortlessly destroyed them using nothing but taijutsu. It took 27 minutes to eliminate them all and he never took his eyes off of the original Naruto. Kakashi jumped high onto one of the branches and looked down at the blonde who stood amongst what was left of his clones. Once he was in position, Naruto executed his plan. He formed a set of hand seals and attacked. It was one of the two most powerful wind jutsus in his arsenal which he learned when they were in Wind Country 2 years ago. This plan he created wasn't meant to hurt his opponents, it was meant to stop them in their tracks. Futon, Kaizoryuden no Jutsu, Naruto whispered as he launched his attack. At first Kakashi thought it was the Kyuubi, but when he turned he was met with the sight of a large dragon made of wind barreling at him. The Hokage was obviously surprised at that attack and narrowly evaded as the dragon crashed through the forest, blowing away trees and forcing Kakashi back to the was followed by Naruto jumping high into the air and launching his next attack. Futon, Rinkuden. An Oni jutsu designed by the Ikibi no Tanuki, Suna no Shukaku, which could be used by humans. Sadly most weren't able to use it effectively because of the chakra requirements. In fact Jiraiya was only able to use it once a week because it drained all of his chakra with a single usage. Because of the Kyuubi, Naruto didn't have that problem however. Kakashi disappeared into the ground just before it impacted. Doden, Moguragakure no Jutsu. There was an echoing explosion as trees and dirt was blown away under Naruto's seemingly endless onslaught. After the dust settled, Naruto stood in the center of the small crater he had created and was using his Rinnegan to track Kakashi underground. Just then Kakashi exploded from the ground behind him with a fist covered in lightning. Reikiri, he called out as he made to stab the blonde. Naruto knew he couldn't dodge this time so he fell back on his defenses, Shinra Tensai. The blast of gravity flung Kakashi back into the trees again, but he recovered quickly and stood up straight once again. Your reaction time with the Rinnegan has gotten better. Your use of different elemental jutsu also shows how much you've improved. I'll even go as far as to say I underestimated you, but you still haven't got a bell yet. Having been around Jiraiya of the Sannin for 3 years, Naruto was no stranger to mind games, so he knew when to shrug off what his opponent was saying. Even so, he knew he was reaching his limit. He'd been using nothing but high-level jutsus since this fight started and knew that the large amount of shadow clones he had created earlier had used up a good portion of his chakra reserves. He would need to end this soon or he would lose, and they both knew it. The only other option he had was to retreat and wait for his reserves to regenerate, but knew Kakashi would just follow him wherever he went. Just then he and Kakashi locked eyes and suddenly the world around him disappeared only to be replaced by Kyuubi rampaging through what looked like Konoha. Naruto placed his hands in a seal, expelled a large blast of chakra, Kai. The genjutsu shattered and Naruto saw that his surroundings had returned to normal. You've broke out of my genjutsu, that's good, but we both know that Itachi is better, Kakashi stated. Well then let's try this. He suddenly shot a dog made of lightning towards the blonde. It dissipated the moment it touched Naruto. I see you've been able to make your jutsu automatic now so you don't have to consciously control it all the time. Naruto raised his hand and whispered, Bansho Tenin. Kakashi was suddenly being pulled towards Naruto, who now held out another spiraling sphere of chakra, rasengan. The moment his attack hit, Kakashi phased out of existence and turned into sparks of lightning. The electricity that was released shocked every nerve in Naruto's body, causing him to fall to his knees as the real Kakashi moved in to finish the job. The moment he was within range, however, 4 seals quickly activated on the ground around the Hokage, forcing him to stop. A Fubaku Hojin ha, using your own body as bait and then luring me into this. A very effective trap if a bit reckless, Kakashi mused as one of Naruto's clones appeared and pulled the real Naruto away from him. This won't hold me for long, Naruto, you know that. It doesn't have to, Naruto grunted in pain, held up his hand. Bansho Tenin, the bells were suddenly pulled away from Kakashi and into Naruto's hand. It doesn't matter if you can beat me, sensei, I still win by default. Kakashi chuckled at that and clicked his fingers, the seals around him were destroyed and he walked over to the blonde. Congratulations Naruto, you just made Jonin. You parents would be proud. Naruto gave out a sigh of relief. Don't worry about the jutsu I hit you with, it will wear off in a little while. Chapter 18, Team Maelstrom. Fire Country, Konoha Marketplace. You know shithead, I had pegged you out as having more guts than brains, but to use your own body as bait. That really takes the cake, what the hell were you thinking? Tayuya asked as she, Yugito and Naruto made their way through the village. Naruto just shrugged, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Yugito sighed at that, you're still a reckless idiot. Oh man, I am starving, come on let's get some Ichiraku ramen, Naruto groaned. Does that mean you're paying? Yugito asked him as they walked. Naruto looked over his shoulder, well I do have some money on me but, it might be a little close. Define a little, Yugito said with narrowed eyes. Fortunately he was interrupted when a pair of familiar ninja appeared through the crowd. Oh hey, it's Shikamaru and Tamari. Hey you two, over here. Look at who decided to show up at the front gates this morning. Naruto, Shikamaru asked in surprise. Hey Shikamaru, are you two on a date or something? Naruto asked as he looked between him and the Suna nin beside him. Shikamaru shook his head, not even close. Oh please, like I would ever, it's almost time for the Chunin exams again and since I'm the Suna ambassador I'm being forced to attend. This lazy bum is supposed to be my escort, Tamari explained. Chunin exams huh? I just finished my Jonin exam this morning, I take it everyone else are Chunin now? Naruto asked. Mostly though Neji, Lee, Yugito, Kankuro, this lady here and I are all Jonin now, the Nara explained. What about Gaara? Naruto asked them. He's the Cage now, Tamari was the one who answered. Damn he beat me to it, oh well, I'll get there eventually, Naruto sighed at the information. So you understand what I'm asking of you? Kakashi asked as he leaned back in his chair. The Hokage's office hadn't changed much except for the atmosphere in the room. I understand Hokage-sama, the Anbu standing in front of him responded. Then hand in your mask, while you are on the team your codename will be Yamato, Kakashi told him. The Anbu removed his mask and placed it on the desk. Yamato, an interesting name. Knock knock. Come in, Kakashi called and the door opened. Naruto, Yugito and Tayuya entered a moment later. You're late. Sorry, there was a black cat in the street so we had to take the long way around, Naruto said simply. Kakashi smiled at that with some kind of sunshine genjutsu behind him. Also you finally met Sakuya-chan. Naruto blinked, that was its name. Tayuya groaned as she watched the exchange, they're a pair of idiots. You've left me with quite a job this time senpai, Yamato sighed. Yugito didn't comment, having already gotten used to them both. Anyway back to business, Kakashi coughed. With Sasuke and Sakura, no longer with us I am assigning Yamato here and Tayuya to Team Naruto under your command Naruto. Naruto nodded in understanding, have you got a mission for us? Kakashi was about to speak when a commotion outside of the door drew his attention. A moment later the door burst open to reveal a slightly exhausted decoder nin, Eureka. Godime-sama. Terrible news, we just received word that the Cage has been kidnapped by Akatsuki, Eureka explained surprising the group. Team Naruto I believe you have your first mission, head to Suna. Assess the situation and report back to me. Then assist in the recovery of the Cage, Kakashi ordered. Yes sir. 10 minutes later at the main gates Team Naruto were ready to head out with Tsunade, Kakashi and Iruka there to see them off. Good luck, Iruka told them. Thanks, Naruto said as he turned away. Try to keep them in line Yugito-chan, Tsunade said to her apprentice. I'll try, Yugito responded. Come on let's go already, Tayuya said impatiently. Just then a white and red blur dropped down in front of them. Hey Naruto, are you going on a mission? Jiraiya asked. Yeah we're heading out to Suna now, Naruto explained. Ah, so you already know about the Cage, Jiraiya stated. He turned to Kakashi, is it wise to send these two? Kakashi took a moment to respond, maybe not, but I'm confident that they'll be fine. If you say so, Jiraiya sighed and motioned for Naruto to follow him. Come over here for a second Naruto. The blonde did as told and they walked a few feet away, out of eavesdropping range. Don't push your luck when it comes to Akatsuki, They aren't to be taken lightly and please do not use that jutsu. You remember what happened last time, right? Naruto sighed and nodded. I know Arrow Sennin, you don't have to remind me. I was in a hospital bed for a week after it. I won't use it unless I have to. Jiraiya sighed. I suppose that's the best I'm going to get, good luck. Thanks for everything Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto said and turned away, for once saying his real title. Let's go, he said and the team took off into the trees. After traveling for about 30 minutes they came across a figure walking through the forest. Hey, it's Temari, Yugito said and the team dropped down beside the Suna Kunoichi. Huh, Temari turned to them in surprise. What are you four doing out here? It's a long story. Wind Country, Suna main entrance. The team plus Temari dashed across the dunes at inhuman speeds, trailing dust and sand behind them. It had taken them 3 days to reach Suna and they were only now just arriving. They arrived at the village a few minutes later and were approached by a slightly panicking Suna Jonin. Temari-sama, you've returned. Please right this way, the Suna Jonin said frantically. She led them through the village towards the hospital while explaining the situation. Kazekage-sama was kidnapped as I'm sure you're aware, but Kankuro-sama chased after them and has been poisoned. Kankuro too. Temari asked horrified that her 2 brothers had been beaten so badly. How long does he have? About a day at the most, the Suna Jonin answered. Let me see him, I might be able to help, Yugito said taking a step forward. They made their way to the room where Kankuro was being held and quickly approached the bed. The room was filled with doctors and several elders who seemed surprised at their arrival. An elder woman spotted Yugito and immediately lunged right at her. Naruto appeared between them, however a flash of yellow light and knocked her back as Yugito regained her footing. It's been a while, slug woman, the elder woman said. Another elder held up his hand. Look closely, sister. Despite her looks, she is not Tsunade-san. The woman focused for a moment before laughing it off. Oh, I see. Sorry my dear, you just look so much like that slug woman I mistook you for her. Yugito shook her head and turned to Kankuro. Whatever. Naruto sighed and turned to Yugito who was now working on Kankuro. How is he? Yugito used her medical ninjutsu to extract what looked like a blob of dark substance from the Suna nin's chest and sealed it in a small container a moment her. He's not out of the woods yet, but I have extracted the poison. I still need to get rid of the remaining toxins in his system, Yugito explained as she placed the container down on the table to the side. Can one of the other medic nins do it? We're on timer here, Naruto asked her. Yugito nodded. The only thing people need is the supplies and the right formula. Let me write it down and we can go. How do we track these freaks? Tayuya asked from the side. That's simple, Naruto said as he placed a hand on Kankuro's head and closed his eyes. His eyes opened again to reveal the Rinnegan glowing as he concentrated. Akatsuki's general direction is towards the north. Seems like they may be using an old cave system to hide long enough to extract Shukaku. How did you do that? Yugito asked surprised. All modern-day ninjutsu is descended from the teachings of the Rakuto Sennin and the Rinnegan. Where do you think the Yamanaka ability to read minds came from? Naruto responded. That's pretty hand, Tayuya said with a frown. Why don't I have that ability? Temari said one last thing before the team could leave. Wait, I'm going with you. No Temari, I will be representing Suna during this escapade. You need to stay here and look after everything while we go search for Gaara. The old woman from before. Besides, it's been so long since I've taken care of my adorable grandchild. Grandchild? Naruto questioned. Sasori of the Red Desert, it appears my grandson has joined these, Akatsuki. I want to meet him again, the woman explained. You got a name, old lady? Tayuya asked bluntly. Call me Chio and do not call me old. To be young again, she muttered the last part. But, Temari said with clenched fists. Naruto, Yugito, Tayuya, please bring back Gaara. Naruto just waved it off. Don't worry about it. I'm going to become the next Hokage, but for now I'll settle for the Kazekage owing me a favor. Let's move out, Naruto ordered and the team plus Chio made their way out of the village and towards the mountains to the north of the desert. Everyone stop now, Naruto ordered and the team entered a large clearing. A shadowy figure stood a few meters away, staring at them. Oh crap. Is that? Yugito trailed off as she recognized him. He's wearing an Akatsuki cloak. Who is this bastard? Tayuya asked as she looked the man over. Those eyes. Chio mused when she saw the red tint in the man's eyes. Uchiha Itachi, Naruto declared as his own eyes shifted into the form of the Rinnegan. You've got a lot of nerve, showing yourself like this. Naruto-kun, Yugito-chan. It's been a long time. Itachi's voice was harsh and seemingly uninterested. Not long enough, Naruto shot back. I'm here to take you both in, Naruto-kun, Itachi stated clearly. You can try, Naruto shot back, and the world around him suddenly exploded in smoke. It died a moment later to reveal his team on the ground unconscious. What did you? Genjutsu, has to be. You cannot win, Naruto-kun, Itachi said as his body turned into a collection of hawks. Kai, Naruto expelled a blast of chakra, but it was no use. Damn, it didn't work, guess I'll have to go with my backup plan, Naruto muttered before taking out a kunai and stabbing himself in the leg. The illusion shattered around him and he pulled out the kunai as the wound healed. Using self-inflicted harm to escape my genjutsu. Interesting, Itachi mused. If you like that, then you're going to love this. Rainami, 2 bolts of lightning shot out of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's hands and sent Itachi crashing into the ground, dust blowing up behind him as he struck the surface. I see you've got a few new tricks, Yugito smirked when the attack died down. Everyone fall back into the trees, Naruto ordered the group and they jumped back into the trees. Any advice on kicking this guy's ass, old hag? Tayuya asked. Chio snorted, just don't look into his eyes and you'll be fine. And don't call me an old hag. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. The large fireball came from above them. Watch out, Yugito warned and they broke apart. Fujutsu Kyuin, Naruto said as the fireball seemed to dissolve when it touched his hands. So it appears you've mastered the ability to absorb ninjutsu also, impressive considering your age, Itachi commented as he came from the side and aimed a punch for Naruto's head. Shunpo no Jutsu, Naruto Flash stepped away in order to create some distance between them and formed a hand seal. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, dozens of shadow clones suddenly popped into existence around them. Itachi dispatched the first clone that came at him from the side, another dropped down from above and made to stab him with a kunai. Itachi fell back, evading the attack and knocked the clone away. 3 more clone came from below this time and knocked him skyward just as several other clones jumped to intercept him. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. A large fireball exploded from Itachi's mouth and incinerated the shadow clones below, setting the forest on fire as well. Itachi then spun in midair and destroyed the remaining clones before finally landing on one of the tree branches. Most impressive, Naruto-kun. Udama Reikyu. Itachi jumped away moments before a ball of lightning struck the branch he stood on. Yugito appeared to hover in place above them, using what looked like fire manipulation to remain airborne. Futon. Daitapa. The wide blast of wind knocked down several trees and hurled a surprised Itachi back into the clearing. Naruto dropped down in front of him as he got back up. We've got you outnumbered, Itachi, surrender. Itachi didn't reply and instead formed several hand seals. That was when Naruto felt a pull and looked down to see that his arms and legs were encased in thin metal wires. Kaden, Karyu Enden, Itachi called out as fire erupted down the wires in the shape of a dragon, causing Naruto's eyes to widen in surprise. Shinra Tensai, the words were not spoken by him but the flames were snuffed out just the same. He looked behind him to see Tayuya standing there with a very familiar set of eyes. You have the Rinnegan, Naruto said upon seeing it. He turned back to Itachi, whom was also surprised at this development. We'll talk about this later. Tayuya nodded just as Yugito dropped down behind the Uchiha and 2 of Naruto's clones appeared at his side. Raiden, Reimu, Yugito exclaimed as she threw a spear of lightning straight through the Nukenen's shoulder. Yugito dropped back with the others as Itachi's body was shocked until it was unable to move on its own. Finish him. Naruto held out his hand to the 2 clones and they immediately started charging the jutsu he still has yet to perfect. Chakra spiraled in his hand, which was soon followed by the wind itself, creating a sickening bell-like screech. He shot forward and slammed the glowing white jutsu into the Uchiha's stomach. Itachi gave a smile as his world was consumed in light. Futon. Rasengan. Everyone covered their eyes as the countryside was reduced to a small crater. The dust soon cleared to reveal the crater and a disfigured person in the center of it. Naruto paid no heed to the looks he was getting from his team concerning his last jutsu and instead approached the body. Whoever it was not Itachi, that was too easy. Chapter 19, The Crimson Whirlpool. Fire Country, Konoha, Hokage Tower. Where do we stand on this team? Kakashi asked as he leaned back in his chair lazily with Jiraiya and Tsunade in front of him. Naruto still needs a bit of work, nothing serious, well except senjutsu training. I couldn't fit it in the time we were given, Jiraiya sighed. He's recreated some jutsu I think he got from the Rinnegan and I have taught him a few jutsu for each element. I admit I was reluctant to teach him ninjutsu but he needed help to control the Rinnegan. Unlike the Sharingan, the Rinnegan doesn't actually copy a jutsu if it sees one but instead allows its users to learn it. I see. Anything else you would like to mention? Kakashi asked after a pause. He isn't able to control Kyuubi's chakra. Yet, the Rakudo Sennin was the ancestor of the Uchiha and the Senju. Two very powerful clans who were able to control the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto is most likely the only man alive in the world right now who even has a ghost of a chance of actually controlling it. I have a feeling that Minato knew this as well, Jiraiya continued. I've seen Naruto access Kyuubi's chakra before, he was able to remain on control before he left with you, Kakashi stated. Jiraiya nodded before continuing. Minato split the Kyuubi's chakra into two halves. The yang half was sealed inside the containment seal with the Kyuubi's soul, and the seal on Naruto allows him to draw on its power. However, the yin half wasn't sealed in Naruto. I don't really know where the yin half of it is, but I assume it is a part of the key itself. I'm not exactly sure why Minato split it, but I believe it has something to do with the key. What happened? Tsunade was the one who asked, sensing tension in the air. I used the key to twist Naruto's seal so he could access more of Kyuubi's chakra, and I inadvertently released Kyuubi from its cell, Jiraiya explained, getting horrified looks from the other two occupants in the room. Is Naruto okay? He seemed fine earlier, but if Kyuubi was released then he should be dead. Not to mention if it is out then it'll probably come after Konoha again, Kakashi asked as he got to his feet. Relax, Kyuubi's still trapped thanks to Naruto's will in his Rinnegan. He held it off long enough for me close the opening in the seal that I made, that surprised the pair. How? The Yamanaka couldn't even touch the thing, Tsunade questioned. Jiraiya snorted, where do you think the Yamanaka's jutsu came from? The Rinnegan, of course. Those eyes of his allows him to read people's minds if he holds their head, and makes it extremely hard for someone to invade his mind. But like I said earlier, he can't control the Kyuubi yet. The first time he tried using 4 taels worth of power. Let's just say Setsuna City is looking a little different this summer. Jiraiya shivered when he spoke the last part. I thought Setsuna City was left in ruins during the clan wars. What were you doing there? Tsunade asked. Training Naruto, of course. The place was abandoned and seemed like a good idea for a training ground. That city is long gone now though, Jiraiya stated. Of course it's long gone, it was reduced to a bunch of ruins during the clan wars, Tsunade nodded as she spoke. Jiraiya just scoffed. I don't mean destroyed like leaving a pile of ruins. I mean gone as in the entire city is nothing more than a load of craters now. They fell into silence after that. How many tails can he use safely? Kakashi questioned. Jiraiya sighed and answered, 3. Though he refuses to use it in case his control slips and he gets knocked unconscious. As long as he remains conscious he can control it, but since the Kyuubi's chakra is acidic, it burns a lot. If it does enough damage to him, especially if it starts affecting his brain, then he will fall unconscious and the chakra will consume him. If that happens then Kyuubi is able to take control and will attack everything that moves, friend and foe alike. Hopefully Yamato can keep an eye on that, Kakashi sighed. I wouldn't count on it. Naruto is the only one who can suppress that chakra. It's that simple, Jiraiya finished. We'll keep an eye on him, Kakashi declared and turned to the other Sannin in the room. Well, unlike Naruto, Yugito's history over the last 2 years isn't that colorful. You should know some of it, Kakashi. You did help train her after all. She knows a few fire and lightning jutsus and her skill with medical ninjutsu is extraordinary, Tsunade stated almost smugly. Does that include your monster strength Heim? Jiraiya quipped. She sent him a glare for that. For your information, no it doesn't. Because she is a Jinchuriki, her chakra is in a constant state of flux just like Naruto's is thanks to Kyuubi. She may surpass me in the medical field if she's given time, but she physically cannot use her medical ninjutsu for offensive purposes. What about the Nibi? Jiraiya asked her. Tsunade nodded with a reply. She can control it, somewhat. I wouldn't go near her when she's using it though. She knows what she's doing, but her attacks are very difficult to avoid when you are trying to assist her. Sounds like Naruto on a bad day, Jiraiya commented. What about the other member of the team? Kakashi asked after a moment of silence. If you mean that Uzumaki girl, then I'll tell you right now that is total bullshit. I'm having a pretty hard time coming to terms with the fact that she's the brat's sister. She may look like a carbon copy of Kushina-chan at that age and may even act like it, but the simple fact is that she was one of Orochimaru's personal guards. You know, the guards who helped kill Sarutobi-sensei. The only reason I haven't went to interrogate her personally is because of Minato and Kushina-chan, Jiraiya stated firmly. She's older than him, Jiraiya. She also activated the Rinnegan first. By law she is the first heir to the Whirlpool country's throne, Tsunade stated clearly. There is no Whirlpool country, it was destroyed, remember. No one survived, so for all intents and purposes she is nothing but a Konoha Chunin. If you think I'm overreacting, can you imagine what Naruto's going to do when he finds out he has a sister? Currently the entirety of the elemental countries consider Naruto as a highly dangerous A-rank shinobi of Konoha and the successor of the Rakuto Sennin himself. They have for years. They won't care about this Tayuya girl with the Rinnegan because she will always be compared to him, Jiraiya explained. I am well aware of that, Tsunade nodded solemnly, knowing it was the truth. But Tayuya is a resourceful one, she'll find a way to stand on her own somehow, just like her mother. Well, she has been training under Kurenai for the last 3 years, so she should be fine on the mission, Kakashi stated from his seat. Jiraiya frowned at that. Speaking of the mission, are you sending Team Guy to reinforce them? They could do with the help. Kakashi shook his head, they're needed at that border. Oto's getting bolder and attacking more of our convoys day after day. Most of the teams in the village that are not a part of the Chunin exam security are off training. The only team I have available at the moment for any mission involving Oto is Team Guy. They're on their own for the time being, Tsunade sighed in defeat. Wind Country, Northern Forest. Okay, what the fuck was that shit stain? Tayuya shouted in shock and fear. It's something I've been working on, Naruto replied simply as the group made their way over to their fallen opponent. It's not finished though, Dad intended it to be a 6-stage process. The jutsu I just used was only stage 4, so I still have a long way to go. Not finished. It looked bitchin' to me, Tayuya commented as they looked down at what was left of Itachi. Yugito checked the body. I don't think this was Itachi, Naruto said, and the Kumonin nodded. I thought so too, that was too easy to be Itachi, Yugito said as she crouched down beside the disfigured body. You call that easy? Tayuya questioned. Yugito nodded as her hands glowed green. 3 years ago we couldn't even touch him. I know we've gotten stronger, but there's no way we could have taken the real Itachi down like that in only a few minutes. Fireball jutsu was created by the Uchiha clan, there's no way that can be faked, Chio commented. How about this then? A voice asked as a blue blur appeared behind them. Keizuki, Yugito called out, her arm igniting in a fiery blaze as she turned. There was a loud clang as the jutsu connected massive sword the man wielded. The others jumped away as Yugito held her ground. Tayuya was the first to react and raised her hand towards the two. By some invisible force, Yugito was pulled back towards the group, surprising the newcomer. Bansho Tenin, the redhead whispered as Yugito landed beside the team. So another Rinnegan user, huh? Kinda reminds me of Leader Sama now that I think about it. Or at least without the coldness he displays, the blue figure said with a smirk. Hoshigaki Kisame, Yugito growled out, causing his grin to widen. That's me, he said, smiling like a shark. What leader? Naruto questioned. Leader Sama is the one who founded Akatsuki, of course, Kisame said with a shrug. He has the Rinnegan too, not that it matters right now, kid. The leader of Akatsuki has the Rinnegan. But that means he's in Uzumaki, how? Naruto thought before shaking himself. I'll worry about that later, right now we have more important things to do, like rescuing Gaara. Raiden, Reryuden no Jutsu. Yugito threw a punch at the swordsman despite the distance and a lightning dragon burst forth from her fist. Kisame grinned as it approached and jumped back to evade the attack. It struck where he had been standing moments ago and exploded in static and rock as he landed a few feet away. His grin widened when he made a hand seal and opened his mouth wide. Let's dance, little kiddies. He cackled and water exploded from his mouth in a massive wave. Sweeten, Bakusui Shoha. Water flooded the area, forcing group to jump onto the trees above in order to not get caught in it. Everyone be careful, we don't know where he'll appear, Naruto told the others. How right you are, kid, Kisame said, appearing behind them. The team turned quickly, but they simply weren't fast enough. Suiro no Jutsu. Suddenly the water shot out from below and encased Naruto, Yugito and Yamato in balls of water. Kisame used his water clones to maintain the spheres as he turned his attention to the still-free Tayuya, whom had managed to escape and land a few feet away. Damn, he caught us, Naruto gritted his teeth as he felt his chakra slipping away with each passing moment. I can't concentrate enough to pull off a Shinra Tensai, and with the way this thing is destabilizing my chakra I can't do any other jutsu either. Yugito glared at the Kiri Nukenin. There is a reason cats hate water. That Rinnegan surprised me, Red, but I'm no pushover. How about I cut off your legs? They could make a pretty nice meal. Kisame grinned as he shot forward and brought his sword down on Tayuya's position. Tayuya narrowly evaded the first strike and jumped away. Kisame was on her within seconds, however, and slashed at her again, but this time she was ready. She formed 3 hand seals that Naruto instantly recognized, and her fist was suddenly encased in lightning. Chidori, Tayuya echoed as she drove the jutsu into monstrous sword. It took only a moment for Kisame to absorb the jutsu and force her away again. Did that thing just absorb my jutsu? To answer her question, the sword burped. I think you should take that as a yes, Kisame said, grinning. Naruto watched this happen and narrowed his eyes. She could have only learned that jutsu from Hokage-sensei. He must have thought her Rinnegan would make up for the weakness in the user's vision. I'll worry about that later though, I have a job to do right now. He closed his eyes and held out his hands to the wall of the water prison. Please let this work. The chakra suddenly started to drain from the water and into Naruto's body, Fujutsu Kyuin. Kisame turned surprised as the ball of water around the Naruto suddenly collapsed and the blonde stood once again. The swordsman sent an annoyed look when he went to free his team from their own prisons. He didn't let up on his assault however and landed a kick to Tayuya's midsection. Before she could get far however the swordsman grabbed her ankle and threw her straight down into the water. Let's see how you like this. Kisame hoisted Samahata onto his back and began making hand seals. He slammed his fist into the water and called out, "Suiten, go Shokuzame." Suddenly 5 sharks made out of water formed beneath the makeshift lake and swam towards where Tayuya had fallen. Shinra Tensai, Tayuya exploded from the water into the air and landed on the water once more. You're good but still a long way from Leader Sama's level, Kisame said as he shouldered his sword once again. Tayuya made several hand seals and whispered, "Megan, Narukumi no Jutsu." Kisame suddenly stopped as he found himself in a genjutsu but quickly shrugged it off. It was only a distraction however and bought the time Tayuya needed to get off her next attack. Chidori, the redhead exclaimed as she drove her lightning-covered fist through the swordsman's chest and out the other end. Hey, not bad Red, not bad at all, Kisame grinned as he fell back and hit the water as it dissipated. The rest of the team appeared at her side a moment later and looked over the body. Kisame suddenly disappeared and revealed a battered and bruised Suna Jonin with a hole in his chest from Tayuya's Chidori wound. It must be some kind of jutsu. Mukade retired years ago and I know he was completely loyal. There is no way someone like him would have joined my grandson willingly, Chiyo stated upon seeing the body. Come on, we're wasting time, Naruto said and the group took off into the trees again. Chapter 20, Rescue Mission Part 1. Wind Country, Northern Forest. They had set up camp later that night, thinking it wouldn't be a good idea to continue on at night. They were all exhausted from their earlier confrontation with Akatsuki and knew it was only a matter of time before they extracted Shukaku and killed Gaara. They needed rest if they were going to be able to save the teenage Cage before the deadline tomorrow afternoon. The campfire sparked slightly from the wood it burned and its flames rising slightly. Yamato and Chiyo had already fallen asleep while the rest of them were sitting quietly around the campfire. Are you going to tell me now? Naruto's voice cut through the silence. Tayuya looked at him with veiled fear. What do you think, Shitstain? I think you're in Uzumaki but I was told all of them died in Whirlpool Country. Now I find out that not only you have the Rinnegan but also the leader of Akatsuki has as well. What the hell am I supposed to think here? Naruto demanded. Well, I am in Uzumaki but... Tayuya trailed off not knowing how to continue. But what? Naruto questioned. My parents were Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. I'm kinda she was cut off. You're my sister, bullshit, Naruto said simply. You're really expecting me to believe after all these years that I have a long-lost sister who's been Rakuto knows where and now you come back. The two females were quieted at that. It's the truth, Naruto, Yugito told him, causing his head to snap towards her. Do not start with me, Yugito, I'm mad at you too. You should have told me the moment I got back, not waited until we're in the middle of an S-rank mission to throw this at me, Naruto shot back. Hey, lay off her, she didn't say anything because I asked her not to, Tayuya explained, drawing his gaze back to her. I was captured by Orochimaru during a raid on Iwa after our parents died and I ended up in Konoha 3 years ago. Ero Hokage offered me a job as a kunoichi of Konoha and I took it, so here I am. Naruto just stared at her for a good 10 seconds before standing up and walking away without a word. Don't take it too personally, Tayuya, Yugito told the ex-Oto nin. He just needs time to come to terms with this, I'm sure he'll accept you in no time. He's a good guy and I've never known him hold a grudge before. I hope you're right. His mind was in turmoil. He had a sister, a living relative of close relation, one he didn't even know about until today. His first thoughts were of betrayal, then anger at being lied to and finally landing on confusion. What was he supposed to do? They were strangers and yet they were family, then again that could be said about him and Tsunade as well. He wished Eros Sennin was here, at least his godfather might have some useful advice for this bizarre situation he had found himself in. Then there was Yugito to consider, he didn't know what to think where she was concerned. He liked her, there was no denying that, but he knew he couldn't afford to grow attached to her. I mean, after what happened with Sasuke and Sakura you couldn't exactly blame him. Those two traitors had a lot to answer for themselves. If there was one thing Naruto hated the most, it was traitors. Those who abandoned those close to them no matter the reason were not worth anything in his book, even if that reason was justified. Then there was Akatsuki to consider also. The leader of Akatsuki seemed to have the Rinnegan if what Kisame said could be believed. He couldn't be sure if the swordsman was telling the truth or not, but he had detected no hint of deception. If that was true, then Akatsuki was more of a threat than anyone had ever realized, himself included. Naruto shook himself in his futon. He had been getting off track again. For now his first priority was to rescue Gaara and return him to Suna-controlled territory while at the same time dealing with the Akatsuki agents assigned to capture the Ikibi. That's all there is to it. Wind Country, Northern Caves. The team dropped down from the trees and appeared in front of what looked like some kind of red arch. Beyond it was a cliff with a boulder blocking a tunnel, and on the boulder was a paper seal of some kind. Naruto recognized it easily. It looks like a Gofu Kekai. 1 second. He looked around with his Rinnegan activated. Okay, I can see chakra papers in 4 directions around us and 3 chakra cores beyond this boulder. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 clones appeared at his side and each with a Rinnegan. I'm never going to get used to seeing in more than one direction at once, Naruto said as the clones took off into the trees. What are you planning on doing? Yugito asked him. Bringing down the barrier, Naruto replied and jumped up to where the seal on the boulder was located. He grabbed hold of it and waited for the clones to get into position. Once he saw the clones rip their own seals off, he did the same and the barrier fell a moment later. Naruto jumped down and formed several hand seals. Doden, Doryukatsu, Naruto whispered, and the boulder split apart to allow them entry. Well, that's one way to knock, Tayuya quipped as they entered. You're a little late, we've been waiting 5 whole minutes, a voice said, annoyed. 3 figures were seen in the now illuminated cavern. The first was a blond man with mouths in his palms and wore the signature Akatsuki cloak. The second figure was a hunched-back man who wore a mask over his face. The final figure was lying on the ground behind the pair. After a moment Naruto spotted that the figure had red hair and assumed it was Gaara, though with the lighting in the cave being minimal it was difficult to tell. Gaara, Naruto whispered upon seeing the teenage Kage's unmoving form. The little runt was tough, but he still fell in the end. Now which of you are the Kyuubi and Nibi Jinchuriki? Deidara asked with a smile. Who do you think, assholes? Yugito shot back. Give Gaara back now, Naruto demanded. Deidara chuckled and turned to his partner. I know you don't want to hear this, Sasori, but let me play with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. No, I will face the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. You've already fought the Ikibi Jinchuriki, so you can have the Nibi this time, Sasori told him simply. Doden, Doryukatsu, Naruto slammed his palm into the ground and the earth split in 2, separating the 2 Akatsuki members. Bansho Tenon, Tayuya followed this up instantly and pulled Gaara towards her. She caught him a moment later as the Akatsuki agents recovered. I believe he told you to give the Sandman back to us, you fuckers. That was very rude, Deidara commented in annoyance. Focus, Deidara, Sasori stated. Art is an explosion, the former Iwanin responded. Yamato, take Gaara and the old hag and get out of here. Head for Suna, hopefully they've sent someone to back us up, Naruto ordered. Good luck, Yamato nodded and dashed out of the cave with the unmoving form of Gaara in his arms and Chio close behind. You're going to pay for this, you bastards, Naruto stated clearly and cracked his neck. Yugito, Tayuya, you two deal with the gender-confused weirdo over there while I deal with this doll-loving prick. Alone? Yugito asked him. Naruto nodded as his eyes flashed red. I won't be holding anything back. It's too cramped in here. I think I'll take my art outside, Deidara said as he created a dragon made of clay. He jumped on its back and it took off a moment later. It flew out of the cave entrance and arched away with Yugito and Tayuya in pursuit. Come on, let's go after him, Tayuya shouted, and they took to the trees. Back in the cave, Naruto and Sasori were staring each other down. It's just you and me now, Naruto said clearly. Sasori's cloak was cast off to reveal a massive scorpion-like puppet covering his body. What the fuck are you exactly? A puppet master, and this is my act. I call it Hiriko, Sasori replied and launched a volley of kunai from his scorpion mouth. With his Rinnegan flaring slightly, Naruto evaded the volley and rolled to the side. You're too slow, old-timer, Naruto quipped as he finished his hand seals. Futon, Kaiseryuden no Jutsu. He threw out a punch and a dragon made of wind shot out from his fist. I see the tales of your power are accurate, Sasori commented and dodged the wind dragon as it impacted where he had stood moments ago. Interesting wind jutsu, but then I expected nothing less from a wielder of the Rinnegan. The leader of Akatsuki has the Rinnegan, doesn't he? It wasn't a question. Who is he exactly? Naruto asked him. I do not know, Sasori replied uninterested. And you work for him? Naruto asked him. Sasori appeared to shrug slightly in his puppet. Fine art is something wonderful that's left long into the future, eternal beauty. I'll remember that when I carve it into your tombstone, Naruto said as shot forward. Let's go wild. Sasori held up his left arm and the arm itself shot towards the oncoming blonde. Naruto dodged to the side at the last second and kept moving even as a wave of needles shot out of the mobile limb. Shinra Tensei, Naruto whispered and blew the needles away as he closed in on Sasori. I had forgotten about that gravity jutsu you Rinnegan users are capable of, Sasori said with the hint of irritation in his voice. A moment later he aligned his scorpion tail to pierce the blonde when he came within, my move. Kage Bunshin on Jutsu, a shadow clone popped into existence beside Naruto and pulled him out of the way at the last second. The real Naruto was then able to sidestep the tail and attack directly. Rasengan, he called out as he brought down the ball of spinning chakra on his opponent. Sasori's eyes widened as his scorpion puppet was reduced to a pile of scrap, forcing him to jump out of it and land a few feet away. The real Sasori stood, wearing his Akatsuki cloak over his body as watched the blonde Konoha Jonin kick away the remains of the puppet he had just destroyed. You know, when Chiyo Obakan said you were her grandson, I pictured you being older, around Hokage-sensei's age. But you barely look 16, Naruto commented as his clone vanished in a poof of smoke. Like I said before, fine art is something wonderful that's left long into the future, Sasori said, smiling slightly. Naruto narrowed his eyes at that, you're immortal. Maybe, the puppeteer responded vaguely. Let me show you my favorite puppet, he continued as he pulled out a scroll. This one was very hard to finish, but I managed. There was a poof of smoke as Sasori released the seal in the scroll and extracted the object it had stored away. But that's what makes me so fond of him. The smoke died down to reveal a vaguely human puppet wearing a black cloak. What the hell is that thing? Naruto asked upon seeing the puppet. Allow me to introduce you to my favorite puppet, the Sandaime Kage, Sasori answered as the puppet twirled around him. Human puppet? Naruto asked, horrified. Eternal beauty is something I strive to create, Sasori said simply. That's an abomination and I'll destroy it. Here and now, Naruto snarled. You can try, Sasori responded and sent the puppet forward to attack the blonde. Naruto jumped back and evaded the strike from the blades connected to the puppet's right arm. He cursed a moment later as the Sandaime descended from above and slashed downwards, forcing him to jump further back. Here goes, Sasori exclaimed as he brought the puppet's left arm up and the panels on to open to reveal seals on the inside. Senju Sobu. Dozens of wooden arms erupted from the seals in a glow of blue chakra and shot towards the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Damn it, Naruto cursed and shifted his weight to the side. Shunpo no Jutsu, he disappeared in a flash of yellow as the arms struck his previous location and he reappeared on the other side of the cave. You're fast, Sasori commented upon seeing the blonde's speed. But you cannot fool the eyes of a puppet master, we pay very close attention to detail. Judging by the slight movement you made before you executed your jutsu, I would hazard a guess that it is a one-way jutsu, making you unable to make any deviation in your intended course. Then once you came out of your jutsu you were forced to steady yourself slightly, indicating that your speed decreases rapidly at the end of transit, am I wrong? So you figured it out, give the guy a reward, Naruto shot back. Damn it, he won't fall for the same trick twice. I can't use that jutsu anymore or he'll just use it against me. Sasori smirked. Shall we continue? What looked like a swarm of black sand erupted from the Sandaime's mouth and floated into the air beside the puppet. Allow me to show you the power that the Sandaime Kage wielded, which made him the strongest Kage, the iron sand. This does not look good for my life expectancy, Naruto thought upon seeing the black sand move about in the air. Satetsu Shigur, Sasori shouted as the iron sand shot towards the blonde in a shower of metal. Doden, Doryuheiki, Naruto exclaimed as he slammed his open hand on the ground beneath him. The ground in front of him rose up and created a wall between him and the oncoming hail of death. The iron sand slammed into the barrier repeatedly, but it held firm and protected the blonde from certain death. Insolent little child, Sasori grunted upon seeing his attack didn't have the effect he had desired. Is that the best you've got? Naruto shouted as he rested his back against the makeshift barrier. Satetsu Keshu, the puppeteer whispered, and the iron sand collected itself in midair to form a pair of objects. The first was a large hammer and the other was an equally large spear. Kyodai Tetsui. Oh crap, Naruto muttered and shot out of cover just as the barrier was knocked down by the hammer. Kyodaiso. Damn it, Naruto repeated as he rolled to the side, narrowly evading the large spear which lanced out at him. The iron sand suddenly backed off and was brought together near the ceiling. Now what? Prepare to die, Sasori said simply. Sorry, I'm not interested, Naruto told him and made a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, 2 clones popped into existence beside him. He held out his hand towards the pair and they immediately started charging his next jutsu. The distinctive sound of explosions was heard as chakra and fire came together to form a quick spinning sphere in the palm of the blonde's open hand. He held it up towards the gathering of iron sand and it shot outward at high speeds. Kaden, Rasengan. The fireball impacted the iron sand with a resounding bang before it exploded in a blast of heat and fire. The ceiling was blown away and the iron sand disintegrated a moment later. Sasori sent the blonde a glare once it was over and Naruto sent him a smirk in response. You shouldn't play with fire, you'll get burned, Naruto told him. A minor setback, I can always create more iron sand, Sasori told him. Naruto's smirk widened into a grin, don't you need the Sandame Cage for that? Sasori's eyes widened as he turned his attention to his favorite puppet, no. Rasengan, another Naruto struck from above with a pair of spiraling spheres which destroyed the puppet and sent its remains clattering to the rubble-covered ground. You, Sasori said with venom lacing his voice as the Naruto that he had first thought was real poofed out of existence. You really thought I was going to let you get off another jutsu? Naruto taunted. Sasori grunted at that, you're quite the odd one Kyuubi Jinchuriki, fine. I haven't been forced to solve a problem this way since I first joined Akatsuki. I wonder how long it's been. The Akatsuki member shed his cloak revealing that his body definitely wasn't human any longer. You turned your own body into a puppet? Naruto asked when he saw the mix of wood, plastic and metal that was Sasori's body. It's been a while, since I last used myself, the red-headed Akatsuki member stated. Chapter 21, Rescue Mission Part 2. Wind Country, Northern Caves. Sasori came in from the side with his 2 spinning blades rotating as he drew near. Naruto reacted instinctively and jumped over the attack only to get caught in the shoulder by the tail end of the cable that came at him next. He winced from the pain it caused but shrugged it off and took a look at his shoulder. It was green and he knew instantly what that meant. Your attacks are poisoned, Naruto stated. Of course, Sasori bellowed with a haunting look and pointed the tubes coming out of his hands at the blonde. Naruto ducked down under a patch of upturned earth as flames erupted from the tubes and blanketed over the area. The blonde cursed as used a kunai to open the wound in his shoulder up so it can let the poison out. Kyuubi's chakra was always slowed down whenever he was poisoned but thankfully the foul chakra was capable of destroying almost any poison in existence. The more deadly the poison the longer it would take to destroy it and quite frankly he just didn't have the time to wait for Kyuubi to destroy this particular poison. Naruto stood up and dashed out of cover, Sasori's flamethrowers trying to catch him as he did. The blonde jumped a moment later as high as he could go and formed several hand seals before taking a deep breath. Sasori's eyes widened as a massive blast of wind exploded from the blonde's mouth. Futon, Rinnegan. The already destroyed cave was blown away by the explosion of wind, nearby trees collapsed also and what was left would make a nice little lake in the future. Sasori's motionless and destroyed puppet form in the cluster of rubble. After a moment of silence Naruto sighed and turned to leave when he felt a shift in air behind him. Turning back swiftly he saw that Sasori's body was rebuilding itself and was soon capable of fighting again. What does it take to kill you? Naruto shouted. Sasori gave him a crazed look, didn't I say that there was art in eternal beauty? He pulled out a scroll a moment later and opened it. Akahigi, Hyaki no Soen, Naruto could only watch as 100 puppets appeared above them. Sasori put his right hand to his face and shook his head, I once destroyed an entire country with these, to think you've pushed me this far. Naruto quickly formed a hand seal and his form exploded in chakra. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, exactly 100 shadow clones appeared all over the destroyed cave. Numbers mean nothing to me. Naruto shouted at the puppeteer. Sasori looked around with a crazed look on his face, so many clones, once this is over I'll add your body to my collection, the number of clones you can call on a whim will be very helpful for me. I'm going to beat your wooden ass into the ground. Naruto shouted as he and his clones shot forward. I know Ero Sennin didn't want me to use this jutsu but I just can't think of any other way to make this guy stay down. You can try. Sasori shot back as his puppets charged. The clones and the puppets clashed as Naruto made his way through the battlefield. His clones intercepted the attacks that the puppets sent at him as he drew closer to his intended target. 2 puppets came in front of him to block his path and he threw a single kunai through the rapidly closing gap towards Sasori. Once it was through the kunai exploded in smoke and transformed into the real Naruto, Henna no Jutsu. He formed a hand seal and a pair of clones appeared, running at his side. When did he pull off a henge? Sasori asked in surprise as Naruto came at him. What is that jutsu? He asked in thought when he heard a bell-like screech vibrate through the air and a white shuriken-like object appear in the blonde's hand. Futon. Rasenshuriken. Naruto called out as he drove the jutsu into the puppeteer's chest. There was a moment of silence before a deafening boom echoed through the area as Sasori was blown back and encased in a sphere of wind and power. The wind slashed and shredded his form before finally exploding with a massive blast of wind. The puppets all fell to the ground lifeless and the remaining clones went to work and destroy what was left of them with explosive notes while the real Naruto kept his gaze on the still-standing Akatsuki agent. Damn, I never expected you to use such a jutsu. I can feel it, my body is falling apart, Sasori rasped out. That's what you get when you're body into a puppet, and for the record. My jutsu isn't finished, if it was you would already be nothing but dust right now, Naruto told him. Sasori let a smirk form on his face fractured, you're something else Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I will soon die. Before that, I'll do something pointless for you, reward for defeating me, you know Orochimaru don't you? Naruto nodded unsure of where he was going with it, yes I'm planning on killing him. Sasori's smirk widened slightly, splendid. I have a spy in Otokage no Sato, one of Orochimaru's personal henchmen. I was supposed to meet him at the Tenchi Bridge in 10 days at noon, it looks like I won't be able to. Why are you telling me this? Naruto asked him. Because it's something pointless, Sasori answered before his body shattered into dust and drifted off a moment later. Naruto clenched his fist and stood in place for 20 seconds before a column of light erupted from the destroyed container which once held Sasori's only human component, his heart. An object hovered in place for a moment before flying at high speeds directly into Naruto's hands, causing him to skid back a little. The blonde shook himself a moment later and looked down at the object in his hands. It was a brown crystal necklace which gave him the feeling of a slow-moving wind around him. The prophecy draws near, 3 of 6, Sage. What is this? Naruto asked looking around and then back at the necklace in his hands. You are Destiny, Child of Prophecy, Last Hope. Just who are you? Naruto asked the voice. No longer needed, Moon. Biju. After a few minutes of silence it was clear that Naruto wasn't going to get any answers and put the necklace around his neck just like he did with the other two he had gotten. He turned away a moment later and took off into the trees in the direction of Suna knowing that his teammates were no doubt in that general direction. Wind Country, Northern Forest. Yugito and Tayuya had been pursuing the airborne Akatsuki member for the better part of 15 minutes now and could still hear the distinctive sound of explosions coming from behind them where they knew was fighting this man's partner. Above them Deidara flew atop his clay dragon and sneered back at them as he banked higher into the air above the small valley. Tayuya get ready, Yugito told her as she ignited her arm in flames. Your move bitch, the redhead responded with a grin. Kaden, Daikeizuki. Deidara's eyes widened in surprise as a long blade of fire extended out towards him. He tried to maneuver around it but was unable to dodge in time and it sliced clean through his arm causing him to gasp in pain. That bitch, she just took off my right arm, Deidara growled in thought before sensed a presence behind him. He turned swiftly to see Tayuya descending towards him with her fist cover in lightning, damn it. Chidori, the redhead called out as Deidara jumped away. Tayuya cut right through the clay dragon and the two ninja dropped down into the trees below. Are you okay Tayuya? Yugito asked as she appeared at her side. Just fucking great, the redhead responded. You two brats are pissing me off, Deidara growled at them. We'll kick your ass bastard, Tayuya shot back. You kill innocent people and think you can get away with it. Don't even think that for a second, Yugito told him. If by innocent people you mean you Jinchuriki, let me tell you something. We've captured 2 of them already, not including that red-haired brat of a cage, and in both cases they were disgusting creatures who hated everything and were hated themselves. No one lifted a finger to help them or defend them, people were actually glad to see them go, Deidara said with a grin. All monsters don't deserve to live, just like you. Tayuya looked over at Yugito and saw the stone expression on her face. The redhead turned back to their opponent and shouted in anger, who are you to decide who should live and who should die? Seems to me that you're the only monster here, bastard. Tayuya stopped, Yugito told her before she could rush forward. The blonde Kunoichi looked over at the Akatsuki agent again and said simply, if anyone doesn't deserve to live here it's you. Deidara scoffed at her, whatever you say demon. You're too careless, Yugito commented with a smile that belonged on a predator. Deidara turned swiftly as he felt a figure drop in from behind him, it was another Yugito with her arm covered in flames. Keizuki, she exclaimed as she sliced her jutsu through the Akatsuki member's other arm and severed it from his body. You bitch. Deidara roared and made to kick her. Chidori, Tayuya whispered as her lightning-covered fist tore through the man's back in a spray of blood. No, Deidara rasped out as Tayuya removed her hand. He fell to the ground a moment later. He didn't get up. That was too easy, Tayuya said simply. I know, he must have run out of clay when he fought Kasuke-sama, Yugito mused remembering what they were told about the man while in Suna. She checked the man's pulse just to make certain he was dead. There was none. What do we do now? Tayuya asked her. We meet up with Yamato and the others, a voice said from behind them. They turned quickly before relaxing when they saw it was an exhausted Naruto. Are you two alright? We're fine, the guy was pretty much out of chakra and weapons to throw at us. I think we can thank Kasuke-sama for that, Yugito told him. Yeah, the fucker went down in only a few moves, Tayuya agreed. Akatsuki have 3 of the Biju in their possession now including the Ikibi, Yugito informed him. Naruto sighed and nodded, let's get out of here. He sealed away the body and the 3 took off into the trees once again. Wind country, plain. The 3 arrived on the grassy open plain where they came across the sight of an alive Gaara surrounded by dozens of Sunanins including Temari and a now-healed Kankuro along with Yamato and what looked like an unconscious Chiyo. The group saw them approach and they made their way to the center where Gaara stood giving his respects to Chiyo. Gaara, Naruto asked upon reaching the former Ikibi Jinchuriki. I am alive Uzumaki. Chiyo Obukan saved me, Gaara answered his unasked question. What happened? He asked the Kasuke. She gave her life for mine, Gaara replied as he gazed upon the woman who died to bring him back. She gave me a message to give to you, she said that the world will always belong to the younger generation. Naruto didn't know what to say to that. We must return to Suna, everyone move out. Gaara turned and started away but he fell forward since his legs were still adjusting to his control again. Naruto and Kankuro grabbed his arms and helped him walk. The rest of the group followed close behind as they set off towards the direction of Suna. Wind country, Suna main entrance. Upon their return to Suna the Kasuke was taken to the hospital and Yugito attended to him since she was the most skilled medic there. Even without the Ikibi sealed within him, Gaara still had some lingering abilities that the demon had. Most notably were his ability to control sand and quick recovery rate. 2 days after they returned to Suna Gaara was allowed to leave the hospital and return to his duties as Kasuke. The villagers celebrated his return and of course Team Naruto was forced to attend at Gaara's request. Finally on the 3rd day it was time for the team to leave for Konoha after receiving recall orders via Messenger Hawk. Well I guess this is where we part ways huh? Naruto asked the young Kasuke. Thank you for everything you've done for me Uzumaki-san, Gaara said, holding out his hand. Naruto took it, it's Namikaze now actually, Tayuya is in Uzumaki. A flash of surprise crossed Gaara's face but he nodded after a moment, I see, do be careful on your journey. Hey, it's me, Naruto said indignantly. That's why I worry, Gaara grunted. Akatsuki now has 3 of the Biju, they will come after you and me-san soon. We'll be ready, Naruto told him. I hope you are, Gaara nodded and took a step back. Come on let's go, I want to be back in Konoha in 3 days, Naruto said to his team and turned away. Hey wait for me, Tayuya called as she took off after him. Kasuke-sama, Yugito bowed before following. If you find out anything about Akatsuki please send a message to the Hokage, Kasuke, Yamato said and soon followed after them. What do we do now Gaara? Temari asked her brother. We prepare, Gaara said as he turned and entered the village. Chapter 22, Passion. Fire Country, Konoha, Hokage Tower. Is the information reliable? The Hokage asked the team standing in front of his desk. He didn't strike me as someone who would send us on a wild goose chase, he wanted Orochimaru dead as much as we do and seemed to generally want me to kill him. Besides even if it is a trap, we can fight our way out of it, Naruto continued. Are you sure you want to go through with this Naruto? Yugito. Kakashi asked the 2 blondes. Yugito nodded in reply, we need to do this. Sasuke and Sakura have to answer for the things they've done. We need to confront them, Naruto told him. Kakashi nodded slowly, I see, very well then. Go, confront this Akatsuki spy and if possible retrieve Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto nodded at the orders, thank you. There is one thing before you go. I'm adding a new member to the team. Sai come in, Kakashi said and the door opened to reveal a pale Anbu without a mask. Hello, I am Sai, the newcomer greeted them with a clearly fake smile. Sensei, Naruto asked, turning to the Hokage. Kakashi sighed, I had to compromise with the village elders concerning you and Yugito. In exchange for allowing you both to continue your missions, the leader of the Root Anbu, Danzo wanted one of his men on your team. Sai is the one he selected. Senpai, I hope you know what you're doing, Yamato thought when he saw the boy. What is with that smile? It's clearly fake, Yugito narrowed her eyes at him. He's hot but that smile is plain creepy, who am I to judge? Were to Yuya's thoughts on the matter. Danzo. Ero Sennin warned me about him. I need to be careful with this one, Naruto thought and turned back to the Root Anbu. Welcome to the team, he said with a nod. Sai merely gave his signature smile, it is a pleasure to be working in the service of Konoha. I hope you can lead well, Dickless. I'm gonna kill him, Naruto said simply and cracked his knuckles. I'm going to Omegakure no Sato, Jiraiya said clearly as he looked across the desk at the Hokage. They could have been lying, Kakashi suggested. Jiraiya just shook his head, if the leader of Akatsuki really is Nagato then I need to find out for certain. He was one of my students Kakashi, if it were Minato instead would you be second-guessing my actions? No I wouldn't, Kakashi admitted. Then at least take a small team with you, he continued. Again the Gamma Sennin shook his head, this requires stealth. A full squad of ninja aren't going to be able to infiltrate AIM, to get in unnoticed I need to go alone. Fine, go, Kakashi sighed and leaned back in his chair. Thank you, Jiraiya bowed and left a moment later. Nobody was prepared for what would happen on that particular mission. Fire Grass Country, border. The now 5-man team had spent the rest of the day on the road to Grass Country where they would meet the Akatsuki spy and hopefully get some useful information from him. Sai if you call me Dickless one more time I swear to Kami that I will kick your ass, Naruto growled at the Root Anbu. Sai simply smiled, my apologies Naruto-san. I was just offering my opinion on your ability to lead the team. Well you're what we normal ninja call an asshole, I swear you're worse than Sasuke on his worst days, Naruto grunted in annoyance. If you say so but let me point out two important details in your logic, Uchiha Sasuke is a traitor who abandoned the village and so is Haruno Sakura. I am not a traitor like they are, Sai explained with his smile. Well your personality could do with some work, Yuya quipped. Sai smiled at her, and what personality do you think I should use? The redhead frowned at him, that's not something you can decide Dickman. It comes naturally, everyone has their own personality that defines them. And I suppose yours is the tough girl who curses a lot. Sai questioned. Yuya nodded slowly in reply, what is with you anyway? You act like you don't know what emotions are. Sai smiled again, I don't have feelings. What do you mean you don't have feelings? Yugito was the one who asked. Sai turned to her and answered with a smile, just like I said, I don't feel anything. Surely you must feel something. Yuya inquired after a moment of silence. Sai just smiled, no I don't feel anything. Naruto looked behind at the three other teens, he spoke after a moment of silence, let's stop at the next town for the night. We can rest there and set off for the bridge tomorrow evening. The meeting isn't for another 3 days, what do we do until then? Yuya asked. That's simple, we train and improve our teamwork. Even if the spy wasn't followed we will still have to capture them, Naruto stated clearly. I know a few jutsu I can teach you all, they're Doden and Suiten jutsu, Yamato spoke up and cast a look at the Nibi Jinchuriki. I am sorry Yugito-san but I do not know any Raiden or Kaden jutsu. Yugito nodded in understanding, don't worry about it Yamato Taicho. I'm still working on a jutsu of my own anyway so it's fine. Yamato Taicho, Naruto said getting the man's attention. I heard from Hokage-sensei that you can use Mokuden jutsu right? The question surprised the others there. Yes that's right, I prefer not to talk about how I received this particular power though, Yamato stated with a nod. Since the only person on record to have ever been able to use Mokuden jutsu was the Shodai Hokage I was wondering if it was possible to learn it, Naruto said over his shoulder. It's not something that can be taught, to even be able to use it correctly you would need to have senju blood flowing in your veins. And even then you might not be able to use it. I mean look at Tsunade-sama. She's a senju but she is unable to use Mokuden jutsu, Yamato informed him. I actually have senju blood flowing in me, Yuya has too. We're both descended from the Senju clan from during the clan wars, there is also the fact that the Senju were descended from the Rakudo Sennin, surprise flashed across the Anbu captain's eyes. It's not exactly public knowledge but it's not like certain people don't already know that detail, he finished as he turned towards the Root Anbu of the team. Danzo-sama is already fully aware of this information Naruto-san, Sai stated with a smile. I thought so. Naruto knew there was nothing that got past that man. Alright, I'll try teaching you Mokuden Jutsu, but my skill pales in comparison to the Shodai Hokage. I may not be of much help, Yamato admitted. Some help is better than none, Yugito said with a shrug. Can you teach me those jutsus you used on the last mission? You know, the Rinnegan ones. Tayuya asked the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. If you do, I'll teach you one of my Rinnegan jutsus. I can't really use it right considering the chakra levels involved. What is it? Naruto asked her over his shoulder. A jutsu called Chibaku Tensai. Grass Country, Hitomi Town, Hot Spring. They arrived in town a day later and set themselves up in one of the many hotels there. After settling into a hotel, the team decided to pay a visit to the local hot springs. This decision set off an interesting chain of events. Well, that's enough male bonding for me. Before I go, Naruto, I think there is something you should know about Jiraiya-sama, Yamato said, getting out of the water. Naruto stopped his trek towards the barrier that separated the men and women baths. He turned and asked, "What is it, Yamato Taicho?" A very long time ago, when Jiraiya-sama was a small boy, he came very close to death once. He had 6 fractured ribs and both of his arms were broken. He suffered multiple ruptured internal organs too. Do you want to know what the reason was? Supposedly he was caught peeping on Tsunade and she beat the shit out of him. So before you hop out of the spring and take a peek over that fence, let me ask you something. What do you think Yugito-san would do in that same situation? Yamato's question made Naruto's face turn pale. Naruto watched as the Anbu captain set off towards the changing rooms, thinking about what the man had said. It would so be worth it, the blonde reasoned, and started towards the fence again. Ready to go back now, bitch? Tayuya asked. The female hot spring was empty except for the 2 of them and it was getting late. You go on ahead, I'll catch up, Yugito told her. The redhead looked at her friend for a moment before struggling and continuing on her way to the changing rooms. Yugito laid back again the edge of the spring and sighed in content as she looked out over the empty bath. She grabbed a towel and fastened it around her. A moment later she disappeared in a burst of speed. You should never try and peep on someone who can sense your exact location from a mile away. Naruto, who had been peeking through a man-made hole in the outside of the spring bath, blinked at seeing his fellow blonde just disappear. What do you think you're doing? Yugito asked from behind him, still dressed in only a towel. He yelped in surprise and suddenly remembered what Yamato had told him earlier. I'm not peeping. I mean, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. He cowered. It was then that Yugito caught sight of what he was wearing, or lack thereof. Like her, he was only wearing a towel which covered his modesty like she had done for hers. She blushed and looked away as he did much the same. I'm not going to kill you, she said, still blushing. If you wanted to see me like this, then why you could have just asked, she stuttered out. Yeah, I'm sorry, I think I should go. He moved away. She grabbed his hand and stopped him. Yugito, he asked upon seeing her action. I know we've been busy lately, but do we have to keep dancing around the issue? She stuttered out the question. See, can we just not stop? She asked him hesitantly. Yugito, he asked confused. Just this once. She leaned in and kissed him. She stopped a second later. Can we just be us? No mission, no attachment, no restraint, no Kumo, no Konoha, no Akatsuki, just us. He looked into her eyes. If you want. She kissed him again and the two were consumed with passion. Insert imagination. Grass Country, Hitomi Town, Hotel. The morning sun shone across the small town and into the room where the red-headed Rinnegan user slept. She groaned and turned over to avoid the sun. Even after burying her head in her pillow, she knew she wouldn't be able to sleep anymore and groggily sat up. She looked across at the futon Yugito was supposed to occupy but found it empty. The first thought that went through her head was that she didn't come back last night. The second thought was where she was, and her final thought plastered a grin on the redhead's face. There was only one other place Yugito would willingly sleep. Naruto's futon. That cat would only be with him. Then again, her brothers and her best friend's sex life was not really any of her business. Tayuya groaned and turned her attention the window. She blinked. Is that Dickman sitting out there? Tayuya asked herself when she saw the black figure of the Root Anbu sitting at the edge of the balcony a few dozen meters away. She quickly got dressed and left the room. Sai sat at the edge of the balcony in a cross-legged position with a sketchpad in hand. He made no facial expression as he finished yet another one of his drawings, but yet again couldn't find a name for it, just like the others he had made. I never figured you to be the artistic type, Dickman. He looked over his shoulder and saw Tayuya approach. Looks can be deceiving, Sai responded in monotone. Don't I know it, she chuckled bitterly. You know, for a guy who says he doesn't have any feelings, you sure do create a lot of shit like what's in your hand. Sai just smiled, the same could be said for you and your music. Fuck you, the redhead shot back. No one insulted her music, no one's sane anyway. She calmed herself a moment later, what's its name anyway? Excuse me, he asked politely. Your drawing, what's its name? Tayuya said as she gestured to the sketchpad in his hand. Quote. Honestly, whenever I try and give them titles, nothing good comes to mind, Sai admitted, still smiling. The right words escape me, and I just don't feel anything. The two fell into silence for a few seconds. If you don't feel anything, then what is this exactly? Tayuya asked him as she held out a small sketchbook. That's. Sai trailed off and took the book from her hands. It isn't finished yet, because it belongs to my brother. Oh, where's your brother now? The redhead asked him. Dead, his answer stopped her response cold. Quote. Then that's more reason for you to actually feel something, Tayuya told him. And what expression would I need to make? Sai asked with a smile. She didn't have an answer. Hey you two, Yamato called from the hotel entrance. We're leaving now, go get your things and meet us at the Eastern Plaza. Yes sir, they both nodded in understanding. Good, you're both here, now we're just waiting for Naruto-san and Yugito-san, where are they exactly? Yamato asked, annoyed at their absence. Hey, Naruto called as the two blondes approached. Ah, isn't it a great morning? He asked and sighed in content. Tayuya looked over at Yugito and the two locked eyes for a minute. The moment Yugito turned away, a large smirk stretched across the redhead's lips as she looked at the Kumo Jonin. You two didn't come back last night, and you look like someone who just had an amazing fuck. Tayuya whispered to her, how was he? He's your brother, Yugito growled back, clearly embarrassed. That's not something you should be asking me. The redhead just kept grinning, that good I see. Shut up, the Nibi Jinchuriki hissed. You seem to be in a good mood this morning, Yamato commented upon seeing the team leader. Naruto rolled his shoulders back and a few knots were cracked, and why wouldn't I be? It is a beautiful day and soon we'll be able to complete this mission. Yamato raised an eyebrow at the declaration but after a moment merely shrugged and turned away. Sai had other plans, however. Was she disappointed in your sexual relations with her? Naruto shot him a glare, no, and shut up already. It was one of those days. Chapter 23, Heaven and Earth Part 1. Grass Country, Tenchi Bridge. Sasori, the hooded figure, greeted. Sasori examined the Akatsuki spy as he removed his hood. How the time flies. It was Yakushi Kabuto. No tail? Sasori's gruff voice asked. None, I assure you, Kabuto confirmed. How do you feel? It was a simple question. There remains some disorientation from when your jutsu dissolved and I started remembering who I really was, but it'll pass. Kabuto informed. How many questions? Sasori asked him. There isn't much time, so please be quick. I've risked my life coming here, Kabuto said nervously. Uchiha Sasuke, where is he? Sasori questioned. There are several hideouts, but these change from week to week, so his location cannot be pinpointed. Some are in countries outside of sound that Orochimaru's spies have infiltrated and maintained for us. But there is no set transfer plan or pattern. We're currently laying low at a safe house on a small island in the northern lake, but we'll be moving in 3 days' time. Uchiha Sasuke is also there right now, Kabuto answered. Suddenly there was a rustle in the bushes behind him and he threw a kunai at it. After a moment a small rabbit jumped out and he let out a sigh of relief. Just a rabbit. Kabuto turned and continued, so regarding the matter you asked me to look into. Even after Orochimaru transfers bodies, he puts up a protective barrier on the cell specimens from the old host body, so I have not been able to analyze them. I see, Sasori nodded at the information. After a moment Kabuto said almost in panic, look, this is taking too long. If Orochimaru discovers I met with you, death will be the least of my worries. You know what I want, now give it to me. Very well, Sasori conceded and reached into his cloak. A moment later he pulled out a kunai and a figure appeared behind Kabuto. Interesting conversation, do you mind if we join you? Orochimaru asked sinisterly as Sasori, and Kabuto jumped away from him. If you hadn't pulled out your kunai, Sasori, I wouldn't have gotten away in time, Kabuto admitted with shaky breath. Your garbs bring back memories, Sasori, Orochimaru said with a smirk. Did you follow Kabuto? Sasori questioned. Oh come now, I just wanted to say hello and thank you for sending me this one, he's been so handy to have. Every time I develop a new jutsu I need at least 100 human bodies to experiment on. Thanks to Kabuto's medical ninjutsu I get to use them over and over again. There's such a shortage of volunteers, you know, Orochimaru explained as two well-known figures appeared at his side. One was a dark-haired male wearing white and black clothing with a katana strapped horizontally to his back. The other wore a pink and red outfit to match her pink hair. Upon closer inspection, these two individuals were Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, new canons of Konohagachure no Sato. "Kami, there they are," Yugito whispered from the tree line behind Sasori. I couldn't sense them until they were right on top of him. She gritted her teeth at the situation. "Don't worry about it, Yugito, we knew that this might be a trap," Naruto told her. Suddenly Kabuto's hand became a blur of blue energy as he sliced through Sasori and revealed the occupant inside it. Yamato jumped back and was met with a wave of snakes which grabbed him and bit down on him. He turned to wood and shattered a moment later as the real him dropped down further away from the newcomers and Kabuto. I don't understand, Kabuto, you're supposed to be an Akatsuki spy under Sasori's sleeper jutsu," Yamato said, confused at the situation. "I'm afraid your intelligence is a little out of date. Orochimaru-sama removed that problem a long time ago," Kabuto stated clearly. "So you were just pretending to be under Sasori's jutsu while you were really under Orochimaru's jutsu instead," Yamato mused. "Wrong again, I'm afraid. Orochimaru-sama and I share a common philosophy. I'm with him of my own free will," Kabuto declared. "Who are you anyway? You ruined out plans for Sasori?" he asked. "Patience, Kabuto, all will be revealed in due time. Starting with the three rats hiding behind Papa Rat here," Orochimaru said with a grin. Yamato motioned forward and four figures blurred down in front of him. "Why am I not surprised to see you, Naruto-kun?" "Naruto, Yugito," Sakura said upon seeing her former teammates. "Dobi, demon woman," Sasuke said unimpressed. "It's been a long time, Sasuke, Sakura," Naruto spoke as he examined the two newkenin. "I see you've been doing well for yourselves, huh, traitors?" Yugito asked as she gave them both a once-over. "Well, isn't this a happy reunion?" Orochimaru asked with a sadistic smirk on his face. "And here I was hoping to fight my old partner Sasori, but instead you brought show up. Well, that explains Papa Rat over there. Of course he would be on your team, huh, Naruto-kun, Yugito-chan?" He mused as he looked over at Yamato. Sasuke's eyes morphed into his Sharingan and Naruto looked over at him. A moment later everything around him changed. Naruto's mindscape, Jinchuriki seal. It was dark and damp when Sasuke entered the sewer-like mind of his former friend and rival. He looked impassive as he entered what was clearly the main room where the Kyuubi's cell was located. He looked up at the beast and it took notice of him. The water in front of the cage came together to form a large fox head and it glared at the newcomer. "An Uchiha dares to step into my presence. Know your place, abomination, for you are in the presence of a god," Kyuubi growled at him. "A god? More like a pet," Sasuke smirked as the fox roared. "You should respect your betters, abomination, you are only here thanks to those things you have for eyes. A product of your cursed bloodline," Kyuubi sneered at the Uchiha. Sasuke merely looked at him with a neutral expression. "It seems this isn't your first encounter with these eyes. You really don't know anything, do you, abomination? Even with those eyes you still cannot see through your hate. It is fitting, I suppose. Your chakra is vile and reminds me of Uchiha Madara. Make no mistake, abomination, you have no power here," Kyuubi said with a sinister smirk. "Do not underestimate the power of the Uchiha clan," Sasuke started. "I just need to suppress your power so I don't need to deal with it outside." "Your hatred has blinded you, I see. How do you plan on accomplishing such a task? Your will has always been inferior to my campaigners," Kyuubi taunted. "The dobi is irrelevant," Sasuke said as he stepped forward and made to grab the fox head by the nose. He was stopped however when someone grabbed his outstretched hand. "What? Tem, you do know that your Dujutsu is nothing but a bastardized version of the Rinnegan, don't you? Do you really think you can enter the head of a Rinnegan user and do whatever the fuck you want? Get over yourself." Naruto blew the Uchiha away from the fox. Sasuke crashed into the wall and gritted his teeth in anger. "You. The last time we fought I could have killed you. I didn't want to, but I could have. I thought we were friends, Tem, but clearly I was wrong. Looking at you now I see that. Last time I only spared your life on a whim, and now I'll take it on a whim," Naruto declared. "Now get out of my head," he shouted and blew Sasuke out of his mind. "How much did you hear, boy?" the Kyuubi questioned his jailer. Naruto turned to the fox head. "All of it. You got some explaining to do, fox. Who the fuck is Madara and why did you keep calling Sasuke an abomination? Heh, it seems that sister of yours is rubbing off on you. You'll find out the truth in due time, boy," the fox chuckled as it turned into water again and moved back into its cage. "Where were you anyway? You just let him enter here and make it all the way into this room before finally stopping him." "Why? While he was in my mind, I was in his," Naruto answered truthfully. He grinned. "I now know exactly where over 47 of Orochimaru's bases are, both in grass and sound countries. Even now you continue to amuse me, Naruto. Just like he did, the Kyuubi chuckled darkly as his crimson eyes glowed in the darkness behind the bars. But do not think for a second I will bow before you like I did to him so long ago. We are still enemies, never forget that boy, and do not think for a second that I will not eventually be free of this seal. You can try, Fox, Naruto said as he turned away. But for now you owe me rent, were his final words before disappearing through the archway. Even now you act like him. I suppose it's fitting that my second jailer is the successor of my first jailer, the Kyuubi mused as he was left alone once again. Grass country, Tenchi Bridge. Sasuke turned his head away and rubbed his eyes. Sasuke-kun, Sakura asked worriedly. Never try to enter my mind again, Tem. Next time I will do more than throw you out, Naruto said, clearly having returned to the land of the living as well. How do you want to play this, Naruto? Yugito asked her fellow blonde. We'll take them on separately, Naruto told her and the rest of the team. Yugito, you take Sasuke, and Yamato, you take Sakura. Tayuya and Sai, you two take Kabuto. What about you? Tayuya asked him. Orochimaru is mine, Naruto responded. The Otokage smirked in amusement. Do you really think you can win here, Naruto-kun? We'll do more than win, we'll kill you, Naruto replied clearly. Shunpo no Jutsu, in a flash of yellow he appeared before the Otokage with a chest-sized ball of chakra in hand. Udama Rasengan, he called out as the jutsu connected and blew everything in range into the air. Orochimaru landed on one of the trees, clearly missing his left arm and still smirking at the blonde Konoha. A moment later a pair of hands erupted from his mouth and stretched his mouth open to allow another Orochimaru to emerge completely unharmed. You have the Kyuubi and the Rinnegan, and that is the best you can do. Pathetic, the Otokage taunted as he threw away his damaged body and smirked at the blonde once again. I killed Sasori, so I will kill you too, Naruto snarled at him. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at that piece of information. You called Sasori. Heh, interesting, you're still very amusing, Naruto-kun, but you're still not in my or Sasuke-kun's league. He held up his hands and dozens of snakes shot out towards Naruto, Sane Tajishu. Naruto saw them coming and formed several quick hand seals. Futon. Rinkuden. He inhaled a large breath and then exhaled a massive blast of wind which shredded snakes and cut through the trees in its line of fire. The wind bullet detonated in a massive blast and leveled a good 80-foot radius around where it exploded. Orochimaru lay down on the ground of the now smooth surface with a smirk still on his face. Mandara no Jin, dozens if not hundreds of snakes erupted from Orochimaru's mouth and slithered towards the blonde Konoha. Each snakehead had a blade of some kind pointing out of their mouths and was no doubt ready to slash and or stab their target. Damn, that is a lot of snakes. I have no choice but you use that jutsu. This guy is as strong as Arrow Sennin when he's serious, Naruto thought as he formed several hand seals. Mokuten. Taju Daijirin no Jutsu, Naruto threw out both of his arms and they turned into wood right before his eyes. Surprise flashed over Orochimaru's features and he lost his smirk as the wood seemed to expand and sharpen until there were hundreds of wooden spikes. The snakes were impaled and otherwise slaughtered under the hail of wooden spikes. When it was over, the wood severed from Naruto's body and his arms returned to normal as Orochimaru stood up, no longer amused. How can you use the Shodai Hokage's jutsu? The Otokage demanded. It was Naruto's turn to smirk. You don't know your history that well, do you? The Senju and the Uchiha clans both descended from the Rakudo Sennin and by proxy the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan was responsible for creating jutsu and discovering chakra, so of course I can use it. It doesn't matter to you though, since you'll be dead by the end of the day. We'll see, Orochimaru sneered. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, two shadow clones popped into existence beside the blonde Konoha and he held out his hand towards them. Oh dear, this is unfortunate, Orochimaru thought worriedly as he saw the two clones concentrate chakra and the distinctive sound of a bell-like screech filling the air. He bit his thumbs and formed several hand seals. A second later he slammed his hands into the ground. Kuchios, Sanju Rashomon. 3 massive demonic gates rose up from the ground in front of him. That should hold him, he mused. Naruto jumped forward towards the massive gates and slammed his jutsu into it. Futon. Rasenshuriken. The first gate completely shattered the moment the jutsu touched it, the second didn't fare any better and the third one was only able to hold itself together for half a second before it crumbled under the pressure of the attack. Orochimaru's eyes widened as Naruto rammed the jutsu into midsection and he was blown back. The chakra shuriken expanded and encased the Otokage in a ball of spinning wind and power. He screamed in pain as every nucleus in his body was slashed and destroyed by the jutsu until it finally exploded in a blast of wind. Orochimaru fell into the center of the newly formed crater and writhed in pain from the blow. I win, Orochimaru, Naruto said simply. No, I refuse to be beaten by a failure like you. The Otokage snarled as his body exploded upwards. Yamata no Jutsu. Orochimaru roared as his body changed into the shape of a massive snake with 8 heads. What the hell is that thing? Naruto asked out loud when he saw the monstrosity. Die! Orochimaru screeched from one of the mouths as 2 of the heads came down on the blonde. What the hell is this? Naruto thought as he dodged the 2 large snake heads that tried to eat and or crush him. He turned himself into a giant snake with 8 heads. How the hell do I hurt him now? Think, damn it, think. He rolled under one of the necks and formed several hand seals. A moment later, trees exploded from the ground and lifted the massive snake into the air. Mokuden Haijutsu, Jukai Koten. The abilities of the Shodai Hokage will not save you here, boy. The hubby Sennin roared at him and broke from the man-made forest. I haven't mastered Chibaku Tensai yet, and that's the only jutsu I know that could do the kind of damage that's needed. Futon. Rinnegan might be able to slow him down, but eventually he'll get me, Naruto thought as he tried to calm himself. Die already, boy, Orochimaru shouted as 5 of the snake heads struck as one. I have to dodge, Naruto thought as he lunged out of the way. He managed to escape certain death, but one of the snake heads caught him in the side and sent him crashing into the forest. Crap, what the hell hit me? I think all of my ribs just broke. He groaned in pain and shakily managed to stand again. He looked up and saw that the snake heads were ready to finish the job. Damn it, there's nothing I can do. You have interfered in my plans too many times. Kindly die, Orochimaru sneered, and the heads struck. Crimson light exploded from Naruto and the heads were forced to back off as a vile chakra washed over the area. What followed was a massive shockwave dozens of feet tall and at least 5 miles wide. Trees and the earth itself were blown away by the sheer power that was unleashed. When the shockwave died down, the entire area was reduced to one large crater with a figure crouched down on all fours at its center. It was a crimson chakra fox with 4 tails swishing behind it. The chakra was so condensed that you couldn't even see who was in it. Oh dear, this is unfortunate, Orochimaru commented as he backed away slightly. The cubified Naruto roared as it threw out its hand and the chakra claw shot out towards the Otokage. The 8 heads of Orochimaru slithered out of the way as the massive chakra claw tried to catch him. Having initially missed its target, the chakra claw released another 2 chakra claws from its arm and they aimed to catch one of the heads of the Otokage. Alright then, let's try this, Orochimaru sneered as one of the heads turned and opened, releasing a batch of snakes at the chakra claws. They melted almost instantly upon contact with the claws. Oh dear. He smirked and sent one of his heads to attack Naruto directly. The cubified Naruto saw the approaching attack but was unable to evade as the head struck down on him, blowing up a batch of the earth as it happened. Almost instantly the head and by proxy the rest of the neck were slashed clean off as Naruto tore through it. You're not even conscious, are you, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru sneered as he tried to pull back. Naruto wouldn't have any of that. A claw of chakra erupted from his chest and hit the ground right in front of the large now 7-headed snake. A moment later Naruto was pulled by the claw and Orochimaru's eyes widened in horrors as he brought his fist down on yet another one of his heads. There was an echoing blast as the forest around the pair was blown away from the impact. Damn you. Why won't you just die already? Orochimaru shouted in anger as hundreds of small snakes streamed out of the 6 heads that he had left. Naruto paid them no heed as brought his hand up and then down, sending out a massive shockwave which completely annihilated over 400 snakes. Once it was over he roared and dozens of blue and red balls of chakra erupted from his body. His 4 tails came to a stop directly in front of him and the balls all merged into a single sphere at the center. Now what? The Otokage knew he wouldn't get an answer. His eyes were narrowed as he tried to move away. Contact with chakra so dense, would kill even me. The chakra sphere compressed itself into a smaller ball and Naruto swallowed it a moment later. How do you plan on fighting while weighed down by all that chakra, Naruto-kun? His answer came when Naruto's fox body expanded into a ball and then expanded again after a few seconds, so that's how. I need to get away now. Orochimaru tried to cancel his jutsu but knew he didn't have enough time. Yonbaiko Amari, it came as nothing but a scratchy whisper as the chakra ball exploded from Naruto's mouth. No, Orochimaru yelled in fear before his world was consumed in light. Chapter 24, Heaven and Earth Part 2. Grass Country, Tenchi Bridge. Keizuki. Chidori-gatana. There was a clang as Yugito and Sasuke clashed at the center of the old bridge. The others having split up and went their own ways during the opening stages of battle. They could both still hear the sounds from the other fights go on away from them, most notably the one between Naruto and Orochimaru. Just give up, demon woman, I would much rather you live and kill a few more Akatsuki members. They will be coming for you shortly, I believe, Sasuke said impassively. Your concern for my well-being is heartwarming, really. Yugito's voice was dripping with sarcasm. No wonder the Rakudo Sennin chose the Senju over the Uchiha when he had to choose his successor, she continued. Do not insult the Uchiha clan, Sasuke told her with a voice of steel. If there was one way to cause Sasuke anger, it was insult his family and clan. Yeah, they were a great bunch. I have to thank Itachi-san the next time I see him for wiping you scumbags out. Yugito knew it was a low blow, but she was a kunoichi and would take every advantage she could get in this fight. She saw him making a set of hand seals that she knew and quickly formed the same ones. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. The two exclaimed as they both blew out a massive fireball each towards each other. The two attacks collided in the center and exploded in a storm of flames. The center of the bridge shattered and fire covered the crumbling supports that held it together. Sasuke was airborne in his curse seal level 2 state while Yugito was forced to retreat off of the bridge. This was when Sasuke struck. Chidori Iso, he spoke as a spear-like lightning weapon shot out of his fingertips and tore through her shoulder. She flew through the air and collided with a tree, the attack going through both her and the tree. He retracted his jutsu and she fell to her knees as she tried to heal her wound. He strolled forward and grabbed her wrist before she could react. Chidori Nagashi, he said, and Yugito cried out in pain as electricity jolted through her nervous system. Any last words? He asked as he tossed her to the ground. Screw you, she rasped out. You're not my type, Sasuke sneered down at her. Her body exploded in a purple light and an intense heat washed over the area. When the light died, there now stood a 3-story tall fire cat with 2 tails and she roared. This is different than before from both her and the Dobi, Sasuke thought as he remembered his fight in defeat with Naruto 3 years ago. He took to the skies as she sent a blast of purple flames at him. In this form Kaden and Raiden Jutsu will be ineffective, perhaps I can suppress her. He concentrated his Sharingan on the demon car's eyes and suddenly the world around them changed. Yugito's mindscape, Jinchuriki seal. Unlike Naruto's mind where it was one large sewer system, Yugito's mindscape was one large graveyard. Gravestones and tombs littered the area giving an unpleasant aura to it. In the center of this was a large metal cage with a 100-story tall raging fire cat with 2 tails inside it. Uchiha Sasuke approached the cage much like he did previously with Naruto, but this time he was confident he could suppress this demon without much trouble, unlike with Naruto and the Kyuubi. Uchiha, you have a lot of nerve showing your face here, the Nibi snarled at him. Why is it that you demons seem to know about my clan? Sasuke questioned her. You will get no answers from me, hellspawn. Leave or face my wrath, the fire cat growled out. Do not presume to be able to order me around, demon. You remain trapped in this cage and I command you to recall your chakra. Obey me, Sasuke said with his Sharingan spinning wildly, and the Nibi's chakra was forced to retract itself back to the cage. Get away from her. A purple blur slugged him across the face. It was Yugito. I thought Naruto told you not to go poking around at people's heads, asshole. Sasuke wiped some blood from his bottom lip and narrowed his eyes in anger. I've done what I came to do. We'll finish this outside, demon woman. He was gone a moment later. He suppressed my chakra, kitten. I will no longer be able to aid you in this fight, the Nibi informed her host. Yugito looked over and clenched her fists. Damn it, I hate those eyes. You and me both, kitten. Don't die, the Nibi told her. Yugito nodded and disappeared a moment later. Grass country, forest. Chidori, Sasuke exclaimed as he threw out his fist towards where her heart was located. Keizuki. Yugito narrowly parried the attack and kicked him away, now having regained her human form. Sasuke recovered quickly, however. You're strong, you would have made an acceptable consort. If you think I'd ever go along with a bastard like you, then you must seriously be smoking something illegal. No one sane would ever willingly want to be within a 10-foot radius of you, Yugito said, disgusted. Sakura did, Sasuke pointed out with a small smirk. And like I said, no one sane would ever go with you, Yugito shot back. Face it, Tem, compared to Naruto you will always be second best and he will always be one step ahead of you no matter what you do. Itachi-san doesn't even see you, his target is Naruto, and I'm not even sure if he sees me. He seems more interested in Naruto than you or me. I will kill Itachi, Sasuke stated clearly. Yugito scoffed at the declaration. You and what army? You wouldn't even be able to scratch Itachi, he'd have to be half blind for him to take you seriously. Do not speak to me of Itachi. Sasuke shouted and charged forward head on. It looks like I hit a nerve, Yugito smirked as she formed several hand seals. When she was finished she threw her hand out towards her attacker and a dragon made of lightning shot out towards him. Raiden, Raryuden no Jutsu. Sasuke was surprised at the attack but quickly recovered and evaded the jutsu. Too slow, he commented and charged forward as Yugito prepared for the assault again. The two froze when they heard a deafening explosion and the eastern horizon exploded into a white light. The two turned towards the source and saw smoke now drifting from far off in the distance. Yugito honed her senses and detected only one chakra signature in that direction, Naruto's. This meant the battle was over and Orochimaru was dead. So Orochimaru is dead, Sasuke mused and took to the air. Hey, where do you think you're going? Yugito questioned. I no longer have an interest in the situation, Sasuke said simply and flapped his wings a few times. He disappeared behind the tree line and out of view, leaving her to her thoughts. Yugito gave a sigh of relief and frustration. Damn. She turned towards where the blast had originated and took off. There is no use in tracking Sasuke-tem at the moment. I need to get to Naruto and see if he needs any help. I doubt he got through his fight and killed a Sannin without taking some serious damage. She's fast, Yamato thought as he evaded one of Sakura's punches. One of her punches struck the tree behind him and it shattered instantly. She's strong too. In fact, I think that's Tsunade-sama's super strength, but where did this girl learn that? Hold still, the Pinkett shouted as she caught him in the side with a roundhouse kick. Fuck, that hurts. Yamato cried in pain as he felt his arm become dislocated. He skidded away as she turned to face him. That was a cheap shot. I'm a kunoichi, she shot back. Yamato grabbed his dislocated arm with his other arm and snapped it back into place. Sakura saw this and shot forward as he started forming hand seals once more. Just as she got within range to attack, Yamato completed his jutsu and channeled chakra into his feet. Doten, Doryuso, he grunted out as spikes of rock erupted from the ground around him and tried to impale the Pinkett. Sakura jumped back to avoid the attack and landed on a tree branch high above the clearing. Her reflexes are inhuman, no normal human could have seen that attacking coming and yet she dodged it like it was nothing. What is she? Yamato asked in thought as he looked up at the kunoichi. A moment later she jumped off of the branch and descended directly towards him with her fist glowing a brilliant blue. Oh shit. Okasho. Sakura exclaimed as her fist struck the ground where Yamato stood. Dust exploded upwards as the earth shattered and tore itself apart. As the dust cleared, Yamato could be seen coughing from the smoke and Sakura was now standing. From her file I received before this mission, there is physically no way that she could have reached this level in only 3 years. She's extremely fast and has somehow managed to recreate Tsunade-sama's super strength. Her progress is unnatural. I'm sorry Hokage-sama, but she appears to have experimented on herself to give herself an edge, Yamato deduced as he narrowed his eyes at the Pinkett. Sakura smiled sweetly. I saw you use a Mokuden jutsu back at the bridge. I doubt you are a senju, so if you're not a senju then you must be one of those experiments. Yamato's eyes hardened at her words. Yes, I read the reports on Orochimaru-sama's experiments concerning the Shodai Hokage's jutsu and I also know that none were reported to have survived, besides you of course. Then I think it's about time I got serious. Mokuden Haijutsu, Jukai Koden, Yamato formed a hand seal and large trees sprouted from the ground around them. They eventually became so thick that sunlight was blocked from the area where the two stood apart. I may not be on the level of the Shodai Hokage, but I'm no pushover either. Sakura realized this also and quickly started forming hand seals. You'll still lose in the end. We'll see. Mokuden, Daijirin no Jutsu, Yamato's right arm turned into wood and shot out to try and impale his opponent. The jutsu tore through Sakura's form, but a moment later it poofed out of existence. Damn it, she used a clone. He turned swiftly and spotted Sakura on one of the man-made branches with her hands in a seal. Megan, Jubaku Satsu, she whispered, and the Yamato suddenly found himself bound to a tree which he couldn't control. This has to be a genjutsu, Yamato decuded and formed a hand seal. He expelled chakra from his body and shattered the jutsu, Kai. He quickly turned to check on his opponent when he realized that she was right above him. This is dangerous. Sutenkyaku, Sakura exclaimed as her heel struck down on his position and the tall forest crumbled around them. Trees fell as the two jumped away from each other. Yamato landed atop one of the trees while Sakura landed on a branch a few feet away. You know, this could have turned out much differently, Sakura-san. Had you remained in Konoha you could have been a very influential member of the medical corps and possible even the student of Tsunade-sama herself. Kakashi-senpai is very disappointed in you, Sakura-san, Yamato told her. I made my choice, Mokuden-san, Sakura stated as she formed a hand seal. Please call me Yamato, the former Anbu captain said simply. Yamato. I'll remember that name, she nodded and started channeling chakra. Bunshin no Jutsu, 10 normal clones appeared at her side. She's sending in normal clones. At best all she could hope for is a distraction. What is she planning? Yamato asked in thought as he finished his own hand seals. Suiden, Suihachi. He held up his hand and water came gushing out of his palm, wiping out the clones that came at him. Kaiman, Sakura shouted as her chakra exploded from her body in a number of green and brown spirals. Yamato snapped his attention towards the powerful surge of chakra. That's she's opening her Hachiman. Cumin, Sakura called out as her chakra output doubled. I must stop her now, Yamato thought as he threw out his arm again and it turned into a barrage of wooden spikes. Mokudan, Daijirin no Jutsu. The attack slammed into where Sakura stood but she just kept going. Simon, her eyes were now glowing white and her skin had become a reddish brown. There is no other choice, she's too strong now, Mokudan, Jukai Heki, Yamato said and slammed his hand into the ground. A very dense wooden wall sprouted from the ground in front of him. I hope that can hold her. Shoman, Sakura's muscles bulged as she screamed. She's too strong. Yamato's eyes widened in fear as the wooden wall he created suddenly shattered and Sakura disappeared from view. She appeared behind him in a burst of speed struck. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16 punches to his body and he let out a silent scream as pain consumed him. At the end she spun quickly and planted a kick to his chest which sent him crashing down to the ground, bouncing twice before he finally stopped. Okasho, Sakura called out as she brought her fist down on the now motionless Konoha shinobi. It was over. Yamato lay in the center of a small crater with Sakura standing over him, still glowing green. After making sure he wouldn't be getting back up, her chakra slowly receded as she closed her celestial gates. She gave out a sigh of relief and winced as pain shot through her arms and legs. That hurt, she grunted out and dropped to her knees. She took a sample of her now dead opponent's blood and disposed of the body a moment later. Sakura, a voice said from behind her. She turned and blinked. Sasuke-kun. We're leaving, Orochimaru is dead, the Uchiha told her. Sakura nodded at him, and Kabuto-sensei. He no longer matters, Sasuke said simply as he took off into the trees. Sakura hesitantly nodded and looked back at where the bridge was. I'm sorry everyone but I love Sasuke-kun. She disappeared after him a moment later. Chapter 25, Sorrow. Grass country, forest. Fuck, where the hell has that dick guy gone at a time like this? Tayuya growled in thought as she evaded the kunai that was thrown at her. She landed on a tree branch and glared over at her opponent. This bastard is in for a world of hurt. Come now Tayuya-san, hold still so I can kill you, okay? Kabuto said with a smirk. After all, you were a traitor to Orochimaru-sama for abandoning your duties as a kunoichi of Odokager no Sato. You bastard. That place was a hellhole. The only reason I stayed loyal to him was because of his damn curse seal. Tayuya shouted at him. It gave you power, did it not? He gave you power and only asked for your loyalty. Is submission no preferable to destruction? Kabuto asked simply. Some things are worse than death, the redhead responded. Kabuto smirked with a nod. True, but sometimes death is the least of a person's worries. Whatever bastard, Tayuya shot back. Let's play, she said with a predatory grin. This is pointless, Kabuto sighed and took out a scroll. He unraveled it and swiped some blood along the kanji imprinted on it, Fuin Kai. Suddenly 24 motionless human figures appeared on the branches around the two. Say hello to the dead for me, Tayuya-san, Shikan no Jutsu. The bodies stood up a moment later, jumped at the tree that Tayuya stood atop. What the fuck is going on here? Are those people down there? She thought as the zombies knocked down the tree she was using. She landed a few feet away and the zombies were suddenly charging towards her. Okay, I need a plan. How about I just pound them all into a bloody pulp? That should work. She bit her thumb and made several hand seals. Kuchio's no Jutsu. Her 3 doki appeared at her side in puffs of smoke. Mateki, Jinbuso Kyoku, Kabuto watched on amused as the doki tore into the 24 attacking zombies. A few moments later it was over and the doki turned their attention to the Oto Nin since the zombies were now dead, as in completely dead and wouldn't be coming back. The first doki came at him with a large club and brought it down but he evaded by jumping to the side. The second doki attacked from the side with a large double-edged sword and he was forced to jump over the initial swing. No wonder Orochimaru-sama didn't take you as one of his hosts, you're pathetic, Kabuto sneered and threw 6 kunai with explosive tags at the ground between himself and the 3 doki. Kaden, Kasumi Endu no Jutsu, he breathed out a flammable mist while simultaneously detonating the explosive notes on the kunai he had thrown a second ago and the result was a massive blast of fire. Shit, Tayuya cursed as her doki were incinerated. Fujutsu Kyuin, she brought her hands up and tried to absorb the jutsu just like her brother had shown her. You can absorb ninjutsu. Impressive, for a traitor, Kabuto sneered. Tayuya fell to her knees trying to calm her breathing. Do you ever shut up? Kabuto smirked at that. You know, even with those eyes of yours you are still nothing but a child trying to play in the big leagues. Compared to Naruto-kun, you're not even a challenge. His smirk widened when he saw the glare she sent him. Just shut the fuck up. She shouted and formed 3 specific hand seals. Her right hand exploded into electricity and she shot forward, Chidori. Chikura no Mesu, Kabuto said, clearly unimpressed. He grabbed her lightning-covered hand almost effortlessly, surprising to Yuya since she thought it couldn't be stopped. Chidori Hitaki Kakashi must have taught you that, it doesn't matter now though. Don't look so surprised to Yuya-san, after all Hitaki was and still is someone I consider a threat who is on my level. I've spent many long nights looking for a way to deflect and counter his signature jutsu. I found out that all Raiden jutsu are susceptible to high frequencies of chakra manipulation that are usually given off during medical operations from the jutsu I am using right now. Let go, the redhead growled at him and tried to pull away. Not a chance, you die now, Kabuto said as his smirk became almost sinister in nature. Choju Giga, 3 medium-sized ink lions came from the side and surprised the Oto Jonin, forcing him to pull away. Yuya suddenly found herself in the arms of her root teammate who was smiling at her like normal. Are you alright, Blower? Put me down, he set her down a moment later. And don't call me Blower, Yuya told him with a glare. True, she used a flute, but the term, blower, could insinuate other things. Thanks, she muttered out, knowing she'd be dead right now without him. Why did you come back? I thought you would have hightailed it out of here by now, she asked him. Sai simply smiled. Since I've been on this team I've experienced feelings that I thought I no longer had. I wish to understand those feelings and I do not believe I can do that if you or the rest of the team die. Yuya looked at him for a moment before nodding. Geez, you're a piece of work. Do you know that? He didn't reply. Let's finish this. Are you two done? Kabuto mocked. And what is with that smile, kid? Surely you can do better than that, he taunted. I read in a book that a smile can get you out of a tough situation, even if it's fake, Sai explained, still smiling. Sumi Nagashi, snakes made out of ink, rose up from the ground around Kabuto and caught him by surprise. What is this? Kabuto asked frantically as he tried to break free. My jutsu, Sai told him as black ink fell out of the scroll in his hand and flowed towards the ink snakes that kept the Oto Jonin pinned to the ground. Sai turned with Yuya with a smile on his face. He can't move anymore no matter how strong he is. You're scary when you want to be, the redhead stated and turned her attention to the Oto Jonin and one of her former tormentors. She shot forward with her hand now engulfed in electricity once again, Chidori. Kabuto's eyes widened in fear as she drove her lightning-covered fist through his chest and out the other side in one swift motion. He coughed up blood as he tried and failed to heal the damage from the wound. No, he tried to speak but his voice soon died as his lifeless body dropped to the ground in a heap. Yuya looked down at him aside. It's over. I will dispose of the body, Sai told her and proceeded to seal the body for study at Konoha Intelligence. Are you alright? He asked the redhead, having picked up on the fact that she couldn't seem to look at the body of their fallen opponent. It's nothing, Yuya responded and sighed. Any idea where the others are? As if in answer of her question, Naruto and Yugito dropped down in front of the pair. Yugito looked a bit out of breath but Naruto looked like he had been through a tough time. Considering he took on Orochimaru, they shouldn't have been surprised at his current state as Orochimaru had killed the Sandaime Hokage, though arguably the Sandaime was long past his prime. What happened? Yuya asked upon seeing Naruto no longer had his trench coat on him. Kyuubi's chakra is very acidic, so my coat was burned away, Naruto replied. I'm going to need a new one, he added with a sigh. Where's Yamato Taicho? Yuya asked them. Yugito shook her head as she replied, I can only sense his residual chakra signature, his chakra core is inactive and has already decayed. He's dead. They stood in silence for a few seconds. Sasuke and Sakura left a little while ago. I can't track them, she finished. This mission is a failure, let's go home, there's nothing for us here now, Naruto gave the order. As the group left, Naruto looked back at the now destroyed bridge. I'm sorry this happened, Yamato Taicho. He was gone a moment later. Fire Country, Konoha, Hokage Tower. So Orochimaru and Kabuto are dead, Kakashi mused. He leaned back in his chair. I'm sorry about what happened to Tenzo, he was a good man. Tenzo? Yugito couldn't help but ask. It was Yamato's real name, the Hokage answered. He sighed. I'll have the workers add his name to the memorial stone tomorrow evening. I'm sorry, sensei, he was under my command and I couldn't do anything for him, Naruto said with clenched fists. Naruto, you and your team killed Orochimaru and Kabuto. Two very important figures to Oto, were at war. Naruto. No one wants to admit it but Konoha is under attack and your team is the only thing standing between Konoha and the greatest threat of the current generation. People will die, Naruto, you have to accept that, Kakashi told him. Those who stray from the path of justice have no courage, but under the wing of a strong leader cowardice cannot survive. Naruto remembered the words. Exactly, Kakashi agreed as he leaned forward. There is also another matter we need to discuss, it's about Jiraiya-sama, that got their attention. What is it? What happened? Naruto questioned. Suddenly a figure popped into existence, actually several figures. The first they instantly recognized as Tsunade while the others were a collection of summoned toads. One of them was the toad elder Fukusaku, which Naruto recognized easily having met him on his training trip. Hey old man Fukusaku-sensei, Naruto greeted in his own way. Naruto, watch your language, Kakashi scolded him. No, it is quite alright, Fukusaku waved the comment off and sighed. Naruto boya, this isn't a social call, he continued. What happened? It was a demand, not a question. There's no easy way to say this. Jiraiya boya fell in battle 2 days ago against the Akatsuki leader, he's dead, Fukusaku informed him. Silence, even Sai's smile had slipped from his face. Huh, Naruto managed, what did you just say? Jiraiya boya was killed 2 days ago by Pain, the Akatsuki leader, Fukusaku reiterated. How? Naruto's voice was harsh. He went to Omegakure no Sato in search of another of his students. A boy named Nagato who like you has the Rinnegan. It turns out that Pain is Nagato and Pain discovered Jiraiya boya during the infiltration. It appears that Pain has 6 different bodies and according to Jiraiya boya none of them were Nagato's, though he did say the lead one was another of his students called Yahiko. Originally Jiraiya boya never intended to battle Pain directly, but Pain's abilities far exceeded his imagination and without knowing the extent of his powers no one could ever win against him no matter how many times they fought. Jiraiya boya pushed himself beyond his own limits and almost managed to discover their secrets. No one but Jiraiya boya could have gotten as far. On top of that, he could have gotten away if he had wanted to, but he sacrificed his life so that he could leave us this coded message. Even after his throat was cut out, Fukusaku explained and took off his cloak to show them the numbers now engraved on his back. The real one is not there, Naruto said upon reading the code, surprising those in the room. You know what this means? Fukusaku asked in surprise as he gestured to his back. They're words from Ero Sennin's newest novel, any idea what it means? Naruto continued. It's too vague, Fukusaku shook his head and put his cloak back on. Did you let him go? Naruto asked, turning to the Hokage. Yes, Kakashi answered simply. Why? Naruto questioned. He wanted to go. Nagato-san was his student, I would have done the same thing if it were you instead, Kakashi replied. I'm sorry Naruto, I tried sending people with him but he wouldn't allow it. Naruto snarled and left the room a moment later. Kakashi sighed tiredly, I apologize Fukusaku-sama. I'll arrange for Naruto too. No, that's alright, but back to the child of prophecy I was talking about earlier. It is either Nagato-san or Naruto boya, time will tell which one is the true one, Fukusaku sighed. If you'll excuse me, Tsunade said stiffly. Kakashi nodded and she left a moment later with Yugito following close behind. Tsunade Shisho? Tsunade asked hesitantly. Just give me some time Yugito-chan, Tsunade said and started away with clenched fists. Yugito watched her go for a few seconds before heading off, no doubt in search of Naruto. Tayuya and Sai exited a moment later, though Tayuya was noticeably shaking. Whether it was sadness or rage remained to be seen however. I can't believe this, the redhead said with clenched fists. This asshole, Pain is not going to get away with this, Tayuya growled out. Though she didn't much care for Jiraiya because of his perverted tendencies, the man did train Naruto and that was what mattered to her. It appears Akatsuki has become even more dangerous, Sai commented. It doesn't matter, this has gone on long enough. They'll pay for what they've done, the redhead growled out. I must report to Danzo-sama, Sai told her. Okay. I never thanked you for helping me out on the last mission, Tayuya started and kisses him on the cheek. Sai's eyes widened for a second, don't read too much into it Dickman, that was just for saving my life. Noted, Sai nodded slowly as he saw her walk away. He disappeared a moment later. Chapter 26, Unexpected Moves. Fire Country, Konoha Root Headquarters. This place was always dark and damp, feeling like a pit in hell only without the lava. The lighting was a bare minimum and gave off a killing intent all on its own. Standing in the center of the platform was the leader of Root, a man by the name of Shimura Danzo. He was the kind of man who always thought that the ends justify the means and had no problem doing whatever it took to accomplish his goals and safeguard Konoha. It was the reason the Sandaime and Godaime Hokages kept him around. The Yondaime had kept him around for that very reason too before his demise during the Battle of the Nine Tails 15 years ago. Sai, wipe that stupid smile off your face, Danzo said, and Sai appeared in front of him, kneeling. Report, he ordered. Orochimaru is dead, Danzo-sama, as is Kabuto. I apologize, but Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura both managed to escape, Sai informed him. I see, interesting. I assumed that the mission didn't go as planned then. It was a simple question, but Sai knew better than to answer. Very well, the mission was indeed a failure, as Uchiha Sasuke still lives. However, with both Orochimaru and Kabuto dead, I no longer have to worry about those two fools. He turned and took a few steps before stopping again. I will let this failure slide this time, however do not fail me again, Sai. Sai kept his head bowed. Your orders, Danzo-sama. I have a mission for you. Take Fu and Torun and collect as much information on Orochimaru's experiments as you can, were Danzo's orders. Yes, Danzo-sama, Sai said simply. Dismissed, Danzo said and turned away. Danzo-sama, Danzo stopped and turned to him slowly. I request a formal placement on Team Naruto under Namikaze Naruto as an official member. Agreed, Danzo said, surprising him though he didn't show it. You may leave, Sai. The rude Anbu bowed once more and left soon after. Danzo was not a fool, not by a long shot. He knew that despite the fact that he and Naruto had different beliefs, Naruto was the best chance Konoha had for survival other than himself, of course. With the increasing threat from Akatsuki and their accursed leader Uchiha Madara on the rise, Konoha needed every able-bodied shinobi they could get these days. After all, that was the reason he had voted to ally themselves with Kumo and permitted Yugito on the team. Fire Country, Konoha. Night had fallen on the village and the only sound that could be heard were the crickets in the bushes. Naruto was sitting at a bench in the middle of the silent street with an ice cream bar in his hand. Tears streamed down his face, but he paid them no heed as he stared at the ice cream he held in his hand. There you are, Naruto. He looked up and saw Yugito approach. He wiped his eyes as she sat down beside him. You're a hard man to find. I wanted him to keep watching over me, wanted him to see me become Hokage. He was my godfather, but I always thought of him as my own grandfather, Naruto choked out. She pulled him into a hug as he cried yet again. It's okay, it's okay. Why did this have to happen? He asked her. I don't know, Yugito answered truthfully as she felt him shake. I'll kill him, I won't stop until he pays for what he's done, Naruto vowed. Naruto, she thought as he continued to cry in her arms. It was going to be a long night. Rain Country, AIM Akatsuki headquarters. Did you recover his ring? Pain questioned. Black Zetsu snorted at the question. What ring? There was nothing left of it to recover after his battle with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. This is troubling news, Pain began. Itachi, Kisame, you two are to hunt the Kyuubi and the Nibi. With Jiraiya now dead, they will be vulnerable and they won't be expecting an attack so soon. Kakuzu and Hidan will hunt the Yonbi and the Gobi after we seal the Nanabi. Conan and I will personally deal with the Hachibi, Pain finished. What about the Sanbi? White Zetsu asked simply. Tobi will deal with the Sanbi, it doesn't have a Jinchuriki so it will be weaker than the others, Pain reasoned. Oh man, you're sending Tobi. Are you mad? Black Zetsu asked in disbelief. Oh, don't be like that, after all Tobi is a good boy, White Zetsu said simply. Everyone turned to the mask-wearing Akatsuki member and saw him standing on one of the other fingers' platforms completely motionless like a statue. He snored. I think he's asleep, Kisame laughed. You know, I think he's utterly mad, White Zetsu commented. Geez, what was your first clue? The guy is clearly bonkers, Black Zetsu retorted. You have your assignments, dismissed, Pain ordered, and the holograms of the other Akatsuki members disappeared one by one until only Tobi remained. I thought I would be the one to hunt the Kyuubi and the Nibi. Why do you want them to go instead? Because I want you to hunt the Hachibi, Tobi replied simply with none of his regular lighthearted attitude. Why don't you go yourself? Pain asked. Because I have a prior engagement, Tobi said and turned to leave. The time is not yet right to show them the Uchiha's power, my power, the power of Uchiha Madara. Fire Country, Konoha Namikaze household. The family home of his parents was the place Namikaze Naruto had moved into once he unsealed all of his things from his travels. The entire area had been riddled with security seals of all kinds, some of which took even Jiraiya hours to finally crack. Once the seals were finally out of the way, Naruto had actually managed to find a photo of his parents which now lay beside the king-sized bed. He had also found his parents' armory, if that's what you could call it. Below the house was a network of tunnels reinforced with several sheets of metal and was filled with hundreds of different weapons and seals. There were thousands of Hiraishin kunai in storage just waiting to be used, and the seals, to be honest he wasn't even sure what half of them did. The morning sun shone into the main bedroom of the house and Naruto let out a groan as he tried to shift away from the light. His eyes fluttered open and he felt a weight on his chest. He looked down and gave another groan when he saw Yugito's head using his chest as a pillow. They were both fully clothed however, so he knew that nothing happened last night, but he couldn't remember getting home, so he simply assumed that Yugito somehow carried him in. Morning, Yugito rose her to look at him. Morning, he smiled back. Are you okay? She asked him. No, he answered simply. I hate doing nothing. I need to confront him. I need to confront pain. Naruto. She trailed off, not knowing what to say. Knock knock. It's Shikamaru, Yugito told him, having sensed the Nara at the front door. Naruto nodded and rose from the bed. Yugito gave an audible groan as she felt him leave her side. Naruto exited the room and descended the stairs, reaching the door within moments. He opened it and saw a rather disheveled Shikamaru standing at his door. What is it, Shikamaru? Naruto asked him. Can I come in? The Nara asked. Naruto nodded and stepped aside to allow him entry. He closed the door behind them and they made their way into the kitchen. Shikamaru sat down at the kitchen table and Naruto moved over to the fridge. Can I get you anything? Naruto asked him, looking over his shoulder. No thank you, the Nara replied politely as Naruto grabbed a drink. Why are you here, Shikamaru? Naruto asked outright as he sat down also. I want to know everything I can about pain. The best place to start are the only other Rinnegan users we know of, that means you, Shikamaru stated clearly. Well, the Rinnegan allows its user to manipulate all 5 main elements as well as the wood element, since the Senju got that little trick from the Rakuto Sennin. We are also able to absorb chakra directly through our hands, making ninjutsu all but useless given the situation, and we have the Yamanaka's ability to probe minds when we grab them by the head. Other than that I have no idea, Naruto answered honestly. What about being able to be 6 people at once? Shikamaru asked him. Well, I am able to see what my clones are doing if I make them when my Rinnegan is active, but Ero Sennin once told me that the human mind can't handle the information from more than one set of eyes at the same time. I'm not sure how pain is 6 people, the blonde replied. I understand, Shikamaru said with a nod. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful, Naruto apologized. Don't worry, I think that's more than enough, Shikamaru said as he stood once more. Before I forget, Hokage-sama wants to see you in his office right away, he mentioned. Naruto nodded as he escorted him to the door. Alright, I'll see you around, Shikamaru. Before Shikamaru closed the door he turned slightly and said, the day will come when we surpass those who came before us. Jiraiya-sama was a great man, Naruto, from what I've seen you will soon surpass him. He closed the door behind him as he left. Naruto just stared for a good few minutes before turning and seeing Yugito slowly walk down the stairs. What are you going to do? She asked him. Naruto thought about it for a few more seconds before giving his answer. I need to meet with Hokage-sensei. Fire Country, Konoha, Hokage Tower. Ero Sennin's code said that, the real one is not there. What if he meant the real pain wasn't among the 6 bodies? Naruto asked those that had gathered. There were only 6 people with the Rinnegan that we saw, Naruto Boya, Fukusaku responded. And the first shinobi was called the Rakuto Sennin. I think those bodies that Ero Sennin and you fought were pains, paths, Naruto continued. They did call themselves the Pain Rakuto, Fukusaku mused. That still doesn't explain how he is 6 different people though. It's the same with me and my shadow clones, but instead of dispelling like-minded he keeps them active all the time. I don't know how he makes them, but I doubt it's that much different from me, Naruto explained. Shadow clones. Jiraiya Boya recognized a few of the bodies as people he had fought before. If what you say is true, then he may be able to reanimate and control a corpse. That would explain how he was able to resurrect 3 of his bodies after they were killed by Jiraiya Boya, Fukusaku mused. He turned and asked the question, how did you come to this theory? When I create a shadow clone with my Rinnegan active they get it too. It allows me to take direct control of the clone while I maintain control of my own body. I've never gotten used to looking in more than one direction at once. It's the reason I don't do Kage Bunshin no Jutsu on a large scale as often as I did before, because Ero Sennin warned me that the human mind isn't capable of processing so much information at once, Naruto explained. Pain might be using something similar with his 6 paths. They only demonstrated 1 jutsu each though, Fukusaku said confused. Shizune-san is already going over the body that Jiraiya-sama recovered, Kakashi spoke clearly. Maybe once we find out how they work we will be able to fight this bastard. Toyuya's grin was worthy of Anko's praise. Don't get ahead of yourself, none of you are even close to matching Pain right now. The only one who might have a chance is Tsunade-san, and even then that chance is small, Fukusaku snorted at the very idea. Pain was able to defeat Jiraiya, who despite being considered a failure was the strongest shinobi Konoha had since his student the Yondaime Hokage died in battle against the Kyuubi. Tsunade might be able to hold Pain off for a while, but she would ultimately lose, and though Kakashi was a strong Hokage, he knew he was nowhere near Jiraiya's level. So what do we do then? Just wait for the bastards to attack us? Naruto asked angrily. That's simple, you all train, Fukasaku replied with a smirk. And you Naruto will be coming with me. That surprised everyone in the room. With you? Naruto asked the Toad Elder. I'll train you in senjutsu on Mount Myobokuzen the same way I hammered it into Jiraiya Boya. A smirk somehow managed to settle onto Fukasaku's features. Will it let me win against Pain? Naruto asked him after a moment. That I can't guarantee, but right now you don't have a chance at all, Fukasaku told the blonde Namikaze. Count me in, Naruto replied. Then we leave in an hour, you'd better go pack, Fukasaku told him with a nod. Fire Country, Konoha, main gates. Don't worry about us, we'll be fine. We've got our own training to do, you know, Yugito said as Naruto pulled her into a tight hug. I'll be back soon, Yugito, he told her as he pulled away. As soon as we have any results from the autopsy or the interrogation, we'll send word, Kakashi told them. I'll leave a messenger Toad, so if anything happens just send him to get us, Fukasaku said with a nod. Don't worry little brother, we'll keep this shithole together until you get back, Tayuya said a little too cheerfully. Right, Naruto deadpanned and shook his head. We really must be going, until we meet again. The moment Fukasaku finished, both he and Naruto disappeared in separate puffs of smoke. They vanished, Tayuya said in alarm. It's a Gyuku Kuchio's no jutsu, don't worry about it, Yugito told her. You two will meet me at Training Ground 7 in 20 minutes because I'm going to be training you both personally, Kakashi told them. What about Dickman here? Tayuya asked, pointing her thumb at the smiling Root Anbu beside them. I am afraid I will be on a mission for Danzo-sama during this time, Sai replied simply. Kakashi paid him no heed as he started down the street with his book in hand. No one could have predicted what would happen over the following week. Chapter 27, The Crying Clouds. Lightning Country, Kumo Marketplace. Kuchio's no jutsu. Pandemonium reigned as 6 large animals of various species destroyed everything and everyone they could find. Kumo civilians were running away from the rampage's buildings, shops and spires were left in ruins in the wake of these walking juggernauts. In the center of this mess were 3 figures with orange hair, and they all wore black cloaks with red clouds on them. They didn't seem to care about the destruction the summons were causing as they proceeded towards the Raikage Tower at a walking pace. A pair of Kumo nins appeared out of nowhere and tried to attack the man in the center of the 3 only for the ground to crack around them. Shinra Tensai, Diva whispered, and the nins coughed up blood for a moment before falling to the ground, obviously dead. Rantan, Reiza Sakasu. A dozen beams of light shot out from the side as Darui landed in the street with Shi at his side. Fujutsu Kyuin, Preta said as the beams dissipated upon contact with him. Who the hell are these guys? Omoi asked as he came in from the side and swung his sword. Diva pulled out a chakra blade from his cloak and parried the blow effortlessly just as Karui came at him from behind. Kuchio's no jutsu, Animal said calmly as she slapped her hand on the ground and summoned a large bird-like creature to attack. The bird knocked Karui away as Diva spun swiftly and delivered a kick to Omoi's chest, knocking him back also. Just then Samui attacked from above, swung her own sword down on the Diva path, but alas, he was already prepared. Shinra Tensai, she was thrown back through one of the buildings nearby with thunderous force and the entire complex soon fell. Samui, Omoi called as the building crumbled. The 3 pains continued on their way towards the Raikage Tower, seemingly uncaring about anyone that stood in their way. You bastard. Omoi charged with his weapon in hand. Omoi, don't. Karui shouted to him, but it was already too late. Without even looking back, Diva whispered the words, Shinra Tensai. Pain flooded Omoi's body as the ground cracked around him. He fell to his knees a moment later, coughing blood into his hands. Omoi, Karui shouted as she saw him fall. And the 3 pains never looked back. While the others were causing the distraction, the human path made his way through the village undetected. It was here that he found his target. Jay turned quickly and his eyes widened as Human grabbed his head with his right hand. You will tell me where the Hachibi is located, Human spoke simply as Jay's eyes glazed over. It took only a moment to access the desired information from his mind. Storm Cloud Ravine. Kuchio's no jutsu, Animal called out softly, and in a poof of smoke the Asura path appeared on the battlefield. Asura's head opened to reveal that it wasn't even remotely human at all. The skull, if that's what you can call it, glowed green for a second, and a split second later buildings were knocked down by the force of the large multi-directional green flames Asura unleashed. The force of the blast was heard across the entire village, and after a moment silence reigned across the battlefield. They kept walking. Gorochen Doropu. A figure blurred into existence faster than the paths could realize. Instantly Diva was destroyed under the assault of the much larger Yondaime Raikage. You will not get away with attacking my village, you little ants. Asura simply watched on and fired a volley of missiles from his wrists. The Raikage evaded them all with his superior speed and moved in close only to be surprised by Asura's tail that tried to slash at him. You clearly do not understand pain, Preta spoke in a gruff voice. You trifle with powers that you do not understand, and that will be your undoing. Don't you dare think you can lecture me, the Raikage growled at him. That's when he saw the Dujutsu the Akatsuki leader had. You have, the Rinnegan. I want you to feel pain, contemplate pain, accept pain, to know pain. Those who do not know true pain will never understand true peace. A second later Preta, Diva and Asura disappeared in puffs of smoke. Animal had already left as soon as the Raikage arrived. Coward, what are you planning? The Raikage growled and turned as she arrived. He's gone, sir. It looks like they're retreating to the downtown area, she reported, having sensed the direction the chakra signatures were going. I want that thing dead, the Raikage declared with anger in his voice, and he took off after pain. Kuchio's no jutsu, Animal whispered as she slammed her hand down on the ground, and the other 5 paths appeared at her side. Immediately Naraka got to work on repairing and reconstructing the down paths. Just then Conan appeared at his side with her cloak flapping in the wind. What's going on? The blue-haired girl asked. I'm using that jutsu, Animal replied simply. But that jutsu will shorten your life if you use it, Conan tried to reason with them. Just then Diva exited the King of Hell completely repaired. Do you really mean to do this, Nagato? Now this world shall know pain, was his answer. Just then the Raikage arrived and Diva jumped high into the air above the village. What is he planning? The Raikage asked in thought as he saw the Akatsuki leader float in midair. I can feel a large buildup of chakra coming from him, she informed him as the other pains became lifeless. The Raikage's eyes widened at this. No. Shinra Tensai. Buildings, mountains even were pushed away as pain unleashed a massive blast of gravity in all directions. Civilian and ninja alike screamed as their village was torn apart and utterly destroyed by the unstoppable force that was sent at them. After the blast died down, Kumogakure no Sato no longer existed and silence reigned supreme. It was over. Was that really necessary? Conan asked as Diva stepped up to her. Yes, he answered simply and continued walking. Conan gave a sigh before asking the question, where to now? Storm Cloud Ravine, the home of the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Pain answered. Lightning Country, Storm Cloud Ravine. So you are the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Pain stated as they approached the small house. The lone dark-skinned figure looked the 2-7 over and said, Hey, so you are Hachibi-sama or Jinchuriki-sama, fools, ya fools. I'm here to capture you and bring peace to the world, Pain explained as his paths fell into formation. Preta, Human, Animal and Asura were in front with Diva behind them and Naraka at the very back. Let's see now, those eyes you have must be the Rinnegan I've heard so much about, Kurabi mused upon seeing the Dujutsu. I'm in the midst of my rhyme, you all are busting in on my time, and now I got to split my line, fools ya fools. Asura threw off his Akatsuki cloak revealing a scorpion-like body and shot forward towards the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Kurabi saw him approach and threw his 7 swords into the air. He grabbed them all with different parts of his body, surprising the Akatsuki agents as he went on the offensive and cut down the Asura path within moments. His kenjutsu is almost unreadable, Pain thought as Kurabi fell back into his ridiculous stance. The only one who gets to dig me is me, Yoso stand back or you'll get whacked, ya fool, Kurabi rapped with a sword still in his mouth. Hachibi, that be me, the rapping killer bee, yeah. This battle you all initiated, but I'll leave you all humiliated. This Jinchuriki isn't like the others, Conan thought as she examined the man. He acts like a complete fool but he's definitely taking us seriously, only Hanzo and Jiraiya sensei have given Pain this much trouble. Suin Kuchio's no jutsu, Animal slammed both hands down on the ground and 2 large creatures appeared in puffs of smoke. One was a rhino and the other was a bull. They charged straight towards the Hachibi Jinchuriki, blowing up dust as they approached and Kurabi narrowed his eyes slightly at the monstrosities. Yo, first I'm going to float like a butterfly, he began as he jumped over the oncoming summons and went to attack Animal directly. Animal could do nothing as she was slashed and stabbed by the barrage of attacks sent at her, then I sting like a killer bee. Animal hit the ground with an audible thud but Kurabi was already upon her yet again, and I end my flow. He struck down and finished off the Animal path, with the finishing blow. He's strong in close combat in a similar way to the Raikage. Long-range attacks are my only choice here, Pain mused as he looked over the Hachibi Jinchuriki. This fool's Rinnegan is a real problem, Kurabi thought before putting his left hand up into the air and made a sign. I see it can't be helped, here comes the 8. Crimson chakra exploded from his body and condensed around him into the shape of an ox with 3 tails. So that's the Hachibi's power, his chakra levels are immense, Konan thought as she studied the chakra that clung to Kurabi's body. Kurabi shot forward at blinding speed and appeared in front of Human faster than anyone could blink. Lariat. The Hachibi Jinchuriki brought his fist up and close-lined the Human path. Blood exploded from Human's back as Kurabi threw him down and turned to his next target. He charged again, but this time towards Diva and Konan. This guy's strength is insane, Konan thought when she saw the third path taken down. It doesn't matter though, he will fall before Pain just like everyone else has. After all, Pain has never lost a fight. Lariat, Kurabi called as he made to blow out Diva's insides just like he did to Human. Shinra Tensai, Diva whispered and Kurabi's eyes widened in surprise as he was flung back effortlessly and crashed hard into the mountain behind his home. What the hell hit me? That must have been a gravity jutsu like Yugito-chan told me about. These brats are a serious pain, Kurabi grumbled as he stood once more. Just then he saw that the 3 paths he had killed were suddenly standing upright again. What the hell? I thought I killed those guys, how'd he resurrect them like that, yo? Surrender yourself now, your death will lead to peace, Pain's voice echoed throughout the area. Shut up, ya little pup. My true mode is the Biju's abode. The red chakra covered Kurabi's body bubbled as it grew and condensed around him. Is that of a monster? See, I told ya. His chakra is impossible. Konan gulped slightly as the chakra continued to grow. A few moments later a giant ox with 8 tails tentacles stood over them. Now look upon me as I make ya pee all in ya pants, ya little ants, the ox roared out. Pain remained impassive as he looked up at the monster in front of him. Them. Chakra compressed into a ball at the beast's mouth as he continued, and now I will show you, an Oni Jutsu. Nagato, Konan took a step back. Do not worry Konan, Pain reassured her. I will handle this, just stay back for now. Hachibiju Amari. Kurabi roared as he unleashed a large blast of pure chakra from the ball which obliterated the entire ravine. Shinra Tensai. Diva countered as he shielded the other paths and Konan from the blast. When the blast died down, Pain and Konan remained standing atop the water where they had been standing. That was too close, Konan exhaled. Chibaku Tensai, Diva whispered and created a small gravity ball in his hands. You don't have to go that far Nagato, Konan told him. Would you rather I hold back? When he didn't get an answer he continued, I will be fine Konan. He threw the gravity ball into the air above them and it started pulling the earth itself up into the sky. Eventually there was so much mass up there that it looked like a miniature moon, and even the huge Hachibi was pulled up as well. Kurabi roared as he crashed into the artificial construct before he was able to stand once again. He tried to break free but more slabs of earth impacted the construct and by proxy him. Enough Nagato, Konan said to her partner. Not yet, Diva gasped out as he tried to hold his jutsu. Kurabi roared again as he was buried inside of the miniature moon and it suddenly crushed itself. It fell apart a moment later and crumbled to the ground in a pile of debris. In the center of this mess was a badly beaten Kurabi who was no longer in his Biju's full form. I have captured the Hachibi, Pain stated clearly as he approached their fallen opponent. Let's hurry up and get out of here before anyone shows up, Konan said as she proceeded to wrap Kurabi's body up in her papers for transport. Chapter 28, The All My Sins Remembered Part 1. Fire Country, Konoha, Hokage Tower. Kakashi giggled as he read through his book. He'd finished his paperwork for today hours ago and now had time to finish reading the new Ika Ika Paradise novel Naruto gave him 2 months ago when he returned. Normally he'd have the book finished by the end of the first week, but the amount of paperwork coupled with the demands of the Elder Council took up most of his free time. Oh, how he missed the days when he could just take it easy. Knock knock. Kakashi sighed audibly and then turned to the door. Come in. The door exploded towards him and his reflexes instantly kicked in. Having been an Anbu captain for years, he was able to duck under his desk and recover quickly as the door flew over his head and through the window. The next thing he heard was the distinct sound of burning paper and he flipped his table over so it was on its side and covering him from the attackers at the door. Explosions riddled the Hokage's office and flames raged for all to see. Kakashi coughed slightly as he stepped out of cover and thanked the Rakudo that he always wore a mask so he wouldn't breathe in the smoke. His attackers were gone but he could still hear explosions and screaming coming from down the hall. So it's finally happened, Kakashi realized as the floor gave out under him. He fell and crashed into a pile of debris on the floor below. Crap, at this rate the entire building will collapse. He stood shakily and moved towards the stairs. I have to get to the roof now. He dashed up the stairs, noticing the various bodies that lay on the floor as he went. I will make you pay for this, Akatsuki. When he reached the roof he was greeted to the sight of two figures he knew very well. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Kakashi spoke as he brought up his hitai and revealed his Sharingan. Kakashi, it's been a long time. Itachi nodded his head in respect. Where are the Kyuubi and Nibi Jinchuriki? That doesn't matter, Kakashi said simply as the flames around the tower grew higher. You'll pay for what you've done here, he told the two. Tsunade-sama is no doubt at the hospital tending to the injured and the remnants of Team Naruto are scattered. I'll just have to do this myself then, were the Hokage's thoughts as he narrowed his eyes at the Akatsuki agents. Just then a figure blurs into existence beside him. Good timing, guy. My flames of youth are burning brightly today, the green-clad Jonin declared loudly. I see you are still a moron, you dumb beast, Kisame chuckled half-heartedly. Who are you? Guy asked upon seeing the shark-like man. I'll make sure to make you remember by the time this is over, Kisame said with a grin and took off into the village with Guy right behind him. Raiden, Rai Inu, Kakashi said as he grasped his wrist and a lightning god shot out towards Itachi. Itachi easily evaded the strike and threw out his hand to the side. Utakata, he whispered and Kakashi instantly stopped moving. I apologize Kakashi, but this if for the greater good, he spoke as he slashed his Anbu sword across Kakashi's neck. Itachi's eyes widened as Kakashi exploded into lightning and struck every nerve in Itachi's system. It is clearly a Raibunshin no jutsu. Reikiri, the real Kakashi exclaimed as he plunged his lightning-covered hand through Itachi's back, where his heart was located. Impressive Kakashi, it is no wonder that you were made the Godime Hokage, Itachi said unaffected by the fist that was protruding from his chest. Bunshin Daibakua, he whispered and Kakashi's eyes widened as he jumped away. Itachi exploded in a blast of fire which destroyed the already unstable Hokage Tower. When it was over Kakashi shifted slightly in the debris that was once the Hokage Tower and stood up with a wince as pain flashed through his left arm. It didn't take him long to realize that it was dislocated and he only needed a few seconds to pop it back into place. So you survived that, Kakashi. That is impressive, but you and I both know that you cannot win here. Hand over the Kyuubi and the Nibi and we will leave peacefully, Itachi stated calmly. You know that I will never agree to that, Itachi, Kakashi declared. So be it, Itachi finished as he drew his Anbu sword to the side. Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi whispered after making a hand seal and his Sharingan shifted into its most powerful form. That's. Surprise flashed across Itachi's eyes for a second before he narrowed them. Kamui, Kakashi whispered. What? Itachi thought in alarm and quickly moved out of the way as time and space seemed to compress where he had stood. His sword was caught in the jutsu and crushed in a swirl of matter and air. That jutsu was. Damn it, I missed, Kakashi thought as his breathing worsened. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, a large fireball exploded from Itachi's mouth and barreled towards Kakashi's position, burning everything in its way. Kakashi jumped high, over the oncoming fireball and threw out his fist. Raiden, Rai Inu, a lightning dog shot from his hand and descended on Itachi. It struck dead center but, Itachi, poofed out of existence a moment later. Damn it, he was a clone. Just then two Itachis descended upon him from above as he touched back down on solid ground. It's like I'm fighting dust and echoes. Bunshin Daibakua, Kakashi's eyes widened at the words. Kamui, the Hokage whispered and the two explosions that the clones created were instantly teleported to another dimension. Most impressive, Kakashi, despite not being of Uchiha blood you are still able to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. That is truly a remarkable accomplishment, Itachi commented. Tell me, who did you kill to get that eye? He inquired. No one, a friend of mine from back during the Third Great Shinobi War sacrificed his life to save mine and he gave me this Sharingan as a present since he didn't have anything else to give and he had no further use for it. The Mangekyo Sharingan is unlocked when someone has a full matured Sharingan and experiences incredible guilt for something he or she has done, or in my case failed to do, Kakashi stated calmly. That explains how you are able to use Kamui and I cannot. Only one other man in history has ever unlocked that specific ability. Uchiha Madara, Kakashi's eyes widened at the name. Itachi, just how much of your eyesight have you lost? Kakashi asked him, but after a few moments of silence he knew he wasn't going to get an answer. You cannot win, surrender the Jinchuriki or I will do what I must, Itachi gave the ultimatum. No, Kakashi answered simply. So be it, Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi's eyes shifted into his own personal version of the Dujutsu. Amaterasu, black flames erupted from his eyes and shot towards the Hokage at incredible speed. With what little chakra I have left, I can't take Itachi out and if I use that jutsu again, I will drain myself completely and without a doubt I will die. The best way I can save Konoha right now is to buy time for Naruto to return, Kakashi thought as he saw the black flames approached and the world around him seemed to slow to a crawl. Kamui, the black flames were sucked into his jutsu and disappeared as he closed his eyes slowly. Itachi bowed his head in respect as Kakashi fell lifelessly to the floor. You were a worthy opponent, Kakashi. Well, it seems this is it for me, too. Obito. Rin. Sensei, were Kakashi's last thoughts before his eyes closed completely and forever. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. A fireball descended on Itachi's position and he quickly evaded the attack as a figure touched down beside Kakashi's fallen corpse. Namikaze Tayuya, the sister of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, daughter of the Yondaime Hokage and fellow user to the Rinnegan. Also known as the true heir to the Whirlpool country, Itachi stated upon recognizing her. Actually I prefer Uzumaki Tayuya, you prick, the redhead growled at him as she checked Kakashi's for a pulse. When she found none she glared intensely at the Uchiha mass murderer. You fucking bastard. You wish to fight, so be it, Itachi said in monotone and motioned for the come at him. Where are the Kyuubi and Nibi Jinchuriki? He questioned. Like I'd tell you bastard, the redhead growled at him and shot forward. Unknown. Limbo. Kakashi walked through the darkness towards the small campfire he could see in the distance along with a cluster of medium-sized rocks beside it. As he drew closer he saw a figure sitting atop one of the rocks staring into the fire and he immediately knew who it was. Kakashi. The figure called out turning his head to watch the copy nin approach. So this is where you were, Kakashi said as he came up beside the man and sat down on one of the other rocks. Will you tell me your tale? The figure asked. Yes, but it's a long story so I want to take my time, Kakashi sighed. The man smiled and said, yeah, that's fine. You see, father. Fire Country, Konoha, downtown. Sweden, Bakusui Shoha. A massive blast of water erupted from Kisami's mouth and seemed to consume a good portion of the village, forcing Guy onto the rooftops. Hold still you dumb beast. The swordsman shouted with a grin and slid across the water. Guy dashed across the water faster than most Jonin could see and intercepted the Akatsuki agent atop the water. Using his legs as leverage, he was able to knock Samahata from Kisami's grasp and kick him away while grabbing the fallen weapon. Guy jumped up with his hands grasping Samahata's handle and swing down on Kisami's position. Just before he connected however, the handle splintered and Guy winced as his hands were stabbed and scratched by the blade, forcing him to drop it. The green-clad Jonin brought out a pair of nunchaku and swung them around before assuming a stance. Samahata only allows me to use it, Kisame declared proudly as he grasped the handle of his weapon once again. He shot forward and swung down on Guy's position. Die. Such strength, Guy thought as he used his nunchaku to hold the sword away from his head. Not good enough, Kisame roared and struck down on Guy with his free arm. He's too strong, Guy yelled and thought as he fell through the water towards the street below. I haven't even gotten started yet, Kisame shouted as he quickly formed several hand seals. He slammed his fist into the water and called out, Sweden, go Shokuzame. Suddenly 5 sharks made out of dense water formed beneath the water and swam towards Guy. I have no choice, Guy realized and quickly crossed his arms in front of him. Chakra exploded from him in waves and destroyed the 5 water sharks instantly as he called out, Kaiman, Kuman, Simon, Shoman, Toman, Kaiman, Kai. What? Kisame exclaimed in alarm as Guy appears in front of him. Guy's battle cry is heard all across the village as he pounds the Akatsuki swordsman again and again in a blaze of power and fury. Every hit sending out a blast of fire from sheer friction of the speed involved as he continued to hammer Kisame with everything he had. Guy ended his combo with a roundhouse kick to the face of the Akatsuki agent, sending him crashing through one of the buildings below and causing it to collapse under the strain of the impact. That should do it, Guy thought as he touched down on the water once again. Sweden, Dai Bakusui Shoha. Water exploded from where Kisame had crashed and Guy was forced to jump away yet again. What? Guy thought in alarm. Suiro Sumiadori no Jutsu. The water suddenly engulfed him and everything within a mile radius in a massive dome of water. What is this? Guy asked in thought and just then caught sight of his opponent. Kisame didn't look even remotely human anymore, in fact he resembled a shark instead of a man and his sword was nowhere in sight. Guy appeared in front of him and delivered a punch to the shark man's jaw but the chakra he released seemed to disappear before the impact. He's absorbing my chakra even without his sword. No, he's merged with his sword and is absorbing my chakra directly. I can't even scratch him now, Guy realized as he swam away. I must escape if I am to survive, he thought as he tried to swim to the outer edge of the dome. After a few moments he saw that the distance between himself and the end of the dome had remained the same. He's moving the dome with me. You can't escape. Even in the water he still heard Kisami's voice as he gained on the green-clad Jonin. I'm almost out of breath. I can't win, Guy realized and came to a halt before turning swiftly towards his opponent once again. Lee, I leave everything to you, may my flames of youth protect you and the village for years to come. He made a hand seal and more chakra exploded from his form. Kyomen, Shimon, Kai. He exclaimed as his body's final gate was opened and he disappeared in a burst of speed. He slammed his fist into Kisami's face, again and again. Fire bolts blazing everywhere only to be put out by the dome of water they were fighting in as Guy continued his assault. For just a moment he thought that the water might be blown away by his chakra but it did not, possibly because it was saturated with large quantities of chakra, not that that mattered now. I'll just give you a clean cut. Kisami's voice roared as he struck the weakening Guy. It was over. He was a fast dumb beast, the swordsman chuckled as he threw the now dead body of his opponent out of the water dome. A sudden shockwave washed over him and the village making him turn toward it. What is that? He asked in thought as he saw purple chakra spiral out from where the shockwaves were originating. Oh goody. He grinned, catching on when he saw the purple chakra condense and form the shape of a giant fire cat with two tails. So you must be the Nibi Jinchuriki, huh? Well then why don't I cut off your legs and see exactly how many lives you have? You're going to pay for attacking this village. Yugito roared as she sent several blasts of fire at the dome but they were put out upon impact. Here kitty, Kisame taunted as he moved the water dome towards her. Nekomata Gukaku. Yugito exclaimed as a ball of crimson flames erupted from her mouth and exploded against the water dome in front of her. When the mist cleared, the dome was still intact. It wasn't enough. Is that the best you've got? Kisame laughed as he moved the dome towards her. Yugito jumped back, her massive cat form leveling buildings as she landed. Damn it, fine, you have the elemental advantage here but I'll just have to overwhelm you. Her tail spanned out and 3 balls of pure red fireballs formed at the tips of each tail and in front of her mouth. Kisami's eyes widened at the sight. Oh crap. Taju Nekomata Gukaku. The 3 balls shot forward at high speeds and quickly reached their target in a matter of seconds. They slammed into dome with incredible force before they exploded with a roar, sending a wave of heat in all directions. Buildings melted all around them and the water dome collapsed under the intense heat which was quickly vaporizing everything it touched, leaving a battered Kisame standing in the middle of the destroyed street with his Akatsuki cloak shredded. Someone's PM Sing, Kisame said, grinning madly. Fuck you, Yugito snarled with a roar. You're a little too young for me, the swordsman shot back and formed a hand seal. Sweden, Daikoden no Jutsu. A massive water shark exploded from the remains of the water dome and slammed into the side of Yugito's large cat form. Fuck, he got me, Yugito thought as the water she was doused with forced her to revert to her regular form. Bastard, she rasped out as she stood once again. How about I cut off your legs? Leader Sama needs you alive so you won't die, Kisame offered as he shouldered Samahata. Go fuck yourself, Yugito shot back and held up her hands to the dark clouds that had formed above. I used Nekomata Gukaku 4 times so the air should be sufficiently charged. I hope. Now what are you doing? Kisame questioned before he heard the distinctive sound of lightning striking the earth. Raiden, Kirin, Yugito called out as she brought down her jutsu. Oh crap, he muttered and looked up just in time to see a large dog-like monster made of lightning shoot down from the sky and hit the place where he stood. The resulting blast was thunderous, sending massive amounts of heat and shockwaves for 100 feet almost and melting the nearby buildings in a column of blue and white light. When the dust cleared, Yugito could be seen breathing heavily a few feet away from a bleeding, but still conscious, Kisame, who was holding Samahata above his head. You used that damn sword of yours to defend against my jutsu, that's the source of your power, isn't it? Yugito asked, catching on. So you figured it out, huh? It's not going to help you, Kisame said, grinning as he formed another hand seal. Yugito wasn't going to give him the opportunity, however. Raiden no Yoroi. Electricity danced across her skin as she vanished in a burst of speed, surprising Kisame as she appeared in front of him. Keizuki, she yelled as she struck her target. Haha, it looks like you were too fast for me, Kisame said, grinning as his head fell to the ground, soon followed by his now lifeless body. I need to hurry and help Tayuya, Yugito thought before she took off. Fire Country, Konoha, Hokage Tower debris field. Genjutsu won't work against this guy, so that leaves ninjutsu and taijutsu, Tayuya thought as she stared towards the Uchiha murder. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. Her eyes widened when she saw the large fireball barrel towards her. Oh fuck, she thought as she raised her hands towards the fireball. Shinra Tensai. The fireball dissipated just before it touched her and she quickly went on the offensive soon after. Mokuden, Daijirin no Jutsu, she threw out her arm and it turned into several wooden spears which shot out towards the Uchiha mass murderer. Mokuden Jutsu. That is surprising, Itachi commented as he easily evaded the attack. However, power does not always equal strength. Uzumaki Tayuya, he finished as he landed on the rubble once more. Utakata, he whispered as he raised his hand to his side. Tayuya froze, having been caught in his genjutsu, and he quickly moved in for the kill, only for Tayuya to quickly stab her arm to break free of the illusion. You have to try better than that, the redhead shouted as she shot forward. It appears you learned some interesting tricks from Naruto-kun, Itachi responded calmly as he moved to intercept. Chidori, Tayuya called out as her right hand was encased in lightning. Kakashi's jutsu, huh? Well then, Chidori, Itachi spoke as his own left hand was encased in lightning, also to Tayuya's surprise. 3 steps away, they inhaled. 2 steps away, they exhaled. 1 step away, they inhaled. 0 steps away, they clashed. Dust was blown skyward as the pair were blown back and they each slammed into the wall that surrounded the debris of the Hokage Tower. Tayuya shakily stood and shook herself before turning her attention back to her opponent. The Uchiha was standing, seemingly uninjured, and had retained his almost bored stance with his Akatsuki cloak swaying in the wind. How the fuck do you know Chidori? The red-headed Uzumaki asked the question. I copied it from an encounter I had with my younger brother 3 years ago when we first tried to capture Naruto-kun and Yugito-chan. Sasuke doesn't concern me, however his jutsu was interesting to say the least, Itachi replied with his Sharingan spinning wildly. Fuck, if he can counter Chidori like that, then what am I supposed to do? Genjutsu is useless and my gravity jutsus won't do much against someone like him, Tayuya growled in thought as she kept her gaze away from the Uchiha's Sharingan. Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu, she heard the whisper and saw Itachi exhale several small fireballs at her. Shit, she thought and raised her hands in front of her. Fujutsu Kyuin, she whispered, and the fireballs were absorbed by a sphere-like barrier in front of her. You are too slow, Uzumaki Tayuya, Itachi said as he appeared behind her in a burst of speed. Shinra Tensai, she turned swiftly and sent him crashing back against the wall with a deafening impact. Impressive but still useless, Itachi commented as he appeared behind her once again. The one I hit must have been a clone, Tayuya thought as she turned to face him again. Bunshin Daibakua, Itachi, spoke, and Tayuya's eyes widened. What? The redhead exclaimed in thought as Itachi exploded with enough force to send her crashing hard into the barrier around the ruins of the Hokage Tower. He must have been the one I hit with Shinra Tensai and had his clone get in close during my 5-second recharge time. But, how would he know that weakness exactly? You have fought well, Uzumaki Tayuya, but I have experience in fighting Rinnegan users like you. I once fought Leader Sama during my initiation into Akatsuki and was soundly defeated. However, I did learn of several weaknesses in the Rinnegan which can be exploited. Although Leader Sama is too strong to allow me to exploit these weaknesses, you however aren't. You lack experience, nothing more, Itachi stated clearly. Fuck you, the redhead rasped out. Itachi didn't say anything as he shot forward with the intent on finishing her off once and for all. The moment he was within range, however, he was blown back by a large blast of wind. Tayuya was also surprised and looked up at the figure which now stood between her and the Uchiha. Futon, Daitapa, the red and orange figure whispered the name of his jutsu. Naruto, Tayuya asked in surprise upon seeing her brother. You did well, Tayuya, you can rest now. I've got this, Naruto told her as he kept his gaze on the Uchiha. Naruto-kun, Itachi said in monotone. This stops now. Chapter 29, Be All My Sins Remembered Part 2. Fire Country, Konoha, Hokage Tower debris field. This isn't going to be easy, Naruto thought as he focused his gaze on the Uchiha mass murderer. A moment later, Yugito dropped down beside him. A moment later, Naruto. You're back, was I too late? No, you're just in time, Naruto replied. I probably shouldn't bring this up, but now that I've mastered Senjutsu, I'm able to sense chakra signatures. Has Hokage Sensei gone somewhere? Neither Yugito nor Tayuya replied to that. Okay, Naruto said finally and clenched his fists in anger. His eyes were different, the pupil were a horizontal slits while the Rinnegan circle patterns overlapped it. The outermost circle at the edge of his eyes was red while the innermost circle was yellow and the rest was the standard gray. His Rinnegan looks different from before. I still have more than enough chakra to face Naruto-kun, but I won't have enough left over if reinforcements arrive. Kisame has clearly been defeated, so my only choice is to lure him away, Itachi thought before he turned quickly. He's getting away, Yugito exclaimed as the Uchiha jumped over the barrier towards the eastern gate. I'm going after him, you stay and help Tayuya. He won't get away, Naruto told her and turned quickly. Alright, but take Katsuyu with you, she'll allow you to stay in contact with us, Yugito told him and handed him the small summoned slug. Thanks, Naruto nodded before taking off after Itachi. This should be far enough away for us to do battle without response teams arriving too soon, Itachi thought as he stopped in a clearing in the forest west of the village. Rasengan. Naruto dropped down from above and Itachi narrowly evaded the jutsu as it struck the spot he was standing on just a moment ago. Didn't our confrontation in Wind Country teach you anything? You cannot expect to defeat me with such direct attacks, Itachi commented as Naruto stood up straight and turned towards him slowly. I can be any number from 1 to 1000, who needs to be indirect? Naruto asked with a grin. What happened to your Rinnegan, Naruto-kun? It seems different from before, Itachi asked intrigued. It's a secret, Naruto mocked and jumped high above the trees. What is he? Oh dear, Itachi thought and dived into the ground. Doden, Mogaragakure no Jutsu, he whispered as he disappeared into the ground. Shinra Tensai. The landscape was blown away by the massive blast of gravity Naruto released. Boulders, trees and the very earth itself were hurled through the crumbling forest as the wave of destruction washed over it until all that was left was a huge crater over 10 miles wide and 40 foot deep. Naruto landed in the center of this, his coat flapping in the wind as the dust cleared, revealing the smooth surface he had created. Impressive, Naruto-kun, Itachi commented as he climbed out of the ground. But undeniably reckless, throwing that much chakra into a gravity jutsu must have exhausted your ability manipulation to gravity. It will take several minutes for you to gain control over it again, and that leaves you vulnerable. You sure know a lot about the Rinnegan, don't you? Naruto questioned. I once fought Leader Sama when I first joined Akatsuki, he won without a doubt and I was clearly outmatched. However, I was able to learn several of his weaknesses, Itachi replied simply. Well, come on then, Naruto challenged and gestured for him to attack. My regular genjutsu aren't working on him anymore and I don't wish to use the Mangekyo Sharingan unless I have to. I must keep to my normal jutsu for now, Itachi thought and quickly formed several hand seals. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. He exhaled a large fireball at the young sage in front of him. Naruto saw it coming and quickly slammed his hand down on the ground. Doden, Doryuheiki no Jutsu. The earth in front of him rose up to create a barrier between him and the oncoming attack. It struck the wall a moment later, dissipating as Itachi narrowed his eyes at the lack of damage. His elemental ninjutsu is extensive, Itachi quickly analyzed. Even without his gravity jutsu, he is still able to use elements outside of his natural affinity. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, 2 clones popped into existence beside Naruto. I'll end it with this, he held out his hand towards the clones and they immediately started channeling chakra. What is he doing? What are these chakra levels? Itachi thought as his Sharingan spun at the sight of the jutsu that was forming. The number of wind blades in that jutsu, is this how he defeated Orochimaru? Suddenly a bell-like screech reached his ears as he saw the chakra ball that formed in Naruto's hand suddenly sprout 4 large wind blades, making it resemble a large chakra shuriken. What a frightening sound. Futon. Rasenshuriken. Naruto exclaimed as he twisted his body and threw the jutsu like he would a regular shuriken. He threw it. How can he hurl such high-density chakra like that? Itachi thought in alarm and moved to the side to evade the jutsu. His eyes widened as just when the jutsu was alongside him it suddenly expanded, engulfing his right arm in a ball of wind. It expanded. Itachi gave out a grunt of pain as he pulled himself free of the small hurricane and rolled across the smoother ground. The ball exploded behind him with a resounding boom before the entire crater went silent once again. Itachi quickly checked his right arm. It wasn't there anymore. That last jutsu completely ripped it apart and reduced it to atoms. Damn, I missed, Naruto said with a small grin. He was panting slightly but was otherwise pleased with the fact that he was able to destroy Uchiha Itachi's right arm. The clones beside him immediately started channeling chakra into his hand again. You can't win, Itachi. His strength, he is forcing me into a corner, Itachi realized as he heard the bell-like screech of the very dangerous jutsu that was thrown at him a moment ago. I mustn't allow him to catch me with that jutsu again. Futon. Rasenshuriken. Naruto cried out as he hurled the chakra shuriken at him once again. I have no choice. Itachi closed his eyes for a moment and then snapped them open again to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu, he whispered, and black flames erupted from his eyes. The black flames hit the chakra shuriken in the blink of an eye, pun intended, and caused it to expand prematurely before exploding a moment later. Naruto was panting hard now and his eyes had returned to their natural shape and color. Even in Sage mode, I can only do 2 Rasenshuriken each. I only have 4 left, Naruto thought as he tried to catch his breath. It would appear that your jutsu has worn off, Itachi commented upon seeing his opponent's muscles suddenly look like they were about to give out. Naruto didn't respond, instead forming a hand seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A single clone popped into existence beside him and he handed the large scroll on his back to it. There was no reason to say the command as the clone already knew what to do and quickly unraveled the scroll as Itachi watched on curiously. I won't let you pull off any of your jutsu, Itachi said as he rushed forward with his hands suddenly encased in lightning chakra. Let's see you try and stop me, Naruto shouted back as he too shot forward with a spinning ball of chakra in his hand. Rasengan. Chidori. The two clashed and the center and the 2 jutsus exploded a moment later, sending dust and mud into the air. Naruto and Itachi flew back in opposite directions with Naruto rolling across the ground to a stop and Itachi slamming through a tree. Itachi, were you always this strong? The young sage asked in thought as he shakily stood once again. Itachi stood also seemingly unharmed, he doesn't even look winded even though I sliced his arm clean off. I do not need my arms to fight you Naruto-kun. I only need my eyes, Itachi stated clearly. Yuku Kuchio's no jutsu, the clone that Naruto made earlier exclaimed as he slammed his hand down on the unraveled scroll. The kanji on it lit up and another clone appeared in a poof of smoke. The two dispelled a moment later and the real Naruto felt the influx of sage chakra he had become used to enter his system. His eyes shifted from blue to red and yellow with horizontal slitted pupils as he settled his gaze on the Uchiha's feet so as not to get caught in his genjutsu. Come here, Naruto shouted as he shot forward at speeds that should be impossible for humans. Kawazu Kumite, he called out as he threw a punch at the Uchiha's head. Itachi's Sharingan followed him as he approached and the Uchiha quickly evaded the punch. Just then however Itachi was blown back through a tree as he felt as if his cheek had been hit by Senju Tsunade herself. What was that? That wasn't Kyuubi's chakra and it wasn't gravity manipulation. If I can't predict it then I need to keep my distance, Itachi realized as he quickly recovered. Suddenly Naruto appeared above him in an instant with a massive spinning fireball in his right hand. What? Kaden, Dai Resenden, Naruto called out as the spinning fireball shot out towards the ground where Itachi stood. Amaterasu, black flames struck the large fireball causing it to detonate prematurely and release a massive blast of heat and fire in all directions. Once the flames died down Itachi had part of his cloak singed but no serious harm besides his arm. This is getting dangerous. Kaden, Dai Resenden, the young sage exclaimed again and sent another spinning fireball at the Uchiha. Itachi could feel his eyes were bleeding heavily now and forced himself to evade the attack as Naruto's eyes returned to their regular form and color signifying his sage mode had depleted again. By now both were panting hard, Naruto more so after throwing 5S ranked jutsu at his opponent one after the other in quick succession. His strength has exceeded my expectations. I cannot allow him to recharge his jutsu again, Itachi thought and his Mangekyo Sharingan spun quickly. Naruto was unfortunate enough to be caught in his eyes as he cast his most powerful genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. The world around them changed to a mix of darkness and crimson light. What do you mean Naruto is fighting Itachi alone? Shikamaru asked as the group helped injured shinobi and civilians in the damaged streets. He's asked that no one interfere, Katsuyu spoke up. He's so full of himself, this is Uchiha Itachi we're talking about. The man who wiped out an entire ninja clan in one night and just killed the Godime Hokage. We have to go after him, Kiba snarled out. No, Shikaku spoke up surprising the teens and adults around him. If he's mastered senjutsu then he's in a class of his own now, the best we can do in this situation is to stay out of his way and don't be a drag on him. You can't be serious, Kiba grunted in disbelief and slight disgust. A wave of bloodlust washed over them causing them all to shiver and snap their eye towards the eastern horizon where a column of crimson light was expanding up from the tree line. That's... Shikaku trailed off as the others quickly caught on also. He's using Kyuubi's chakra. Is that safe? Inoichi asked the others. Not when allies are around no but, for him to use it now means he's been backed into a corner, Yugito replied with clenched fists. Itachi used Tsukuyomi on Naruto and it must have done something to Naruto's control. I am uncertain of what is happening exactly, Katsuyu reported. Wait, Yugito said as she turned. How many tails does he have? She questioned the two Hyuga in the group. There are S6 tails, Hinata stuttered out as she watched with her Byakugan. 6. Yugito repeated with a start. That wasn't supposed to happen, Itachi thought as he stared at the human-sized crimson chakra fox in front of him. It had 6 swishing tails behind it and was covered in some kind of skeleton-like bone structure, so this is the power of the Kyuubi within you, Naruto-kun, and you constantly keep it suppressed on a daily basis. Even with the Rinnegan your control is astounding, you continue to amaze me even now, Naruto-kun. The crimson fox shot forward, blowing up dust as he moved and quickly appeared above Itachi. The Uchiha quickly reacted by jumping away as Naruto descended and brought his fist down on where Itachi once stood. The resulting shockwave leveled a good portion of the landscape as Itachi narrowly managed to get out of range. With one hand he can send out a shockwave that large, no wonder Madara considers him a threat. Between the Rinnegan and Kyuubi's power, Naruto-kun might very well end up killing him where the Shodai, Yondaime and I failed. I do apologize, Naruto-kun, but I cannot die here, Itachi thought as he stared into the white eyes of the crimson chakra fox. Amaterasu, he spoke as black flames struck Naruto in the side. Naruto howled in pain, but the flames didn't penetrate his chakra cloak. Kyuubi's chakra is too dense for even Amaterasu to penetrate. Suddenly blue and red orbs seemed to appear out of the air and gather at Naruto's open mouth as he let out an earth-shattering screech. The balls compressed into a single sphere and Itachi's eyes widened as the ball shot towards him at startling speeds. Rokubiko Amari. Susanoo. The ball exploded and engulfed the world around them inside miniature sun. The blast finally dissipated after a few long seconds and both combatants could be seen standing in the new crater that was just created from the last attack. Itachi now stood in the center of a large spiritual aura in the form of a Yamabushi with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. You still continue to impress me, Naruto-kun, Itachi rasped out as he felt his jutsu started to eat away at his body and soul. I doubt you are conscious at the moment, but please pay attention, for no one has ever seen this jutsu and lived to tell about it. In response, Naruto let out another earth-shattering screech which sent a large shockwave at the Uchiha. The Yamabushi raised his shield as the shockwave washed over him. It held and Itachi batted the shockwave to the side as he swung the sword at his target. FUNN, Itachi exclaimed as the sword struck through the fox's chest and out the other side. The bones dissolved away after a few long seconds as Itachi retracted the blade and watched as the chakra around Naruto started to slowly disperse. Once the Kyuubi's chakra had completely disappeared from his system, Naruto fell forward onto his knees and spewed blood onto the unforgiving ground. Do you see the futility of fighting now? Surrender, Itachi spoke simply. You really think that I'm just going to roll over and die? Just like that? Fuck no, Naruto shouted as he rose to his feet once again. Itachi's eyes widened at the glare Naruto sent at him. His eyes, the Uchiha thought. Naruto's eyes were different even from before. It looked like a mix of Sage Mode, the Rinnegan and the eyes of the Kyuubi at the same time. He's using his jutsu, the Rinnegan and Kyuubi's chakra together. Ludicrous, there's no way anyone could possibly have that level of control. Am I already in Sage Mode? Kyuubi's chakra must have dispelled my last Sage clone, Naruto deduced and glared at the Uchiha in front of him. I'll never give up. I'll never surrender, the blonde shouted as he held up both hands in front of him. I only have one shot at this, come on. Naruto gathered all the chakra he could from the Kyuubi's seal without re-entering his fox mode and threw out his jutsu. Shinra Tensai, he called out as the massive gravity blast washed over the landscape. No, Itachi's eyes widened as the Yamabushi instantly shattered under the strain of the last attack. He dropped to the ground and coughed blood into his only remaining hand. I'm at my limit. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, dozens of clones popped into existence beside Naruto and they charged forward immediately. He's planning on overwhelming me with superior numbers, Itachi realized and took a deep breath. He exhaled a large fireball at the oncoming clones without hand seals, Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu. The clones were destroyed in matter of seconds, but the surprise came when a spinning chakra shuriken flew through the smoke. What? Futon. Rasenshuriken, Naruto exclaimed from the clearing smoke. Amaterasu, Itachi forced another blast of black flames at the chakra shuriken and destroyed it instantly as it approached. However, a second chakra shuriken appeared behind the first, making Itachi's eyes widen in surprise. He used Kage Shuriken no Jutsu. The second shuriken struck straight and true, tearing through Itachi's torso in one swift move, and it detonated a few feet behind him. Both halves of the Uchiha were sent flying and fell to the ground a few feet away. The upper body of Itachi coughed up a stream of blood and he forced himself to look up at the blonde for the last time. Thinking fast, he muttered one single word, Tsukuyomi. Chapter 30, Conspiracy. Anomaly, Tsukuyomi. Naruto suddenly found himself in some kind of house littered with ornaments and weapons. Where am I? He asked in thought as he slowly walked through the room. We must act now. We cannot allow them to blatantly disrespect the Uchiha clan any longer. Naruto snapped his head in the direction of the voice and approached the window. Down in the street below was a man who looked like an older version of Itachi speaking to a crowd of people bearing the Uchiha family crest. We must rise up and take the village our ancestor, Uchiha Madara founded. The Hokage and the council believe we summoned the Kyuubi to attack Konoha and kill the Namikaze Minato. We cannot allow this to continue. What is this? Naruto asked in thought. This is memory. Naruto turned swiftly and found a completely normal Itachi standing behind him. I am dying, you won, but there are things that are still left unfinished. This is one of them, Itachi continued. What are you talking about? Naruto asked him. My father, Uchiha Fugaku, was rallying the entire Uchiha clan for a hostile takeover of Konoha. The entire clan was planning a coup d'état, Itachi explained, making Naruto take a step back in surprise. Why the hell should I believe that? That can't be true, Naruto said, shaking his head. But it is. What's more, I was playing a double agent inside the Uchiha clan for the Sandaime Hokage, Danzo and the elders. When negotiations with the clan broke down, they ordered me to destroy the clan, Itachi stated clearly as the scene around them changed. A second later they were in one of the rooms at the base of the Hokage tower. A younger Itachi had his head bowed before Danzo and the elders of Konoha. Hirazen's negotiations have failed. A civil war is coming if we don't stop it now, Kaharu said simply. His belief that the Uchiha will actually listen is useless if a war starts here. We have to eliminate the problem at the source, Danzo stated clearly. If we wait, then it could be the start of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, he continued. What must be done? Itachi asked. The Uchiha must be neutralized before they plunge this entire continent into war, Danzo answered finally. Weasel, you are to make sure the peace in Konoha is maintained at any cost. The scene suddenly changed again, and a moment later Naruto found himself in a white room with Itachi standing a few feet away. As you can see, I was under orders to destroy the clan, Itachi stated clearly. Do you regret any of it? Naruto asked him. Do I regret killing my parents and the rest of the traitors in the clan? No, but I will always regret killing the innocent, the children and the babies. Sasuke was the only one I couldn't bring myself to kill, Itachi answered truthfully. Why are you showing me this? Naruto questioned. Because all I have left is the ideals of Leader Sama. He wants peace, and I believe you do too. You need this information if you are to bring peace, Itachi replied. You mean pain? Naruto asked with anger lingering in his words. Yes, though he is not the true leader of Akatsuki, Itachi replied. True leader? Naruto questioned. The benefactor of Akatsuki, the man who helped me destroy the Uchiha clan, and the man who summoned Kyuubi no Yoko to attack Konoha 16 years ago. Uchiha Madara, Itachi answered. Your chakra is vile and reminds me of Uchiha Madara. Naruto's eyes widened at the name. Who the hell is Madara? You heard my father talking about him earlier. He was the founder of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. He could control the Kyuubi like a pet and used it to attack Konoha 16 years ago. In a way, Konoha was right and the Uchiha were responsible for the attack. I am unsure what his plan is, but I will tell you this, he is weakened at the moment compared to what he once was. He suffered considerable injuries at the hands of the Shodai Hokage, but even still he is an extremely dangerous shinobi. Sooner or later you will have to face him. I pray that you are ready when you do, Itachi said calmly as crows swarmed around the pair. A crow dove entered Naruto's mouth, forcing its way down his neck. Once it disappeared, Naruto collapsed to floor, coughing but otherwise fine. He glared at the Uchiha mass murderer in front of him as he tried to steady his breathing. What did you do to me? Naruto demanded. I gave you some of my power, though I pray that you are never forced to use it, Itachi stated and turned away. My time is up. You know Sasuke will be coming after you now, don't you? His revenge demands it. Naruto remained silent as he continued. I've done all that I can, the rest is up to you. With that the world was consumed in light. Fire Country, battlefield near Konoha. Naruto stared down at the unmoving form of Itachi's upper body, the lower half motionless a few feet to his left. Suddenly a bright light exploded from the body and shot into Naruto's hands. A moment later the light died down to reveal another chakra crystal, this one crimson with the feeling of incredible heat. I will give you resurrection, 4 of 6. Shiki Fujin. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked but received no answer. Naruto clenched his fists as he stood over the body of his defeated opponent before he let out a sigh. He crouched down and pulled a small scroll out of his cloak. He quickly sealed the body in the scroll before he rose to his feet again and turned to leave. He cast one look back at where Itachi once lay before continuing onwards to Konoha. He staggered as he walked but otherwise kept moving. Itachi, all you wanted to do was stop a war from breaking out. You didn't deserve this, Naruto thought as he kept sluggishly walked through the trees. He tripped, losing his balance in the process and fell forward. Crap. The next thing he knew, his right arm was slung over someone's shoulder. Tayuya. The red-headed Uzumaki snorted in amusement. What are you doing here? We got word from Katsuyu that you won, so I came out to get you. Since knowing you, you probably went overboard again. Oh, and before I forget, you weigh a ton. Maybe you should try dieting, the redhead said, grinning. Smartass, Naruto snorted in response as she helped him walk in a straight line. What about the others? He asked her. Arrow Hokage and the Green Wonder were killed. Everyone else is being tended to by the old slug and Yugito. It could have been a lot worse, Tayuya muttered the last part and Naruto couldn't help but bitterly agree. And you? He asked her. The redhead just grinned. I've had better days. Haven't we all? The young sage asked with a small laugh. Try to stay conscious, Whiskers, Tayuya said with a smirk. Whiskers? I thought it was shit stain. The blonde asked with a weak grin. You've been promoted to Whiskers, so deal with it, the redhead replied. I think you've been spending too much time around Anko, Naruto commented as the two approached the eastern gates of Konoha. What's that? He asked when he caught sight of the crowd standing at the gates. Hey, there they are, one of the villagers called. Naruto. Great job. Another village shouted as others shouted out the gratitude also. Yeah, you did great. One of the shinobi in the crowd cheered. What is this? Naruto said in surprise as the several of the villagers ran towards him. Didn't I say Katsuyu told us everything? Everyone knows you beat Itachi when even Arrow Hokage failed, Tayuya explained as Naruto suddenly found himself surrounded by villagers and ninja alike. Naruto. The young sage turned and saw Yugito step in front of him. Hey Yugito. I'm back, Naruto said with a small smile. You reckless idiot, she smacked his head, forcing him to recoil slightly. The next thing he knew, her lips were crushed against his in a kiss which sent the crowd into another wave of cheers. Yugito pulled away after a few seconds and said, don't ever make me worry like that again. Sorry I worried you, Yugito, Naruto said softly and smiled. Thanks for caring. He pulled her into another kiss and the crowd cheered. Today was the day that marked the reign of the Rokudaime Hokage. Fire Country, Daimyo's Palace Council Chamber. We plan to continuing working with other countries against the threat posed by Akatsuki, Homura stated clearly to the council of fire and the Fire Daimyo. After what has happened to Konoha, Fire Country will put every effort into helping rebuild from this latest attack. We'll first have to come up with a budget, and considering the strain on the other countries. I suppose we should be thankful that the village is still standing from this incident, one of the councillors said with a nod. There is something else we should consider first. Who will be the next Hokage? Danzo asked the question. I was thinking Tsunade would be a fine choice, the Fire Daimyo mused. She is the granddaughter of the Shodai Hokage and is a student of the Sandaime Hokage. She is also a drunk and a gambler. If she were made Hokage, then Konoha might struggle with her authority, Kaharu spoke up. So who shall it be? Asked the daimyo. Well, Danzo began but was cut off when the main doors flew open. I apologize for intruding, Daimyo-sama, but I am here on a matter of grave importance. Naruto's voice echoed through the chamber as he entered with Tayuya, Sai and a squad of Anbu and Jonin at his side. Uzumaki, Naruto, what is the meaning of this? Kaharu demanded as she and the rest of the room's occupants rose from their seats. You are under arrest, Naruto replied simply and pointed towards her and her companions. Anbu, take the elders into custody, he ordered, and the Anbu complied without delay. On what charge? Homura demanded. Attempted genocide of a Konoha clan. Naruto's reply stopped everyone in the room cold. Danzo's visible eye narrowed further at his words. He knows about the Uchiha clan. I can't let him live with that knowledge. He took a step back as two figures appeared in front of him. Torun. Cover me, I'm going to release the seal on my arm. He slipped of his bandages to reveal a cast of some kind on his arm. It's a good thing I recalled these two when Itachi attacked, but I never expected Sai to betray me. That Kyuubi Jinchuriki must have removed the seal on his tongue or he wouldn't dare oppose me like this. Shinra Tensai, Tayuya whispered, and both root agents were slammed through the wall as Sai and the Anbu grabbed the two village elders. You can't do this, Kaharu shouted in outrage. I apologize for the disturbance, Daimyo-sama, but I must make sure the peace in Konoha is maintained at any cost, Naruto said as he smiled at the now stiff elders and Danzo. All three were surprised at the words he had used. words that they remembered from the night they ordered the Uchiha clan be destroyed. Danzo threw down the metal cast and revealed his right arm, covered in numerous sharingan. Where did you get those sharingan? Naruto asked him. Here and there, it's a long story, Danzo replied cryptically. So you and the elders really did order Itachi to exterminate the Uchiha, Naruto declared to the surprise of the room. If that is true, then when will you stop? Once everyone is one of your mindless drones. I can't allow you to continue with this pointless bloodshed. Pointless. What I have always done has been for the good of Konoha, it is the reason there has been no wars in so many years, Danzo shot back. You and the other elders were given the mantle by Shodai and Nidaime Hokages, so they entrusted the future of Konoha to you. Now it's time for you to step aside and put your faith in the youth of today, Naruto stated clearly, though he thought the last part sounded like something Lee would say. No, I am the only one who can ensure Konoha's continued survival, Danzo declared as he made several hand seals and shot forward at incredible speeds. Shinra Tensai, Naruto whispered, and Danzo was thrown back against the far wall with a thud and spray of blood. Your Rinnegan is impressive, Namikaze Naruto, Danzo said, suddenly appearing where he was originally standing, completely unharmed to the surprise of everyone in the room. I thought he was a better man than that. That bastard, self-sacrifice, that is what defines a shinobi, scorning the sun, to work in the shadows, that has always been, that is a true shinobi. Many ninja have died like that. Itachi is not the only one, niceties will not make the world go round. It is thanks to people like that that we have been able to maintain the peace. In telling his secret, Itachi betrayed Konoha, and now by challenging me you have too. Shunpo no Jutsu, Naruto appeared in front of him in a flash of yellow light. Kawazu Kumite. The punch slammed into Danzo's chest and he was hurled through the wall behind him. The two found themselves outside the tower of the palace and tumbling down in the trees below. They touched down on solid ground a few seconds later and narrowed their eyes at each other, in Danzo's case all of them. Now we must speak with our eyes, Namikaze Naruto, were Danzo's words. Chapter 31, Illusion and Reality. Fire Country, forest near Daimyo's palace. Now we must speak with our eyes, Namikaze Naruto, Danzo said clearly. You have impressive defensive capabilities, good offense as well, judging by your last attack. I landed a direct hit on you. I should have broke your back with that jutsu, Naruto said confused. Was it a genjutsu? No, my eyes would be able to tell if you tried to cast one on me, even if you used those sharingan of yours. You should surrender, Namikaze Naruto, Danzo told him. Perhaps in response to his words, Naruto jumped at him with a large spinning chakra ball larger than his own body in his right hand, Cho-Udama Rasengan. Danzo stood firm as the jutsu exploded directly on top of him, obliterating everything within range including him and leaving a large crater in its wake. Naruto stood in the center of this newly created crater as a yet again unharmed Danzo appeared from behind him. I know my jutsu hit him that time, how did he survive? Naruto asked in thought as he jumped to evade the volley of wind bullets sent at him. Futon. Shinkugyoku. Danzo explained as launched the spread of wind bullets at the blonde. Fujutsu Kyuin, Naruto whispered in midair and the wind bullets dissolved before they were able to touch him. He's not bad for an old man, was old man Sandaime this strong too? His hands settled into a familiar seal as he touched back down on solid ground, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Two clones popped into existence beside him and started charging his next jutsu. Let's see how invincible you are, you old prune. That jutsu, the Yondaime Hokage's unfinished jutsu, Danzo said upon seeing it. For the record, it's not finished yet, I'm only at stage 5. I still have to reach stage 6, Naruto declared as a bell-like screech filled the air around them. Such an outrageous amount of concentrated chakra, a jutsu truly befitting the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Danzo mused as he watched on. Naruto spun quickly and hurled the jutsu at the elder, Futon Rasenshuriken. He threw it. I have no choice but to use Izanagi again, Danzo thought as the chakra shuriken struck him dead center and sliced through him. It exploded a moment later in a large blast of wind and power, completely destroying his body. Danzo reappeared a few feet away from where he was a moment ago. It's no use, Kyuubi. Even with the Rinnegan you cannot hope to defeat me here, surrender and I will not punish you. I can see it, Naruto spoke simply. What? His eyes are different, that's not the Rinnegan, Danzo's eye widened slightly. I couldn't see it before but now I can. Those sharingan in your arm close every time you survive my jutsu, meaning I've killed you 3 times already and you still need to die 8 more times before you stay dead. I just have to outlast you. Naruto shouted as his eyes constantly shifted color. His eyes, don't tell me he's channeling Kyuubi's chakra, Sage Mode and his Rinnegan at the same time. This is bad, he might actually be able to kill me, Danzo realized and started forming hand seals. Kuchio's no jutsu, instantly a large taper appeared in a poof of smoke and started sucking in air from the area. What the hell is that? Naruto thought in alarm as he used his chakra to stick to the ground. Now he can't move and I can use the taper's suction to increase my power, Danzo thought as he appeared behind the blonde. He took a deep breath, exhaled a blast of wind, futon, shinku renpa. Fujutsu Kyuin, Naruto turned quickly and tried to absorb the jutsu only for it to blow right through and strike his body directly. What? How did he? Naruto gasped as he was thrown back from the impact with an extensive number of cuts across his body. Futon, shinku taegyoku. Danzo followed it up with compressed wind ball which slammed into Naruto and exploded in a blast of fire and wind. A moment later he checked the Sharingan on his arm. I still have 7 including Shisui's eye. Bansho Tenon, Danzo jumped aside just as a large slab of earth crashed down on where he was standing a moment ago. Naruto appeared behind the elder in a flash of yellow with a ball of spinning chakra in hand, rasengan. Fukunaikiri. Danzo called out as he blew some wind chakra on a kunai and swung round to intercept his opponent. The two struck each other with their respective attacks and Danzo is blown back to the edge of the crater as Naruto pulled the wind-enhanced kunai out and threw it to the side. Danzo stood once more completely unharmed and checked his arm. That leaves 6, but I can't stop using Izanagi now. For an old man you're strong, Naruto commented as his wounds healed in a matter of seconds. And your ability to regenerate from just about any injury is tiring, Danzo stated. Benefits of Kyuubi in Sage Mode, the blonde shrugged with a grin. You are strong Kyuubi, but you also follow Hiruzen's teachings, the fool, Danzo continued. Why do you believe that? Naruto asked him. Because a shinobi's duty is to ensure the peace of the land and operate in the shadows. You and Hiruzen are the same in believing peace is maintained with friendship, Danzo stated clearly. Eros Sennin believed that the day would come when people would truly understand each other, Naruto told him. And that is what makes you a fool. Just because people can understand one another doesn't mean that they can come to an agreement. Peace can only be maintained by destroying your enemies and ruling supreme, Danzo proclaimed. And that is exactly what I plan to do, unite this world and rule it as one nation. Do you really think the world can be saved so easily? Naruto shouted as 2 clones appeared at his side and started channeling chakra into his hand. I am the only one who can ensure peace for Konoha, Danzo declared. I'm not worried about my own life, this is for Konoha, for the entire ninja world. I can't die now, I'll do anything to survive. I am the only one who can change this world, you will be nothing more than another sacrifice. I won't allow it, Naruto shouted as the sound of hundreds of constant explosions rippled through the air. He brought up his jutsu and launched it at the elder, Kaden, Dai Resenden. The jutsu exploded with such great force that the earth itself shook from the blast, leaving a crater similar in size to the first one right beside it. After the dust cleared, Danzo could be seen standing in the center of it, seemingly unfazed by this latest attack. 5 left including Shisui's. I must finish this soon, Danzo thought as he looked over the Sharingan on his arm. Damn it, my Sage Mode is depleted, I have to recharge, Naruto thought as he dropped the large scroll on his back and spread it out on the ground. He formed several hand seals and slammed his palm down on the kanji written on it, Yaku Kuchio's no jutsu. A clone appeared in a poof of smoke, dispel quickly. A reverse summoning. Why would he? He must have depleted his Sage Mode, but why doesn't he just use the Toad Elders to gather the energy for him? Perhaps they can't, it must be the Kyuubi's doing, Danzo deduced as Naruto created 4 clones to aid him. Now what is he doing? The clones started channeling chakra to both of Naruto's hands. Don't tell me he can use 2 of them at the same time. He thought in alarm. Futon, Suin Rasenshuriken, Naruto exclaimed as he threw the 2 chakra shurikens at the elder. Izanagi, Danzo thought as the 2 chakra shurikens engulfed him in a pair of large wind spheres. Damn it, 2 Rasenshuriken or 2 Dai Resenden are my limit before Sage Mode is drained, Naruto thought with staggering breaths. Danzo suddenly appeared behind him in an instant, damn it. Fukunaikiri. Danzo called out as he struck the blade through Naruto's chest. Damn it, Naruto rasped out. You were too slow. I win, Danzo said simply. No you don't, Danzo jumped back in surprise as red chakra exploded from Naruto's body and encased him in a dense shroud of vile chakra. It took the shape of a fox with 6 tails and a skeleton lining it. So this is the power of the Kyuubi, certainly a monstrous creature, Danzo thought upon seeing the chakra fox. This won't be easy, he realized as the fox sent out a terrifying shriek. The fox shot forward in an instant and struck down on Danzo's location. Fortunately for him he was able to dodge at the last second. Such outrageous strength, he thought when he saw the size of the shockwave that was released from the impact. The fox turned towards him and chakra started to condense into a ball at its mouth. That is not good. Rokubako ima, the fox began in a gritting voice. Futon, shinku teigyoku, Danzo called as he sent a compressed wind ball at the fox. The wind ball slammed into the fox, causing it to lose concentration, making the chakra ball destabilize and explode in a dome of light which stretched for a good 2 miles. Thankfully they were a sufficient distance away from the daimyo's palace so none of the others were in danger of being hit by their attacks and getting caught in the crossfire. That didn't mean they couldn't see it. He's too dangerous in this form, I have to suppress him now, Danzo thought as he checked his arm once again. Only 2 left. I have to make this count. Suddenly the fox's chakra started to bulge and 2 more tails grew on the shroud. At this rate he might fully transform. Danzo put his hands into a seal and cast off the bandages on his right arm. The fox roared as it exploded upwards and grew into a massive fox with 8 tails, no skin and no fur. It roared again as it swung its tails across the land and forced Danzo to jump away as the tails leveled the landscape and caused the very earth to shake. His strength has exceeded my expectations, Danzo realized and thought. I must do this now. He placed his right hand down on the and immediately several pillars of wood erupted from the ground around the fox. Hokage Shiki Jijun Jutsu, Kaku and Nitten Sushu. He called out as the wood grabbed the fox's tails and held it down. Izanagi, he whispered as the chakra crystals around Naruto's neck inside the fox began to glow. So close. So close. And yet too far. No. Danzo shouted as the fox roared and broke free from its restraints. The wood crumbled under the intense chakra that the creature exuded and it started forming another, much larger ball of condensed chakra at its mouth. I only have 1 Sharingan left. Shisui's, bastard. Hachibiko Amari, the fox roared as it unleashed the attack. A massive condensed beam of chakra which vaporized everything it touched, carving out a large valley from where Danzo stood to the base of the nearby mountain and actually engulfing the mountain in a wave of destruction. When the dust cleared, Danzo could be seen on one knee with clearly out of breath and the last of his Sharingan closed. I can't win, Danzo realized as he looked up at the monstrous demon fox. Its skin started to form along with its fur as the 9th tail started to form, no. And then suddenly. It stopped. Naruto's mindscape, Jinchuriki seal. Let go of me. No, I won't let you control me anymore. Naruto shouted. The red liquid around him bubbled and consumed him. Give your soul to me, boy, and I will destroy your enemies for you. Yes, you're doing fine. Kyuubi smirked sadistically as Naruto's eyes rolled back into his head and his jacket opened to reveal the seal. It distorted into a black spiral shape and the fox grinned. You're mine now, Naruto. Now come here and rip this seal off. Naruto approached the seal almost automatically and reached out to grab it. Until someone caught his hand. Naruto looked over at the one who caught it. Huh. I thought this might happen, said Namikaze Minato before he turned swiftly and pulled his son away from the Kyuubi's cage. You! The fox roared in anger upon seeing the Yondaime Hokage. Dad? Naruto asked hesitantly as Minato carried him further away from the seal. I worked it into the seal so that I would appear within your psyche when the seal unraveled to the point you unleashed 8 tails. Truth be told, I'd hoped you would never get that far, especially since I didn't ever want to see you again, Kyuubi, Minato explained as he set Naruto down on his feet. But then again, I was looking forward to meeting my son as a young man, so I guess you can call it even. Yondaime Hokage, come here, I'll rip you to shreds. Kyuubi snarled at him. Yeah, telling me you're going to rip me to shreds isn't going to make me come any closer, Minato said to the fox over his shoulder. Right, Naruto? He asked his son. Dad, what the hell are you doing here? Naruto asked, unable to think of anything else. What does it look like? I'm saving you from the Kyuubi, Minato replied, gesturing towards the fox. Yondaime, Kyuubi snarled in anger. Damn, he sure is loud, isn't he? Let's go somewhere quieter. Minato clicked his fingers and the two appeared in what looked like a white void. Hiruzen-sama didn't tell you much of anything, did he? I know Jiraiya-sensei told you about me during your training, but I guess Hiruzen-sama wanted to suppress as much information about the fox as possible. If folks had found out you were my son before you were ready, then you would be in danger. I'm sorry. Dad, Naruto said with clenched fists. A second later he slugged his father in the stomach, causing him to wince. You complete moron. Ouch, Minato winced from the blow. And people say I pick up the recklessness from mom. Why would you even think about putting the Kyuubi inside your own son? How the hell could you put me through that? Naruto yelled in anger and frustration. I don't know if I'm happy or mad right now. Minato sighed as his son settled down. I see. How old are you, Naruto? Just turned 16 last October, Naruto answered as he wiped away the tears from his eyes. 16 already, huh? It must have been hard. Can you ever forgive me? Minato asked before he turned away. Though I suppose it's little consolation to you for me to put on a fatherly face and apologize after putting you through all that. No, I can deal. I still think you're a moron, but I can deal with that, Naruto said, shaking his head. Minato just smiled, just like your mother. His smile saddened. I miss her, she was always so, full of energy, though that might have just been from the ramen. I wish I could have met her, Naruto admitted. Don't take this the wrong way, but I hope you don't see either of us for a long time after this, Minato said with a smile. Live your life to the fullest and have no regrets. I will, Naruto nodded in understanding. Minato's expression suddenly turned serious. I sealed half of Kyuubi's chakra inside you because I trusted that you would master its power, because you are my son. Dad, wait, you knew I would have the Rinnegan, didn't you? Naruto asked him, catching on. You're an Uzumaki of the royal family of Whirlpool, of course I knew you would have the Rinnegan, and even if you didn't I knew you would find a way to master it eventually. There is however another reason I went through all of this trouble. It's based on something I learned 16 years ago when Kyuubi attacked Konoha, Minato responded. What exactly? Naruto asked, confused. There was a mastermind behind Kyuubi's attack, who manipulated him and made him assault Konoha. He was quite a formidable shinobi, someone you would need extraordinary strength to stand against and hope to defeat, Minato answered. The benefactor of Akatsuki, the man who helped me destroy the Uchiha clan, and the man who summoned Kyuubi no Yoko to attack Konoha 16 years ago. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, Naruto said clearly. Minato nodded at that. Yes, I believe so. I know Jiraiya-sensei had his suspicions and my hypothesis was only confirmed when Itachi mentioned Madara's name during your fight with him. You were watching? Naruto asked, surprised. I saw from the seal, Minato nodded in confirmation. I know about Jiraiya-sensei too, and about Pain. I know you want revenge on him, but I ask that you don't let it cloud your judgment. I'll try, Naruto said with a sigh. Back before Kyuubi's attack, Madara saw through all of my moves. He's no ordinary shinobi. I don't know what he's planning, but it can't be good, Minato continued. Why? Why is Konoha always the one that's targeted? Naruto asked the question that had been plaguing him. So long as there exists a shinobi culture in this world, there may never be peace and order. Danzo talked about uniting nations and making Konoha rule the world. Perhaps he's right. War is born when one tries to save something precious. So long as love exists, hate does as well. That hatred uses shinobi thus. So long as we have shinobi culture, the monster known as hate will always give birth to new pains, Minato explained. Pain may have killed Jiraiya-sensei, but if you think about it deeper, you could say that it was the disorder in the shinobi world that created pain and that killed sensei. A battle against hatred, that's what shinobi are, in each and every one of us battles that hatred on a daily basis. Jiraiya-sensei entrusted you to find the answer to stopping this hatred. But I can't. Danzo killed the Uchiha clan and used Itachi to do it. Pain killed rasengan and Itachi killed Hokage-sensei. I just can't, Naruto told him. I know, Minato nodded in understanding. Please tell me, what should I do? Naruto asked him. You have to find the answer yourself, for even I do not know it, Minato admitted. How the hell am I supposed to do that? Rasengan, and even you have no clue. How the hell am I supposed to do something like this? Naruto shouted in frustration. Minato's right hand found its way to his son's head, calming him down. You'll find the answer. I believe in you, isn't that enough? Why? Naruto asked him. Well, it is the duty of a parent to unconditionally believe in their children, Minato said with a smile as he let go of his son's hair. Now, it's time for me to go, my chakra is fading. He placed his hand on Naruto's seal and it returned to its normal state. I've repaired the seal, but this is a one-time thing. I can't do it again. It's fixed, Naruto asked in surprise as he looked at the seal. By now Minato was beginning to fade away. Konoha can be rebuilt as long as the will of fire still burns. Good luck, Naruto. I'm counting on you. He vanished completely a moment later. Thanks, Dad, Naruto said as the world around him shattered. Fire Country, battlefield near Daimyo's palace. What happened? Danzo asked in thought as saw the fox seem to shatter like glass before his eyes and fade away in nothingness. Did he find some way to suppress the Kyuubi on his own? No, that's impossible. He was obviously unconscious and yet he still suppressed the Kyuubi despite it nearing its complete form. Just what is he? Are you ready to finish this, Danzo? Naruto asked from the center of where the large fox once stood. My sage mode is recharged again. It looks like my last clone was dispelled again by Kyuubi's chakra. Suddenly trees started to sprout from Danzo's right arm and he yelled in pain. He grabbed a kunai and sliced his entire arm off as the arm expanded into a large tree. It looks like you're reaching your limit too. Shut up, boy, I'm not done yet, Danzo spat at him. I'm out of Sharingan, so I can't do Izanagi anymore, and with Shisui's eye now closed I can't even cast that genjutsu either. Naruto put his hands into a seal and blue chakra exploded from his body. Damn, this is going to hurt, but I don't have a choice. Exactly 100 shadow clones popped into existence around him. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The clones shot forward a moment later. Damn it, with the Rinnegan active I just know I'm going to have a monster headache in the morning. Futon. Shinkaha. Danzo called out as he exhaled a large blast of wind which wiped out the clones. Unfortunately for him, it was just to buy some time. Chibaku Tensai. Naruto shouted as he threw up a small gravity ball into the sky above them. No, Danzo exclaimed in thought as he was pulled up onto the miniature moon along with the rest of the earth around him. I cannot die like this. More slabs of rock impacted the construct and a few struck down. It is downright on Danzo's location until he half buried beneath solid rock. I think you are right, Danzo. I think the only way to bring Konoha peace is to unite the world, but I can't accept your way of doing things. Naruto's voice was barely above a whisper, but Danzo heard it all the same. Do not waver, Danzo said as he accepted his fate. Shinra Tensai. The miniature moon exploded outwards and debris from it fell to the ground around Naruto. After a few minutes of silence for his fallen enemy, Naruto turned away only to turn back when a column of light shot out of the ground where Danzo lay. What? Another chakra crystal exploded from the ground and slammed into his open hands. Another one. 5 of 6. Geto Mazo. Naruto just shook his head. I'll worry about this later. He turned away again and headed back in the direction of the daimyo's palace. Goodbye, Danzo. If he had stayed just a bit longer, he would have noticed a plant-like figure appear from the ground. That was great. I haven't seen a fight like that in years, Black Zetsu commented. Madara-sama is not going to be happy about this, White Zetsu said clearly before they disappeared into the ground again. Fire Country, Daimyo's Palace Council Chamber. You can't do this, Kaharu shouted indignantly as the Anbu held her back. What are they still doing here? Get those traitors out of my sight, Naruto ordered, and the Anbu took the two elders away, kicking and screaming all the way. I see the tales of your strength are true, Namikaze Naruto. The fire daimyo smiled with a hint of mischief. I had wanted Senju Tsunade to be the Rokudaime Hokage, but she will be needed more at the hospital than on the battlefield. That leaves you, he continued. Me? Naruto asked as he turned towards the fire daimyo. He flapped his fan back together. It's decided then. Namikaze Naruto, you will be the Rokudaime Hokage. Wait, what? Chapter 32, Dealing with Consequences. Fire Country, Hokage Monument Council Chamber. This is too much, Naruto yelled in frustration as he threw the piles of papers into the air. Hokage-sama, the paperwork needs to be done, Shizune said, clearly amused at the situation. Screw the paperwork, I have bigger problems at the moment. Naruto waved her comment away and shook his head. Knock knock. Come in, Naruto called, hopefully he wouldn't snap. The rest of the Konoha 10 entered with Yugito. Oh, it's you guys. Is that all you have to say? Kiba asked, sounding insulted. Yes, it is dog breath, Naruto replied, not missing a beat. Before the Inuzuka could respond, he turned to Yugito. Please tell me this is a social call. Mostly, Yugito nodded with a smile. Shisho is handling more of the injuries, but everything is fine for the moment. That's good. I have Sai and Tayuya mopping up the last of Danzo's roots so they won't be back until later. Hopefully Akatsuki won't try anything else for a while, Naruto sighed as he leaned back in his new chair. The new Hokage Tower will take at least a month to build, and that is if everyone pulls double shifts, Neji mused as he leaned against the far wall. Our flames of youth have not diminished, Lee proclaimed. Suddenly a messenger ran into the makeshift office, surprising everyone. Hokage-sama. What is it now? Naruto asked, clearly irritated. There are some Kumo nins here to see you and Yugito-sama, the messenger replied. Show them in, Naruto said immediately. The moment the three Kumo nins entered, Yugito recognized them. Samui, Karui and Omoi too. What's going on? Yugito asked them. 4 days ago Kumo was attacked by Akatsuki, Samui replied. What? Yugito asked in shock. The entire village has been wiped out, Raikage-sama is dead and Kurabi-sensei is missing. The council sent us here to get you, all of our ninja are being recalled, Samui explained. Grandfather is, and Kurabi-sensei too. How? Who did it? Yugito demanded. I do not know his name, but I do know one thing. He wielded the Rinnegan, Samui replied, and suddenly the temperature in the room dropped. Pain, Naruto growled out. Him, Yugito gritted out in anger as her fists tightened at her side. She turned to Naruto and said, I'm going home. Team Guy will escort you out of Fire Country. Naruto nodded in understanding and turned to the team in question, whom nodded also. This can't go on any longer. Shikamaru, would you please send out a message to the 5 major nations? Inform them I'm calling for a 5-cage summit in Iron Country. Everyone was surprised at the order. What a drag. Yes, Hokage-sama, Shikamaru sighed and nodded. Tsunade Obeken will be in charge of the village while I'm at the summit, so please inform her. Also Team Kurenai, I want you 3 to locate Sai and Tayuya. Tell them they're being recalled. They nodded at the orders. Dismissed, he sighed as the Konoha nins left the room. Team Samui followed a moment later, but Naruto stopped Yugito from leaving also. Yugito. She turned back to him, please be safe. I will, Yugito nodded with a smile before she left, leaving Naruto alone in the room. If there was one thing Naruto realized in that moment, it was that time was quickly running out. For everyone. Sound Country. Oto Alpha Base 02. Uchiha Sasuke sat in the main office of the complex as he read over the report in front of him with silent anger and hatred drifting off from him. Ever since Orochimaru was killed by Naruto, he had taken over as the Otokage with the intent of using the village's resources for his own ends. He did not, however, expect to see the report in front of him right now. Are you certain? His voice was a harsh whisper. A nervous Karen stood in front of him and nodded, yes, Otokage-sama. Leave, Sasuke ordered, and Karen quickly exited the room. Sasuke-kun, Sakura asked worriedly. Itachi is dead. Naruto killed him. Naruto, he has taken away my revenge, Sasuke growled out as he stood up and threw the entire desk to the side. Sakura stood unmoving as he did so. Sasuke-kun, your eyes. What? He asked her sharply. Your eyes are different, Sakura told him. He looked in the mirror hanging from the wall on the left. My eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan. His fists clenched at his side. Itachi was my only concern, the closest person to me. His death has triggered this. What do we do now, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked. I'm going to kill Naruto, for taking away my revenge, Sasuke declared as he turned to the Pinkett. Come, we are leaving. I must form a team for us to be successful, starting with Karen. Yes, Sasuke-kun, Sakura nodded but held a bit of jealousy in her tone over the other girl's name. Rain Country, AIM Akatsuki headquarters. So that's what happened, White Zetsu finished. What will you do now? Asked Black Zetsu. Madara remained silent. The Hokage is organizing a 5-cage summit in Iron Country in 1 week's time, White Zetsu informed. Hitaki Kakashi is dead, who is the new Hokage? Pain inquired. Namikaze Naruto, White Zetsu answered to the surprise of those in the room. Of course, with Danzo dead he is the best choice, Pain nodded in understanding. This is unfortunate. I had hoped Itachi would die at Sasuke's hands so we could use him. Madara's voice was harsh and laced with anger. Sasuke is nothing but an ignorant little child who throws his anger at everything he can, Pain stated as he turned away. He is irrelevant, was all he said before he vanished into the darkness with Konan right behind him. Disrespectful little Senju, you should respect your betters. Even in my weakened form I can kill you, Madara thought as his mask started to distort and spiral around him. Just you wait until I have the rest of the Biju, and then we shall see exactly where you stand in my new world. He was gone a moment later. Fire Country, Hokage Monument Council Chamber. Naruto stood up in front of the 2 other ninja in the room garbed in cage robes and wearing the Hokage hat. Tayuya and Sai stood in front him trying not to flinch, which even Sai was finding hard to do. I will soon be heading to the summit, each cage is allowed only 2 guards and no exceptions. You 2 have been chosen because I know when shit happens you can handle yourselves, Naruto spoke simply. It shouldn't be too hard, Tayuya said confidently. But still, I doubt Akatsuki will ignore this summit, Sai added. I'm hoping they try something, Naruto said grinning. Just to give us a reason for the 5 villages to bring down their combined strength on them. That's a bit reckless, Tayuya muttered. But effective, Naruto countered as he approached the door. Let's go, he said over his shoulder. Yes, Hokage-sama, Sai and Tayuya nodded, though by Tayuya's tone it was clear that she was amused. Iron Country, Forest. Uchiha Sasuke rushed through the snow-covered trees as quickly as he could, his team right behind him as he jumped from tree to tree. He and Sakura had spent a full 3 hours putting this team together so they could assassinate the new Hokage at the meeting he had called in this country. The team itself was made up of his scout, a red-headed girl named Karen, and the 2 heavy hitters, Jugo and Suigetsu. They had made a short detour to Wave Country for the Kubikiri Hako, Momochi Zabuza's old sword, which had been used as a marker for his grave. Suigetsu wanted the blade and had said he'd only join Sasuke if he could have it. The only reason Sasuke really agreed to it was because Wave Country was on the way to Iron Country. A flicker of orange caught the Uchiha's attention before it expanded into a swirling vortex of some kind. Sasuke stopped on one of the branches as the others did the same behind him. What the hell is that? Suigetsu asked in surprise. The vortex spiraled until it took the shape of a man wearing an orange spiral mask and a large Akatsuki cloak. Is he Akatsuki? Hello Sasuke, the stranger greeted. His chakra, it came out of nowhere, what the hell? Karen asked as she concentrated on the man. How did you know where I was? Sasuke demanded. Don't underestimate me, it is well within my power, the masked man spoke simply. What do you want with me? Sasuke inquired. I have a job for you, the stranger stated. Who are you? Sasuke asked him. My name is Uchiha Madara, he answered, surprising the group. Your chakra is vile and reminds me of Uchiha Madara. So you're the one the Kyuubi compared me to, Sasuke said with narrowed eyes. Am I supposed to care? He asked. Madara chuckled at that. No, but I know you do care about your revenge. It's such a shame Itachi had to die by Naruto's hands instead of your own. Do not speak to me of Itachi. Sasuke shouted as he jumped towards the stranger with his fist covered in lightning. Chidori, he called out as he struck, only to fall through Madara's body like it wasn't even there. What? Is that some kind of jutsu? He thought as he steadied himself on another branch. I told you not to underestimate me, even Itachi could not defeat when we fought, Madara told him. Sasuke didn't respond to that, instead opting to glare. Know your place, child. What do you want exactly? Sasuke demanded. What I want is the Kyuubi, Madara answered darkly. You want Naruto, fine, you can have him as long as I get to crush him completely, Sasuke responded. Then we are agreed, Madara nodded with a chuckle. Madara-sama, a voice called as a figure rose from the branch of a nearby tree. Who's that? Karen asked. Calm down, he's with me, Madara told her and turned to the newcomer. Zetsu, so who is the new Raikage? He asked. Ni Yugito, White Zetsu answered. Of course, Madara chuckled at the irony of the situation. Yugito is, the Raikage. Sakura said in disbelief. What the hell happened in Kumo? She demanded. One of my minions, Pain destroyed the village, but because he and Itachi made such a commotion recently, Naruto was forced to organize a 5-cage summit. They're all on the move now, Madara explained. What do you want to do, Otokage-sama? Suigetsu asked. We head to the summit and kill the cages, excluding the Dobi and that demon woman. You can have them, Madara, as long as I get to crush them, Sasuke responded. Excellent, Madara chuckled again. Zetsu, he said, and his companion nodded. I'll lead you, White Zetsu said as he both halves of him split apart. Follow me, White Zetsu said as he jumped into the trees with the Oto team following close behind. That went well, Black Zetsu commented after they left. No, I can't believe Naruto was able to defeat Itachi, though I suppose it was fitting that the only one capable of matching an Uchiha was a Senju in all but name. Even if Sasuke were to become more powerful than Itachi, if we can't control him then he's no use to us. I had planned to use Itachi's death at Sasuke's hands to make him more controllable, but clearly Naruto's actions have changed things, Madara stated clearly. I'm surprised you accounted for the possibility of Itachi's death by Naruto's hands, Black Zetsu said, intrigued. It's not what I had wanted, but I always keep at least one backup plan just in case something goes wrong. Namikaze Naruto, that brat's thrown quite the wrench into my plans, Madara's voice sounded both annoyed and disgusted. What are you going to do? Will you make your move? Black Zetsu asked him. I've had enough of being cautious, I think it's time to hurry up and implement the Moon's Eye plan, Madara looked up at the sky and chuckled. Further away, Sasuke and his group were following White Zetsu as he led them towards their destination. Can we trust him? Jugo asked from his side. Let's just see what happens, Sasuke told him. If he tries anything funny I'll use Amaterasu on him. There's something I've been wanting to test out anyway. Chapter 33, Summit. Iron Country, Sanro. The journey to Iron Country was uneventful, and once the Konoha ninjas met up with several samurai on patrol they were escorted to where the summit was taking place. At the entrance they were greeted by a man who radiated authority and was clearly not amused at the situation. We've been waiting for you, Hokage Dono, you are the last one to arrive. I am of Iron Country, my name is Mifune, the man greeted. It's nice to meet you, I apologize for our tardiness but we got here as soon as we could. My name is Naruto, I'm the Hokage, the blonde responded with a nod. Right this way Hokage Dono, Mifune said before turning and leading the nins into the structure. They soon arrived in a large room with a number of people standing against stone pillars that dotted around it. Naruto first spotted the Tsuchikage, a small old man who looked like he already had one foot in the grave but would still take down anyone who challenged him. Next was the Mizukage, an auburn-haired woman appeared to be smiling but radiated a barely concealed dangerous aura. Then there was the Kazekage. Gaara, Naruto greeted. Namikaze Naruto, so you are the new Hokage. I had feared someone dangerous had taken the job, Gaara nodded. You mean Danzo? I wouldn't worry about him anymore, Naruto waved it off. When Gaara didn't say anything he continued, have you seen the Raikage? You mean me? A familiar female voice spoke from behind him. He turned and came face to Che, I mean face with one knee Yugito, Naruto. Yugito, you're the Raikage? Asked a confused Naruto. Yugito nodded in reply, yes. I just wish it were under better circumstances. Naruto nodded in understanding. This way, please follow me, Mifune spoke to the room and led everyone to a smaller room with a large table in the center and a balcony above them. Please have a seat and place your hats on the table. The cages complied and the guards they brought with them moved to the balcony above to keep watch. You are here today because the Hokage has called this meeting. My name is Mifune and I will be your moderator. The meeting will begin now, he finished. I'll go first, listen up, Gaara spoke up. The makeup of the 5 cages sure has changed. You must be something special to be made Kazekage at your age. Your father must have taught you right, but apparently he forgot to instill manners in you, Oniki commented amused. I guess that's why I'm here as Kazekage now, Gaara shot back causing the old man to laugh. Cheeky brat, Oniki laughed. Tsuchikage Dono, please stop interrupting. Kazekage Dono, please continue, Mei said trying to get back on track. I'm a former Jinchuriki. Akatsuki captured me and nearly killed me while extracting the Aikibi from me. That's why I believe Akatsuki is extremely dangerous, Gaara explained. I requested aid from the other cages many times, but they all ignored me. Except for of course the former Hokage and Raikage, though at this point with so many Jinchuriki captured. It's too late for aid, he finished. Oniki snorted at that. If a country has had its Jinchuriki captured, it has no business giving other countries orders. It's an embarrassment, you should have tried to recover it in secret. Once it is stolen you can't expect other countries to help you, Oniki declared to the room. I suggest you watch what you say Tsuchikage Dono. You are in the room with the last 2 Jinchuriki alive, a former Jinchuriki and 2 wielders of the Rinnegan. I'll let that comment slide this time but I won't always be so lenient, Naruto spoke up. Oniki snorted with a smirk, you're all bark and no bite Namikaze. Just like my father then, Naruto responded causing the Tsuchikage to glare. We're getting off topic, Yugito reasoned. Just because the Biju have been stolen is no reason to be afraid, it takes time and knowledge to control them. Not to mention skill, Mei continued. The Jinchuriki must grow with the Biju they contain in order to adapt to them and even then control is difficult, it won't happen immediately, right Kazekage Dono? Hokage Dono. Raikage Dono? Asked the Tsuchikage. Who needs control when fighting Akatsuki? Considering what their members have been like I would have thought it would be more practical to hit them with superior power or numbers. It's worked for us so far, Naruto responded. Yes and now there are only 2 Jinchuriki left, Oniki shot back. Only Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, the Yondaime Mizukage, Yagura and the Yondaime Raikage's brother, Killer Bee have ever been able to completely control a Biju. 2 of which are the descendants of the Rakudo Sennin, Naruto pointed out. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama both inherited his power so naturally the Rinnegan is responsible for that. The Rakudo Sennin, he's nothing but a myth, Oniki snorted. And yet I wield the Rinnegan, Naruto shot back. I may not be able to control the Kyuubi as I am now but I can suppress it anytime I want with or without the seal on my stomach, after a few moments of silence he continued. There is a man in Akatsuki who also has the Rinnegan, he is the apparent leader of the organization but he is a figurehead for the real leader of Akatsuki. Real leader? Mei asked curiously. Uchiha Madara, his answer surprised everyone in the room. I thought he was long since dead, Oniki said clearly shocked at this piece of information. I don't understand it either but it's definitely him, Naruto confirmed. I never thought he was literally a monster, Oniki said as he took a breath. That's why I think they'll be able to use the Biju without any problems. 16 years ago Madara sent the Kyuubi to attack Konoha but the more I think about it the more it seems like he wanted the Kyuubi to be defeated and sealed, Naruto explained with a sigh. So he could extract it from a Jinchuriki along with the rest of the Biju, Yugito said catching on. That sounds like something he would do, Oniki commented. He was always insane and dangerous, especially when he controlled the Kyuubi. Between Pain, a wielder of the Rinnegan, and Madara, Akatsuki could make a powerful force if they decide to attack, Naruto said simply. Then what do we do? Mei asked the question. As a neutral country, I have to say the leaders of Akatsuki have clearly read the times. They use the stability and suspicion of the other countries to increase their own power. At this rate, even Iron Country is at risk, but there is a silver lining. It's rare for the 5 cages to come together like this. What do you say to forming an alliance until Akatsuki is taken care of? Mifune asked the cages. An alliance? Yugito inquired curiously. I think the only way to bring Konoha peace is to unite the world. The memory of his own words flashed through the Hokage's mind before he quickly came to a decision. I agree. An alliance would make it harder for Akatsuki to openly move, and we might be able to force them into a corner. The chain of command should be uniform. We want to avoid further confusion as much as possible, Mifune continued. So, the question is who will have the authority over the new army? Oniki asked the question. You will only fight amongst yourselves, so I would like you to respect my position as a neutral party. I will decide who amongst you is best suited for the job, Mifune said clearly. Alright, who? Oniki asked, clearly running out of patience. The Hokage, Mifune answered, surprising the room. Like hell, I'll follow the orders of that man's child, Oniki said in anger. Mifune Dono, I just took the position of Hokage barely a week ago, Naruto spoke his opinion. Konoha has done more damage to Akatsuki than any other faction, even if you were aided by Kumo and Suna on several occasions. You also wield the Rinnegan, so it should only be fitting that you lead the alliance against the force which threatens the entire world, Mifune explained his reasoning. There is also the fact that Uchiha Madara originally founded Konoha with Senju Hashirama, so again it is fitting that Konoha leads the battle against him. The room fell into silence after that. Why not someone else? Naruto asked him. Kazekage Dono and Raikage Dono are too young. You are in fact too young, but you specifically have the most experience in dealing with Akatsuki out of everyone in this room. Tsuchikage Dono on the other hand is too old for the position and would be seen by many of the smaller villages as having mobility problems. Mizukage Dono, she would make a good choice, but her village's reputation may become a negative factor when dealing with Akatsuki and any of the smaller countries. I don't know Akatsuki's plans for the Biju, but we can't let the Kyuubi or the Nibi fall into their hands, Mifune explained. Again the room fell silent. What is your answer? Mifune asked the Hokage. Suddenly a white figure erupted from the center of the room, surprising everyone. Hello. White Zetsu shouted as the guards dropped down from above onto the tables. Now what? Yugito growled out. Akatsuki? Naruto queried. So it would appear, Oniki replied. Uchiha Sasuke is here somewhere, the question is where? White Zetsu asked with a grin. Let's all search for Sasuke, come on. He called out. Sasuke? What the hell is he doing here? Naruto inquired. He works for Akatsuki now, White Zetsu explained. Yugito was suddenly over the table and had her hand firmly around the intruder's neck. She slammed him into the ground as lightning danced across her body. She's fast, White Zetsu thought as the Raikage glared down at him. Akatsuki is here. Tell me where before I crush you, Yugito growled at him. Oh fine, I'll give you one hint, White Zetsu said, amused, until Yugito snapped his neck and dropped his corpse to the floor. She turned away and said to her escorts, she helped me locate the intruders. There was no reason to kill him. If we had captured him, you have been able to get some intel on Akatsuki out of him, Mei told the young Raikage. Screw the interrogation, there's no one in Akatsuki who would willingly betray them. The only reason Orochimaru did was because he failed in taking over Itachi's body, Naruto said, standing up also. They're all hardcore, Gaara commented. Darui. Let's go. Yugito shouted as she punched a hole through the wall to make an exit. Sorry about that wall, Darui said to the samurai as he and she made to follow their cage. Good grief, she's just like her grandfather at that age, Oniki commented at the sight. To Yuya, Sai, you two follow me, Naruto spoke as he dashed out of the room. It's time for a Team Kakashi reunion, he finished before vanishing down the corridor. What? Karen thought in surprise as her senses flared. What is it, Karen? Jugo asked her. The samurai are starting to move, they seem to be looking for us, Karen answered quickly. Zetsu, it was him, Jugo stated. It's no use, there are too many of them, they'll capture us for sure, Karen said to the team. That bastard Zetsu, I won't forget this, Suigetsu said through gritted teeth. Just then Sasuke jumped out in front of a squad of samurai as they channeled lightning chakra into their swords. Samurai can control chakra too? Karen asked confused. I had no idea they could use chakra like that, Suigetsu commented as Sakura appeared at the Otokuge's side. What are they doing? Karen asked, almost panicking. I'm really pissed off right now, come at me. I won't go easy on you, Sasuke said to the samurai. Neither will we, the leader shouted as he sent 2 lightning slashes at him. Sasuke swiped the kusanagi up and the lightning attacks dissolved, he deflected them. That jutsu looked like ours. Sasuke shot forward without a word and started slicing through the samurai faster than they could react. Damn it, why is he killing them? Suigetsu asked through gritted teeth. His chakra is completely different from earlier, it's a lot darker than before, colder too, Karen commented, shivering slightly. Something's coming, she shouted as the ceiling above them exploded and 6 figures dropped down in the room. Well, isn't this a nice little reunion? Asked a male voice she didn't recognize. You two really are working with Akatsuki now, you'll both be dead by the end of the day, declared a woman's voice she also didn't recognize. Naruto, Yugito, Sakura nodded in greeting. Dobi, demon woman, Sasuke snorted at the pair. With Eros Sennin dead, I now run his spy network. I have to say, when I found out you were the new Otokuge, I was surprised, Naruto stated, amused. Not as much we were when we heard you two became the Hokage and the Raikage, Sasuke continued. We heard about Kakashi-sensei too, Sakura added. And that Itachi was killed by you, Sasuke finished with a glare at the Hokage. Naruto nodded in understanding. If you want to kill me, then you're welcome to try Tem. No matter what happens here today, the bond we all have as Team Kakashi will be forever severed, Yugito declared as her body exploded in electricity. Let's go wild, Naruto finished as he also shifted into his most powerful form. Chapter 34, Friends and Enemies Part 1. Iron Country, Sanro. I won't show mercy, Dobi. Sasuke shouted as he shot forward, his left hand covered in lightning. Naruto shot forward also, prompting Yugito to shout, wait. Naruto. Sasuke, maybe, you and I, or opposites, Naruto thought as they closed in on each other. Chidori, Sasuke called out with his arm outstretched. Rasengan, Naruto exclaimed as the 2 attacks clashed. And the world around them was consumed in light. The 2 stood apart from each other in the empty white void. You know, everyone in the village used to hate me. They hated me because of the Kyuubi, and I used to hate them too. There were times when I wanted revenge, one misstep and I might have come to the same horrible conclusion you did. I thought I had no connections with anyone until I met you and Iruka-sensei. I knew you were always alone and I was relieved there was someone else like me. I wanted to talk to you but I didn't. I was jealous because you could do anything, so I decided you would be my rival. I wanted to be like you. I finally had some connections, as we fulfilled our duties as Team 7 and later as Team Kakashi. I was always chasing after you, wanting to be as strong as you. I'm glad I met you, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto, nothing you say can change my mind. I'm going to kill you, you took away my revenge. You took away my purpose. Sasuke shouted at him. Naruto nodded at that, I know. Your only choices are to kill me and be the hero who protects the village, or just another loser that I kill. The choice is yours, Sasuke said clearly. Naruto just continued to smile. My choice is. Everyone covered their eyes as the explosion rocked the entire building and hurled the 2 combatants across the room on opposite sides. Bansho Tenin, Tayuya called out as she tried to slow Naruto's speed just long enough for Sai to catch him. Sasuke-kun, Sakura exclaimed in surprise as Suigetsu caught him. What were you thinking charging straight in like that? Yugito asked him in a voice mixed with anger and worry. Now, I know for sure, Naruto whispered, either not hearing her or ignoring her. He rose to his feet as Sai asked, now you know what, Hokage-sama? Sasuke-kun, Sakura asked, confused as she looked back and forth between the 2. So that's your answer, Sasuke said lowly. I refuse to believe that is the only outcome. I cannot accept that, the Uchiha shouted out. We've become first-class ninja, you saw it as plain as day, it's not too late. If you leave now we can forget this ever happened, Naruto told him. Sasuke just shook his head in response, I can't accept that, Dobi. I can't. ... Then you are truly lost, Naruto sighed in disappointment. Why do you go so far? Sasuke questioned. ... Because we're friends, Naruto's answer surprised him. Sasuke, we may not be able to understand each other by ordinary methods, but I knew that from the first time we met, we can understand each other with our fists, and there's nothing wrong with that. After all, like I said, it means we've become first-class ninja. Naruto. Sakura trailed off in thought as she looked at her former teammate. But I have given up on trying to speak to you both. I mean, I've never been a good talker anyway, so what the hell am I doing lecturing you? Hehehe, even if we both end up dying in the end, at least we won't have to deal with the Uchiha and the Kyuubi. Not burdened with any of that, Naruto said with a shrug. I refuse to believe that is the answer, Sasuke said simply. Come here so I can rip you to shreds, he said with a glare. Yeah, telling me you're going to rip me to shreds isn't going to make me come any closer, Naruto said while experiencing severe deja vu. Okay, I sounded way too much like dad for a second there. She now, Yugito ordered. Reigen Reikochu, she exclaimed as he cast the genjutsu. Stand firm, it's nothing more than an illusion, Sasuke told the others. Raiden no Yoroi, Yugito whispered as she appeared in front of the Uchiha in an instant. Sakura moved in front of her and blocked the attack with her own super strength, not bad Pinky. Her physical strength is on my level while she's using that jutsu of hers, Sakura thought as the two tried to push the other off balance. The Oto team jumped away and regrouped a few feet away. This isn't going to be as easy as we'd thought. The guy in the back is a censor, so is the Raikage, we're going to have to take them both and Naruto down if we're going to get out of here alive. Anyone up for it? Sakura asked the others. I'll do it, Jugo spoke up as his curse seal came to life and started to cover High Body. He roared as the curse seal consumed him completely, I'll kill you. Damn, his personality changed more than his appearance, everyone be on guard, his chakra just enlarged, Yugito commented. Now that Jugo is in killer mode, do you think he'll remember we're still on his side? Suigetsu asked him teammates. As long as you don't get in his way then you'll be fine, Sakura responded. I hope so, the swordsman muttered. A second later Yugito appeared in front of them and slugged Jugo across the face, sending him flying back across the room. He sailed through the air for a few seconds before crashing hard into the far wall, sending dust out from where the impact. Yugito appeared in front of the mutated Oto Nin and delivered a fierce punch to his ribs. While this was happening, Suigetsu appeared behind Shi and swung the Kubikiri Hako at him, gotcha. He was blocked, however Darui, who had moved to intercept him, nice sword. Thanks, Darui responded simply as Hisai appeared behind Suigetsu and made to stab him with his own tanto. Suigetsu backed off and readied his Kubikiri Hako once more. This is getting interesting. Across the room Tayuya jumped away as Sakura struck down on where she had been standing with damaging results. Hold still, the Pinkett shouted as she sent a jump after her. Sutenkyaku, she called out as she swung her leg down on the redhead. Shinra Tensai, Tayuya exclaimed in response and sent Sakura down towards the floor. Just then a large beam of energy exploded across the room, melting everything it touched and surprising the two. Jugo mustn't be holding back, Sakura commented upon seeing the blast. That was one of your teammates? Tayuya asked incredulously. He's the one who spawned the curse seal, and the only one who has a level 3 curse seal, Sakura explained. I killed her. Who's next? Jugo asked almost insanely. Keizuki, Yugito whispered as she appeared at his side and slashed his left arm clean off. Damn you bitch, Jugo shouted in anger. Hey Tayuya, trade ya, Yugito asked over her shoulder. Fine, the redhead agreed and the two turned their attention to their new opponents. Shinra Tensai, she shouted and blasted the mutated Oto Nin into the wall again. She then brought her hands together and created a small gravity well ball. Chibaku Tensai, she called out as she threw the ball at him. He laughed insanely as his cannons fired once more and hit the ball as it approached. It had no effect however and in fact seemed to enlarge it just before it struck him in the chest. He could feel his body being ripped apart and crushed as the ball started to draw in everything in the area. Tayuya kept it going until the room started to fall apart under the intense pressure of the attack. After it was over, Jugo was no more and Tayuya was left staring at the place where he once stood. She looked around in search of her allies but found that Yugito and Sakura were gone. Suddenly the sound of a bell-like screech filled the air and everyone turned to see 3 Narutos charging a spinning white shuriken-like weapon. Futon, Rasenshuriken, he exclaimed as he hurled the chakra shuriken at Sasuke. So this is how he defeated Itachi, Sasuke thought as evaded the attack and managed to escape from the wind sphere it expanded into. He rolled across the ground as the force of the resulting detonation blew him away, such an outrageous concentration of chakra. Futon, Rinkuden, Naruto followed it up with a large blast of wind from his mouth which destroyed the wall and forced the two of them outside into the snow. It was now that he felt his sage mode leave him. You can't win, Sasuke. What's the matter, Dobi? Running out of steam, Sasuke sneered as spiritual bones seemed to appear and case him. Is that Susanoo? No, it must be a weaker version of it, so that's how you survived my attack just now, Naruto mused upon seeing it. But last time I checked, it requires the Mangekyo Sharingan in order to use it. It's because of Itachi, isn't it? He received no reply. I see, for what it's worth I'm sorry. I do not want your apologizes. I want to kill you. Sasuke shouted at him. Quote. Try it then, Naruto dared as the two locked eyes. Tsukuyomi, Sasuke whispered as the world around them disappeared. Anomaly, Tsukuyomi. Naruto found himself in a black and red world with Sasuke standing a few feet away. He couldn't move or even speak as Sasuke wordlessly approached with the kusanagi in hand. The last time we fought, you mentioned taking my life on a whim. Well, now I'm going to take your life on a whim, Sasuke declared as he brought up the sword and struck forward. Only to have his outstretched arm caught by a figure covered in shadow. What? Suddenly Naruto could move again and he looked over at the one who had intervened, Itachi. Brother, Sasuke whispered with wide eyes. I'm very disappointed in you, Sasuke, Itachi said clearly before backhanding the younger Uchiha away. But how are you here? Sasuke asked as he recovered quickly. I gave Naruto-kun some of my power, just in case Madara got to you, Itachi replied. He hasn't got to me at all. I do this because I want to. Sasuke shouted in anger. You are still a child even now. I wanted you to use your hatred to push yourself beyond your limits and survive. However, now it is clear that you have allowed your hatred to consume you, Itachi said with a sad smile. He took a step towards his younger brother. I'm sorry. What are you? Sasuke started before he felt Itachi put a finger on his forehead just like he did so long ago. Sorry Sasuke, this is the last time, Itachi said with a smile. The world around them turned white. Iron Country, battlefield. Sasuke collapsed to his knees and clutched his head in his hands as he screamed in anguish. Naruto just stood where he was, unmoving as the Uchiha in front of him wailed with cries of pain that was both emotional and physical. Sasuke, Itachi loved you more than anything, please don't make me kill you, Naruto pleaded with him. Shut up Naruto. Damn it, he shouted in anger and pain as he felt his hatred continuing to manifest. Quickly Naruto unraveled his scroll and summoned a sage clone, Yakukuchio's no jutsu. The clone dispelled and his sage mode returned a second later. Can you even hear me, Sasuke? I said shut up. Amaterasu. Black flames shot towards the blonde. Shunpo no jutsu, Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellow light and reappeared behind the Uchiha. Amaterasu no tate, Sasuke whispered as black flames formed around the spiritual bones. Cho Udama Rasengan. Naruto struck with the massive spinning chakra ball in hand and reduced the landscape to a crater. Boulders, trees and the earth itself were blown away, leaving a noticeable hole in the earth where the jutsu had detonated. When the dust cleared, Sasuke could be seen standing in the middle of a large yamabushi with a bow and shield in each arm. That's not like Itachi's Susanoo, Naruto thought. Sasuke didn't say a word as the yamabushi brought up its bow and fired an arrow at the blonde. What's with that arrow's speed? Unable to move, Naruto poured as much chakra as he could into his next jutsu, Shinra Tensai. The spiritual arrow impacted the jutsu and dissipated, but it managed to almost reach Naruto before finally fading. I overused my gravity jutsu and I was still barely able to stop his attack. I can't take a hit from one of those. Dai Dobi, Sasuke shouted in rage as the yamabushi fired another arrow. At first Naruto didn't react but knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge or deflect the attack this time, so he was forced to tap into Kyuubi's chakra like he had done many times before. After his fight with Danzo he had originally been against using it, but he knew that as long as he was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki he would have to use its power to survive. And survival was all the fox cared about. His form disappeared in a column of crimson light as the Kyuubi's chakra consumed his body in its sinister embrace. The light died down a few moments later to reveal a human-sized chakra fox with 6 tails behind him and bones covering him. Sasuke saw this and fired another arrow, intent on putting an end to this once and for all. The arrow struck the cubified Naruto in the chest with devastating force, blowing up dust and granite as the sound echoed across the battlefield. When it cleared, the fox stepped around a large slab of rock and grinned towards Sasuke, who was glaring back fiercely. So this is what it's come to, Hadobi. It doesn't matter, Sasuke said through rasped breaths as he continued to glare. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed a moment later and reappeared beside him. What? Naruto gave out a loud roar as he threw out a punch and tore into the side of the yamabushi, almost reaching Sasuke himself before the Uchiha was able to react and swat him away with the large spiritual shield. Oh no, Sasuke's eyes widened slightly when he saw the fox forming a black ball of chakra at his mouth. I have to stop him. He fired another arrow at him, if only to stop him from finishing his jutsu. He was too late. Rokubuko Ima, the arrow struck before he finished charging and forced the jutsu to destabilize. The world around the two fighters disappeared in a miniature sun. Chapter 35, Friends and Enemies Part 2. Iron Country, Battlefield. Two paths. They're too far apart to be called destiny. Yet too close to be called fate. Naruto and Sasuke stood apart, both clearly exhausted and barely able to stand. The destruction around them would scar the landscape for generations to come long after the two warriors, brothers in all but blood, were dead and gone. Still, a victor needed to be determined. I had to shut off Kyuubi's chakra or risk losing control like I did against Danzo. My last sage clone must have dispelled again. I'm in sage mode, Naruto thought as he looked over at his opponent. Well, at least I took out Susanoo, but I only have one shot at taking him out for good. What's the matter, Dobi? Don't tell me you're scared. Sasuke taunted. You were the scaredy cat on our team, Sasuke. Do you remember the last time we fought? It feels like a lifetime ago, Naruto asked with a smile. Not that it matters now, let's finish this, Sasuke. The Uchiha narrowed his eyes as Naruto formed a familiar hand seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He's going to throw another one of his chakra shurikens, Sasuke realized as his eyes shifted into the Mangekyo Sharingan in preparation. Just then he saw 4 clones charging 2 separate chakra shurikens at the same time. He can use 2 of those things. Futon, Suin Rasenshuriken, Naruto called out as he hurled the 2 jutsus at the Uchiha. Amaterasu, black flames erupted towards the blonde Hokage and slammed into one of the chakra shurikens, forcing it to detonate prematurely. Sasuke tracked the next one as it sailed towards him and narrowly jumped over. It continued on for several feet before detonating in a ball of wind and power, shredding everything within range. Sasuke turned his attention back to the blonde and his eyes widened slightly when he saw the distortion of chakra in his hand. Chibaku Tensai, Naruto exclaimed as he threw the gravity ball at the Otokage. Wings erupted from Sasuke's back as his curse seal took effect and he jumped high into the air, using his wings to gain speed. The gravity ball expanded and drew in everything within range and compressing it into a reasonably large sphere of solid ground. Kukukuku, you missed, Dobi. Sasuke chuckled like a snake. Bansho Tenin, Naruto yelled and suddenly the large moon-like ball was thrown at the airborne Sasuke. What? Sasuke explained in thought as the sphere slammed into him and then down to the surface. The miniature moon crashed down on the earth and rolled, blowing up dust as it moved and leaving a wave of destruction in its wake. When the dust cleared, rubble dotted the area around the impact and Naruto could be seen taking staggered breaths and gazing down from a large slab of rock. Sasuke wasn't any better off, having his cloak torn to shreds and his upper body littered with cuts and bruises. So you survived, Hatem. Hey, Naruto coughed as he tried to chuckle. His breathing steadied and he smiled. How about it, Sasuke? One final clash. Sasuke didn't respond, instead forming several hand seals and encasing his fist in lightning. He shot forward and jumped, his hand outstretched and aimed at Naruto's heart. Naruto himself had jumped high with his father's jutsu in hand and thrust it out in one swift motion. Rasengan. Chidori. The two became encased in a blinding light as they both battled for dominance, sending waves of wind, lightning and sheer power cascading in all directions. At that moment Naruto thought of his friends and family he had in Konoha and silently swore he wouldn't let them come to harm as long as he was the Hokage. He was the Rokudaime Hokage. He broke through, surprising Sasuke just before he slammed the spiraling sphere into his former friend and blowing him back. Sasuke fell and struck the rubble below, blowing up dust and smoke with an echoing impact. Naruto hit the ground a moment later and rolled to a stop at the base of a nearby slab of upturned rock. Naruto coughed and used every scrap of energy he had left and could actually muster to stand on his own feet again. He fell down a second later though and shakily started to crawl towards where Sasuke had fell. When he finally got there he saw Sasuke lying in the center of a medium-sized crater, a hole through his stomach and what looked like a pained grimace on his face. Sasuke. Itachi is waiting for you, go to him, Naruto whispered and he saw Sasuke's expression return to neutral. If he didn't know any better he thought that maybe Sasuke had heard him. Suddenly a blinding light exploded from his body and landed in Naruto's hands. Naruto didn't even bother looking at it this time since he already knew that it could only be a chakra crystal necklace. 6 of 6, life, eyes and body, weakened. I now have all 6, but what are they for? Naruto asked in thought as put the necklace on. What a disappointment he was, echoed a voice from behind him. Naruto snapped his head around sharply and his eyes widened. You're coming with me, little Senju, Uchiha Madara said clearly as his mask began to spin wildly, creating a vortex around them. They were both gone a second later. Iron Country, Sanro. Well, at least you sorted out your priorities, Pinky, Yugito taunted as she used her superior speed to close the distance between them. But you still have a long way to go before you can match my Raiden no Yoroi. Sakura narrowly evaded the punch that was thrown at her. Yugito's punch struck the wall. And went through it. Blowing out a good 20 meters of it too. Okasho. Sakura called out as she landed a punch to the blonde girl's side. Fuck, that hurt, Yugito grunted as the two broke apart. Mokuden Haijutsu. Jukai Koden, Sakura said clearly, and a large number of trees exploded from the ground. How the hell can she use Mokuden Jutsu? She's not a Senju or an Uzumaki. Yugito thought in alarm. I'm sure you're wondering how I can use Mokuden Jutsu. Think of them as spoils of war from my fight with that Konoha Anbu guy the first fought from the last time we met, Sakura explained. You experimented on Yamato Taicho? Yugito demanded angrily. Yes, the Pinkett replied simply. Why would you do something like this? After everything we've been through. Tell me why, Yugito demanded with a glare. Sakura stood frozen for a moment, tears starting to form at the edge of her eyes and giving a small but happy smile. I did it for Sasuke-kun, she answered with both happiness and sadness at the same time. You love him that much? Yugito asked her. Sakura nodded with a tearful smile. It may have started out as a crush, but he's my world, he always has been. She wiped away the tears and took a deep breath. I'm sorry. You've made your choice, Pinky, it's the wrong one, Yugito said simply. Maybe it was, Sakura admitted. But if I could do it all over again I wouldn't change a thing, she smiled at the memory of her time with Sasuke. Let's finish this, Pinky, Yugito said clearly. Sakura nodded and formed several hand seals, Mokuden, Daijirin no Jutsu. She threw out her right arm and several spikes of wood shot out towards the raikage. Raiden no Yoroi, Yugito thought as she evaded the attack and closed the distance between them. Keizuki, she called out as her arm ignited in flames. Mokuden, Mokujoheiki, Sakura whispered as wood shot up and formed a half-sphere between them. Do you really think that's going to be enough? Don't insult me, Kaden, Dai Keizuki. The blade enlarged and sliced through the barrier in one swift motion, forcing Sakura to jump away. Sakura landed on one of the branches above the blonde and glared down at her. As long as she's using that jutsu of hers I can't deal any real damage. I need to use the gates if I want to win this, the Pinkett thought and made a hand seal. What is she doing? Yugito looked on, confused and wary. Kaiman, Kuman, Simon, Shoman, Toman, Kaiman, Kai. Sakura shouted as her chakra exploded from her body in large amounts. Yugito's eyes went wide at seeing the amount of chakra being released. You've opened your celestial gates. Are you insane? Shut up, Sakura shouted in anger as she disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared in front of the raikage. Yugito's enhanced reflexes kicked in and she was able to avoid the barrage of punches thrown at her head and chest. Yugito saw an opening in Sakura's attacks and thrust out a kick as fast as she could towards the Pinkett's midsection, only for Sakura to disappear again. Shit, she's as fast as I am. No. This isn't good, Yugito realized and thought as she jumped away in a burst of speed. Suddenly Sakura appeared above her and attacked, forcing Yugito to bring her arms up in defense. Double shit. Sutenkyaku. Sakura called out as she swung her outstretched leg down on Yugito's position. The tree shattered under the force of the blow and Yugito fell straight down at alarming speeds, unable to change course or grab onto anything. She crashed down on the stone floor below with a deafening thud and an explosion of smoke and dust. Sakura landed on the branch of one of the trees and looked down at the clearing smoke. Suddenly a loud roar filled the air, accompanied by a wave of bloodlust and raw heat. Yugito now stood on the stone floor, as a large purple demon fire cat with two rather large tails and a monstrous grin. By now Sakura had already resealed her gates and was in the process of healing her self-inflicted wounds, but kept her eyes trained on the large miniature Biju. This isn't going to be a walk in the park, Sakura thought grimly. Hi Nami. Yugito snarled as she sent a blast of flames at her. Sakura jumped over the blast as it incinerated the trees around her and she landed on the stone floor. Hold still, Pinky. I can't win while she's in this form. I'll need to suppress her with the Shodai Hokage's jutsu, Sakura thought as she looked up at the monstrous demon cat in front of her. Suddenly a ball of fire started to form at the cat's mouth, causing her eyes to wide. Oh no. Nekomata Gukakyu. Sakura narrowly evaded that attack as the ball slammed into the wall behind her and exploded in a blast of heat and death which incinerated everything within range. Sakura was blown from position and crashed down into one of the stone pillars with enough force to shatter it. This action caused the ceiling above them to fall and crumble to the ground, almost burying them both alive. Had enough yet, Pinky? Yugito growled out. Shut up, Sakura yelled back as she formed a hand seal. Hokage Shiki Jijun Jutsu, Kakuen Nitten Sushu, suddenly wooden columns shot out the ground and grabbed Yugito's fire tails along with her midsection, and surprisingly the wood wasn't burnt by her. Yugito let out an earth-shattering scream as the Nibi's chakra and flames left her form. She collapsed to the ground in a pile of blood as the wooden columns retracted and disappeared. Sakura approached her beaten form and grabbed her by the collar of her now shredded cloak. Yugito felt her head pounding as she was thrown clear out of the hole in the wall she had made earlier and fell several feet before crashing down onto the snow-covered ground below. "This bloody bitch is pissing me off," Yugito thought grimly as Sakura appeared next to her again and kicked her in the side, sending the blonde crashing through one of the nearby trees. "I'm cold and in pain. I'm really going to die, aren't I?" Yugito asked in thought as she saw Sakura slowly approach. "I hope you're happy." Sakura, for the first time since they met, she had finally called her by her name, now at the end. "Goodbye, Yugito," Sakura smiled sadly and swung her leg down on Yugito's head. "Raiden, Kirin," Yugito whispered as a large dog-like monster made of lightning shot down from the sky and struck down on where the two were, catching them both in its embrace. When the light died down, Sakura had been completely vaporized and Madara stood where the two had been with Yugito in his arms. He put her down and chuckled, "This went better than I'd hoped." Tayuya and Sai appeared alongside the rest of the cages and their escorts a moment later. "Stop right there," Tayuya ordered, but Madara just looked up at them and his Sharingan spun wildly. "Sasuke served his purpose well. I now have the Kyuubi and the Nibi. With all of the Biju in my possession, I can now start implementing my Moon's Eye plan. Until next time, Senju." Tayuya, Madara spoke mockingly before disappearing in a swirl of orange with the unconscious Yugito. "Oh no," Tayuya whispered fearfully as she reached out towards the space where Madara once stood. It was over. Chapter 36, Extraction Part 1. Waterfall Country, Akatsuki Hideout. It was dark and damp in the hideout when Naruto awoke groggily. After quickly getting his bearings, he saw that his arms and legs were restrained and he appeared to be on some kind of platform surrounded by what looked like a crystal. His first thought was to punch it, but it didn't break. Then he tried his signature jutsu but found that his chakra was completely sealed off. "I wouldn't bother trying to escape Senju Naruto." He spun around quickly and came face to face with his worst enemy, Uchiha Madara. "I think you've got me mistaken with someone else," Naruto said, finally knowing he was already captured. Madara chuckled slightly at that. "You're right, but that doesn't change the fact that you are a Senju and a wielder of the Rinnegan to boot. You even have Hashirama's will of fire. I despise you and everything you stand for." "The feeling is mutual, Tem," Naruto shot back and glared through the crystal. "Even now you are unafraid of me, even now knowing that I will kill you, you still refuse to bow before the superiority of the Uchiha." Madara shook his head as if he were talking to a child. "Could you be any more full of yourself? Just because my ancestor and your ancestor were brothers and your ancestor just so happened to have a battle fan shoved up his ass sure as hell doesn't make him superior. I think I speak for everyone all over the shinobi world when I tell you to fuck off." Naruto bit back with a wide grin. "You really don't understand the severity of the situation, do you? What I am trying to accomplish. The Senju were always the favored child of the Rakudo Sennin, but even Hashirama and you have to come up with a plan to bring this world the peace that the Rakudo Sennin sought." "I have," Madara declared almost gloatingly. "Peace. Any peace you create will end in nothing but misery," Naruto responded in disgust. "Everything will become one with me, it will be a perfect union and I will finally be complete," Madara began. "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked, confused. At the dawn of the shinobi world, the Rakudo Sennin became known as a god among shinobi. The Moon's Eye plan is connected to what made him become worshipped as a god. You see, he saved the world from a monster. A monster which was a fusion of all of the Biju of today known as a Jubi, the Akatsuki agent explained, and Naruto fell quiet. The Rakudo Sennin divided the Jubi's chakra into the 9 Biju, with the Kyuubi as the last and most powerful one of them all. In order to protect the world from the Jubi, the Rakudo Sennin created a new jutsu which is still in use today as the jutsu which seals away a Biju into a child, Madara explained. Are you saying he willingly created a Jinchuriki to save the world? Naruto asked after another moment of silence. He turned himself into a Jinchuriki in order to stop the monster and become its prison, at least temporarily. He saved the world from the Jubi and became worshipped as a god, but the demon's chakra was too powerful and deadly. When he discovered that the seal would break once he died and he knew it would wreak havoc on the world again. On his deathbed he divided the Jubi into the Biju of today and sealed the Jubi's body and soul into the sky. Naruto, I don't have to tell you what jutsu he used to act as the Jubi's permanent prison, Madara said. Naruto knew what he was referring to, Chibaku Tensai. Madara nodded knowingly, correct. The moon that you see at night is the largest Chibaku Tensei ever constructed. A true monument to the Rakudo Sennin and his divine power. So you want the Jubi, and I guess the only way for you to get it is by fusing the 9 Biju back together. But what do you plan to do once you actually have the Jubi? Naruto asked, confused and intrigued. Madara chuckled at that and explained clearly. I want to become the Jubi Jinchuriki and use its power to complete my Moon Eye plan. With its power I will be able to use Mugen Tsukuyomi and cast it on the moon. I will be able to cast an illusion over everyone on Earth. I will control everyone and everything on Earth with my genjutsu, and the world will finally become one. A world without ill will or strife. Everything will become one with me. Everything will become united. That is my Moon's Eye plan, Madara declared. Make the world one. I think Danzo said something similar right before I killed him. If you think Konoha will just stand by and watch, then you've gone senile, old man. You will lose, Naruto said finally. I must say I am surprised, Senju Naruto, a revelation of this magnitude and still you don't falter an inch. Not that it matters, you will be dead soon enough. Madara chuckled slightly and turned away. Why did you tell me this? I'm going to die anyways, so why tell me? Naruto asked him. You are a Senju. I wanted to see the look on your face when you found out exactly how far the Uchiha have surpassed you, Madara spoke simply. Now nighty-night, little Senju. Madara clicked his fingers and Naruto suddenly collapsed against the crystal, clearly unconscious. Madara started down the corridor where the sealing room was located and where the zombie twins were finishing their preparations for the first extraction. Soon the world will be mine. Pain's hologram appeared in the central chamber and he spoke clearly to the room, assemble. Suddenly the remaining members of Akatsuki appeared in the room, either as another hologram or in person. Once we're done with the Nibi, we'll seal the Kyuubi. It'll take 4 days, so prepare yourselves. Stay aware of your physical forms and Zetsu, have your physical body stand guard. Use the one with the greatest range, got it? Understood, Zetsu nodded. Pain looked down at the body of Yugito lying on the ground and said, let's begin. Fuinjutsu, Genryu Kyufujin. Enemies approach the hideout, White Zetsu reported. How many enemies and who are they? Pain questioned. Several teams of Konoha nins led Senju Tsunade and Uzumaki Tayuya, Black Zetsu replied. Hidan, Kakuzu, you two head out and intercept them. Keep them from interfering, Pain ordered. Uzumaki Tayuya, she has an interesting bounty on her head, Kakuzu mused as he disappeared from the room. Wait for me, Kakuzu. Jashin-sama demands I be the one to kill them. Hidan called as he dashed after his partner. Hidan, shut up, Kakuzu said simply as they disappeared. Once they were gone, Pain turned to Madara and said, we should move the Kyuubi out of here now and extract it at another location. We may be able to finish extracting the Nibi, but once the task force from Konoha gets here we will be unable to extract the Kyuubi if we remain. I'll move him to the hideout on the grass country border once we finish with her, Madara stated. I can see peace, Pain thought as he returned his attention to the task at hand. Waterfall country, forest. Tayuya dashed through the trees as quickly as she could, constantly keeping herself from trying to overtake Tsunade, who was in charge of all Konoha forces while the Hokage was unavailable. She still couldn't believe what had happened after Madara had captured the weakened Naruto and Yugito, who were exhausted from their battles with two extremely powerful opponents, Akatsuki agents with unnatural strength. After Madara had kidnapped them, the other Kages voted to join together in an alliance against Akatsuki, forcing Tayuya to represent Konoha at the summit and a man named Darui to represent Kumo. They had all immediately returned to their homes in order to notify their respective villages of what has happened. Since Naruto had stated clearly that Tsunade was in charge of Konoha while he was gone, she was naturally given tactical command of the situation regarding Konoha, and she immediately put together a response and rescue team which included her. Sai had placed tracking devices on both Naruto and Yugito while at the summit on Naruto's orders should Akatsuki try anything. Naruto thought it was a necessary precaution. He was right. They had tracked the signal deep within Waterfall country and they had notified the other villages before heading out to try and rescue their Hokage and by proxy the Raikage. They didn't have much time. It had already been 3 days since the pair were captured, and if they didn't reach them soon then it would be too late. You did well, Tayuya. You can rest now, I've got this. Ni-san, the redhead thought as the memory flashed through her mind. Hey Tayuya. Trade ya. Yugito. I should have been there, Tayuya continued and suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked over and saw it was Sai. You shouldn't worry too much, they'll be fine, Sai reassured her. Dickman. Sai, Tayuya nodded. Thanks, she whispered and turned her attention back to the front. Despite what many believed, Sai was learning quite quickly how to understand the atmosphere of a situation. It was something he had been working on since joining Team Naruto, and he could tell Yuya was worried for her brother and her best friend more than anyone else besides Tsunade. Futon, Atsugai, Kaden, Zukoku, two voiced exclaimed from above. Above us, Kiba shouted as a massive blast of heat and fire descended on the group. Fujutsu Kyuin, Yuya whispered as she held up her hands and absorbed the large blast as six-figure dropped down in front of them. Akatsuki, Ino asked as she looked them over. 4 of them appeared to be some kind of black-webbed monsters while the other 2 actually looked human. It would seem so, Sai confirmed and threw a volley of shuriken at Hidan. Hidan grinned and deflected them with his scythe before flinging it out and forcing Sai to dodge to the side as it slashed at him. He's fast. Raiden, Jion, Kakuzu exclaimed as lightning erupted from one of the masks attached to one of the creatures. Fujutsu Kyuin, again Yuya absorbed the attack but fell to one knee under its force. Tsunade appeared above the 2 Akatsuki agents and swung her leg down. Sutenkyaku, she called out, smashing the area into a crater. Kakuzu, Hidan called in surprise as he slid away. I hardened my body with Domu at the last second, so I'm alright, Kakuzu answered as he recovered as well. He's got some jutsu that allows him to harden his body. Sounds similar to Yugito-chan's lightning jutsu, Tsunade mused. Tsunade of the Sannin, renowned for her medical knowledge but more importantly her super strength. I must say it has been a while since I fought a senju. Physical attacks are useless against me, so you aren't really a threat, Kakuzu spoke in an amused tone. Chidori, Yuya called out as she appeared behind one of the webbed creature and cut her arm through its mask, causing it to shatter. What? Hidan exclaimed in surprise as he sent a look towards the Yuya they had been fighting. It dissolved into water. She pulled a switch with a water clone. One down, Yuya declared as the body convulsed before falling to the ground and dissolving. I didn't even sense you, Kakuzu's voice was filled with annoyance. Wait, red hair and the Rinnegan. Uzumaki Yuya, I presume. Yet another senju comes out of nowhere to fight me, you have quite the bounty on your head, you know. Tsunade Obakan, Yuya called, and Tsunade shot her dirty look promising pain if she called her that again. Take everyone on ahead while Sai and I deal with these 2, she shouted. Alright, catch up when you can, Tsunade said back and jumped away with the rest of the teams, knowing they didn't have much time to complete the rescue. Alright, let's get to it, Hidan said with a grin. Agreed, Kakuzu nodded. Jashin-sama, behold, I give myself, body and soul, to the carnage that is to come. In your name, I will rip their insides out and shred their entrails. Hidan shouted to the heavens. Kakuzu made a hand seal and said, Hidan, stay back for now. No way, I want in on this action, Hidan told him. So let's just go with the usual, alright. Fine, Kakuzu answered finally. Hidan shot forward a moment later and appeared in front of Yuya before she could blink. A second later Sai came in from the side and parried the initial attack from the side with his tanto. Sai backflipped onto a nearby tree and Hidan pursued a moment later, trying to gain the upper hand on the former root agent. Just the one of the webbed creatures appeared behind Hidan and let loose a massive blast of wind. Futon, Atsugai. Yuya covered her eyes to avoid the dust that was blown everywhere. He shot right through his own teammate. Why? When the dust died down, Hidan could be seen again without a scratch on him. What are they? Sai, fall back now, the redhead called, and Sai quickly complied by appearing at her side. Running already? Hidan taunted. You wish, Shinra Tensai. Yuya retorted and threw out a massive blast of gravity, surprising the 2 Akatsuki agents. Hidan crashed through a nearby boulder and Kakuzu sailed through one of the trees while the webbed creatures slammed hard into the ground itself. You bitch, Hidan gritted out as he stood once more while his partner and the creatures did the same a moment later. Jashin-sama will take your soul, he shouted as he shot forward. I'll keep him busy, Sai spoke up and moved to intercept. The former root agent knew that of everyone on Team Naruto he was by far the weakest, but even so he was still an Anbu and wouldn't be beaten so easily. Choju Giga, he summoned several ink tigers to charge at the side-wielding maniac in front of him. Raiden, Jion, Kakuzu called out as he let loose 2 discharges of lightning chakra. Fujutsu Kyuin, Yuya whispered as she brought her hands up to absorb the attack once again. What is with this guy? They're both strong, especially the one with the masks, but normally someone can only use high-level jutsu of their own affinity, yet he's already used earth, wind, fire and lightning. You are the first to have survived our routine, no doubt thanks to your Rinnegan, Kakuzu commented after a moment of silence. The only sound that was heard was of the random clang from their partners fighting not too far away. You're a Konoha nin, huh? You remind me of first Konoha nin I ever fought, a true piece of work that one, the Shodai Hokage, he chuckled. What? Tayuya's eyes widened in shock. Unknown. Limbo. Yugito looked around at the white void around her and felt tears begin to fall down her face. She looked at her hand only to see it was fading in and out seemingly without end. Yugi-chan, she heard the voice she hadn't heard since she was 6 and turned quickly towards it. There, standing in front of her were Karabi and her parents waving towards her. Mom, Dad, she stammered out as she cried. She embraced them a moment later. Waterfall country, outside Akatsuki hideout. Tsunade and the rest of the Konoha nins dropped down into the clearing in front of the entrance. We're here, Tsunade said clearly as she looked over the seal on the large door in front of them. Inside, Yugito floated in the center of the chakra bubble as her biju was sucked out and into the demonic statue a few feet away. They're outside, White Zetsu reported. It no longer matters, Pain responded as the chakra died down and Yugito's body dropped to the cold floor below. It is done, we have the Nibi. Chapter 37, Extraction Part 2. Waterfall Country, Akatsuki Hideout. This seal on the entrance. I remember Jiraiya showing me one once. Neji, use your Byakugan and locate any other seal tags in the area, Tsunade ordered. The veins around Neji's eyes intensified and he spoke, there are 4 scattered in all directions. Team Guy plus Katetsu, you take care of them, Tsunade gave the order and the 4 disappeared into the trees. After a few moments the barrier dropped and the group entered. It was empty inside, save for a motionless Yugito on the floor. We're too late, Ino whispered in horror. Tsunade was already at the Raikage's side and running through diagnostic scans. Tears were running down her face as she confirmed what she knew was the truth, God no. There's no sign of Hokage-sama, Neji informed the group. He's probably been moved to another location. Sai should still have the tracking device on him so we can go after him, Shikamaru spoke up. Tsunade-sama, your orders. Neji asked her. Team Guy head back to assist Tayuya and Sai. Shikamaru, I am about to do something very dangerous and the consequences might be extreme, but you are now in charge of Konoha until Tayuya takes command, understood? Tsunade told him. Shikamaru nodded in affirmation, yes Tsunade-sama, but what are you planning to? I plan on saving my apprentice, Tsunade said clearly as she formed several hand seals. What is that? Ino asked confused as the chakra covering Tsunade's hands turned blue. Kisho Tensai. Unknown. Limbo. You need to go back, Yugi-chan, her mother whispered softly. They need you, she said with a smile. We're proud of you and won't question your chosen path in life, her father continued with his own smile. They slowly started to drift away from her. Mom, Dad, Grandfather, Karabi-sensei, Yugito shouted as she ran after their retreating forms. The light consumed her. Waterfall country, Akatsuki hideout. Tsunade fell back and was caught by Ino and Hinata. No one was sure what happened, but they knew Tsunade accomplished whatever she was doing when Yugito's eyes snapped open and she gasped for breath and held back a scream of pain. Raikage-sama, you're alright? Shikamaru asked her. I'm fine, she rasped out. What happened? She asked as she struggled to sit up. The Nibi was extracted from you and you, well, died, Shikamaru said nervously. I died. Then how am I alive now? Yugito asked him only to see him turn towards Tsunade's motionless form. Oh no, Yugito whispered as her eyes widened in horror. Don't tell me she used that jutsu to bring me back. Tears fell down Yugito's face again as she put her hand against Tsunade's cold and smiling face. A moment of silence descended on the chamber to pay respects to the passing of the last of the Sannin. Waterfall country, undead battlefield. Just how old are you? Are you immortal or something? Tayuya asked in disbelief. Kakuzu merely chuckled, immortal. There's no such thing. I've just managed to prolong my life by stealing and stocking up on others' hearts before mine stops from old age. By removing it while that shinobi is still alive, I can store up to 5 hearts at any one time, yours will replace the one you destroyed. We'll see about that, Tayuya yelled back. The creature with the fire mask suddenly opened and let loose a blast of fire towards her, Kaden, Zukoku. This time Tayuya jumped back to avoid the attack, damn this guy just won't let up. Above them Sai and Hidan clashed one more time before they fell back to their partners' sides. Are you alright, Dickman? Of course I am, were you worried, Blower? Sai asked her with a smile. I told you not to call me that, Tayuya growled back, but he just smiled. Their teamwork is seamless, there's no openings, Sai stated as he kept his gaze on their opponents. We need to end this quickly. I'm not like Naruto or Pain, I don't have seemingly unlimited chakra and I'm reaching my limit, Tayuya whispered back. I can take the one with the scythe, Sai whispered to her. We don't know his abilities, Tayuya said simply. When we were fighting I stabbed him a few times and he didn't even feel it. I even stabbed him in the heart but he just shrugged it off as if it were nothing, it's almost like he's immortal, Sai continued. Cover me and I'll use my genjutsu to help you take him down, Tayuya told him. What about the other one? Sai asked. Leave him to me for now, Tayuya said clearly. Understood, Sai finished and shot forward again. Good luck, Tayuya whispered and saw two of the masks open at Kakuzu's side. Bansho Tenon, she called out and pulled one of the webbed creatures towards her. No, Kakuzu shouted in surprise as Yugito's hand was engulfed in lightning chakra. Reikiri, Tayuya called out as she slashed the webbed creature straight down the middle causing it to dissolve. You'll pay for that, Futon, Atsugai, Kaiten, Zukoku, Kakuzu exclaimed as a massive wave of wind-enhanced fire shot towards her. Fujutsu Kyuin, Tayuya brought her hands up and absorbed the wave but her eyes widened when Kakuzu came running at her while she was busy absorbing it. Your heart is mine, Kakuzu shouted as he wrapped the strings in his arms around her and slammed her down on the ground. Die, he struck, tearing through her body to where her heart was located only for her to dissolve into water. A water clone, he blinked in surprise only to feel the world around him become a void of darkness. Kokuonyo no Jutsu, Tayuya said from behind the trees to his left. What is this? Hidan asked in surprise. Your death, Sai declared and appeared behind him. Hidan turned upon hearing the sound but it was already too late, his head was cut clean off and was set rolling across the ground. Bastard, Hidan's head shouted as his body fell motionless to the ground. This genjutsu, only used by the Shodai and Nidaime Hokages. Both were senju but that won't work on me, Kakuzu spoke and broke the illusion so he could see again. Kakuzu help me out here, Hidan demanded. He's still alive. Tayuya blinked in shock at seeing the talking head without a body. I'm a little busy right now, Kakuzu said to his partner and absorbed both of his remaining webbed creatures. Sai, Tayuya shouted and brought her hands together into a familiar hand seal. Choju Giga, Sai summoned a pack of ink tigers which charged at the Akatsuki agent. This ends here, Futon, Atsugai, Kaiten, Zukoku. Kakuzu opened his masks which were now embedded in his shoulders and released a large blast of wind-enhanced fire at the pair. The ink tigers jumped in the way and held it back for a few seconds before dissolving into normal ink again. You lose, Chibaku Tensai. Tayuya called out as she threw the gravity ball at the oncoming wave of fire. It snuffed out the flames instantly and slammed into Kakuzu's chest before drawing in everything within range including Hidan's head and body. Hidan screamed in anger and hatred as his body was ripped apart along with Kakuzu's and the ground beneath them tore itself open after the gravity became too much and started ripping the earth around them apart also. After a few more seconds Tayuya let it go and dropped to one knee as the miniature moon she constructed collapsed into a pile of rubble. Are you alright? Sai asked worried as he looked over the redhead. Tayuya puked blood onto the ground and coughed slightly. I think I overdid it there, she rasped out and fell forward only for Sai to catch her. Hey, are you two alright? Tenten shouted as she and the rest of her team arrived in the area. Whoa, what the hell happened here? She asked upon seeing the destruction around them. You don't want to know, Tayuya grunted out. Sai, Hokage-sama has been moved to another location. Can you track him? Neji asked the Anbu. Sai nodded after a moment and formed a hand seal. Grass country, border Akatsuki hideout. We must make this quick, Konan said as they took their positions. With only a few of us it will be slow work, White Zetsu commented. It doesn't matter, nothing can stop us now, Madara chuckled darkly as he stared at Naruto's still form. Let us begin, Pain grunted. Fuinjutsu, Genryu Q Fujin. We're running out of time, Karui said through gritted teeth as the group of Alliance Nin dashed through the trees. I can see the entrance up ahead, Neji informed them. Is there a seal? Yugito asked him. Yes, it matches the same configuration as the others, Neji confirmed. Alright, Team Asuma will remove the seal and then we can move in, Tayuya said to everyone in the area. We must hurry, it has already been several days since Reikage-sama was extracted, Sai spoke solemnly. That idiot, he'd better not die, Yugito whispered but everyone heard her. We're almost there, Tayuya said as they jumped out into the clearing near the cave entrance. Naruto's Mindscape, Jinchuriki Seal. The massive gate holding back the Kyuubi was breaking down and the fox itself was roaring in anger and hatred. Naruto watched on as slabs of metal rained down from the ceiling of the chamber and clattered around him. I refuse to be that man's plaything again. I will not allow it. The Kyuubi roared as it threw itself against the seal. That won't help you, fox, Naruto whispered sadly as he saw the seal begin to crack and break apart. Do something then, the Kyuubi shouted in rage. What can I do? Naruto asked simply. No. The Kyuubi's voice echoed through the chamber as the gate completely shattered and the Kyuubi was sucked out of the chamber. Goodbye Kyuubi, Naruto whispered as a lone tear trailed down his face. The world around him was consumed in light. Grass country, border Akatsuki hideout. It is finished, Pain said in triumph as Naruto's body dropped to the floor motionless. What's our next step? Conan inquired. Everyone is to return to aim immediately, then we will test the weapon, Pain spoke clearly. Madara looked over at him clearly amused, and when you sync with Geto Mazo I will take control of you and use you to release the Jubi for me. What about him? Conan asked as she nodded towards the dead Hokage. Leave him, he is of no consequence, Pain said before his hologram disappeared soon followed by everyone else. A moment later the entrance was blown open and the Alliance Nins poured through. Naruto! Yugito shouted as she ran to him. But knew it was already too late. Chapter 38, Path of the Sage. Unknown, Limbo. I must be in Limbo right now. I got to say I was expecting something more, Naruto mused as he looked around the white void. The Jubi was a true monster in every sense of the word, just one tail could destroy a continent so I sealed it away in the moon and split its chakra using senjutsu which gave me godlike chakra. What? Naruto turned quickly and spotted a man wearing samurai-like armor. Who are you? He asked. That's where I picked up the name Rakuto Sennin and my necklace was something I created to help me control the Jubi's power once it was sealed in me. You're the Rakuto Sennin? Naruto asked in surprise. The prophecy draws near and you must do like I did so long ago. You can't hear me, you must be a recording or something, Naruto whispered as he listened. Repeat after me, I am the one who will establish peace and order. I am the one who will establish peace and order, you're the one who was talking to me every time I recovered a chakra crystal, Naruto deduced. Like me there will come a time when you are no longer needed but until then you are to maintain the moon and the Biju sealed within it. How the hell can I do that? I'm dead, Naruto thought bitterly. Only a true sage can interface completely and control the Geto Mazo. What the hell is Geto Mazo? Naruto asked aloud. Even then all 6 crystals of the 6 paths necklace are needed to fully master Shiki Fujin in its complete form. What does Shiki Fujin but does that have too, wait complete form? I thought it just held back the Kyuubi, Naruto thought in surprise. After a moment of silence the Rakuto Sennin disappeared. All was silent until. You really know how to make an entrance don't you Naruto? He turned swiftly to the smiling face of Namikaze Minato. Hey Naruto, long time no see, Minato waved. Dad. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked over his father's face. You're kind of late, I suppose that's actually a good thing since it would mean you're strong, Minato said with a smile. Dad what are you, Naruto began. You're dead and the Kyuubi has been extracted. Since the Shiki Fujin on you has been forcefully opened the Shinigami has to allow me to come and see you while you're still in limbo. How have you been? Minato asked. How have I been? How have I been? I'm dead for crying out loud. Naruto shouted and Minato held his ground. Yes you are, so. Minato asked with a smile. What's with that look? Naruto asked in suspicion. You're just like your mother when you're angry, Minato commented amused. You planned this didn't you? Naruto asked catching on. Minato just smiled and said, there was a good chance that the man who sent Kyuubi to attack Konoha 16 years ago would try and extract it from you. Naruto huffed at that, so what? Madara is an asshole but in case you haven't noticed Dad, I'm still dead. I planned for that too, Minato said with a nod. Naruto cocked his head to the side confused, how? I only sealed half of Kyuubi's chakra in you but I sealed the other half in Shiki Fujin, an entirely different location, Minato explained. Where? You can only seal it inside a living container and I was the only one there when you sealed it, Naruto asked him. Minato smiled sadly, actually there was one other container there, it just happened to be a grown man instead of a newborn child. Naruto quickly caught on, you. Minato nodded at that, yes me, Kyuubi's yin chakra was sealed within my own body in a seal identical to yours. Why? Why would you do that? Naruto asked him, why would you split Kyuubi's chakra in half? Minato sighed and explained, because you needed a replacement after they removed the Kyuubi from you. A toad by the name of Garotora has the key which can open both seals completely and allow the core sealed in my body to be transferred to yours. I didn't make the key for your seal, I made it for mine. Dad, I don't know what to say, Naruto spoke after a moment. Minato just smiled and said, then don't say anything. I may not be able to return you to the land of the living, but I know you will return in a few moments anyways. How do you know that? Naruto asked, confused. Minato smiled when he sees Naruto's eyes start to glow, because you have people who still need you, now more than ever. Thank you for everything, Dad, about the Kyuubi. I understand why you did it. I don't agree with you, but I understand. Naruto smiled back as his body was consumed by light and he disappeared a moment later. Just then the Rakuto Sennin reappeared at Minato's side and asked, do you think he will be alright? Yes, I do. I believe in him to bring peace to the world where everyone else has failed, Minato said with a smile. The Kyuubi has been extracted, you are no longer bound to the Shinigami, the Rakuto Sennin said clearly. What do you mean? Minato asked him. You can finally reunite with your wife, the Rakuto Sennin replied before he turned and vanished again. Minato smiled again and started walking towards the light. Grass country, border Akatsuki hideout. Come on idiot, wake up, Yugito said, trying to remain calm as she cradled the Hokage's head. Naruto, come on, open your eyes, she pleaded. This can't be happening, Tayuya muttered and clenched her fists. Don't leave me, I love you. Yugito shouted at him, tears now freely falling down her face. Almost in response, the 6 crystals attached to his necklace started to glow and a low humming could be heard echoing throughout the chamber. Suddenly a weak shockwave washed over them all before the crystals floated into the air above his head. What is that? Yugito asked as she wiped the tears from her eyes. I don't know, Tayuya shook her head not knowing what to say. They are the chakra crystals Hokage-sama has been collecting over the years, Sai answered, surprising the group. Danzo-sama had extensive notes pertaining to the crystals, but he was unable to ascertain their purpose. In order to save his life I will give you resurrection, but because of the Shikifujin he may never be able to fight ever again. Did you guys hear that? Tayuya asked, freaking out at the voice. Hear what? Sai inquired. You may be able to give him back his life, but his eyes and body will be severely weakened, just like mine was when I sealed away the Jubi in the moon. Is it worth it? That, Tayuya replied in surprise. We don't hear anything, Tayuya, Yugito told her. Suddenly the crystals started to glow again and shot towards Tayuya, surprising everyone. The crystals then started to spin around her before integrating into her, and her Rinnegan suddenly activated. 2 embedded themselves in the back of her hands, another 2 in her shoulders, and the last 2 in her knees. Tayuya, are you alright? Yugito asked the redhead. I will bring peace and order, the voice that answered was not Tayuya. The redhead suddenly formed a hand seal and chakra exploded from her form, Geto, Rinne Tensai no Jutsu. A large statue exploded from the ground behind them, surprising the group alliance nins, and they backed away in fear. What is that? Kiba exclaimed in fear. Girl, the voice spoke through Tayuya again. Anchor his heart and his soul will return, it said to Yugito. Yugito looked at Tayuya's glowing Rinnegan before nodding. Be warned. Resurrection is taxing on the mind and body, as I have told my descendant he might never fight again. I understand, Yugito gave a tearful nod before turning her gaze back on the still form of Naruto. It is done, Tayuya collapsed to one knee as Naruto's body started to glow blue and yellow. The statue disappeared a moment later and the crystals returned to their place on Naruto's necklace. What the fuck was that? Tayuya groaned as pain flashed through her body. Suddenly Naruto's eyes snapped open and he gasped as air invaded his lungs once more. He coughed a few times and Yugito pulled him into a hug, surprising him as he was trying to figure out where he was. Why Yugito? Naruto blinked before he winced as pain shot through his stomach and arms. I thought I lost you, Yugito said as she cried in relief. What happened? He looked up and saw Sai holding a barely conscious Tayuya. I don't know, Yugito answered truthfully as her hands glowed green and she started to heal the damage he had taken. I heard a voice and then, I felt like someone was possessing me, Tayuya answered. I think, that was the Rakuto Sennin, Naruto responded. We should leave while we can, Akatsuki could show up at any time, Sai spoke up. I don't think Akatsuki cares about us anymore, Tayuya said, shaking her head. Don't ever leave me again, Yugito said to the Hokage with a tearful smile. Yugito? Naruto asked as he stared at her. What? She asked back. Marry me. Rain Country, AIM Akatsuki headquarters. The time has finally come, we have reached our objective and now have all of the Biju at our disposal. It is time we move into the final phase of the plan, Nagato spoke to the room from his chair. He turned and spoke in monotone, is that alright with you, Madara? Chiki Senju, fine, I'll play your game a little longer just to see if it works properly before I release the Jubi, Madara thought as he turned towards the leader of Akatsuki. Do what you want, pain. The mocking in the man's tone was ignored. Nagato made a hand seal and called out, Kuchios, Geto Mazo. Suddenly a large demonic statue with 9 eyes erupted from the ground in the center of the chamber. Now can begin. Be careful, Nagato, Konan said to him as cable-like spikes erupted from the hands from the statue and struck all 6 paths of pain along with Nagato himself. It is done, I am now completely synchronized with Geto Mazo, Nagato spoke from his chair. Who shall be the first target? Madara inquired with a smirk behind his mask. Just a little more, and then I will force him to use Rinne Tensai on me, he thought as his Sharingan began to spin. Konoha, Nagato answered as the statue began to glow. The roof opened up and the statue turned its head upwards to the sky. Chakras started pooling out of the 9 eyes and concentrated at the mouth of the statue where it compressed into a large ball of energy. Peace has arrived, Nagato spoke as the ball glowed and launched itself into the sky. Several seconds passed. And the ball dissolved into nothingness. It didn't work, Madara gritted his teeth in anger. Why didn't it work? He growled out. Nagato closed his eyes and concentrated. It's the Kyuubi, the yin half of its chakra is missing. The Kyuubi. Senju Naruto, that annoying little brat, he must have planned this, Madara's voice was laced with anger. What do we do? Konan asked the two. I will capture Namikaze Naruto and we take the rest of the Kyuubi's chakra, Nagato stated clearly. So close, Madara thought angrily. Chapter 39, Human Sacrifice. Fire Country, Konoha Hospital. So what's the prognosis, doc? Will I live? Naruto asked jokingly. You're lucky to be alive, Hokage-sama, Shizune answered as she finished healing his wounds. What's your point? Naruto blinked. Shizune sighed and went back to work on the wounds on his back. Without the Kyuubi your healing factor has lessened significantly. With Raikage-sama having returned to Kumo to organize their forces and Tsunade-sama, no longer with us, I can only do the best I can. Don't worry about it, Shizune-chan, you're one of the best around and a student of Senju Tsunade. Not many can boast about that, just patch me up enough to walk on my own and I'll be fine, Naruto told her. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, you're as far from fine as you can get. Your chakra coils are all but destroyed, your internal organs are barely holding themselves together and your immune system is almost non-existent. Raikage-sama wasn't as bonded to the Nibi as you were to the Kyuubi, so unlike her you actually need rest, Shizune stated clearly. Thanks for caring, Shizune-chan, but I know my body better than anyone, so please finish, Naruto said with a smile. Shizune's hands stopped glowing a moment later. It's done, but I recommend that you don't do anything stressful for at least few days. Naruto put on his new coat and smiled again. I'll try not to, but no promises. Shizune sighed, knowing that was the best she was going to get. Just be careful. Aren't I always? Naruto waved as he left. Shizune snorted as the door closed. Now to get some ramen, Naruto whispered as he took off towards Ichiraku's. I thought I'd find you here, Ni-san, Konohamaru called as he entered the ramen stand. Hey Konohamaru, where have you been hiding? Naruto greeted back. You've grown, he said. Kinda been on missions with my team, Konohamaru had the decency to blush. You're a genin now? Naruto asked, seeing the hitai on the young Sarutobi's head. Yeah, Konohamaru nodded and showed him the hitai. Who's your sensei? Naruto inquired. Ebisu sensei, Konohamaru answered sheepishly. That pervert? Naruto asked in surprise. Konohamaru nodded. He's not so bad. He's been teaching us stuff. If you say so, Naruto shrugged and went back to his ramen. After a few moments of silence, Konohamaru spoke up again. Ni-chan, I heard that you beat the last Uchiha at the summit. The news is all over the village and they even say you conquered death in order to come back to us. Naruto chuckled slightly but didn't take his eyes off of the ramen in front of him. Actually, it was Yuya that saved my life, and yes, I did kill Sasuke. Aren't you happy you don't have to deal with something like that anymore? Konohamaru asked, confused. Despite how far Sasuke had fallen, I still considered him a friend. I may have gotten angry at him all the time for his actions, but he was still a friend, and I can't hate him for that, Naruto replied. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Konohamaru said after a moment. I pray that you never do, Naruto said with a smile. He stood up a moment later. Thanks for the ramen, old man. Anytime, Hokage-sama, Chuki said as he took the now empty ramen bowl on the table. Ni-san, I don't know what's bothering you, but the village needs you now more than ever as its Rokudaime Hokage, Konohamaru said clearly as he saw Naruto stop just outside of the stand. I know Konohamaru, you shouldn't worry so much, I won't let anything happen to Konoha, that's a promise, Naruto swore and started away from the stand. It was going to be a long day. Fire Country, Hokage's monument, 4th Hokage's head. Naruto walked through the dark and narrow halls of the monument. He knew his destination, it was the real Hokage tomb where the previous Hokages had been put to rest. The ones in the graveyard were just gravestones, but their real graves were inside the heads of the monument itself. He continued to walk until he came across the small closed door that was covered by a genjutsu which connected to the tomb of the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto took a deep breath before wiping blood across the genjutsu, causing it not only to dispel but also deactivate the various blood seals covering the door. He opened the door a moment later, took another deep breath and entered into the chamber beyond. It was dark for a moment before light flickered on and he could fully see the room. It was mostly empty with a few scrolls littering it, but what really caught his attention was the large stone grave in the center. Naruto approached the stone and pushed the cover off to reveal the motionless form of his deceased father. He hadn't even started to decompose and Naruto's Rinnegan told him that the body was still containing a functioning chakra core which he saw was located in a very familiar seal on the man's stomach. Naruto took a step back and just stared for a second, a minute, an hour, an eternity. He bit his thumb and formed several hand seals before slamming his hand down on the floor a moment later. Kuchio's no jutsu, Naruto whispered as the key toad, Garotora appeared in a poof of smoke. Huh, where am I? Who summons me? Garotora demanded. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki, well former actually, Naruto responded. Ah, I know you, Jiraiya wanted me to go to you if he were to die against pain. I heard the Kyuubi was extracted from you, so what do you want with me? Garotora questioned in annoyance. I want you to give me the key, Naruto replied simply. Why? Without the Kyuubi the key is useless, Garotora asked confused. Not as useless as you would think, Naruto countered. Fine, Garotora sighed and unraveled the large scroll in front of the blonde. Place your hand on the scroll to transfer the key to you, he said simply. Naruto did as asked and the scroll glowed slightly. It is done. Garotora put the scroll away a moment later. What are you going to do with it? Gain the Kyuubi's yin chakra, Naruto answered simply. Yin chakra? I thought that was inside the seal, Garotora commented. Only the Kyuubi's yang chakra was sealed in me and my seal along with its will. The rest of it is sealed here, Naruto answered as he approached the body of his father. Naruto opened his jacket to reveal the seal on his stomach before doing the same to his father and his hands started glowing blue. He pressed into both of the seals, one after the other, and they started glowing blue and red. The two seals connected a second later and Naruto bit back the scream that threatened to explode from his mouth. Red chakra cascaded throughout the room for several long and agonizing seconds before it suddenly stopped. Naruto fell to one knee after that and coughed blood onto the stone floor. He then placed his hand on his seal once more and closed it, locking the new core within it. He stood a moment later and brought his now clenched fist up to his face. Are you okay? Garotora asked worriedly. Yeah, I feel great, Naruto answered, and truthfully he did. His healing factor had returned to normal and he could feel his injuries repairing themselves. Wait, what? Red chakra exploded from his body, surprising them both before Naruto's Rinnegan activated and the crystals on his necklace started glowing. Even then, all 6 crystals of the 6 paths necklace are needed to fully master Shiki Fujin in its complete form. Is this what he was talking about? Naruto thought as he felt the sinister chakra engulf him and condense. Oh crap, he thought as the chakra took the shape of a fox with 4 tails. This feels different than last time, why? Naruto thought as he flexed his chakra claws. Only the Kyuubi's yang chakra was sealed in me and my seal along with its will. Dad, I don't know whether to hit you or thank you. You deliberately sealed Kyuubi's will with its yang chakra inside my seal so Madara could extract it while keeping the yin chakra alone in yours so I could use it without Kyuubi's influence. That's insane, Naruto thought with a smile as he looked down at his father. Naruto? Garotora asked nervously. I'm fine, in fact I've never been better, I don't have to constantly fight the Kyuubi's for control of its chakra anymore, Naruto answered before releasing the chakra and returning to normal. What are you going to do now? Garotora asked a moment later as he watched Naruto reseal his father's grave. That's simple, I'm going to call a war council and we're going to discuss what I'm going to do about Akatsuki, Naruto replied with a smirk. Like me, there will come a time when you are no longer needed, but until then you are to maintain the moon and the Biju sealed within it. I won't fail, Naruto thought, determined as he exited the chamber with Garotora and resealed it. Fire Country, Hokage's Monument Council Chamber. Any idea why Hokage-sama called this meeting? Inoichi asked as he sat down. Not a clue, but I'm willing to bet it has something to do with Akatsuki, Shikaku shrugged. It looks like everyone is surprised that he's called a meeting so soon after the last battle with Akatsuki, Inoichi commented. There he is, Choza spoke up as he saw the Rokudaime Hokage enter the room. Hokage-sama, why have you called us here? Sume asked looking intrigued. I'm here to inform you of my decision, Naruto replied unaffected. Decision? Shibi asked in monotone. 1 week from now I will be going alone to Omegakure no Sato and I will be confronting Pain personally, Naruto declared, and the council suddenly burst into protest. I know what you are thinking, but I am the Hokage and the Hokage's duty demands that I face this threat against Konoha, and that's exactly what I intend to do, he continued, and the room fell silent. Hokage-sama, you can't be serious, Inoichi spoke up in disbelief. You have already been captured once, and with the Kyuubi extracted from you, you are in no shape to wage a one-man war. You would be correct, if I didn't have the Kyuubi still sealed inside me, Naruto responded, surprising the room. You mean you still have the Kyuubi? Shikaku asked with narrowed eyes. How is that possible? My dad was a genius, that's all I'm saying on the matter, Naruto replied. Hokage-sama, you can't go alone, Inoichi spoke simply. I'm not going alone, I'm taking several combat toads including Gamabunta with me, Naruto responded. That's not what I mean, Inoichi continued frantically. Inoichi, let him go, Shikaku said to his friend. Shikaku? Inoichi asked confused. He's made his choice just like his father had, we have no right to interfere, Shikaku replied. Naruto nodded at his words. Akatsuki has already shown that they don't care about any of the major villages. I'm going to show them why they shouldn't mess with people's lives like they've been doing. I can't believe you're going to do this, Tayuya said again as Naruto and several of his clones looked over the scrolls littering the room. What you believe and what's happening are two very different things, Naruto responded as he picked up the forbidden scroll of sealing. No, I can kind of understand leaving me in charge while you're gone, but what I don't get is the fact that you are going after Akatsuki. Am I the only one just a little freaked out by that? The redhead asked him. I agree, Hokage-sama, to challenge Akatsuki like this, the outcome is almost certain death, Sai continued. Well, I've died once already, Naruto shrugged, clearly not caring, and attached the forbidden scroll to his back. You two keep things together until I get back, he waved before disappearing a poof of smoke. Yaku Kuchio's no jutsu, Tayuya sighed worriedly. He will be fine, Sai reassured her. The redhead nodded with a small smile. I can only imagine what the Kumo bitch's reaction is going to be like when she hears of what he's doing. Summon Realm, Myobokuzen. Welcome back, Fukasaku said with a smile as Naruto found himself in the living room. Naruto looked down at the noodles on the table in front of him and sweat dropped. I am not eating that. You'll eat it and you'll like it, Shima called from the kitchen. Yes ma'am, Naruto sighed in defeat. I see you have the scroll, Fukasaku commented upon seeing the large scroll on his back. It took a while to find, but yeah, I got it, Naruto nodded as he dropped the scroll down to his side. After lunch we'll get started, we also need to work on your sage mode. Without Kyuubi influencing you, I maybe be able to completely bond with you, Fukasaku said with a grin. Naruto just nodded and, reluctantly, started eating his noodles. Chapter 40, Battle in the Rain. Summon Realm, Myobokuzen. Are you sure about this course of action, Naruto boy? Fukasaku asked the blonde Hokage. I'm fully prepared to fight, Naruto answered as he put on his coat. The Toad Elder sighed and nodded, I understand. Ma is already in the area and should be ready for what we have planned. I never thanked you, Naruto said, surprising Fukasaku. For what? The Toad Elder inquired. For staying with Ero Sennin up until the end, Naruto replied with a smile. Naruto, tell me the truth, you are planning on living through this, aren't you? Fukasaku asked seriously. As the Rokudaime Hokage of Konoha, I will do what I must to protect those closest to me, Naruto declared. Fukasaku sighed and chuckled, that you got from your father. Suddenly they both felt a pulling sensation and knew what it meant. It seems Ma is in position. Prepare yourself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two disappeared in puffs of smoke. Rain Country, AIM Akatsuki headquarters. Are you sure? Pain questioned, now having his full attention on Zetsu. Positive, he is on his way here as we speak, White Zetsu reported. I'm surprised he was able to survive the extraction, Konan took a breath. But to be ready to fight again after going through that only a week ago. Something is not right here and that boy is at the center of it. I agree, Pain nodded and turned towards his benefactor. This is an unexpected move on his part, he knows that we will want to recapture him, he added. That boy, if the fool wants to die then so be it, capture him at any cost, Madara said as he tried to contain his anger. Senju Naruto had defied him on a number of occasions with the next always worse than the last. First the brat had killed Itachi so he was unable to completely control Sasuke, and then he killed Danzo, making it virtually impossible for Madara to control Sasuke at all. Even after being captured and extracted he was proving to be a pain. Madara knew that there was a chance that Naruto's little bitch of a sister might be able to revive him, but Madara had planned on it so he could see the look on the boy's face when he finally became the Jubi Jinchuriki. Instead, not only did Naruto retain some if not all of Kyuubi's power, but he was launching a direct attack on the Akatsuki headquarters. The audacity of it. The boy was insulting him by merely living, but to charge at him without a care, as if the boy could actually beat a god like himself. Not only that, but there was a very real possibility that the Naruto might be able to defeat Pain even with Konan aiding him. He was also a wielder of the Rinnegan and Naruto could match Pain blow for blow when it came to that he could win. If there was one thing he had learned about the boy, it was that it was a mistake to underestimate him. If Naruto were to defeat Pain and Konan, then Madara would have to go into hiding again, maybe for 1,000 years. That was unacceptable, he needed to deal with Naruto himself should it come that. But that was a problem in itself. There was one crucial detail which no one seemed to realize except for Orochimaru when they had met. Uchiha Madara was already dead. He died in combat against the Shodai Hokage back at the Valley of the End, but his spirit wasn't claimed by the Shinigami. He had spent the next few decades trying to solidify his ghost-like form and eventually succeeded, but he knew without an actual body it would be impossible for him to fight at full strength ever again. Orochimaru was the only one to realize that, or at least that was what Madara thought when he heard the Snake Sannin researching the Nidaime Hokage's jutsu to temporarily bring back the dead and control them. Madara knew that if someone were able to use that jutsu to reconstruct his body, then the user would be able to control him instead of the other way around. His fears had been realized when Orochimaru used the jutsu to temporarily resurrect the Shodai and Nidaime Hokages to do battle with the Sandaime Hokage 4 years ago. Thankfully Orochimaru was killed before he could complete that jutsu and reconstruct Madara's form. It was times like these that Madara really hated the most, when his plans were set back for a time. As long as he was still wounded from his battle with the Shodai Hokage, then he knew he would be no match for Naruto or Pain in a fight. He would be able to avoid almost any blow, but he wouldn't be able to really do any damage either, and if Naruto were to unleash the Kyuubi, he doubted even his invulnerability would be enough to withstand its attacks. Madara turned towards the large demonic statue in the center of the room and his Sharingan spun wildly. A plan started to formulate inside Madara's mind, and he quickly deduced the outcome of each and every scenario as they came until only the most benefiting outcome remained. It was not something he wanted but knew it was necessary in order to accomplish his goal. Suddenly Pain snapped his head to the side, catching everyone's attention, and Madara knew that the time had come. "What is it, Nagato?" Konan asked the Rinnegan user. "He's here," was Pain's answer. "Taju Kuchio's no jutsu." 3 voices called out as one. 3 explosions of smoke caught the attention of everyone in range, and soon 3 large battle toads appeared to cause the destruction that was sure to follow. Rain pelted the ground as the toads struck and started leveling the village building by building, slaughtering any aim nins that came at them. The boss toad Gamabunta swung his large blade and cut through the supports of one of the towering buildings and watched with pride as it fell, killing almost everyone inside it. While this was happening, a single figure rushed through the shadows, making sure to use the distraction his summons were creating as a means to get to his true enemies. Movement on the right caught his attention and he stopped, flinging a 3-pronged kunai as he slowed. "Namikaze Naruto," spoke a tall blue-haired woman who appeared to be made out of paper. "You must be Konan, Fukasaku-sensei mentioned you. How did a student of Ero Sennin end up like you?" Naruto asked with a smirk. "Jiraiya-sensei was a great man, a fool but a great man nevertheless," Konan admitted. "Yeah, well, I guess that makes me a fool too," Naruto shrugged. "Pain is on his way, come quietly and we will finally be able to bring peace to this world," Konan said clearly. "You'll have to catch me first," Naruto shot back and closed his eyes. He smirked and opened them in order to reveal his hybrid mode fully activate. "Thanks for the warning about Pain. It was a great help. Hiraishin no jutsu." He disappeared in a flash of yellow light a second later. "What?" Konan thought in alarm. Naruto reappeared in a yellow flash of light near the center of the village in front of the Toad Elders. "Great timing," Naruto said with a smirk as Shima picked up the 3-pronged kunai they had thrown on the ground. "We're near the center, are you sure about this, Naruto?" You know a lot of innocents will die today if you do this, Fukasaku stated. Hopefully it won't come to that, Naruto responded as he formed a hand seal. Climb on and let's do this, he finished. Fukasaku sighed and nodded, very well Naruto boy. Let's show these hoodlums what we think of them killing Jiraiya boy, Shima spoke and formed a hand seal along with her husband. Senpo, Ryosei no Jutsu. The two-toed called out as they integrated into Naruto's shoulders in matter of seconds. We'll gather sage chakra for you so don't worry about your clones, Fukasaku told the young Hokage. I would still prefer if I had one clone on standby just in case, Naruto nodded and after creating a clone he jumped up the side of a building. He ran straight up, jumping from building to building until a large centipede erupted from the wall he was running up. Kuchio's no jutsu, Animal Path exclaimed as she appeared riding the centipede. Looks like Pain got himself a new summoning body to replace the one Jiraiya boy destroyed, Fukasaku commented. It doesn't matter, Naruto responded as he dodged the falling debris and threw a three-pronged kunai at Animal. The path evaded it easily but was unprepared for Naruto disappearing in a flash of light. Hiraishin no jutsu, the blonde Hokage called out as he appeared above her in an instant. Rasengan, he exclaimed as he slammed a pair of spinning chakra spheres into her gut, blowing her downwards along with the centipede. Kage Bunshin no jutsu, Naruto whispered as a clone minus the Toad Elders appeared at his side and threw him upwards onto the side of the building. You've gotten better at aerial combat I see, Fukasaku commented. 3 more coming from below. Shima shouted as she saw Diva, Naraka and Asura dashing up the building towards them. I see them, Naruto nodded and started running up the side of the building. Asura threw off his Akatsuki cloak and ripped open his right arm to reveal dozens of missiles. They fired, swerving in order to follow their target and closed in on Naruto above. Naruto narrowly evaded the barrage as explosions riddled the side of the building and when the dust cleared the 3 paths were running alongside him. Damn, doesn't this guy ever quit? Naruto asked in frustration. Shinra Tensei, Diva whispered and sent a blast of gravity at the blonde. Shinra Tensei, Naruto countered with his own jutsu and an echoing bang echoed through the air between them. So I was right, he muttered knowingly. Our gravity jutsu cancelled each other out, Pain mused as they approached the roof of the tower. What is he up to? Asked the god of rain silently. Naruto quickly reached the edge of the roof and with all his strength he jumped high into the air above the industrial shinobi village. Diva's eyes widened in comprehension, he's planning too. Shinra Tensei. Bansho Tenin. The world around them distorted as the world seemed to be blown away and pulled in at the same time. All those watching on saw a sphere of mutilated space ripping everything inside apart in a matter of seconds. Naruto and Diva hovered above the village for a few long seconds before they both dropped down to the street below where several towers now lay in ruins. That was too close, Konan muttered as she appeared at his side in a spiral of papers. Suddenly the other 5 paths appeared at their side. Are you alright Nagato? No, Diva answered simply. He narrowed his eyes at the blonde Hokage standing a few feet in front of him. You had this planned didn't you Namikaze Naruto? You mean force you to use a full-powered Bansho Tenin to counter me? Yeah I did and now you can't use your gravity jutsus for another 5 minutes. More than enough time to deal with you, Naruto declared with a fox-like grin. Stay back Konan, Diva spoke as Naruto shot forward. Kage Bunshin no jutsu, Naruto whispered and 2 clones appeared at his side. Suin Kuchio's no jutsu, Animal spoke as she slapped her hand down on the stone ground. 2 large animals, a rhino and a ram appeared in twin puffs of smoke and charged to approaching Sage. The 2 clones brought their hands up to Naruto's and started charging 2 spheres of spinning chakra. After the jutsus had formed the 2 clones stayed at his side, keeping them stable but as soon as they were in range the 2 clones jumped to the side. Cho Udama Rasengan, Naruto exclaimed as he slammed the 2, now huge chakra spheres, into the summoned creatures at the same time. The chakra balls exploded, destroying the 2 summoned animals and blowing away a few square blocks of the village. Konan reformed herself and looked on with surprise at the devastation the young sage had brought. All 6 paths of pain stood atop the nearby collection of rubble that was once the trading center of the village. He looked to be unconcerned but she knew him long enough to see that he was in fact troubled by this development. Kuchio's no jutsu, Animal called out and sent her bird-like summon at him. Naruto saw it coming and took the attack straight on before disappearing in a poof of smoke, signifying he was a clone. Rasengan, Naruto exclaimed as he appeared behind her and slammed a spinning sphere of chakra into her back. She fell lifeless a moment later and he caught her body before placing her on the ground as the others turned towards him. You know if there is one thing I can't stand it's others, desecrating people's bodies, he spoke clearly as he looked down at the girl's face. You cannot understand my actions, Diva responded simply. Where is the real you? Naruto asked, surprising the two 5 Akatsuki members. You clearly aren't among these 6, so where are you? He asked again. You really are something else, Namikaze Naruto, Diva said with a small, almost mocking chuckle. You didn't answer my question, Naruto commented. Not that it matters, as soon as I'm done with these abominations you've created I'm going to be coming after the real you and we'll settle this then. As the Uzumaki no Rinnegan. The declaration made Konan tense. Nagato. Konan, come to me, this is a battle between gods, not men and women, Diva said clearly. Konan nodded and disappeared in a swirl of paper. I'm on my way, Shikigami no Mai. Naruto boy, are you ready? Fukasaku asked from the Hokage's shoulder. Ready, Naruto nodded in confirmation and formed a hand seal. Then let's do this, Shima finished. Senpo. Gomon. The 3 called out together as the oil, wind and fire amplified each other into a wave of pure destruction. Fujutsu Kyuin, Preta whispered as he quickly absorbed the stream of liquid fire sent at them. Watch it Naruto boy, that pain can absorb jutsu like you, Shima informed him. I thought so, Naruto grinned in response as the 2 clones he had made earlier appeared behind the 5 remaining paths. Bunshin Daibakua. The 2 clones exploded right on top of the 5 paths. Fujutsu Kyuin, Preta countered and the explosions were absorbed within moments. Suddenly the real Naruto appeared in front of him and slugged him across the face, shattering it instantly. Kawazu Kumite, he exclaimed as the Preta path fell to the ground, dead. Doten, Doryuheiki, Diva charged forward as he created a ball behind the blonde, effectively trapping him. Damn it, he trapped me, Naruto thought before he felt Diva shove a chakra blade of some kind through his shoulder, pinning him to the wall behind him and forcing the Toad Elders to break off from the blonde. Naruto boy, Shima called in worry as she and her husband landed a few feet away. You know what pain, Naruto grunted out as he looked up into his opponent's eyes. I thought that when I finally fought you I would feel anger and hatred. But I don't feel like that at all. I feel complete for the first time in my life. The 2 simply stared in each other's Rinnegan. Right here and right now. I will stop you, and I will stop Madara from plunging this world into a never-ending nightmare, he vowed. My way is the only way to achieve true peace. Madara is a fool for thinking I would play along with his games. I am going to use the Biju and I will create a weapon which will instill fear and pain to future generations so they will be afraid to fight and kill one another, Pain stated clearly. Your peace is the same as Madara's, it's nothing but an illusion, Naruto grunted out and smirked at him. Then what would you do instead? Pain inquired in monotone. I'd endure, I'd survive and I'd bring everyone together and make them understand each other. It's already started at the Cage Summit, Naruto answered with a pained chuckle. Just because they can understand each other doesn't mean they can come in agreement, Pain countered. Maybe that's true, and, so what? Naruto asked. The world can't be saved so easily, fighting is a part of human nature. We've been fighting for as long as we can remember and will continue to fight until we're all dead. If that is the peace you seek, then fight for it, if you can, Pain practically dared him. I already have, Sage Chakra spread through the chakra blade and pulsed into the air and then into the direction of the largest tower in the village. I found you, he said tauntingly. He tracked me with that blasted sage mode of his, Pain realized before red chakra exploded from Naruto's body forcing him to back away. When the light died down Naruto could be seen on all fours covered in a dense sinister crimson chakra in the shape of a fox with 6 tails. A skeleton of some kind outlined his form and he roared the god of rain. Chapter 41, War and Peace. Rain Country, AIM, Battlefield. Naruto boy, Fukasaku asked hesitantly. I'm fine, Naruto reassured him to the surprise of Pain. He's mastered the Kyuubi's chakra. Pain thought with narrowed eyes and a little worry. The cubified Naruto shot forward in an instant and took down Asura with one strike before he could react. The punch released a shockwave large enough to destroy a good chunk of the outer village, though thankfully everyone had already evacuated. This is going to be more difficult than the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Pain mused, and Naruto was upon him again. Shinra Tensai, he exclaimed, his powers having finally returned. Naruto planted 4 of his tails into the ground and roared, blowing the diva path back and forcing Human to catch him. He deflected Shinra Tensai with chakra alone. Blue and red orbs suddenly started to gather at Naruto's mouth and compressed into a fist-sized sphere of black energy. Rokubaku Imar, he started. Bansho Tenon. Diva interrupted quickly as a building was literally dropped on Naruto. The impact sent Naruto's jutsu astray and it exploded in a blinding light. Just outside the village, teams from Konoha, Kumo, Suna, Iwa and Kiri were just arriving when they saw the horizon light up the sky like a second sun. What the hell is that? Kankuro asked as the light died down. That must be Naruto, Tayuya answered as smoke trailed off into the sky from the source of the blast. That reckless idiot, Yugito said through gritted teeth, clearly worried. Diva stood up with his Akatsuki cloak now ruined and human laying motionless on the ground at his side. The cubified Naruto stood a few meters away and smirked like a demon. The Kyuubi's power, it's magnificent, Pain commented in thought. He formed a hand seal and whispered, Chibaku Tensai. A ball of gravity formed in his hand and he hurled it into the air above them. Crap, Naruto grunted out as he was pulled upwards along with several buildings and a good chunk of the earth itself. The miniature moon formed within moments and Naruto found himself buried inside it. I have no choice, he thought before he closed his eyes and the moon enlarged. Pain narrowed his eyes when he saw a chunk of the moon get blown off. What? Suddenly a large fox with 9 tails burst from the moon's surface and roared at him, to think he was this powerful. He brought up his hands and readied himself, he dug himself out of Chibaku Tensai with pure chakra. I should enlarge while I can, I doubt he will be as easy to contain as the Hachibi. Suddenly a black ball of chakra formed at the fox's mouth and Pain's eyes widened slightly, oh no. Kubiko Amari. Naruto roared as he unleashed an enormous blast of chakra, carving out a good portion of a Megakure no Sato and wiping out everything it touched. Such outrageous strength. I can't hold it. Naruto broke free of Chibaku Tensai but the artificial construct remained as the massive fox touched back down on the earth just outside of the village. Pain jumped up high and hurled the miniature moon at Naruto, Bansho Tenin. Chibaku Tensai slammed into the fox's side with a mighty explosion causing Naruto to stagger and allow Pain to close the distance between them. Naruto spun as fast he could, his tails ripping open the earth as he turned and roared, creating a shockwave which leveled several buildings and blew Pain away. You can't win Pain. Naruto roared as Pain jumped to the side. He is too strong, Pain admitted as Naruto swiped a tail at him, resulting in a massive shockwave. The village is in ruins and a lot of AIM nins have died. If he turns his attention on my true body then I will surely be killed, he continued. Just then the fox started to contract and shrink. What is he doing? Is he suppressing Kyuubi's chakra? Why? Naruto sighed as the last of the red chakra left him. That was close. I almost lost control again. Even without Kyuubi influencing me, if I use that chakra for too long it will consume me. He turned his attention back to his opponent a second later. What are you waiting for? Let's finish this, he said as he felt his sage chakra replenish from his only sage clone which he had made before they started. He's already in sage mode, he's got stamina, I'll give him that. I had to confirm the power of the Kyuubi but I never even imagined Chibaku Tensai wouldn't be enough, Pain thought tiredly. Suddenly Naraku and a resurrected animal appeared at his side. Kuchio's no jutsu, Animal whispered as she summoned the remaining 3 resurrected paths. FUNN. Kai. Naruto exclaimed as he released a volley of 3-pronged kunai from a pair of containment scrolls. The kunai sailed through the air and hit the ground around the 6 paths of Pain. No, Pain thought as his paths tried to jump away. It was too late. Hiraishin no jutsu. Yellow light flashed across the battlefield and silence then reigned. 5 of the 6 paths fell to the ground, defeated including the Naraku path. Diva was breathing hard now and stood in the center of a crater with the kunai littering its edges. Obviously he had blown them away before Naruto attacked but was unable to save his other bodies leaving only the Diva path still capable of fighting. Pain took a deep breath and asked, why don't you just give up? You have no real answer. No solution. Isn't it time for you to give up? Can I just say one thing? Naruto asked as he formed several hand seals. Futon. Kaizoryuden no jutsu. He exclaimed and threw out a punch, sending a large dragon of wind. Shinra Tensai. Pain called out and the dragon shattered. Just then he saw Naruto charging a jutsu in his hand. He can't throw that jutsu. I've got 5 seconds. I can do this. 5. Give up. Naruto shouted as the clone at his side threw into the air towards Pain. 4. He closed in, the wind aiding him as he approached. 3. Trying to make me give up. The blonde shouted. 2. Pain's eyes widened as Naruto drew closer and thrust out his jutsu towards the Diva path. 1. Rasengan. With an echoing war cry Naruto struck, burying the spiraling sphere into the Diva path's gut. 0. Pain was blown back and crashed hard into the upturned dirt scattered around the area. Naruto skidded to a halt a few feet away, breathing hard and bleeding from his eyes. He fell to one knee and coughed blood onto the ground before looking up at where Pain had fallen. I think I overdid it on that one, Naruto thought as he steadied his breathing. He shakily stood up a moment later. Sage mode is depleted and my body can't handle much more of Kyuubi's chakra, thankfully my Rinnegan has recharged. He approached the deceased diva path and pulled out one of its chakra receivers. He stabbed it in his hand and sent a blast of sage chakra through it, found him, now to meet the real pain. He threw the receiver to the side and turned towards the highest tower in the village. It was on the southern side of the city-sized village and remained standing along with almost every building in that area. He took off onto the rooftops, leaving the battlefield where he had fought the 6 paths and closed in on the main body of pain. Nagato. Rain Country, Aimed Tower of Pain. Rasengan, the door to the main chamber exploded off its hinges and Naruto entered a moment later. Once inside he saw a pair of figures in the center, one of them sat in a sort of mechanized chair and the other was the blue-haired woman he knew as Konan. "Are you the real one?" Naruto asked the one in the chair. "So peace has arrived Nagato inquired as his Rinnegan glowed a dull gray. "You must be Nagato," Naruto whispered as his hands clenched at his side. "Do you hate me, now that you see me before you?" Nagato asked as he analyzed the blonde. "No," Naruto answered after a moment. "No?" Nagato inquired with narrowed eyes. "I came here to find out what I would feel if I saw the real you," Naruto whispered and looked down at the ground as his eyes darkened. "What you would feel, and?" Nagato asked. "I'm angry at you, but I don't hate you," Naruto answered and looked back up with his Rinnegan glowing pure yellow. "You don't hate me, then you are like me, you are no longer human either," Nagato commented with a sigh. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked sharply. "If you were human you would feel pure hatred of me and try to kill me. That is the way humans are and the way it has always been. Their love breeds hatred and the world becomes a harsher place to live as hatred consumes everything it touches. No human would forgive me so easily," Nagato stated clearly. "You underestimate humanity," Naruto said simply. "Perhaps, but it no longer matters," Nagato said with a sigh. "Namikaze Naruto, surrender now and we can finally bring peace to this world. We can finally break this chain of hatred," he continued. "I refuse to believe that is the only answer," Naruto declared simply. "So be it, stand aside Konan," Nagato ordered and took his arms out of the chair's supports. "Nagato, you are a descendant of the Rakudo Sennin like me and a student of Ero Sennin. You want to bring peace to the world. I understand but, what you're doing is wrong. If you accomplish your goal and create your weapon then all you will be doing is giving humanity a power that it is not ready for," Naruto stated clearly. "What do you mean?" Nagato asked intrigued. Naruto continued a moment later, "We might never be ready for that kind of power. Hell, I think the Rakudo Sennin made a mistake when he taught jutsu to the world. Humanity wasn't ready for that kind of power at the time, and we've been paying for that mistake ever since. I won't let you make another. If you do this then you will give humanity the means to destroy itself. Using fear of weapons isn't going to work because eventually a madman is going to come along who just wants to see the world burn." Silence fell on the chamber after his declaration. "Then what do you suggest?" Nagato shot back after a moment. "Endure, keep moving forward, and ease the pain of others," Naruto answered slowly. "Like I said earlier, the world can't be saved so easily. Fighting is a part of human nature and can't be suppressed with fear," he continued as he remembered the mission to Wave Country 3 years ago. Inari and everyone else rose up to defend their home after being given hope despite their fear of Gato. That's where your logic is flawed, Nagato. What nonsense, Nagato shook his head at the blonde's words. "Endure, keep moving forward, don't make me laugh," he continued. "The only way to establish peace and order is to force everyone to feel true pain and fear." "Why do you believe that?" Naruto asked him. "Because it is the truth," Nagato shot back. "Maybe you're right, but my answer still stands. Perhaps someday the world will ready for that power, but right now we aren't. I will bring peace and order," Naruto declared. That's," Nagato began. "What is it, Nagato?" Konan asked her partner. "The words of the Rakudo Sennin. I wear the 6 paths necklace, I wield the Rinnegan and I can control natural energy. You may not have been able to believe in Ero Sennin but, you can believe in me to do what's right. Help me ease the pain in this world," Naruto finished. "Nagato," Konan thought as she looked over her partner. Several moments of silence fell on the chamber. "Very well, I will believe in you, Namikaze Naruto. Senju Naruto." Nagato nodded with a sigh and removed his arms from their resting places at his side. He formed a hand seal and declared to the room, "Geto, Rinne Tensai no Jutsu." "Wait, Nagato, if you use that jutsu with your current chakra levels then," Konan started. "No. This is my end, if I am to die then I will do so by easing the pain of others," Nagato whispered harshly as his skin became whiter and his hair turned gray. "Naruto, I entrust everything to you, do not disappoint me, he rasped out. You're resurrecting everyone that died today, aren't you? Naruto asked him sadly. Love breeds conflict, conflict creates wars, and wars bring pain and hatred to everyone. The younger generation like you and your companions, shouldn't have to clean our mess. I wonder if this, all of this, is the will of a true god. Nagato slumped over in his chair and Konan was as he passed away with tears flowing down her cheeks. Are you going to be okay? Naruto asked her hesitantly as she wrapped Nagato's body up in papers. Yes, she answered after a moment. She turned to him a moment later. I need to bury Nagato and Yahiko, the diva path you defeated. I'm sorry, Naruto apologized. You have no reason to be, you did what you felt was right and so did he. Nagato believed in you to bring peace. I will believe in you too, Konan finished. So, what now? Naruto asked her. Head down into the tunnels below the village, there, you will find Geto Mazo, and Madara, Konan answered. Thank you, Naruto bowed in respect to his fallen opponents before dashing out of the chamber. Konan watched him go silently. As soon as I bury Nagato and Yahiko, I will aid you, and kill Zetsu. Today would mark the end of the Akatsuki. One way or the other. Chapter 42, The True Successor. Rain Country, AIM Akatsuki Headquarters. He was coming. There was no denying it now, at least not with the ruins of Megakure no Sato overhead and the silence that now overshadowed the world around him. Uchiha Madara hurried to interface with Geto Mazo directly, knowing Pain was no doubt defeated and Konan was with him when he fell. This led to one undeniable fact. Senju Naruto had single-handedly defeated Megakure no Sato and 2 Akatsuki members. The military power of a shinobi nation had been defeated, by one man. It was ludicrous. And now Madara had to accelerate his plan knowing that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was now too strong to face in his weakened form. His only hope now was to attempt to unleash Geto Mazo on that Senju brat and rip the rest of Kyuubi's chakra from his corpse. Suddenly he heard footsteps coming down the corridor just as the chakra spikes from Geto Mazo had punctured his skin. He turned as he drew on the power contained within the statue and glared at the approaching Rokudaime Hokage who was just entering the room now. Uchiha Madara, Naruto growled out when he saw the masked Akatsuki benefactor. You are too late, Senju. I have completely interfaced with Geto Mazo. Even without the Kyuubi's Yang chakra there are still 9 taels worth of power inside Geto Mazo. Within moments I will release the Jubi and become its Jinchuriki. Madara sneered as chakra started to swirl around his body. I won't let that happen, Naruto stated clearly. And how do you plan to stop me? I have already merged the Biju back into the Jubi within Geto Mazo, the only thing missing, is you. The moment the words left Madara's mouth the mouth of the statue opened and a spirit-like dragon shot out towards Naruto. Crap, Naruto thought as he narrowly dodged to the side. Shinra Tensai. He called out but it had no effect on the dragon. That's definitely not a physical jutsu, it's not even like an Oni jutsu, it's something else. Dai Senju. Madara shouted in fury as the dragon swooned around and then struck Naruto in the chest. Damn it, Naruto gasped in surprise as he felt his chakra and soul being ripped from his body. I win. FUNN. Madara exclaimed as the Kyuubi's Yang chakra was consumed by Geto Mazo. Geto. Rinne Tensai no Jutsu, Naruto's spirit whispered as he formed a hand seal. Suddenly and violently his spirit was pulled back into his body and he stood up. Now you're pissing me off. So you've mastered the powers of life and death, huh? It doesn't matter now. Hake no FUNN Shiki. Madara exclaimed as the chakra in the statue engulfed his body and began to expand. I won't let you do this. Naruto shouted out and formed a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, 2 clones popped into existence at his side and started channeling chakra to his hand. Futon. Rasengan. Naruto called out as he plunged the spinning chakra ball into center eye of the statue. In that moment the mouth of Geto Mazo. Opened. You fool. What have you done? Madara demanded as the chakra spike retracted. Stopped you from becoming the Jubi Jinchuriki, Naruto shot back. Suddenly chakra started cascading from the statue. Now what? That's. Madara whispered with narrowed eyes as a figure shot out of the statue's mouth, with 10 tails. Pitiful little things such as you have no right to wield my power, the Jubi said with a sinister sneer. It shot forward and plunged all 10 of its tails into Madara's chest. You should have known your place, child of my enemy. No, I am, you master. I will become, a god, no, Madara rasped out as his body slowly burned away. Only a true sage can interface completely and control the Geto Mazo. Naruto looked over at the statue and formed a hand seal. Chakra spikes shot out of it and dug into his body, forcing him to grunt in pain. He then gathered as much sage chakra as he could and poured it all directly into his Rinnegan. The Jubi saw this and turned quickly to deal with him. Hold still, mortal. The beast roared as it shot forward. Naruto lifted up his shirt to expose the seal on his stomach and brought down his hand on top of it. Kai. The seal distorted and he formed a hand seal. No. The Jubi shouted in anger as it realized what the blonde was doing. Ura Shisho Fuinjutsu. Naruto exclaimed. 4 symbols shot into the air around him and formed a dome around the two. Fuin. He finished as the Jubi was sucked in and he brought his hand back down on the seal, closing it with the key seal on his hand. Silence. Geto Mazo. Naruto whispered as the chakra was pulled out of his body slowly by the statue until it was all gone. He formed a familiar hand seal and 2 clones appeared at his side, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He held out his hand and said to them, "Come on guys. We need to destroy all trace of Geto Mazo right now, so we'll use that jutsu." It was the one jutsu which his father was never able to finish, the true futon, rasengan, capable of destroying an entire city in an instant. He had never been able to complete it because of the chakra requirements, and neither could Naruto, but that changed when Naruto gained full access to Kyuubi's chakra via the key. Futon. Rasenkamikas. It was over. And so Naruto had become the Nadaime Rakuto Sennin. Rain Country. Aim. Battlefield. Yugito stopped suddenly and snapped her gaze up towards the nearby river. Her eyes widened at the levels of chakra she was sensing and quickly turned towards the rest of Alliance Nins. "Everyone get down," she shouted frantically just before the river was engulfed in a massive spinning ball of wind and power. "What the fuck is that?" Tayuya shouted in surprise as it shredded everything it touched and tried to draw them in. "I think that's Naruto," Yugito shouted back over the raging winds. A moment later the ball exploded in a massive blast of wind, knocking them all down and turning the river into a nice and large future lake. After a moment of silence everyone managed to stand once more, albeit with effort. "I have detected Hokage-sama exiting the crater," Kitty, Sai reported. "That moron," Yugito said with annoyance to cover her rising fear. Naruto's first glimpse of sunlight came when he exited the cloud of smoke and stepped out onto the scorched battlefield where he had fought the Rakuto pain. He managed to take another 3 steps forward before collapsing from exhaustion only to be caught by his fiancée. "Yugito?" Naruto asked as she laid him down on the ground. "You reckless idiot," the Raikage spoke through, gritted out as she started healing his wounds. "What the hell were you thinking attacking the Akatsuki's stronghold all alone?" "Hey, it seemed like a good idea at the time," Naruto chuckled and winced. Yugito just smiled as he fell into unconsciousness. Fire Country, Konoha Academy. And so the Akatsuki War came to a close with the unification of the elemental countries. "Now does anyone know what happened to Shodai-sama and his wife?" asked the female academy. A hand rose up. "Yes, Hikari." "No one knows," answered Uzumaki Hikari. "There have been rumors about where they went, but no one knows for sure where they went." "Correct," you nodded in confirmation. When Namikaze Yugito stepped down as Raikage they both disappeared and haven't been seen since. Another student put their hand up. "Yes, Usagi. In the textbooks it says that the Rinnegan is the most powerful bloodline in known existence, but only 4 people have ever been recorded to have it. How? I mean, back during the Shinobi Wars no secret was ever kept for long, especially when it was powerful, so how come no one knew about the Rinnegan?" asked Yamanaka Usagi. "That is a very good question, but you need to remember anyone who survives a fight with a Rinnegan user is extremely lucky. For instance, no one knew that the Akatsuki leader, Pain, wielded the Rinnegan until the beginning of the Akatsuki War," you stated. "Why do we need to learn this? Shouldn't we be learning how to be ninja instead of finding out how many hairs were on the Godaime Hokage's back?" scoffed Hyuga Ryo. You sent him a disapproving look and responded, "Learning from mistakes in the past allows you to stop yourself from making the same mistakes." Again Ryo scoffed. "Whatever. You should remember that the peace we have now is because of the actions of these people," you continued. "If things had turned out differently and for example Shodai-sama didn't awaken his Rinnegan, the war could have easily turned out differently and the Jubi could have been let loose on the world even to this day." "Yeah, well, it's dead now, right?" Hikari asked, unsure. "That is a question without an answer," you responded. "We know for a fact that the Jubi's chakra core was sealed with Shodai-sama at the conclusion of the Battle of the Rain, but by all rights the demon should have been released when Shodai-sama died, just like it would have if the Rakuto Sennin had died before sealing it inside the moon." "So what happened to it?" Usagi asked, blinked in confusion. "Perhaps it's better if we didn't know," you mused with a shrug. She then smiled when the bell went off. "All right class, that's enough for today, dismissed." They left a moment later and she sighed as she looked out of the window at the 7th face on the monument, what a long day, did you have to go through this Konohamaru-sensei? Excuse me. She turned to see a blonde-haired child, roughly 11 years old standing in the doorway wearing a black and orange jumpsuit. Yes, you asked. I don't believe I know you nor have I seen you around school, new student. Yeah, Hokage-sama just approved of my enrollment but I'm kind of lost, the blonde replied unsure. Konohamaru-sensei personally allowed you to enroll. Where are your parents? You asked confused. There, at work, the youth replied vaguely. Alright then, what's your name? You asked with a shrug. Namikaze Minato, the blonde replied as his eyes glowed gray and took on the pattern of the Rinnegan. End.